Chapter 1. The Goblin Camp. The goblins are exceedingly vile, cold-blooded creatures, prone to bullying the weak while fearing the strong, reveling in the torment of their prey. They are diminutive in stature, measuring around 1 meter in height, and are quite frail, trailing behind them a long, pointed tail reminiscent of a rat's. Their wolf-like faces, adorned with horn-like protrusions atop their heads, are the reason other races refer to them as goblins. My lord, now that these goblins have been dispatched, may we return to claim our bounty. As the twilight deepened and the blood-red sun neared its descent behind the mountains, an eerie silence enveloped the forest following the chaos of battle. Siegel urged, perhaps before midnight, we might return to Oaktown, conclude this task, and enjoy a well-deserved rest. Are you afraid? They are merely goblins, Tager retorted to his combat companion. We have only just begun to warm up. You seem to be faltering. Young pup. Of course not. Siegel protested, forcefully extracting the arrow embedded in the goblin's eye socket that he meticulously examined it, wiping away the blood before detaching the usable arrowhead and stowing it in his satchel. As a novice combat companion, it was his essential duty to clean the battlefield and recover weapons. I merely feel it is an egregious waste of your talents, my lord, to engage in the extermination of goblin brigands, the young companion remarked, oblivious to the tightening fists of his superior behind him. Since the brigands here have been vanquished, there is no need to squander any more time, Tager stated, stepping in front of Siegel and casting a shadow over the last remnants of the sunset. With a swift kick, he sent the bewildered Siegel tumbling onto the goblin corpses, splattered with the congealing black blood. What do you understand, young pup? I did not appoint you as my squire to play the fool. Mind your tongue and perform your duties. Otherwise, when I possess a castle and lands but lack a jester, you shall be the first to come to mind. Tager could see the young man's tightly pursed lips and sensed the stubbornness behind his obedient reply of yes. My lord, reminiscent of his own defiance more than 3 decades prior, he had taken this young man under his wing, drawn by the familiarity of his spirit, reflecting on his own past as a determined, diligent youth striving to change the world through combat. He had endured 30 years of trials, only to find himself a fallen knight. Deep down, he hoped this equally headstrong young man could carve a different path for himself. Thus, Tager refrained from displaying any gentleness, his reprimands remaining harsh and urgent. A knight squire must learn to obey, speak less, and act more. So, young pup, gather all the arrowheads and those rust-free goblin short swords. We can return them to the village for smelting, saving some iron. As Tager's incessant admonitions echoed in his ears, Siegel felt as if he had returned to the sea, enveloped by the unrelenting roar of the waves. With no respite, these tedious tasks resembled the persistent grime of the deck, re-emerging no matter how thoroughly one cleaned. Surely, a nobleman wouldn't forget to scavenge even goblin remains unless he were unhinged? He recalled the first mate, whom he would never refer to as captain, had given this loquacious man 5 gold coins. Had he spent them all? While collecting the spoils, Siegel furtively assessed his employer. There was no denying that Tager exuded a certain noble air. Lean and powerful, he sat upright upon the black stallion that had accompanied him across the sea, embodying grace from his elevated position. A long sword hung from his waist, a longbow slung across his back, with 2 daggers tucked at his ankles, clad in black leather boots, trousers, gloves, and armor, with a black leather helm atop his head. He struck a commanding figure. Several woven bags filled with spoils hung from the saddle, balanced on either side of the horse, ensuring neither combat nor income was compromised. Sir Beale hailed from a true noble lineage. Although the youngest of 5 brothers, he initially lacked the right to inherit a title. Yet, through his exceptional swordsmanship, he triumphed at a tournament, earning the honorary title of knight. Regrettably, misfortune followed him thereafter. Everything he undertook met with failure. And during a noble civil war, he incurred the wrath of his superior, losing battlefield honors and the opportunity to claim land as a knight. Subsequently, he fell from grace, becoming a mercenary, traversing between the new world and the old. Undeniably, Sir Beale's martial prowess was remarkable. He wielded both bow and sword with great skill. Since aligning with him, Siegel had gradually adapted to life on land, acquiring the various skills a warrior should possess. Unlike life at sea, adventure in the new world demanded constant vigilance. Any lapse could lead to dire consequences. Siegel progressed swiftly, becoming competent in the duties expected of a knight squire, though he disliked being addressed as young pup. Young pup, have you forgotten something? Sir Beale inquired from atop his horse, gesturing toward the fallen goblins. If you recall, There may be a reward in it for you. Rewards were a rare occurrence, prompting Siegel to meticulously search the bodies once more, ensuring not a single copper coin was overlooked. Fortunately, the goblins were small, akin to 4-year-old children in height, making the search manageable. Each goblin ear is worth 2 silver coins. I've remembered, Siegel exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Then grimacing, why must we engage in such tasks? I've heard only the barbarous folk of the north practice ear slicing. This is the new world, not the land of stars. Spare me your prattle, Tajer Beal replied, watching the encroaching twilight while soothing his increasingly impatient warhorse. I noticed a light crossbow hanging on the wall of the general store. It would suit you perfectly. Your seafaring friend claims you have a knack for throwing ropes accurately, and your eyesight is exceptional. I hope the crossbow serves you well. Thank you, my lord, Siegel responded sincerely. However, you will need to fund the bolts yourself, deducted from your earnings, Tajer added before riding off, his purpose unknown. The young man spent nearly an hour gathering everything, during which Sir Beal merely observed, offering no assistance. Their chosen campsite lay nestled in a verdant valley, where dense thickets concealed low shrubs. Siegel wielded a sickle to clear a patch of level ground, then fashioned a broom from branches to sweep away the fallen leaves. He collected firewood, ignited a campfire, and prepared their evening meal. With limited resources, they could only afford a meager meal of meat paste soup. This concoction, made from ground jerky, pumpkin flour, and potato starch, could be prepared with beer or boiled in water. Once ready, it appeared sticky, emitted a peculiar aroma, and tasted equally viscous. Thankfully, a few cloves of garlic were available for seasoning. There were 12 goblins in total. We slain 11 and 1 escaped. This aligns with the town's account, Sir Beal remarked. However, do not be misled. None of these goblins were young, nor did we find their cooking pots, and they possessed scant food, let alone any spoils from their highway robberies. Thus, there must be a camp or cave nearby. Is that why you deliberately allowed one to escape, my lord? Siegel queried, puzzled. But we cannot track it by night. Light the fire, eat, and keep a vigilant watch. Young pup, we have much to accomplish tomorrow, Sir Beal instructed. I have already traced their path. We shall eliminate them at dawn. With that, Sir Beal retired to his warm leather sleeping bag, while Siegel was tasked with guarding the first half of the night, using the time to maintain the knight's equipment. He began by attending to the black stallion, extracting pebbles and mud wedged in its hoofs, massaging its neck and back with soft grass, and offering it black beans. Following this, he cleaned the weapons, sharpening the longsword with a whetstone, adjusting the bowstring, and straightening the feathers on the arrows. Afterward, he tended to the campfire, mending any damaged armor by patching holes with leather scraps and checking the rivets on his padded leather armor. He worked late into the night, replenishing the firewood, rousing the warhorse for a fresh feeding of fodder and black beans before finally resting. Fortunately, the warhorse remained alert enough to serve as a temporary sentry during the night, sparing Siegel from a full shift of vigilance. Sir Beal would awaken before dawn, offering prayers to the morning light. Then stretching and preparing for the day's battle, their mission would take them deeper into the forest, with Siegel tasked with caring for the horses. After departing the valley, they encountered dense thickets of thorny shrubs, which demanded considerable effort to clear a path with sword and knife, severely taxing their strength for the battles ahead. Opting to circumvent these areas would require navigating the massive tree roots. By divine grace, they did not traverse far before Sir Beal led the group up a hillside, where he fashioned a walking stick from a branch and pointed toward a bare patch of ground, declaring, "Young pup, look, there is a handprint here." The goblin drank from the puddle before continuing onward. Sir Beal stood atop the hillside, gazing toward the horizon with his dark, penetrating eyes, following the direction indicated by the knight. A dense canopy of vibrant green leaves formed beneath him, stretching from the slope into the distance, obscuring everything along the path. Only the vague silhouettes of woodland creatures, such as a large troop of monkeys and several nests of squirrels, could be discerned moving about. Beyond the trees lay a clearing that shimmered with a faint golden hue under the morning sun, with a few small black mounds situated beside it. Sir Beal concentrated intently, finally discerning that the glimmer was the reflection of a small lake. Chapter 2. The goblin camp. The knight took the lead, with his retinue guiding the horses as they began their descent. However, the sky soon darkened with storm clouds, and heavy rain began to fall. "This rain is merely a brief summer shower. It will not last long," remarked the knight. "Now we can confidently clear the obstructing shrubs without fear of alerting the goblins." Siegel nodded in agreement and drew out his sickle to assist. The thorns were both resilient and tough, and compounded by the slickness of the rein, Siegel found it challenging to sever them. You must identify the points of pressure. Do not simply rely on brute force, Sir Bill instructed, demonstrating with his longsword. One must exert their strength precisely where it is needed, or perhaps slightly beyond. Additionally, pay attention to your grip. Protect your wrists, utilizing your elbows as support and your shoulders to generate power. When chopping, use the blade of the sword, align it with the direction of your swing. Only by adjusting these subtle angles can you ensure your weapon does not slip. Sir Bill patiently guided him. Siegel absorbed the advice and attempted to adjust himself accordingly, yet wielding a sword and handling a sail were entirely different matters. He still found himself pricked by the rebounding thorns. Foolish lad. Do you believe these plants are immobile? The wind, the rain, and the vibrations from your steps will cause the thorns to sway that if your shoulders, arms, and fingers do not coordinate their force, they will be erratic. What enmity do these plants hold against you that you must apply such force? The challenge lies in precise control. Act with intention, enveloping your opponent while allowing for retreat, defense, or disengagement. First, calm yourself. Take a deep breath. Do not concern yourself with whether the goblins will flee, nor fret over delaying our mission. Patience is key. Slow down and focus on learning. Fortunately, Siegel was no fool. He quickly regulated his breathing. Adopting a stable stance as he gradually corrected his posture, he excelled at throwing ropes, casting harpoons, and casting fishing lines farther than anyone aboard the ship. However, he had yet to adapt to standing on stable ground, a common affliction among sailors disembarking, which they referred to as land sickness. Having spent 16 years at sea, Siegel had only been ashore for 2 months. He recalled Sir Bill's movements during battles with goblins, mimicking how he thrust and swung his sword, how he maneuvered to evade the goblins' short blades, and how he maintained agility and balance at all times. Gradually, Siegel gleaned some insights, immediately applying them to his muscle responses. Sir Bill observed the young man, noting his remarkable aptitude with weaponry. While ordinary children oscillated between right and wrong during their training, only progressing after enduring hardship, Siegel made mistakes too, yet once he executed a maneuver correctly, he retained that experience. Becoming increasingly adept without repeating errors, to be fair, the tasks a squire was expected to learn in the first month were merely fetching water, cooking, making beds, and starting fires, while caring for horses and maintaining weapons and armor typically came after 6 months. Yet Siegel had not only accomplished all these within a mere 2 months, but had far surpassed the expected progress, allowing him to begin learning basic weapon techniques, much to Sir Bill's astonishment. Now, Siegel's weapon-wielding skills rapidly ascended beyond the novice level, increasingly resembling those of the knight himself. He was undoubtedly a promising candidate for martial training. Well done, lad. You are progressing swiftly and are now capable of handling the chopping duties. You may take the lead now. I will follow behind with the horses, Sir Bill remarked, patting Siegel on the shoulder as he exchanged his long sword for the sickle. The young squire had tended to the exquisite sword daily, becoming well acquainted with its length and balance. Coupled with Siegel's natural strength, wielding the longsword posed no challenge. However, on this day, something felt amiss. As Siegel attempted to execute the motions he envisioned, he felt an unusual heat radiating from his hands and feet. While strange, this sensation was pleasant, as the warmth spread throughout his body with each thorn he cleaved, akin to a revitalizing sip of strong spirits in the depths of winter. Siegel almost methodically improved his swordsmanship. Soon growing dissatisfied with merely delivering downward strikes, he began to emulate all the movements Sir Bill had previously demonstrated. The pace of their progress quickened, and soon the thorns posed no obstacle to their advance. Siegel swiftly carved a narrow path through the thicket, outpacing even the most adept gardener. They traversed 2 low hills, and at that moment, the rain ceased. Sir Bill called for a halt, retrieving the longsword from Siegel's grasp. The knight noticed Siegel's fingers trembling and his wrist twitching, indicating he was beginning to tire, though the young man remained oblivious. Learning ability does not equate to practical application. Skilled warriors must gradually hone their awareness, technique, and strength. That Siegel's awareness and technique appeared almost divinely blessed, showcasing remarkable talent, but he still needed to condition his body gradually. Let us rest for a moment, Siegel, the knight advised. I am weary and in need of some wine. Siegel grimaced, but complied, tying the horse to a tree root before slowly retrieving a wineskin from his pack. Sir Bill casually seated himself on the ground, accepting the wineskin and taking small sips, finding Siegel standing an eyesore. He commanded him to lie down and play dead for a spell. Position your limbs. This fish should not yet be fully lifeless. The wine, purchased from Creekwood Town, was of poor quality and inexpensive, if left too long. It would turn towards vinegar. Sir Bill's mind was hardly on the wine. Rather, he pondered how best to cultivate the young seagull. He practiced a family sword technique, primarily utilizing a two-handed sword. Characteristic of heavy-armored warriors. However, after becoming a mercenary, he frequently faced narrow and chaotic terrains, often surrounded by enemies on all sides, prompting him to shift to a one-handed longsword. His longsword's hilt was slightly longer than most single-handed swords, ensuring balance when wielded with one hand while accommodating the grip of two. The blade was also broader than traditional longswords, emphasizing chopping rather than piercing. At present, Seagull's physique was still in a stage of growth. His strength required development, but he must not be subjected to excessive pressure. He needed a suitable weapon. The most appropriate combat technique for Seagull's physical condition would be the elven curved blade, which would fully leverage his agile movements and rapid strikes. Sir Bill only possessed a rudimentary understanding of this swordplay. His close friend, the elf Leah Anastasia, was a true master of the art. Reflecting upon this, Sir Bill began to assess their dwindling resources. They had little wealth remaining, and to earn substantial sums, they would need to venture deeper into the new world, where opportunities still awaited. Creekwood Town was too close to the coast, being one of the renowned ship ports. The constant influx of people had rendered the area familiar, making it difficult to find decent work. Originally, he had intended to linger in Creekwood for a while, thoroughly training this new squire before heading inland after half a year. Yet Seagull's rapid growth far surpassed expectations. He seemed to learn anything with ease, drastically shortening their timeline. Sir Bill recalled the message left for him by the dwarf Elent at the tavern in Creekwood. Lunar Eclipse Festival. Dragon Lion Cliff. The knight understood his old friend's meaning. The time of the great lunar eclipse, occurring once every 3 years, was drawing near. That night, they could bypass the stone sentinels guarding the mine and delve into the depths of Dragon Lion Cliff for exploration. The last time, they had been on the brink of success, only to be thwarted by time, unable to transport the treasures tantalizingly within reach, forcing a hasty retreat. They had agreed to reconvene 3 years later, prepared to seize their fortune. This was a promise the knight intended to keep. He missed the warm hospitality of the dwarves, particularly their beer and roasted lizards, given Seagull's current training progress. They would be capable of advancing westward ahead of schedule to rendezvous with the dwarves in Doru's forge. My lord, listen, it sounds as though something approaches. The two men immediately became alert. Drawing their weapons and concealing themselves behind the trees, cautiously observing the source of the sound, the warhorse had managed to untie itself and slowly wandered behind Seagull to hide. 2 goblins emerged from the thicket, clad in tattered rags and wielding short spears, bickering and shoving each other as they progressed. 1 of the goblins clutched a barely breathing monkey, shaking the unfortunate creature incessantly, causing it to emit pitiful cries. The goblins reveled in this cruel pastime, tossing the monkey back and forth or slamming it into the ground. Naturally inclined to torment weaker beings, the goblins were capricious and treacherous, rendering them unwelcome among other races. Sir Bill unfastened his longbow from behind, knocked an arrow, and then shook his head. The foliage was too dense, and the goblins were scurrying about, making the act of shooting exceedingly difficult. Thus, he gestured for Seagull to remain in place. Before switching to his longsword, lowering his stance, and stealthily advancing, obedience to orders is a virtue that every knight squire must uphold, so Seagull suppressed his combative instincts and patiently waited, shielded by the patter of rain. They had drawn near to the goblin camp by the lake. Seagull surmised that once the knight dealt with those 2 hunters, he would likely charge straight in to conclude the battle. Sure enough, the direction from which the warrior departed soon resonated with the cries of the goblins. Sir Bill brandished his longsword and dashed into the cluster of tents. He treaded upon the slick, foul mud, pursuing the fleeing goblins as if a farmer had burst into a henhouse, seeking one for dinner. 2 valiant warriors brandished their short spears and screamed as they lunged forward. With deft strokes, the knights swiftly ended their lives. The remaining warriors, dropping their spears, dared not approach, resorting only to the courage required to hurl clods of mud and stones in defiance. Seagull, bored, gazed towards the lake, envisioning the knights' gallant form in battle. He believed that aside from serving his lord knight well, he had gained the capability to join the fray himself. If only I had a real sword. Seagull couldn't help but recall the exhilaration of cleaving through thorns with the knight's longsword. A majestic black steed leaned in, nuzzling the young man's cheek, its tongue flicking out. This was its customary request for treats of black beans. "I still have to serve you, foolish horse," Siegel mused, bending down to pick up a cloth sack filled with feed. Just then, a bright flash erupted behind him, striking the tree trunk before the boy with a resounding crack at a small hole, the width of an arrow shaft and a finger deep, flared with flames upon impact. Startled, Siegel turned to see a figure had silently approached him, clad in a gray-green robe, their hood embroidered with red flame motifs obscuring much of their face. This individual appeared tall and slender, wielding a wooden staff topped with a hunting falcon. "Lucky little imp," the figure remarked, pointing at Siegel with their free hand while muttering incantations that a cloud of shimmering, starlit mist burst forth from their sleeve. Enveloping Siegel and the warhorse, the mist was warm and humid, a soothing caress upon his skin. The steed sneezed and slumped against a tree, succumbing to slumber. The mist lingered only for a brief moment, when it dissipated. Siegel stood unharmed. The spellcaster was taken aback by this outcome, having intended to render the boy unconscious to seize the warhorse and its burdens. "Go, kill him, falcon," the robed man commanded, waving his staff as the falcon soared into the air. Wings spread wide, charging towards Siegel. The boy, barely roused, recognized the threat, and his body and mind instantly shifted into combat mode. Siegel fixated on the falcon's trajectory, swinging his arm, seizing the binding rope, and forcefully hurling the sack of black beans. The feed sack struck the falcon, enveloping it, and the beans spilled like rain upon the ground. The falcon shrieked, crashing to the earth, entangled. Siegel stomped down hard, feeling a soft object beneath his foot, which then suddenly vanished with a pop. This caused Siegel to slip slightly. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have fallen immediately. However, for one accustomed to the deck's tumultuous seas, he merely swayed before regaining his balance. The falcon's demise elicited a pained expression from the spellcaster. Yet it did not disrupt his rhythm in battle. He struck the ground forcefully with his long staff, simultaneously casting a spell with his left hand, causing a purplish-red orb of light to rise from the staff's tip. As the robed man chanted, he forcefully waved his left hand, sending the orb hurtling towards Siegel like an arrow released from its bow. The young man leaped sideways with all his might, attempting to evade the orb's path. However, the orb curved in midair, unerringly striking Siegel in the chest. With a thunderous boom, a tremendous shockwave exploded from the orb, akin to being struck by a heavy hammer. Siegel rolled through the air, wailing in agony. Involuntarily crashing to the ground, he felt several ribs fracture, as though his very insides had been rearranged. Chapter 3. The Goblin Camp. Without further assistance, Siegel would meet his end in the woods beside the Goblin Camp. Just as Sir Bill's previous squire had, gone before he had the chance to truly grow. Yet, the 20 dice hanging from Siegel's neck emitted a faint glow, a long-stored life energy flowing from them, permeating his body and sealing the wounds inflicted by the forceful impact. This power firmly bound Siegel, rendering him immobile, lying rigid on the ground, unable to utter a word, silently enduring the searing pain as his flesh was scorched. The burnt scent wafted from his wounds, yet they swiftly healed, leaving no trace behind. The robed man, satisfied with the effects of his spell, gazed upon Siegel's still form, believing he had thoroughly dispatched this audacious unfortunate. It was now time to claim the spoils. As the night had yet to return, a simple spell could easily transfer ownership of the black warhorse, ensuring it would comply. That he sauntered past Siegel's corpse, holding a powder with enchanting properties. Feeling assured of his victory at that moment, the corpse twitched slightly, prompting the spellcaster to look down and discover a pair of black eyes intensely fixed upon him. "He hasn't," the robed man managed only half a sentence in surprise. Discarding his staff as he brought his palms together, fingers spread wide in a fan shape, aiming at the prone Siegel, he chanted incantations, and a vibrant red flame flower blossomed within his palms. Upon completing the spell, the flower would fully bloom, transforming into a cone of flame to incinerate the nearby foe. Siegel instinctively grasped the binding rope he still held, employing the knot-tying techniques he had learned for securing sails to the mast. The rope twisted twice, the end threading back through, forming a perfect knot that ensnared the spellcaster's wrists. With a forceful tug, the rope tightened, causing his wrists to cross, producing a crisp snap. The spellcaster cried out in pain as the flame flower vanished from his hands. Siegel kicked powerfully, striking the robed man's knees and taking the opportunity to slide away from the beings scattered across the ground. With a determined thrust of his abdomen, he flipped backward, agile as a monkey. The tide of battle had turned. Siegel knelt on the ground. Within reach of his work sickle, the spellcaster, in agony, collapsed to the earth, his hands bound tightly by the rope. In battle, life and death are decided in an instant. Sir Bill had taught his squire. Armed with the sickle, Siegel sprang up, shouting as he charged toward the robed man. Only the time for one spell. The robed man weighed the advantages of offense against defense, opting to cast a spell. The rope wriggled and transformed, sprouting scales, morphing into a long, thick serpent. The serpent raised its head, its triangular head adorned with fierce, amber eyes, hissing as it flicked its tongue, venomous fangs dripping with green liquid. The robed man freed his hands, rising as he chanted. The serpent coiled protectively between Siegel and the robed man, poised to strike at any moment. Siegel understood there was no turning back. He steeled himself against his fear. Gritting his teeth, summoning a fierce determination that he leaped high, vaulting over the serpent's head, and swung the sickle forcefully towards the robed man's chest. As he swung the sickle, Siegel nervously closed his eyes. This was his first true fight for survival. And the benevolent part of his humanity recoiled from taking another's life. With a squelch, a warm liquid splattered across his face, jolting him to open his eyes. He beheld the spellcaster kneeling on the ground. The sickle embedded in his neck, blood streaming down his chin and shoulders, life's energy ebbing away with each drop. The man struggled for breath, choking out blood before collapsing sideways. His wrists remained tightly bound by the rope. And no serpents lurked nearby. Siegel longed to collapse on the ground, gasping for breath, yet he feared the robed man might somehow revive and seek revenge. "Come on, octopus, you must act quickly," he urged himself, suppressing his trembling legs as he picked up a branch from the ground and hurled it at the corpse. The figure lay still, bloodless, as if utterly lifeless. Still uneasy, Siegel rushed back to the warhorse. Retrieving a short sword he had taken from the goblins, approaching cautiously, he struck the man's fingers with the sword. No living being could endure such pain. The corpse remained motionless, and only then did Siegel feel at ease. Who was this man? The child's curiosity piqued. Momentarily overshadowing his fear, he withdrew the sickle from the neck of the corpse and slowly pulled back the hood, revealing the face of a young human male. The man appeared to be around 20. Handsome in countenance, yet marred by a bald head that undermined his overall appeal. Had he sported long, flowing locks, he could easily win the hearts of young maidens. Siegel thought. On his bald crown rested a tattoo. A swirling red vortex design. Behind the robed figure lay a backpack, filled with an assortment of peculiar items, several bird carcasses, a box containing assorted plant roots, a few dubious small vials filled with liquids of various hues, several days' worth of provisions and drinking water, large rolls of parchment, ink, and quills, along with a few thin tomes, one of which was locked in the sleeves of the robe. One side concealed a pouch of medicinal powders, while the other harbored a dagger, though alas, the individual did not have the chance to wield it before meeting their demise. Siegel discovered a finely crafted and beautifully adorned wallet on the figure's belt, containing 21 gold coins, 8 silver coins, and 2 rubies. Siegel could not appraise the gems but surmised they must hold considerable value. According to the agreement with Sir Bill, as a knight squire, he was entitled to 1/20th of the knight's total earnings. Thus, at least one of these gold coins would rightfully belong to Siegel. The young man felt his long-awaited crossbow drawing nearer, excitement bubbling within him. He set the spoils aside, then noticed the soft boots adorning the spellcaster's feet. Sir Bill, clad in black, returned to the campsite like a shadow, aside from a few scattered goblins fleeing for their lives. Hardly worth pursuing. The lakeside camp had been dismantled, and there would be no further troubles from bandits in the near future. Upon his return, Sir Bill was surprised to see the warhorse sound asleep, prompting him to quietly navigate through the last few trees. He observed an individual in a robe lying on the ground, with Siegel facing away, vigorously rummaging through the corpse's boots. He seized the opportunity to watch the young man, curious about his actions. "Why is there a key hidden here? Don't you find it uncomfortable to walk?" He set the belongings aside and gently closed the deceased's eyelids. "I have only witnessed the burial rites of sailors, which involve binding them with stones and sinking them into the sea. Allowing the sea god to receive their souls, we are far too removed from the ocean here, and I doubt the sea god would take kindly to you." Siegel pondered for a moment before replying, I know not who your God is, but I hope he watches over you and allows your soul to return to the divine realm. Do not harbor resentment towards me. Although I ended your life, it was merely an act of self-defense. A right I possess. I am unaware of your preferred burial customs, so I shall dig a grave for you and erect a tombstone. As for your name, I can only inscribe handsome Baldy upon it. I believe that shall suffice. With that, he rose to seek a shovel from the backpack. At that moment, he noticed Sir Bill standing beside the warhorse, arms crossed, his lips twitching in a peculiar expression as he regarded Siegel. This man suddenly attacked me, leaving me no choice but to retaliate, Siegel hurriedly explained. So you had a skirmish and emerged victorious? Sir Bill reverted to a stern and cold demeanor, chastising loudly. I have approached for quite some time, and you had no awareness whatsoever. What if I were an enemy? What if there were other nefarious individuals lurking, preparing to strike? Do you wish to be caught unaware of your own demise? You foolish lad, preoccupied with pillaging the spoils, resembling a greedy little imp. Siegel stammered, then earnestly replied, I apologize, sir. I understand my mistake. Go retrieve that long staff lying on the ground. I wish to ascertain from whence this fellow came. Siegel rushed to the side, lifting the wooden staff from amidst the leaves and black beans. The staff, thick at the end and over a meter long, was lighter than anticipated, formed from numerous twisted tree roots, fitting comfortably in his grasp. Siegel swung the staff and was astonished by its weight, suspecting it might merely be a layer of bark, potentially hollow within. Imitating the robed figure's actions, he thrust the staff forcefully into the ground, waved his left hand, lowered his voice in a playful manner, and chuckled softly that a surge of warmth coursed through his body, traveling down his arm to the staff. Siegel's legs weakened, and he struggled to support himself with the staff to avoid falling. A profound fatigue enveloping him, reminiscent of having scrubbed the deck twice. A red orb of light ascended from the staff, quietly hovering in the air, emanating a soft glow akin to a burning candle. Both the knight and his squire gazed in astonishment at the luminous orb, as if witnessing a ghost. The orb swayed gently, consistently remaining at the apex of the staff. Siegel instinctively sensed no threat from the orb and reached out to touch it. His finger passed through the orb without encountering any solidity or warmth. A magical artifact. This could be quite valuable, exclaimed the knight. I must admit, young lad, you are indeed fortunate. He extended his hand, ruffling Siegel's tousled hair. Upon our return to Creekwood Town, I should be able to procure you a proper armament. Thus, the two began to gather their belongings. Siegel took charge of collecting ears, transporting the goods hidden by the goblin bandits, picking up the scattered black beans, digging a grave for the robed figure, and using a large sack to carry everything away. The knight roused his warhorse, soothing the steed's irritable temperament, and then polished his sword. Their roles were clear, and they set off on their return journey before noon. Along the way, Siegel utilized the flame staff as a walking stick, feeling an odd sense that the flames emerging were not truly connected to the staff but entirely drawn from his own vitality. Furthermore, after being struck hard during the battle, his wounds inexplicably healed. Like the dreams of his childhood, he was at a loss as to how to explain these strange occurrences to the knight. Merely scratching his head in gratitude for the squid god's protection, hoping his troubles would soon dissipate, the 20-sided die at his chest swayed slightly, the originally deep crimson one transforming into a golden hue. Chapter 4. Creekwood Town. Creekwood Town is perched upon the eastern cliff, divided into upper and lower tiers. Most of the inns, way stations, and residences occupy the upper level of the cliff, while the harbor naturally lies at the bottom. Connected by a labyrinth of steps and crisscrossing hoists, a coastal city, the streets of Creekwood Town bustle with activity, filled with the clamor of people and horses. Lively conversations and laughter abound, as goods from both the old and new continents are exchanged here. There is always something to attend to, laborers hauling cargo up and down, merchants exchanging information and negotiating prices, posing alluringly, and petty thugs sizing up potential marks. In a corner of the harbor, an unidentified corpse lies in a drainage ditch, its body already ravaged by a swarm of rats. The townsfolk pay no heed to such matters, believing, if no one reports it, then it is not worth our concern. While strolling along the crowded tavern street, one often encounters patrol guards in groups of 2 or 3, donned in brightly dyed yellow leather armor, armed with clubs and small wooden shields. These individuals are the patrolmen of Creekwood Town. Organized by the Merchant Union to uphold lawful trade practices, and they are referred to as yellow weasels by the local residents in the event of a pirate raid or banditry. Another group, driven by gold, will spring into action. Known as mercenaries. Merchants harbor disdain for mercenaries, as they tend to exploit chaos for profit and inflate prices. Residents resent them for their tendency to instigate trouble and bully the weak. Even the tavern owners are wary of mercenaries, particularly when they become inebriated and brawled. It is likely that the only faction with any fondness for mercenaries are the S, though even this is tempered by the mercenaries' overly robust physiques. Besides the stews from Stormy Night Inn, Siegel held little affection for Creekwood Town. Each time he arrived by boat, he would accompany the old captain to this tavern, devour a large pot of stew, drink to the point of near inebriation, and then obediently return to the ship, during which time the old captain would always remain by his side. The innkeeper, Timothy, a former mercenary and sailor, had opened this establishment with the earnings he had amassed. He was well acquainted with the old captain, having reportedly sailed together, though that must have been prior to the fortunate voyage of the Isis. Every day, the innkeeper prepared a large pot of stew, readily available for patrons. The stew, crafted from generous chunks of meat, liver, an assortment of fresh vegetables, complemented by apples and pears, offered ingredients unavailable at sea. The beds here are soft and comfortable, with several rooms featuring hammocks equipped with fireplaces. Despite the higher prices, the boisterous sailors favored this place. On this particular morning, the inn was nearly empty, save for two drunken patrons slumbering at a table, leaving Siegel as the sole guest, with his ruddy nose glistening from drink. Timothy wiped his hands on his greasy apron and placed a bowl of freshly made stew before the young man. "Dark-haired lad, where is your noble knight? On holiday, are you?" "Yes, I have the day off. Sir Bill has matters of his own to attend to," Siegel replied, shoveling the stew into his mouth with vigor, his recent training leaving him quite famished. "Take your time, don't choke. No one is competing with you," the innkeeper instructed, sending a young errand boy to fetch a large jug of ale, which he then handed to Siegel. "Are you adapting to life on land? Encountered any dangers?" "All is well. I have learned quite a bit," Siegel responded with a smile. "For the first time, I received a share, 5 whole gold coins. Keep that to yourself. Don't go blabbing to others. When I was a mercenary, I made sure to stash away my earnings securely, which is how I managed to retire safely and open this charming inn. This inn is truly the finest." "Your flattery is met with skepticism," the proprietor chuckled in response. The inebriated patrons emitted gurgling sounds from their bellies, which the astute owner recognized all too well. He was familiar with such individuals, aware that it was the sound of their stomachs yearning to be emptied upon waking. Striding purposefully, the owner seized one customer by the collar and unceremoniously tossed both of them onto the main road before they could succumb to their nausea. Each morning, the supply carts would arrive at the inn's doorstep, and the owner would engage in spirited negotiations with the merchants. Recently, the roads to the west had become perilous, rumored to be haunted by man-eating creatures that had ambushed several merchant caravans. The Earl of Kyra from Hub Fortress had dispatched his guards in collaboration with the Knights of the Dawn Church to eradicate these monstrosities. Consequently, the merchants had raised their prices for a full month, and Timothy deemed this duration excessive. Who would have thought those esteemed knights would be less proactive than mercenaries? A merchant argued, employing his usual shrewd rhetoric. "Had I known, I would have rather spent some gold to hire a group to meet their demise, and then the guild could lower vegetable prices." Feigning benevolence. "Oh, dear Uncle Timothy, the inflated prices can be recouped from the customers. What loss do you truly suffer? Sailors are willing to spend, and their arithmetic is poor, easily oblivious to whether you charge them a few coppers or 2 silver coins." The merchant rubbed his hands together, producing a cabbage from the cart. "See, despite the price hike, the freshness remains unparalleled." Siegel quickly devoured a large bowl of stew, feeling considerably better. Life on the road was arduous, yet he bore no complaints in pursuit of wealth. Accompanying Sir Bill to eradicate the goblin bandits proved profitable, and having sold a staff topped with a glowing orb, Siegel had amassed a total of 6 gold coins. The knight had informed him that 1 coin was allocated for sustenance, while the remaining 5 could be spent on suitable equipment. Siegel felt quite affluent and discreetly placed a silver coin beneath his bowl as payment for the stew. "I shall take care of the crossbow and weaponry. You procure other essentials," Sir Bill advised before parting ways. "Young lad, reflect on what you have learned. What can you afford, and what is essential? We shall reconvene at the Stormy Night Inn in 3 days." Siegel rummaged through his backpack, which had ample space, as it currently only held a few books. These tomes were spoils from the spellcaster's satchel. They held little monetary value, as the weapon shop owner showed no interest in literature, leaving them for Siegel. Utilizing the key discovered within the boots of the dashing bald man, he unlocked the sole tome that was sealed. That it was a spellbook filled with cryptic symbols and peculiar phrases. The old captain had once told him that pirates communicated through coded language, indicating which merchant ships were worth raiding and their courses. Siegel suspected this book was similarly inscribed in cipher. That in his leisure moments, he would peruse these texts, attempting to decipher the codes as a form of amusement. The captain had imparted many tales of treasures of the West and secrets of the world. However, an abundance of unknowns surrounded Siegel, including the mystery of his own lineage. Each time he glimpsed his reflection in a basin or copper mirror, he pondered the nature of his parents, who could have possibly produced a child with such distinct features. Jet black hair and eyes. Siegel had never encountered, nor even heard of, anyone with such traits. The old captain attributed everything to the divine, which indeed explained much, yet the gods never alleviated Siegel's confusions. Only the 20-sided die incessantly reminded him of this enigma. Upon arriving in Creekwood, he noted a change in the die, specifically the color of the number 1. When he caressed it with his finger, an extraordinary sensation washed over him, revealing the transformation within his own body: spell resistance. This variability had spared him from succumbing to the spells of horse thieves and allowed him to swiftly regain his combat prowess. Nevertheless, Siegel understood that such resistance was not infallible. Recovery demanded a painful process and a significant expenditure of stamina. Only by continuing to enhance his physical attributes could he hope to survive more effectively. The old captain had mentioned that numerous races were inherently endowed with spell resistance, such as dwarves and elves, though the captain had erred, for elves possessed spell affinity. He also stated that no deity feared magic. Siegel felt fortunate to possess this resistance, as it provided an additional layer of protection. He mused whether the die's many faces might grant him other extraordinary powers. Regrettably, he remained unaware of how to unlock such abilities. Merely speculating that life-threatening situations might serve as one of the triggering conditions, Siegel relished the thrill of adventure, yet this did not equate to a desire for self-destruction. Thus, he ensured thorough preparations before each endeavor. He could not afford to be like the protagonists in tales who recklessly leapt from cliffs or ventured into dragon lairs. He still wished to live and did not aspire to become a ballad sung by wandering minstrels. Not far from the stormy night, there existed a general store where one could procure an array of goods. During his tenure as a sailor, Siegel frequently visited this establishment, purchasing ropes, fishing rods, and hammocks. Now, as a knight squire, it was his first visit since his new role. Upon pushing open the wooden gate, a cheerful bell chimed. The store brimmed with items, stacked from floor to ceiling: armor, weapons, various containers, tools, and bottles of liquor, some laden with dust. A gnome, hearing the bell, leapt from atop a pile of goods and rushed over with outstretched arms. He stood half the height of Siegel, yet possessed 4 times his years. Despite this, he was merely a recent adult among gnomes. The T.O. appear more mature and less vulnerable. The gnome sported a thick false beard and had a few short iron rods tucked at his waist. "Oh, welcome, child of the octopus," the gnome exclaimed, embracing Siegel warmly. "You've grown taller and stronger. I truly envy your black hair. How I wish I had it too." All right, Ding Bao Tu ran. "I have a few items to peruse and some odds and ends to buy." Oh, how devastating," the gnome gasped, feigning offense. "We are such familiar acquaintances, and you still address me by my full name. Oh, it feels so distant, so foreign. My heart aches. Do you think your nickname, P.I., holds any merit? I adore it, and I will grant you a discount for it." The gnome wiggled his hips and snapped his fingers. "Very well, P.I., show me that gem," Siegel replied wearily. The gem was ultimately valued at 20 gold coins, a shared spoils of their team that would await the knight's return for distribution. Another gem remained with the knight, and Siegel suspected the knight would find another means to sell it. "I need a rope with a grappling hook, a new flint, torches, and a piece of canvas. If you have a sturdy fishing net, please provide one capable of ensnaring tuna." "What? Are you venturing out to sea again? I heard you've settled on land. Hasn't he already set sail?" "This time, it's for capturing people, not fish," Siegel responded. "I encountered an enemy, yet my combat skills are merely average. I must devise alternative strategies. That I've been contemplating that if I had a robust fishing net, I could ensnare my foes effortlessly and secure victory." A splendid idea. I wish you success. The gnome clapped his hands, setting down the fishing net, and turned to venture deeper into the shop. What Siegel sought was, in fact, a capture net, favored by gladiators and barbarians that a standard fishing net could not withstand vigorous tearing and was challenging to control against foes. Capture nets, however, were specifically crafted for ensnaring slaves or hunting large quadrupeds, costing significantly more than fishing nets. Yet I would never divulge that. Child of the octopus, what else do you require? I have no further thoughts, Siegel replied, having organized a half-filled bag, mindful of his burden. Do you have any recommendations? He inquired. Why not equip yourself with armor? The gnome suggested. It's always wise to have an extra layer of protection. But even the simplest thick cloth armor costs 8 gold coins, which I cannot afford. Siegel explained, Sir Bill looks after me well. For now, he won't send me into battle. Thus, I only need to be clever and avoid drawing attention from enemies to remain relatively safe. Besides, I've never seen other knight squires in Creekwood able to afford armor. That's because they lack a gnome friend named P.I. Remember, don't tell anyone else. With that, the shopkeeper pulled the young man with black hair into the store's backroom, where items were piled high, and several gnomes were sorting and cataloging the goods. Upon seeing Siegel enter, they raised their heads and waved, greeting him. You must be the child of the octopus, indeed an intriguing and curious sight. Welcome. Welcome. P.I. pointed towards a heap of battered armor, including leather, hide, chain, and scale mail, all salvaged from the battlefield, severely damaged, and varying in size and style. The gnome explained that among the spoils brought back by the adventurers, there were numerous pieces of damaged armor, yet they fetched but a meager price if one were to regard these items merely as scrap metal to sell to the blacksmith. The return would be exceedingly low, insufficient even to cover the cost of transportation. The general store, however, buys these items at a markup, meticulously extracting useful components and detachable parts, discarding only the pure metal scraps to the blacksmith, thereby maximizing the value. Recycling is an intricate science, the gnome proclaimed proudly, wagging a finger. This secret is my means of earning. So, will you give me a discount? No, I merely offer you an opportunity to test your luck. The gnome, Paya, chuckled with self-satisfaction. For 2 gold coins, I shall allow you to stay here for a day. And you may sift through this heap for parts by sunset. You may leave with a complete set of armor. Should you fail to assemble one, do not blame me. Chapter 5, Shimu Town 2-inch Deal. Siegel pressed 2 gold coins into the gnome's hand and immediately set to work. There were hundreds of items here, mostly destroyed in battle, surfaces marred by cuts, stabs, and hammer blows. Many pieces of armor still bore stains of blood, dark red, black, and even a few patches of deep green. However, the majority were of inferior protective quality, making it an impossible task to unearth a finely crafted suit from this collection. For instance, a full knight's armor was a bespoke luxury, costing around 1,500 gold coins, while a half-plate was slightly less expensive, with even a standard breastplate exceeding 400 gold coins. Such high-caliber goods would never find their way into a general store. Adventurers who stumbled upon them, regardless of how they acquired them, would cautiously hand them over to a trusted blacksmith, biting the bullet and spending a fortune to tailor the equipment to their needs. Siegel scrutinized the busy gnomes, stroking his chin in contemplation. After surveying the current stock, he decided to set his sights on a chain shirt. A chain shirt is a protective garment composed of interlocking metal rings, typically worn between clothing or leather armor. It offers commendable protection for the wearer's upper body against slashing swords or axes. However, this type of armor has 3 notable drawbacks. It is ineffective against blunt weapons like warhammers. It makes noise when the wearer moves, and it requires meticulous rust maintenance. The price of a chain shirt hovers around 50 gold coins, on par with that of scale armor, generally regarded as a step above leather armor. After all, it is metal. Furthermore, it possesses an undeniable advantage. As long as one can disassemble and reassemble various metal rings, one can effectively constitute a piece of armor. This is far simpler than the intricate modifications required for leather armor, which necessitates the skills of both a tailor and a blacksmith. Siegel gathered pliers, metal shears, and a hammer, and sat beside the gnome, immersing himself in the task. He learned swiftly, his hands strong, mastering the technique in no time. Soon, he could close his eyes and distinguish whether a metal ring was crafted by human hands or those of a dwarf, recognize which parts needed replacement, and identify the crucial components that absorbed impact. He understood the sequence in which each link should be arranged to ensure the overall balance of the armor. He worked tirelessly, even skipping lunch, remaining beside the pile of armor by afternoon. He had assembled the chain shirt's body, including padding and outer covering. With work momentarily paused, Pius seized the opportunity to hand him a cup of water, urging Siegel to gulp it down. "This water has no odd taste whatsoever," he exclaimed, astonished. "Where did this fine water come from?" "Distilled, a new technique. Isn't it splendid?" the gnome seized the chance to promote. "I've tested it. This water can be stored in a skin for 2 weeks. Far superior to flat ale. Adventurers are willing to pay for this safe water. A silver coin fills a large water skin. Wishing you prosperous business." Siegel returned the cup to the gnome. "This water is better than the finest spring water in town. You are bound to profit." "That is indeed true," Pius said, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he assessed Siegel's chain shirt. "A commendable piece of armor, far exceeding my expectations. Perhaps you have the potential to become a fine blacksmith," he concluded. "I must thank you for revealing the secrets of the general store," Siegel remarked. "I truly hadn't anticipated such a lucrative venture here. What do you plan to do next? Shall we visit the weapon shop?" "No, my lord the knight will select the weapons. He said he would find suitable equipment based on my training. He is a formidable swordsman with impeccable taste. Thus, I have no further purchases to make. I shall remain here until sunset, practicing with your armors. Perhaps I shall manage to repair several sets." "You are quite generous. Does that not mean I have struck a great bargain?" the gnome exclaimed joyfully, bouncing with glee. Before the sun dipped below the horizon, Siegel busied himself repairing the armor. His pace quickened, eliciting admiration from the skilled gnome craftsmen nearby by the end of the afternoon. He had successfully mended 2 chain shirts and helped organize a small pile of leather armor studs. The gnome artisans imparted to him the secrets of disassembling and repairing scale armor, and even assisted in fitting a breastplate into Siegel's chain shirt. "Absolutely comparable to dwarven craftsmanship," the gnome proudly declared. Thus, Siegel acquired his own armor, which could be gradually modified as his body grew. He donned the chain shirt beneath his outer garments, walking with pride back to the inn, though he knew no one would discern the armor beneath his attire. Siegel felt invincible at that moment, as if he were the king of the world. Upon returning to the inn, it was already abuzz with activity. A multitude of sailors gathered, singing boisterously. The proprietor, Timothy, had once been a sailor himself and a formidable first mate. Thus the sailors regarded this place as their domain, a ship that would never sink, forever filled with mirth. When you are hungry, eat some meat. When you are thirsty, drink some ale. When you are merry, eat some meat. When you are wounded, drink some ale. The sailors sang loudly, their brief yet powerful lyrics resembling a battle chant as they continued, "Avoid the pirates, eat some meat, face the storm. Drink some ale, meet a brother, meat and ale. Encounter a beauty, rise up." Siegel maneuvered through the throng, continually yielding to the strong muscles and ample bellies. He noticed the sailors appraising him, particularly the attention drawn to his dark hair. A few sailors whispered to one another, "Look, isn't that the fabled child of the octopus? Hey, sailor chief, over here." Following the voice, Siegel spotted a familiar face. Janice, Bucktooth, who had previously worked aboard the Sauce, had since changed jobs due to a labor dispute. Siegel remembered Janice as a warm-hearted and earnest fellow. They were of similar age and had performed the same duties under the first mate. Making them familiar with one another, he squeezed through the crowd to sit beside his old friend. Years had passed, and Janice's dental issues had worsened. His 2 prominent front teeth had begun to transition from rabbit-like to beaver-like. He sat with 2 fellow sailors, feasting and drinking, the table strewn with gnawed chicken bones and large bowls of ale. Come, make way for the sailor chief," Janice urged his companions. The drunken sailor tipped over from his chair, collapsing onto the disheveled floor, soundly asleep. The others merely scoffed in disdain, ignoring him. "Bucktooth, when did you come ashore? How have you been lately?" Siegel asked without hesitation, nodding to Janice's companions. Bucktooth had always been a heavy drinker. His still conscious companion was fast approaching his limit, his head bobbing over the ale bowl, eyes nearly closed. All is well. I just arrived today. You wouldn't believe it, this voyage was perilous." Bucktooth spoke with great animation, as if still haunted by the experience. After downing a bowl of ale, he continued slowly, "We encountered orc pirates at sea, and you know that orcs can see in complete darkness, so they cunningly chose to track us on a night filled with dark clouds. It It was until dawn that our lookout spotted the orc ship, and by then, we were less than 2 miles apart. We fought desperately, throwing everything we could overboard, and you can imagine how chaotic it was. Indeed. One could easily imagine. Siegel had once caught a distant glimpse of an orc pirate ship, its rail adorned with the skulls of the dead, sending chills down his spine. It was rumored that orcs would consume all food aboard, seize every piece of cargo, and then proceed to devour the deceased crew members and the remaining living ones, all amid a backdrop of torture, violation, and dismemberment. Thanks to the octopus's keen sight, the orcs had never had the chance to get close to the fortunate sauce. The orcs hurled anchors with iron chains at us, one of which snagged our rudder, slowing our escape as they drew nearer. The captain ordered everyone to grab weapons, to either slay the enemy or ourselves, declaring that we would not perish as victims. My task was to watch over the female passengers on board, to assist them in escaping should the situation turn dire. You know, several bewildered women cried out, pleading for me to let them jump overboard, thinking it might offer them a glimmer of hope. They had never encountered the trailing orc ships, much like sharks and hydras. How did you manage to escape? A magnificent golden vessel came to our rescue. The buck-toothed one shouted, to the invincible ship, and drained another bowl of drink. I had been keeping an eye on the orc pirates behind us, so I was unaware of when a golden warship approached. The ship was extraordinarily beautiful, boasting 5 sails, moving with such speed that it seemed to fly over the seas. The grand vessel drew nearer. Its deck was lined with numerous fully armed warriors, wielding long pikes that measured nearly 3 meters, resembling a dense thicket. Upon seeing a superior ship, the orcs released their long chains and eagerly shifted their focus, allowing us to make our escape. What happened next with that grand ship? After I saw both ships retreating, a brilliant flash erupted from the golden vessel, and then the orc ship caught fire. Billowing thick black smoke, the golden ship undoubtedly triumphed. I truly wish I could personally thank its captain. I would gladly toil on that ship for a year without compensation. The buck-toothed one's companion, still bleary-eyed, couldn't help but scoff. You? Adding a big buck-toothed face to such a splendid ship? Don't be ridiculous, you ugly creature. Janus waved his hand, choosing to ignore the nearly inebriated fellow, and continued speaking with Siegel. How are you doing? Bosun, I encountered the Soth recently. Why weren't you aboard? The old captain has passed on, so I disembarked. A venerable elder indeed. The buck-toothed one and Siegel raised their cups in a toast to the late captain. The two shared tales of their experiences since parting, eventually joining the sailors in song. A few boisterous sailors shouted for Timothy to increase the tavern's service of drinking companions, eliciting cheers from everyone present. The tavern keeper banged on the table, loudly inquiring where the families of these sailors resided, insisting that a ship be dispatched to summon them. The patrons erupted in even louder cheers, unafraid of escalating the situation. The sailors adhered to the rule that the inebriated would remain to pay the bill, while those still standing had the privilege of sleeping in the arms of women. The buck-toothed one, still yearning for female companionship, downed 3 more bowls before bidding farewell to Siegel and sauntering towards the back alley. Siegel, feeling somewhat light-headed himself, preferred not to remain to settle the bill, so after the buck-toothed one departed, he returned to his room upstairs. The room was quite simple, akin to a sailor's quarters, a comfortable hammock, a warm fire, hot water boiling beside a basin, and a large jug of light beer set upon the table. It couldn't be better, Siegel thought to himself. He washed his face, lit an oil lamp, and sat at the writing desk. Before retiring for the night, he opened the book taken from the robed man and began to read intently. Chapter 6, Creekwood Town. The following day, having shaken off the effects of the beer, Siegel spent the morning practicing swordplay, dedicating the entire afternoon and evening to the captivating books. Such tranquil days were a rare indulgence for him. Akin to the delightful weather of a fair wind at Seaby. The 3rd day, the octopus awoke early, feeling invigorated after each meal, managing with far less sleep. He heard the sound of firewood being chopped in the backyard and thought to seize the opportunity for some exercise. Hey, octopus, you're up bright and early. Timothy was rolling up his sleeves, revealing his robust arms, swinging a head-sized axe with force to split the firewood. Why aren't you at the port? What for? Is something happening? Haven't you heard? Timothy explained. A remarkably beautiful golden warship has docked, bearing the flag of the Star Royal family. I suspect a prince is on an excursion, or at least a duke from the royal lineage. What business does royalty have here? Aren't they all anchored in Deepwater City to the north? Who can fathom the thoughts of the nobility? The innkeeper shook his head. Their greatest pleasure seems to be laying claim to a piece of land, strolling over, pointing at it, and declaring, "This is mine," thus making all within it their own. If that land already has an owner, all the better. There's a chance for a scuffle, possibly lasting years, after all. It's the impoverished who pay the price. Are you suggesting they have set their sights on Creekwood? Well, this place has long been free from the old lord's oversight. Everyone has enjoyed a tax-free existence for quite some time. They ought to be content. I reckon that prince or duke feels their coffers are not yet full enough and seeks more jingling coin, hence their arrival by ship. Timothy forcefully split the wood, as if beheading a pirate. In any case, there's nothing I can do about it. I shall merely observe. Siegler, however, was quite curious. He wished to see the golden vessel. After sailing the seas for 16 years, he had encountered all manner of ships, human, elven, orcish, and even the peculiar broad-beamed dwarven vessels. Yet he had never laid eyes on a golden warship. He bid farewell to the innkeeper, gathered his belongings, and made his way to the dock. The golden warship was a 5-masted beauty, occupying a berth all to itself in the harbor. Its immense hull exuded an aura of inviolability, adorned with the figurehead of a celestial angel, its eyes closed in indifference to the beings kneeling beneath it. The angel held a colossal sword, angled toward the sea, precisely aligned with the ship's prow. Compared to it, other vessels appeared as pitiful children, forced to play in the mud on the sidelines. Indeed, the warship displayed the royal flag of the Star Kingdom, the emblem of the great tree draped in starlight unmistakable to all. Flanking the royal banner was the angelic flag of the Dawn Church, elucidating the identity of the soldiers standing on the deck like statues, the Dawn Guard Knights. Numerous heraldic banners of accompanying nobles fluttered alongside. One banner was unfamiliar to all, its design exceedingly simple, a red background emblazoned with white double spirals. Through the towering portholes, the morning sun bathed the harbor in golden light, casting a shimmering aura over the rare tranquility. The seasoned sailors, knowing the weight of the moment, awaited the golden warship's next move before daring to decide their course for the day. In the eyes of Prince Andrew, this was a chaotic, lowly city in need of order and noble governance. However, he would not be that ruler. A small town would suffice with merely a baron and a sufficiently loyal tax collector. Just by docking here, the entire city would tremble. No need for the prince to take direct command. Is this Creekwood? Are you certain you wish to claim this place? The prince referred to you as a group of robed individuals. They wielded staves and had removed their hoods, each bearing a bald head marked with a swirling insignia. One of the robed figures stepped forward. Clearly the leader of the group, he approached the prince humbly, bowing deeply, kissing the prince's signet ring, and then spoke. "Your Highness, the Nox Consortium would be honored to serve you." Standing nearby, the Dawn Knights watched the approaching figure closely, tasked with safeguarding royal members, even aboard the ship. They donned full armor. They were entitled to partake in all royal events but refrained from engaging in politics or voicing opinions on policy. Only when assassins, demons, or other malevolent forces deemed by the church posed a threat to the royal body or mind would the Dawn Knights intervene. The Nox Consortium acted with fervor, expanding rapidly in recent years and amassing a significant following. The Dawn Church had also been monitoring this rising power, dispatching numerous Star Eye spies. From the reports received, there was no evidence suggesting the Nox Consortium was engaging in nefarious activities. Thus the Dawn Knights refrained from obstructing their interactions with the royalty. Prince Andrew sat in a high-backed chair, observing the robed figures who had maintained an exceedingly humble demeanor before him. It was challenging to discern their intentions. The prince mused that these members of the Nox Consortium must harbor ulterior motives, for they would not apply for the construction of a mage tower in this port city without reason. Who can provide me with an answer? The prince reminisced about his time in the capital of the Star Kingdom, where advisors were readily available to clarify any doubts. Here in the New World, he was left to his own devices. Are you certain you wish to build a mage tower here? Although it is a port with convenient transport, the population is sparse, and the order is chaotic. This endeavor will demand considerable effort. Indeed, Your Highness, we shall strive to ensure your satisfaction. That is not the answer I wish to hear. Prince Andrew longed to exclaim. Yet he understood that doing so would only make him appear ignorant and superficial. With a sincere smile, Andrew replied, Creekwood is currently under the stewardship of the Merchants Alliance and does not belong to any national territory. I will serve as a witness to facilitate negotiations for your mutual purchase, but will not favor either side. Moreover, should both parties fail to reach an agreement, neither shall resort to violence or other means. Your will shall be respected. Your Highness. Andrew waved his hand. Signaling these sycophants to depart swiftly, he accepted a goblet of wine from a maid and drank it down in one gulp. Afterwards, he turned to his steward, Count Todd. This resolute warrior, over 60 years of age, had once fought as a knightly retainer to his grandfather and later served his father in ruling the kingdom, now returning to guide him as long as he was by Andrew's side. All courtiers and nobles would understand who the future king would be. My lord, have all matters regarding the ship been settled? May we now disembark? There is one more thing, Your Highness, that letter. Master Liar instructed to open it after docking. Before disembarking. Indeed, wise Master Liar did say so. I recall handing you the box containing the letters, did I not, my lord? I have brought it for you. The prince took the box, the wax seal intact and the intricate patterns unbroken. Just as it was when Master Liar entrusted it to him. Andrew dismissed everyone, leaving only the prince, the count, and the Dawn Guard in the cabin. Except for Prince Andrew, the others turned their backs, forming a circle with their hands resting on the hilts of their swords, vigilant against any prying eyes. Once everyone was in place, the prince took a deep breath, crushed the wax seal, and unlocked the box with his signet ring. Retrieving the letters inside, knocked for the sharp sword, use it with caution, ensuring it only harms the enemy. The Dawn Church for the steadfast shield, examine with patience, ensuring no cracks exist, the dragon is aid. Advance under the shadow, the stars shall not extinguish, the king shall follow. After reading, the prince ignited the letter with a flint, reducing it to ashes. Well, finally we can disembark. These past days have been rather dull. Aside from witnessing Nox's mage sink an orc pirate ship. It is said that this new land harbors many rare customs. Since we are here, we must explore. The Merchant Alliance has everything arranged. Your Highness, they await you on the shore, the Count replied, leading the way. Meanwhile, the departing Nox mages gathered in their cabin, forming a protective circle. Ordinary mages cast various protective spells, ensuring no one could spy on the happenings within. While their leader, Casper, who had been responsible for dealings with the prince, was safeguarded at the center of the circle. Before him lay a basin of mercury, and Casper's delicate hands danced over it. The magical energy rendering the mercury into a perfect mirror, reflecting an image that was of another cabin where the prince opened Master Liar's letter. Within the mercury basin, the contents were clearly visible. Beware the crimson shadow spire. Chaos spreads from here. The golden dragon and the black phoenix have emerged. Possessing them shall stabilize the dynasty. Retreat in the face of plague. Advance in darkness. Place in death for rebirth. After the prince burned the correspondence, the image in the mercury basin vanished. The Noxed mages gathered closer, awaiting their leader's instructions. The seers of the academy are as renowned as their reputation suggests. They have gleaned part of our plans. However, they have not delved too deeply, or they would have already communicated with the Dawn Church, Casper remarked. In the New World, the academy holds no power, nor does the Dawn Church. Their deity cannot exert full strength. This is our opportunity, the best in 5 centuries. We meticulously guard our power, this hard-earned strength, hidden and waiting, nearly forgotten by the world. Yet being forgotten was never our aim. May the crimson flame illuminate the universe. May the crimson flame illuminate the universe. The others echoed softly. Go and deal with those greedy and ignorant merchants. Compel them to relinquish Creekwood Town and hasten to complete this tedious negotiation process, the mage instructed. I have cast a spell on the signet ring. The prince will only see what I allow him to see, which is advantageous for us. Inform the little cat from Starfall City that her intelligence is of great value. Reward her, elevate her, and ensure she continues to serve us swiftly. That little cat has already arrived in the New World. Perhaps we could assign her some treasure-seeking tasks as a reward, a mage suggested. The reward she can earn should match her courage. That's not a bad idea. Additionally, contact those sparks already in the New World. Have them report on the tasks they have been assigned. It is time to evaluate their capabilities. I command the swift construction of the Red Flame Magic Tower. Do not allow delays regarding resources and materials. As directives continued to be issued, the mages began to disperse. Until the end, only 2 individuals remained in the cabin. Casper turned to the other and said, You need not concern yourself with the mundane affairs of the Alliance. I have other tasks for you. Yes, Master. The individual bowed slightly, awaiting the mage's instructions. The golden dragon and the black phoenix mentioned by Master Liar intrigue me. Seek them out and see if they can be of use to me. You can also continue to practice your shape-shifting spells. striving to become a master in that domain. With that, the mage departed the cabin, intending to accompany the prince for negotiations with the Merchant Alliance. As they disembarked, the band arranged by the Alliance began to play a welcoming tune, ribbons and petals cascading from the cliffs onto the gathered residents below. The prince waved to the people. Perfectly embodying the magnanimity and grandeur of a sovereign on the shore, Siegel observed the fully armed warriors from a distance, fine weapons and orderly ranks, feeling a twinge of envy. The prince was indeed a sight to behold, after all. It was rare to see a member of royalty, who often appeared unreal in legends. When the Noxed mages disembarked, the octopus clearly noticed the swirling tattoos on their bald heads. After some contemplation, he decided to quietly slip away before anyone noticed, needing to inform Sir Bill. Chapter 7. Creekwood Town 4. Upon returning to the inn, Siegel saw Sir Bill's black steed leisurely grazing in the paddock. The warhorse neighed twice upon spotting the octopus, shaking its head in greeting. Hearing the horse's call, Sir Bill opened the window of his room and waved at Siegel. "Come up, young cub, and see what I have prepared for you." When Siegel dashed into the room, his mouth fell agape in astonishment. Replacing the oil lamp that once stood on the table were 3 weapons: a light crossbow, a curved dagger, and a long whip. He quickly examined all 3 weapons before picking them up one by one for a closer inspection. The crossbow was crafted entirely from a single pear tree, remarkably sturdy. The bowstring was made from oil-soaked water buffalo sinew, easy to maintain with excellent elasticity. The cocking device was a movable lever that tightened the string step by step. This crossbow was standard military equipment, and though it was not new, it was certainly a rare find. Siegel was well acquainted with the style of the curved dagger, as many sailors and pirates favored such blades. The blade was lightweight and easily gripped between the teeth, freeing the hands for climbing. The curvature of the blade was suitable for slicing through foes or cutting ropes. The arc of the edge formed a narrow, sharp point at the tip, capable of easily piercing an enemy's heart or lungs. The weapon's balance was unique, resting a palm's distance in front of the guard, thus requiring some adjustment for proper use. Both of these items were within Siegel's expectations, but the whip was somewhat unexpected. The whip was entirely black, woven from sturdy jute, with iron-spiked rings at intervals along its length, giving it a menacing appearance. The whip's end was frayed, bound with metal fragments, measuring a substantial 3 meters long and feeling heavy in hand. "I initially intended to buy you a lightweight hand crossbow, but upon seeing this one, I changed my mind," Sir Bill remarked. "This crossbow offers greater power in combat and allows for more accurate aiming with both hands. However, as your strength increases, you should still learn to use a longbow. Archery is a skill you can rely on for a lifetime. The techniques for the curved dagger differ from those for the longsword, but your familiarity with the sickle should ease any concerns about mastering it. After using the curved dagger, at least you will find your tasks and path clearing a bit easier. You still have much to learn." "Young cub," the knight pointed to the final weapon, saying, "This whip was discovered in a weapons shop. It is a rare item. A mercenary who ordered this did not return alive, thus it was sold off cheaply. I tried it out. This whip is not light, comparable to the ropes on the ship. I won't use it, so consider it a toy for you." "Thank you, my lord. You deserve it. After all, the gains from this excursion far exceeded expectations, and your contributions were significant." "Ah, my lord, there is something I need to tell you." Mentioning unexpected gains, Siegel suddenly recalled the important matter and succinctly described what he had witnessed at the harbor: the warship, the prince, the Dawn Knights, and the bald-headed gang. After listening, Sir Bill fell silent, sitting in his chair deep in thought. After a while, he spoke. "Do not worry about those mages. There are too many skirmishes in the wild for anyone to investigate. It is best not to bring up this matter again. Whether as an adventurer or a knight, you must be brave, just, humble, and prudent. Hone your skills to protect the weak, and also safeguard yourself. You have done nothing wrong. There is no need for undue worry." Sir Bill paused before continuing. "You are still young, merely a novice. What is there to fret about? When I was your age, I practiced swordsmanship day in and day out. Just as my brothers were stronger, I had only this path to follow. And so do you. Living a carefree life as an adventurer may seem appealing, but it is fraught with trials. Isn't it just a matter of slaying a horse thief in the wild? Such trivial matters should not weigh on your mind. You remain my squire, and I am your knight. Even to deal with a dog, you must first consult me." Siegel felt greatly reassured, having finally crossed this hurdle. Mentally preparing himself for future battles, Although the act of severing a dog's head and ears is undeniably gruesome, the emotional impact it evokes pales in comparison to the weight of taking a life with one's own hands. Sir Bill gazed at the young man, straining to recall the circumstances of his first kill against an adversary. He attempted repeatedly, yet that particular memory remained shrouded in obscurity, buried beneath layers of temporal fog. Eluding his grasp, perhaps it was a recollection he had intentionally chosen to forget. Familiarize yourself with the new weapon here, and then procure some crossbow bolts for practice. Do not damage the inn's property. You little rascal. Sir Bill rose, adjusting his attire and smoothing out the wrinkles. We shall not linger here for long. Soon we will set forth westward. I shall now see if any work is available along the way. There are reports of ogres troubling the trade routes. Perhaps the bounty is currently favorable. What manner of creature is an ogre? Are they formidable? Siegel inquired with curiosity. They can be quite troublesome, but as long as they do not swarm, it should not pose a significant threat, Sir Bill replied. Remember, young one, if you train well in running, you will have fewer worries. With that, the knight seized his weapon and departed. A seasoned adventurer. Tiger Bill had his own contacts. He understood where to gather the latest information and which avenues could protect a mercenary's interests. After all, not all employers are punctual with their payments. Siegel picked up his belongings, elated as a lark, and set out to find the gnome. He had spotted various types of crossbow bolts for sale at the general store just 2 days prior. Additionally, in the back room of the duck shop, a few straw dummies stood ready for target practice. With these 3 new treasures in hand, Siegel was set for a lengthy period of amusement over the next 3 days. Sir Bill was elusive, seldom seen whether by day or night. Siegel noticed the knight had taken special care to groom his hair and beard, acquired a new set of undergarments, and occasionally wafted an unfamiliar fragrance. Siegel, however, was not foolish enough to inquire about the knight's whereabouts. Instead, he busied himself improving his shooting accuracy with the free and unlimited supply of crossbow bolts and dummies. One morning, while in the general store, Siegel heard the excited cries of "Squid, squid," from outside. Recognizing it to be Sir Bill, he hurried back. There is a splendid opportunity to pursue, the knight exclaimed with enthusiasm, patting Siegel on the shoulder. You have never attended a royal banquet, have you? Consider yourself fortunate to gain insight by accompanying me, a nobleman. Now, change into these garments and see if they fit. Siegel scratched his head, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with the sudden enthusiasm, reminiscent of the times when the first mate prepared to tease him. He glanced at the bundle of cloth Sir Bill had brought back, filled with an array of finely crafted garments, from trousers to shirts and coats, each in several styles. The clothing was fashioned from lightweight fabric, appearing delicate and easily torn with a mere tug, yet each piece was adorned with exquisite lace trim, and the buttons were bespoke artisanal creations. How am I to wear these clothes? Siegel queried, lifting a nearly translucent shirt, cautious not to exert too much force. Can one venture outside in such attire? I fear even a strong gust could shred them. These are certainly not canvas, you foolish boy. Moreover, they are not meant for outdoor wear, Sir Bill remarked, tapping the squid's head. The evening banquet will be held indoors. Do not fret about the wind. You will attend as my attendant, and once there, focus on enjoying the food. Avoid causing any trouble, and do find a hat. Your dark hair is too conspicuous. It is best to remain understated. Sir Bill watched with a smirk as Siegel fumbled with the garments. Amused by the sight, these almost transparent clothes were not the attire of the upper echelon, but rather seemed to serve some peculiar purpose, designed with the characteristic of tearing easily. Their only merits were their aesthetic appeal and affordability. Do not eat dinner. It would be best to skip lunch as well, Sir Bill instructed before departing. Wash your face and tidy yourself up. I shall return for you by evening. With the evening not being an immediate concern, Siegel decided to practice archery first and gather some news from the duck. The gregarious gnome quickly began to regale him with tales of the etiquette surrounding human banquets. After listening for a while, Siegel began to find it increasingly absurd. He suddenly realized that the gnome likely had not attended such a banquet himself. He must have heard it from elsewhere. Nightfall approached swiftly, and Sir Bill was already resplendent, prepared for departure at the inn's entrance. After much deliberation, Siegel opted to don a chainmail shirt over his shirt and coat. Without this layer of metal armor, he felt utterly vulnerable, as if more exposed than being unclothed. Simultaneously, he purchased a round leather hat from the duck shop for 5 coppers, perfectly sized to conceal his dark hair beneath it, rendering him unrecognizable. Leading the horse, Siegel advanced toward the banquet hall as directed by the knight. This gathering was held to celebrate the signing of an agreement between the Nox Consortium and the Merchant Alliance regarding the transfer of rights in Streamwood Town, a title that took Siegel several attempts to fully comprehend. Under the scrutiny of Prince Andrew and the oversight of the Dawn Church, the two parties concluded their negotiations with astonishing speed. The Nox Consortium could purchase any land in Streamwood Town at the price of 3,000 gold coins per acre. With a total area not exceeding 50 acres, all necessary building materials must be procured from the Merchant Alliance. Under these terms, 6 out of the 9 seats previously held by the Merchant Alliance in the Streamwood Town Council were transferred to the Nox Consortium. Upon reviewing this agreement, the prince made no remarks. The terms were relatively fair, yet he was astonished by the rapidity with which it had been finalized. Under the eager gazes of the merchants, the prince endorsed the agreement and handed one copy to Count Todd for archiving. In the blink of an eye, the merchants had already sold 30 acres of land at the Streamwood Town port and cliffside, and another agreement for the procurement of stone and timber swiftly followed. Prince Andrew witnessed this transaction in the Streamwood Town Council chamber, also serving as the Merchant Alliance's auction venue. As the mages were embraced by the wealthy merchants, he found the entire scene somewhat surreal, yet could not pinpoint what felt amiss. The chair beneath him was uncomfortable, and no matter how he adjusted his position, it remained so. He cast a glance at the count, hoping to glean some clarity from the elder. "Patience, Your Highness." Count Todd leaned in and whispered to the prince. "Both the Merchant Alliance and the Nox Consortium are under the watchful gaze of the stars. Has the word about the westward journey been disseminated?" "Indeed, Your Highness. The hub fortress is prepared, and Deepwater City should have received the news. The New World is truly backward. Among its inhabitants are far too many beggars, fugitives, and lowly folk, lacking in royal guidance and education. I have heard that to the west lies either vast, desolate wastelands or perilous, craggy mountains. This forsaken place will never match the grandeur of the capital." Count Todd shook his head, advising the prince, "A king should not disdain any inch of land." "I am aware, my lord." The prince nodded. "I understand my responsibilities. However, I should be allowed to choose not to mingle with these mercenary merchants all day, should I not? I would rather practice swordplay with Evan, exhausting myself to the bone. I fear you will need to endure a few more days. However, while Evan is your brother, he is not the son of the king, so conduct yourself with discretion." Just as the count was about to continue his counsel, he noticed the prince frowning, a sign of his displeasure. A wise man knows what to say, but more importantly, when to say it. Thus, he altered his approach. "Your Highness, the spokesperson for the former town council, Lady Elvis of the Merchant Alliance, seems to have something to say." Lady Elvis was the widow of the late Viscount Peter Elvis, and after passing her title to her son, she dedicated herself to managing the estate, quickly becoming one of the respected leaders within the commercial alliance. Now in her 50s, her hair was graying, and she always donned a long black gown, which had become her daily attire. The lady appeared fatigued, her weariness evident despite layers of makeup. She slowly approached, curtsied, and then spoke softly. "Your Exalted Highness, Streamwood Town is immensely honored to welcome a member of the royal family of the Stellar Dynasty, particularly the heir to the throne. Despite our remote and underdeveloped location, we sincerely invite you to attend a banquet at our humble abode." "Very well, madam, I shall attend punctually." Prince Andrew waved his right hand dismissively, as one would shoo away insects, swiftly acquiescing that he nodded as a gesture of farewell, then rose and departed straight back to the Dawn Angel worship, followed by a long line of guards that he sought to engage with Evan, as his half-brother would say, to find some sparring. Chapter 8. Streamwood Town 5. The news of this banquet spread quickly. Only noble lords and individuals of significant standing were permitted to attend. Yet all those who rushed from surrounding towns hoping to catch a glimpse of the prince were brimming with excitement. Some landless knights, like Sir Bill, upon hearing that the prince would soon journey west, also produced their credentials if they could join the prince's entourage as guides. It might present a promising opportunity on the day of the feast. The notable figures of Shimu Town, along with those who fancied themselves worthy of such company, gathered at Elvis Manor, creating a scene of exuberance. A mere attendant, Siegel was barred from entering the grand banquet hall and was relegated to the corners of the estate, a situation that suited him just fine. The Merchant Guild, eager to capture the attention of His Highness, had recently profited handsomely from the latest treaty. Thus they had prepared an abundant spread, so much so that even the servants' quarters overflowed with delicacies. Octopus, deftly maneuvering through the throng with a plate in hand, approached his target. The table, exceeding 5 meters in length, was laden with dishes, the warm aroma of roasted meats and freshly baked bread wafting through the air. While a colossal roasted boar glared menacingly at Siegel, seemingly challenging the young man's appetite. "Nothing could be better," Octopus exclaimed, skewering a hefty chunk of ham with his knife and forcefully depositing it onto his plate, followed by several pig's trotters and 2 generous spoonfuls of onion sauce. With his bounty held high, he skillfully navigated back to the corner. There, he discovered an unoccupied table adorned with a ceramic jar. Siegel lifted the jar to his nose and was delighted to find it contained fragrant sweet wine. "Perfect," he marveled, clutching the pig's trotters. The hall was alive with fervor, and the arrival of His Highness heightened the atmosphere to an intoxicating level. The guests raised their voices in boisterous toasts to the king's health and the prince's valor, rushing towards His Highness like knights rallying for battle. The Dawn Guardians, accustomed to such spectacles, invoked their sacred powers, radiating a gentle light that swiftly quelled the surrounding excitement and established a safe zone. Unavoidably, the crowd parted for the prince, falling silent to heed his words. "Let the banquet commence," he proclaimed, hand in hand with Lady Elvis. In an instant, music and cheers erupted once more, with laughter and clinking glasses filling the air. However, Siegel could not discern the prince's words. He had already commenced his own feast outside. He devoured heartily, quickly satiating his ravenous stomach. Before long, another patron approached the table, bearing a platter of assorted seafood. Taking a seat across from Siegel, Octopus glanced up to see the familiar shrimp, crabs, and shellfish from the waters of the New World, dishes that had long since lost their novelty for him. "Hey, friend, do you know how to eat this?" the newcomer inquired, lifting a giant rock crab with curiosity. Siegel, his mouth still filled with ham, could not respond verbally, but he set down the pig's trotter, snatched the crab, and deftly located the seam in the shell with his fingers, skillfully prying it open in mere moments. The crab surrendered, revealing its tender, succulent meat. "Thank you," the man expressed gratefully. "No need for thanks," Siegel replied, with only a final morsel of meat remaining on his plate. He stood up, surveying the area for a larger container but finding none. After downing a couple of swigs of sweet wine, he resigned himself to utilizing the greasy plate once more, charging back towards the long table. Soon, his plate was piled high with assorted meats, and Siegel returned triumphantly. He noticed that the individual at his table had polished off the rock crab and was now staring blankly at a multiclawed lobster. Helping others is a virtue, Siegel thought to himself. He set his plate aside and reached into the man's dish. In a matter of moments, all the seafood was dismantled, ready to be devoured. "You must be new to the New World," Siegel observed, brushing his hands together. "These delicacies can only be found here. You must be a first-timer." "Indeed. Thank you," the man replied, extending his hand amicably. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Evan Jean Coué." "Siegel Octopus," he responded, their hands clasping firmly. Both noticed the strength and agility in each other's fingers. Evan was a head taller than Siegel, with broader shoulders and a more robust chest. His flowing golden locks and striking pale golden eyes, paired with a strong nose, contributed to his handsome visage. The hint of stubble adorned his chin, suggesting he was slightly older than Siegel. Dressed in a gray short coat and trousers, secured by a golden belt, and donning black boots, he appeared both dapper and spirited. Evan's speech bore a heavy accent, interspersed with dialects from the East Lake territory of the Star Kingdom, yet this did not hinder their exchange. As they discussed the local cuisine, they engaged in light-hearted banter like any ordinary young men. "Forgive my ignorance, but what does the surname Octopus signify?" Evan queried. "I was born on a ship, within a tank of octopuses. Hence the name," Siegel explained, then inquired, "And what does your surname Jean Coué mean?" "Oh, my father created me in a sunflower field, thus I bear this surname," Evan replied nonchalantly. "It's merely a label. I have no desire to inherit anything." "Oh, I see. You are a bastard," Siegel remarked. "But that is not too bad. At least you know who your parents are. Try this roasted pig's trotter. It's truly delightful." Evan paused, taken aback by Siegel's utter lack of sensitivity regarding social status. In the Star Kingdom, a rigid hierarchy persisted, where lineage and birthright largely dictated one's potential. Commoners were keenly aware of this system, diligently seeking opportunities for elevation. Conversely, nobles often indulged in debauchery, producing bastards who existed on the fringes of the societal structure. Compared to commoners, Even a nameless noble bastard could access superior education and resources, gaining broader horizons. Yet, devoid of inheritance rights, they seldom experienced familial warmth, especially maternal love, which brought its own unique anguish. Their surnames would persist, casting a shadow on future generations, and the higher the noblesse rank, the more they perceived bastards as a stain on family honor. Ironically, a thought that rarely crossed their minds during the act of procreation. Siegel, do you have a fondness for meat? Evan inquired. Indeed, I have never feasted so heartily. Then wait here, I know of a place with delightful dishes. With that, Evan rose and slipped into the hall. Siegel contemplated stopping him, for the banquet hall was no place for just anyone. The servants of Elvis Manor would summon the guild's guards to expel anyone of lowly status. Siegel had intended to follow Sir Bill to blend into the hall. But the discerning servants had thwarted his plan at the entrance. After a brief period of worry, Evan returned, much to Siegel's relief. Remarkably, Evan emerged from the hall carrying a pot. Hurriedly rushing back, Siegel's heart raced with anxiety. Fearing discovery by the servants, he crouched low, keenly observing, his dark eyes pinpointing any potential threats that might alert the guards to their presence. Fortunately, a loud cheer erupted from the hall. Your Highness, another tune, diverting everyone's attention. Come quickly. This is honey-glazed meat. I knew the host would prepare this dish. Evan declared triumphantly, in the Star Kingdom, all bees were the property of the lords, rendering honey-based delicacies as true luxuries afforded only to the nobility. Commoners could only procure a small amount of honey from beekeepers at exorbitant prices. The Dawn Church was the only organization outside the noble circles permitted to cultivate bees, occasionally distributing honey-infused sweet biscuits to the populace during the Festival of Praise. The fortunate vessel, Soth, had once smuggled a jar of honey, and under the captain's watchful eye, Siegel had surreptitiously tasted a fingertip's worth. This act had been discovered by the first mate, resulting in a thorough beating to uphold shipboard decorum. Now, before Siegel sat an entire pot of honey-glazed meat, rendering him utterly speechless. Evan delighted in witnessing the astonishment of his newfound friend. Chuckling with glee, Siegel glanced around, pushed aside a stool, and plopped down on the ground. Concealing himself behind the table with the pot in his embrace, he gestured for Evan to join him, ensuring they could relish their culinary treasure in peace. Evan hesitated for a moment, then grabbed a spoon from the table. Sitting cross-legged with excitement, the two young men each wielded a spoon in hand, feasting with abandon, not out of mere hunger, but sheer joy. The gathering continued unabated, the atmosphere as vibrant as ever, with the prince remaining the focal point of attention. This is incredible. I never imagined I could savor such exquisite food, Siegel exclaimed. Sprawled on the ground, belching inelegantly, he was now so full that not even a single bean could fit within him. But if we eat it all, others will go without. Who cares? After all, it's meant for the prince. What's one less dish? Besides, it's hardly the finest fare. Let me tell you, in the capital of the Star Kingdom, there's a place called Moonlight Dew Night, an elven pastry shop where the starry cakes are far superior to this. You are indeed fortunate to know so much. I have ventured to but a few places, Siegel remarked with a smile. But now I too am embarking on adventures, following knights and lords through the world, and I shall encounter many wondrous sights. By the way, I recently acquired my own weapon. I expect to see an increase in my shares soon. Wait until I save enough money, and I too shall host such a banquet. You must invite me. You will be included for certain, Siegel replied. After a brief pause, he suddenly pondered a pressing concern, tilting his head as he inquired, But how will I find you? I shall make a name for myself. You will undoubtedly hear of it, Evan declared with unwavering confidence. The two continued their conversation until the late hours of the night. Evan insisted that Siegel agree to a friendly duel in swordsmanship. I am merely a knight squire. You truly seek a worthy opponent. Siegel expressed his strong discontent. Whenever you deem it appropriate. Just know that my swordsmanship will always surpass yours. Do you believe that? Evan challenged. I do not, for I have ample time to improve. Siegel laughed, making a concerted effort to sit up straighter, hoping to appear more robust and full of vigor. He felt the seams of his shirt straining, and his trousers nearing their limit, causing a flicker of anxiety within him. Fearful of embarrassing himself before his friend at that moment, a brilliant opportunity arose to redirect attention. Look, my knightly lord approaches. I must take my leave. Chapter 9. Creekwood Town. Sir Bill was evidently quite inebriated, his face flushed and his gait unsteady, yet he managed to locate Siegel in the corner of the courtyard with impressive accuracy. Seizing the moment, Evan bid farewell, slipping away into the shadows cast by the courtyard's trees. His movements were agile and deft, prompting the knight to glance back at his retreating figure with intrigue. Sir Bill and his squire soon found their well-fed warhorses, and the three of them stumbled back along the path. "What did you think of the banquet?" the knight inquired. "The food was splendid. And I made a new acquaintance named Evan. He is quite the conversationalist. Our interactions were enjoyable," Siegel responded. "Evan, golden son." Sir Bill stroked his chin thoughtfully. In the realm of the twinkling stars, it was not uncommon for a king to have an illegitimate son. But bringing such a child to the royal court was exceedingly rare. Evan was one such fortunate soul. The queen had been left in a precarious position due to this affair, nearly fracturing her relationship with the king. While her family seized the opportunity to stir trouble, causing the court to divide into quarreling factions, teetering on the brink of civil strife. It was only when the king and queen had a second son that the situation began to subside. Thus, Evan, golden son, was a name known to all within the twinkling stars. The crown prince, Aaron, was merely a year older than Evan, and the two had grown up together, a rarity in the annals of the history of illegitimate offspring. It was said that the prince possessed a heart of tolerance and kindness, capable of treating his half-brother with the affection of an elder sibling, and thus extending that same goodwill to his future subjects. Conversely, Evan had little interest in matters of state, focusing solely on honing his swordsmanship. He was said to have begun challenging the palace guards at a young age, defeating them one by the age of 14. Subsequently, he sought out the Dawn Guard, unexpectedly achieving several victories, showcasing his remarkable prowess. Let us set aside talk of Evan for now. I have a task for you. I have located a merchant caravan bound for Hub Fortress, transporting saplings and fertilizer. Although the scent is less than pleasant, it is relatively safe, with provisions provided. Prepare yourself for departure by noon tomorrow. As the two rode beneath the bright moonlight on their way back to the inn, the knight instructed Siegel, "While you need not worry about food and drink, do exercise caution. The journey will take approximately a month. Procure some dried meat that can withstand the passage of time. Just in case, bring along extra arrows, as resupply may be scarce along the way." "Yes, my lord, I shall prepare accordingly." Sir Bill tossed the reins to his squire, adjusted his attire, and then remarked, "I shall stretch my legs a bit. You take the horse back and rest well. There is no need to seek me before noon." With that, the knight turned a corner, pushed open an unlocked door, and upon entering, secured the latch behind him before ascending the stairs. In this small villa, a room remained illuminated by candlelight, its lace curtains gently swaying at the open window, casting a graceful silhouette upon the fabric. The warhorse snorted and stepped forward, glancing back at the stableman. "Well, I had no intention of spying," Siegel quipped as he caught up to the front, giving the steed's mane a playful tug. "When will you allow me to ride you, my fine steed?" The warhorse shook its head, seemingly oblivious to the young man's words. Grasping the reins, Siegel turned to depart when a voice called out to him. He turned to see a mage from the Nox Consortium standing at the street corner, his shadow elongated and dark, as if it had a life of its own. The gleaming bald head reflected the silvery moonlight, and the red swirling tattoos appeared to spin slowly. Siegel rubbed his eyes, ensuring he was not ensnared in a hallucination. The figure stood with his back to the light, obscuring his features, but his hands were clasped before him. His voice was slow and cold as he inquired, "Do you know where I might find the jumping fish grocer?" Siegel shook his head. "I am not familiar with this area." "Such a pity. I shall have to ask others." The man sighed, then continued, "Young man, do you know where the finest gems can be purchased in Creekwood Town?" As he spoke, he produced a gold coin, which danced between his fingers, leaping into the air before gliding down to rest steadily before Siegel. It was a gold coin from the Academy City, larger and heavier, worth 2 ordinary coins. Siegel hesitated, then slowly replied, "The grocer will only have wooden barrels, bamboo baskets, ropes, and nets. For gems, you would need to check a pawn shop. I also know that across from the third dock at the port, there is an iron gate where smugglers and adventurers often try their luck." Once he finished speaking, the man opened his hand, and the gold coin settled firmly into his palm. He weighed it, then pocketed it. When he looked up again, the stranger had vanished. In the distance, the sound of music and joyous exclamations faintly echoed, as if the revelry had not ceased even at the witching hour. Siegel scratched his head, glancing around the street under the moonlight, but only 2 stray dogs were chasing a rat. There were no other shadows in sight. He began to doubt whether he had indeed conversed with a mage from Nox, just as he questioned whether those jubilant sounds emanated from Elves Manor or the adjacent 2-story villa. Siegel reached into his pocket and felt a notably large and heavy coin, sending a shiver down his spine that he quickened his pace, guiding the horse back to the stormy night inn. The inn was still aglow with light. Though the cacophony had subsided, the exuberant sailors had settled their wagers at the table, with the victors now slumped in the arms of Morpheus, while the defeated remained sprawled amidst a mess of cups and plates. The innkeeper painstakingly retrieved the drunken patrons' coin purses, settling their tabs while they were too incapacitated to resist. He never took more than what was owed. Doing so would invite the wrath of the sea gods, only extracting coins according to the ledger's figures. Over time, patrons became aware of this, refraining from futile attempts to thwart him. That Timothy's rationale for this practice stemmed from the multitude of sailors who, upon awakening the following day, discovered their companions had indulged excessively while they were inebriated, spending far beyond their means, leading to outbursts of anger over the bill. Timothy understood this sentiment but was unwilling to absorb such losses. "Hey, octopus, did you enjoy yourself tonight?" the innkeeper inquired with a great yawn, straightening his back. "I am utterly exhausted, yet I still have some stew and sour soup left. Would you care for a serving?" "Thank you." I nearly burst, consumed no less than 8 pig's trotters, along with a plethora of other dishes. Back in the familiar environment, Siegel inhaled the air thick with the scent of ale and brine, warmed by the glow of the hearth, feeling considerably better. At least there were no ominous mages or spine-chilling sounds here. "I depart tomorrow. I will come by in the morning to settle my bill for the past few days." "Oh, on the road again. Would you like me to prepare some bread and dry provisions for you?" "Just a little will suffice. I shouldn't need much," Siegel replied at that moment. A drunken patron beside him toppled from his chair, suddenly waving his arms like a commander and shouting, "Ah, gems, go steal me some gems." Siegel jumped in surprise. "These drunken fools are still dreaming of riches," the innkeeper chuckled. "The mages of Nox are seeking to construct a lighthouse, offering handsome prices for various gems, especially rubies. They are willing to pay 500 gold coins for a single one. However, sailors might only have some pearls. Gems are quite rare." Siegel's thoughts drifted back to that shadow beneath the moonlight. The cold atmosphere of the street returning to chill his bones, he felt an ominous premonition, as if shadows of fishing nets were tightening around him from the distance, looming over the poor little fish. Thus, he dashed out of the inn and rapped sharply on the grocer's door until a gnome clad only in his nightclothes emerged from the open window. Peda held a lamp in one hand and a short stick in the other, grumbling, "Curse be it, who is disturbing my slumber?" "Peda, what of the ruby I sold you? You haven't sold it to that bald-headed Nox mage, have you?" Upon hearing the familiar voice, the gnome truly opened his eyes. He raised his head to gaze at the moonlight, tucking the short staff behind his belt, and inquired with a hint of confusion, "What? Speak slowly." Siegel took a deep breath, resolved to share the entirety of the situation with his friend, and voiced his concerns. "I cannot fathom why the mage of Nox would show interest in the ruby, yet my instincts suggest there is some connection that, if possible, I wish to redeem that gemstone." "Redemption is out of the question. It cannot be done," the gnome chuckled. "I have ground that ruby into powder to use as an ingredient for crafting dwarven rune potions. It is beyond recovery. I have enlisted a master craftsman who will arrive in a few days to create a runestone for my distillation apparatus, allowing me to save a substantial amount on firewood. Do not worry, no matter how precious the ruby may be. It pales in comparison to my secret recipe. I shall soon find myself awash in wealth." "The gemstone is gone. Completely gone. Then that is good." Siegel sighed in relief, feeling a weight lift from his stomach. "Is there anything else?" "I wish to return to sleep." The gnome's large head nodded, his eyelids gradually drooping. "Wait, let me tell you while I have the chance that I need to procure some jerky, arrows, sweet wine, and fodder, 2 blankets, a pair of horseshoes, a new whetstone, and a flint box." The squid grinned with ill intent. "Damn it, when do you set off?" The gnome feigned energy. "Tomorrow at noon. Stocking up at triple the price now will yield an 8% discount by morning." The gnome nearly shouted. "I am only here to pay you a deposit." Siegel produced a gold coin. He was certain it was not from the academy. "Go on and sleep. I shall return to find you in the morning." Chapter 10. Cloak Road. The following noon, Siegel set out alongside Sir Bill, departing through the western gate of Creekwood. There, they joined 10 members of the gold coin caravan, escorting 3 large carts toward Hub Fortress. The members of the caravan appeared to be earnest common folk, bearing the marks of long labor. Their shoulders and palms were calloused, and their coarse garments were frayed from the ropes. They conversed among themselves, but were reluctant to share topics with Sir Bill. Each time the knight rode past, they would carefully lower their heads and hastily return to their tasks. Only the caravan's accountant, McCate, engaged in conversation with the knight, actively seeking dialogue. This man, in his 30s, was at a stage ripe with ambition. His words and demeanor exuded shrewdness, and he had a habit of licking his lips as though perpetually thirsty. He rarely divulged much information, but incessantly posed various questions. Once one began to speak, they would be met with an unending stream of discourse. Siegel found listening to his ramblings exhausting, thus lacking interest in conversing with him. Sir Bill, too, was disinclined to engage, often utilizing various excuses to withdraw. Occasionally, he would produce a light yellow silk handkerchief from his sleeve to gently dab at the dryness of his eyes, feigning tears to interrupt the accountant's incessant chatter. This handkerchief invariably drew attention, a trophy from the knight. Creekwood was a lively town, replete with unnoticed battlegrounds and countless worthy opponents that could wear one down. Sir Bill tucked the trophy back into his sleeve and straightened in his saddle. He had an entire new continent yet to conquer. Load the goods onto the carts and commence training, he instructed, having concluded his use of the handkerchief as a prop that he would then ride past Siegel, advising, start running, then practice swinging your sword while walking. Thus, the handkerchief became a symbol for Siegel to commence his training. So, on a clear and temperate May day, the group set forth along Cloak Road. This was a continuous, smooth trade route extending through hills and valleys to the west. On either side of the road lay expansive, verdant farmlands, with a few farmers praying for good weather beneath grand trees. Upon seeing the caravan pass, they would approach to inquire about the contents of the carts. The accountant would obligingly lift the canvas for their inspection. Look at these fine apple saplings and rich soil. Sir Bill galloped along the road, ensuring the security of the caravan's flanks. The most perilous moments came just after departing the town, as many farmers were spies for robbers and bandits, eager to partake in any spoils or earn a few silver coins by selling information. However, the goods of the gold coin caravan were of little allure. Only Hub Fortress required a significant planting of fruit trees on the hills to alleviate food shortages, and the bandits possessed no expertise in agriculture. Showing no interest in cultivation, the journey remained remarkably tranquil, with the drivers focused on their own paths. Only during their occasional meal breaks did they share light-hearted banter over their food in their haste to reach their destination. They stopped just once a day, for dinner, resting only after having set out post-breakfast. The absence of lunch proved immensely uncomfortable for Siegel, particularly as he maintained a rigorous exercise regimen to the caravan's drivers. This was akin to enduring cruel mistreatment. Siegel would run back and forth 20 miles, perform 2,000 thrusts, execute 5,000 swings, and then run another 20 miles. This was merely the morning's exertion. In the afternoon, he would squat and jump, walk on his hands, and continue swinging his sword until dusk. Thus, the absence of lunch was utterly intolerable. This daily regimen yielded remarkably visible benefits. Siegel's physique became more elongated, his endurance significantly enhanced, his shoulder and leg muscles swelled, and his back exhibited pronounced definition. Initially, they traveled through populated areas, but soon the favorable roads ended, and the caravan ventured into more desolate regions. The New World is replete with such areas, most devoid of reliable water sources, unsuitable for settlement, collectively referred to as the wilderness. Here, no inhabitants could be found, nor any inns. The road conditions deteriorated significantly, with Cloak Road often obscured by overgrowth, leaving only faint traces to follow, necessitating careful navigation. The woods were ominously dense, shrouded in leaves and twisted vines, rendering passage nearly impossible. Numerous creatures inhabited this undisturbed forest, often heard singing songs of wild freedom at times. When the path ascended to the hilltop, Siegel could gaze across the expanse of wilderness. To their west and north lay the undulating peaks known as the Wall Mountains, the boundary between civilization and savagery. Here, cliffs loomed, difficult to scale, the summits perpetually cloaked in a layer of pristine snow, hidden beneath thick clouds. In the southwest, a stagnant marsh lay, perpetually shrouded in a veil of black mist, even on the hottest and sunniest days of the year. Legend spoke of malevolent spirits dwelling within the marsh, transforming living beings into terrifying undead, condemned to wander amidst the black fog. Forever restless, as the road began its descent, Siegel was compelled to retract his gaze and refocus on his daily training. At that moment, he sensed the entire caravan had come to a halt, and the knight approached on horseback. Ahead lies the wreckage of a cart, devoid of cargo or bodies, merely the remnants of goblin arrows. Alert everyone. Keep sticks and forks at the ready. We must pass through here swiftly. Siegler was granted a reprieve from training, finally able to sit upon the cart, short crossbow in hand, fully alert. Soon, they beheld the remains of the cart by the roadside. The wheels had been removed, the body shattered, and several broken barrels lay toppled beside it, their sides marred by numerous gashes, the iron hoops rusted. Sir Bill discovered arrows embedded in the bottom of one of the broken barrels, their construction clearly of goblin design, and other remnants were in sight. It was evident that bandits had thoroughly cleaned the scene. As they departed the crime scene, an oppressive gloom began to envelop the surroundings, the woods on either side exuding an increasingly sinister aura, felt by all members of the caravan. Sir Bill led the caravan onward. No longer riding far ahead, but instead remaining close to the carts, their taut nerves persisted until evening, when they were obliged to camp. A light rain began to fall, the droplets fine and dense, blown by the wind like mist, filling the woods with a cacophony of pattering sounds, rendering the roads slippery and difficult to traverse. The caravan sought a slightly elevated area to pitch simple tents for shelter from the rain. The May rains in the New World seldom last long, and the stars would still twinkle brightly by night. Those bandits shouldn't emerge now, a driver murmured beneath the canvas, exchanging hushed opinions. No one would brave the rain. Sir Bill, however, held a different theory, driven by battlefield intuition that he remarked to Siegler. Before the rain began, I caught a whiff of goblin stench, indicating they cannot be far off. The only advantage we possess is the moon. Tonight is a full moon, so we shan't be embroiled in a battle in pitch darkness. Indeed, as he predicted, once the rain ceased, the clouds swiftly dispersed, and the silvery moonlight bathed the camp. Under Sir Bill's insistence, the drivers, albeit begrudgingly, arranged the 3 large carts into a simple triangular formation. They herded the mules into the center, securely tethering them to the carts. The accountant reluctantly contributed 2 saplings, having remained beneath the canvas. They were untouched by the rain. The campfire was coaxed into a flickering flame, offering considerable comfort to all. Siegler busied himself, tirelessly drying wet kindling and crafting numerous makeshift torches. The knight allowed some to retire early, while others remained awake alongside him. They concealed themselves behind the cargo, striving to minimize their exposed silhouettes at the outset. The surroundings were enveloped in a profound silence, punctuated only by the crackling sound of wood igniting behind them. As the night deepened, the woods resonated with the sound of splashing water, reminiscent of a sudden rain. Sir Jas remained alert, acutely aware that something was moving, shaking the trees, and dislodging the rainfall. He roused everyone from their slumber. Regardless of whether they trembled with fear, each individual was compelled to grasp a wooden club or an iron pot and stand at the rear of the cart, ready to fight for their lives. Indeed, after a brief interval, a dozen pairs of glimmering green eyes emerged from the dense foliage, signaling that a small band of goblin raiders had finally caught up with the caravan. Goblins are hunchbacked, grotesque, and diminutive creatures, sporting faces akin to wild boars and adorned with bat-like ears. They are notorious nuisances, often causing trouble for farmers and hunters alike, in instances where only a few goblins appeared. The assembled villagers could easily drive them away. However, these creatures reproduce with alarming rapidity and consume anything in sight, leading to the emergence of vast hordes when left unchecked. The goblins stealthily approached the caravan, yet did not emerge from the underbrush, seemingly biding their time. This behavior was decidedly unusual, as goblins typically charge in mass, leveraging their numbers to swiftly overwhelm their adversaries, such is their nature. This particular group of goblins evidently harbored some ulterior motive. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a sudden outburst erupted from another direction within the caravan, followed by a deep growl. Siegler rose to investigate, but was abruptly yanked down by Sir Jas. An arrow shot past his head, narrowly missing him. Recognizing his blunder, Siegler felt a flush of embarrassment. Yet, he promptly realized he had more pressing matters to report. I just caught a glimpse. A robust goblin is mounted on a wild boar and charging towards us. Sir Bill gestured towards the underside of the cart, having already discerned the situation with the boar knight from this angle, causing Siegler's face to redden further. Sir Jas commanded, "You little brat, assist in fending off the goblins. I shall deal with that bear goblin." The boar knight charged forth, its hefty frame pounding the ground as it bore down upon the cart formation. tusks raised. From the opposite side, the goblins also began their assault, exuberantly leaping from the thicket, brandishing spiked clubs, and emitting a cacophony of shrieks. Chapter 11. Cloak Avenue, 2-inch Stay calm. Siegler raised his crossbow, repeatedly admonishing himself. Eliminate the archers first. Eliminate the archers first. An arrow whizzed by, grazing the accountant's hat and embedding itself into the cart's wood. Startling the man, Siegler discerned the direction from which the arrow had originated. Pivoting to aim from the edge of the cart, bathed in moonlight, two goblins stood at the forest's fringe, poised with short bows. Targeting the caravan. Assessing the distance, Siegler slightly elevated his crossbow and released the shot. The pure iron bolt zipped across the battlefield with a sharp twang, piercing the archer's neck and vanishing within. The goblin clutched its throat and collapsed, the short bow clattering into the mud. Seizing the moment, Siegler swiftly reloaded and fired again, dispatching the second goblin with precision at that instant. A tremendous crash reverberated from behind him. Turning to investigate, he realized a massive boar had collided with the cart, sending bags of rich earth tumbling. A bear goblin, towering at nearly 2 meters, leapt from the boar's back onto the cart's peak. Brandishing a shield in one hand and a cleaver in the other, letting out a ferocious roar, the drivers were paralyzed with fear, several dropping their wooden clubs in terror. The goblins seized the opportunity to surge from another direction. Their diminutive forms rushing towards the central passage of the cart. Sir Bill rolled out from beneath the cart, positioning himself beside the boar. With a fierce thrust, he drove his longsword through the boar's ear, effectively ending its life. He trod upon the hefty carcass as if it were a staircase and immediately charged towards the rear of the bear goblin. "You sneaky little wretch!" The bear goblin turned, swinging its shield like a door. Sir Bill had nowhere to evade and was flung aside, rolling on the ground before regaining his footing. The bear goblin, exhilarated, brandished its cleaver and extended its massive tongue. Bellowing loudly, it advanced, muscles rippling, not revealing the extent of its hidden strength. The goblin surged forward, and Siegler discarded his crossbow. He drew his curved dagger, while his other hand yanked at a rope that had been prepared atop the cart. The rope tightened between the wheels, creating an intricate web of obstacles akin to tripwires. The goblin's charge faltered as they sought footholds amidst the rope's entanglement. Siegler deftly tightened the rope, spinning it like a flourish before launching himself at the nearest goblin. Slice. Slice, kick. Siegler muttered as he toppled the first goblin. Before he could deliver a finishing blow, another foe leaped down from above, aiming for his head. He swiftly crouched, dodging the swinging spiked club, then sprang upward. The training of recent days bore fruit as he delivered a powerful uppercut, striking the goblin squarely on the nose, rendering it unconscious. The fallen goblin attempted to rise but was knocked back down by a descending goblin. Entangling in a chaotic flurry, Siegler hastily jabbed several times, indifferent to whether he struck the heart or abdomen. As long as his opponent howled in agony, he had little time for precision. 3 drivers had already perished, while 3 more fled in panic. The fleeing individuals drew the goblin's pursuit, yet they could only sustain their escape for a brief period before succumbing to knives in their backs. Siegler could not save everyone. He needed to carve a path to survival first. He bravely charged towards the goblins, deftly deflecting their attacks, and spotted the unguarded chest of a goblin. Waving his empty hand before the goblin's eyes, he seized the moment of distraction to plunge his dagger into its neck. The foul liquid sprayed across his face, but he paid no heed to wipe it away, hastening to aid the nearest driver. His triumph of downing 3 goblins finally drew attention, as 5 more nefarious creatures lined up to charge. "Come on, you foul little brats," Siegler exclaimed with exhilaration, reminiscing about days spent surfing the ocean, shouting, "Let the raging waves come forth." He wielded his dagger like a shield, forcefully colliding with the first goblin. The robust shoulder emitted a cracking sound. Yet he continued to bear down upon the second goblin. The goblin, taken aback by the youth's audacity, found itself at a loss. The cacophony of disordered clashing ensued as the goblins became entangled, screaming and cursing one another, tumbling into a heap. The topmost goblin, the first to be struck, remained dazed, flailing its spiked club chaotically. Siegler seized the weapon, raising it high as if to chop wood, and brought it down upon the heads of the 5 goblins in succession. With the resounding thuds akin to ripe melons being smashed, the chaos subsided quickly. The spiked clubs splintered into fragments. Breathing heavily, Siegler retrieved the dagger that had fallen to the ground, scanning for his next opponent. The battle between Sir Bill and the bear goblin had escalated to a fever pitch, one a master of combat, the other endowed with immense strength. The door-like shield thwarted most of Sir Bill's offensive maneuvers, while the enemy's towering stature granted it a broader reach for attacks. With both hands on his sword, the hilt resting at his side, and the blade angled upward, Sir Bill circled the bear goblin. In this stance, he had already inflicted 3 wounds upon the enemy's sword arm, blood streaming profusely. The bear goblin grunted in frustration but dared not swing its cleaver recklessly. Its gray-black eyes darted. And a wicked idea suddenly struck. With a roar, it raised the cleaver high and stepped forward. Then, unexpectedly, it hurled the cleaver towards Sir Bill, ducking behind its shield as it charged. The cleaver whistled through the air, aimed at Sir Bill's face. Fully aware of the creature's might, Sir Bill swung his sword to deflect the cleaver, an impact that left his arm tingling as the shield barreled toward him like a wall. He rolled aside just in time to evade the collision. Yet, before he could regain his stance, the bear goblin sent his long sword flying. "You filthy creature, I'll crush you," the bear goblin bellowed, raising its iron boot once more. Sir Bill curled his legs, attempting to reach for his boot at that moment. A flaming torch soared from the direction of the cart, striking the bear goblin on the back of the head with a resounding crack. Sparks flying, the thick-skinned beast merely howled in surprise, its body swaying, seemingly unscathed. However, this brief moment of delay was sufficient to alter the course of the battle. Sir Bill seized the opportunity to draw the dagger concealed within his boot, launching one blade into the creature's eye socket and another into the joint behind its knee. Utilizing the contraction of his leg, he forcefully kicked the bear goblin between its legs, using the momentum to slide a distance away. Sir Bill rolled to his feet, drawing the short blade from his waist. Siegler, having discarded his torch, turned to confront the remaining goblins. The bear goblin could scarcely stand, vision blurred. Staggering precariously, it removed the dagger from its eye but could not staunch the blood that poured forth. The bear goblin howled in agony, fully aware that death was imminent. Sir Bill stood resolutely before the bear goblin, his long sword shimmering with a silvery hue under the moonlight. "Atone for your sins, foul creature." The bear goblin attempted to raise its shield in defense, but this time, it was too late. Its head soared skyward before crashing to the ground with a thud. "Flee!" the goblins cried, hastily seizing whatever lay at hand, be it a tattered blanket or a broken pot, and dashed into the thicket. The goblins understood that humans could see nothing in the darkness, and thus would never pursue them into the woods. Safety awaited them within. Siegel raised his crossbow and released 2 arrows, striking only one of the goblins. The crossbow had become caked with mud, and, after prolonged use in the damp environment, the final arrow lost its accuracy. The remaining 3 goblins fled into the dense forest, making pursuit impossible. Accountant McCate had been rendered unconscious by the flying arrows at the onset of the battle, leading all the goblins to mistakenly believe he was dead. Thus sparing him from their attention, he fortuitously emerged as the least injured member of the caravan. Now, he was compelled to stand in the most conspicuous spot by the campfire, wielding a long pole as a lookout. Sir Bill tended to the injured, while Siegel observed and then offered his assistance. Out of 10 carters, 5 had perished, 1 had run into the woods and had not returned, and another lay gravely injured on the cart. The remaining 3 carters were fortunate enough to have only sustained minor injuries and were still able to walk unaided. After burying the dead and comforting the living, they discovered that the wagon laden with manure had been damaged. The wheel had shattered into 3 pieces, and even the most skilled carpenter could not repair it. McCate promised that each carter would receive an additional 2 gold coins, and the deceased would have 10 coins in compensation, while the one who fled would receive nothing. The morale of the carters lifted slightly, but then the accountant made a perplexing request for everyone to discard a cart full of apple saplings and transfer bags of manure to the now empty cart, which caused a considerable delay. "What is in these bags?" Sir Bill furrowed his brow. The accountant's unusual behavior aroused his suspicions that he reached down and picked up a bag, tossing it in front of McCate, the bag arcing through the air before landing with a thud in the muddy ground. "You nearly crushed me, you mercenary," the accountant exclaimed in shock, realizing his outburst was inappropriate and seeing Sir Bill's hand resting on the hilt of his sword. He quickly adopted a conciliatory tone. "Do not worry, it is merely soil contained within." The knight snorted, drew his dagger, crouched down, and sliced open the bag's mouth. He tore it apart to reveal blackish yellow soil mixed with some grass stems and bits of leaves, releasing a pungent odor of decay. Wearing leather gloves, he reached in and dug around, finding the entire bag filled with such substances. "It is all soil. Are you satisfied now?" The accountant rushed forward to close the bag's opening. "While this may be soil, It is still valuable cargo for the master. You accepted the contract. You cannot simply look for excuses to renege due to the loss of life. Sir Bill pondered, examining the handful of soil, which felt soft and pliable and emitted no unusual scent. He contemplated silently for a moment. Sensing something amiss, he glanced at the equally puzzled Siegel and then at the accountant, whose eyes flitted nervously. And suddenly a thought struck him. He clasped his hands together, trapping the black soil between his palms, and rubbed vigorously. Impurities oozed from his fingers and palm, the scent intensifying as he rubbed faster. As if smoke were rising between his hands, all eyes were on him as he opened his hands. The once pristine leather gloves were now marred with numerous scratches, some areas already torn. At one of the tiers, there rested fine yellow grains, smaller than dust. Sir Bill gently blew on them, and the grains changed color from yellow to black, appearing utterly ordinary. Siegel too sensed something was amiss. He knew the knight's gloves were both durable and slip-resistant. Although inconspicuous, they were indeed fine craftsmanship. Only a sharp blade could cut through such gloves. Mere soil could not achieve that. Chapter 12. Cloak Road 3. Sir Bill gazed at the accountant. Seemingly suppressing his anger, he spoke slowly. What do you know about this? Damn it, 200 gold coins. I can offer you and your entourage an extra 200 gold coins. The accountant clutched the bag tightly, shouting, deliver this soil to Hubford. We are only halfway there. Do not abandon it now. I disdain your paltry coins. Sir Bill kicked the accountant over, then explained to the others, this is not soil for fertilization, but or soil that a master craftsman can extract the most durable metal from this soil, mithril. What good does it do to tell them this? To them, it is merely dirt, the accountant protested, struggling to rise from the ground, wiping away the blood from his mouth. Black, yellow, red mud makes no difference. It is just sack after sack, something to carry for profit, nothing more. Do not let him prattle on. Siegel, keep an eye on him. Thus, the octopus swiftly stepped forward, drawing his whip and cracking it fiercely in the air. The whip produced a tremendous sound as it struck the mud beside the accountant, splattering mud everywhere, and the hard tip created a small crater in the ground. Do not make me practice using this whip on your mouth, Siegel threatened. Well done, Sir Bill praised, rare in his commendation, then turned to address everyone. Mithril is exceedingly rare and highly valuable. Just a few grams can enhance a dagger, rendering it capable of cutting iron like mud. You are transporting a cargo worth a fortune, which is anything but ordinary soil. But what difference does it make if we know? One carter spoke up bravely, clutching his bandaged head. We can only carry these things. If we do not work, we will starve. Sir Bill's chest heaved violently as he clenched his fists, painfully closing his eyes. They spoke the truth. What difference did it make if they knew that this mithril or was wealth fit for a king? They could only treat it as worthless mud, utterly lacking the skill to refine or utilize it simultaneously, whether it be the powerful dwarven clans or the enigmatic elven kingdoms, whether the mages in their towers or the priests in their churches. They all had numerous means to seek out such precious minerals, gathering them to craft powerful magical items. Even among the benevolent, they would only buy low. They would not resort to forceful seizure, nothing more. Yet, such occurrences were exceedingly rare. Compared to the goblin bandits, these powerful beings were hardly a nuisance. The Tiger Bill slowly unclenched his hands, forcing himself to calm down as he approached the accountant, locking his gaze onto his eyes. Under the knight's scrutiny, McCate repeatedly attempted to avert his gaze but was too fearful to look away. The knight seized the accountant by the chin, lifting him off the ground. I do not require your reward, but you will distribute the coins to each carter. Give them to the living now, and deliver the deceased share to their families. Does your master wish to employ trickery to save money while shifting the risk onto these innocent carters? Such a notion is far too fanciful. I will honor my promise to help deliver this cargo, but afterward, I will settle accounts with him. The accountant, tongue-tied, nodded vigorously, terrified of being crushed like a mere insect. The knight released him. Although the accountant was the employer of this caravan, he was still beneath someone else, perhaps a lord involved in the matter. The knight, respecting his own status, would only trouble those gentlemen above. Having no need to continue tormenting this minor pawn, Accountant McCate hurriedly pulled gold coins from his pocket and distributed them to the living carters. Only then did the carters express their gratitude. Eagerly stowing the coins in what they deemed secure places, the accountant smiled obsequiously, cautiously asking Sir Bill, "My lord, shall we set off?" A promise is a promise. The journey must continue. The caravan, comprised of 2 carts, set off once more. winding along the twisting path. After 2 more days of arduous travel, they traversed the undulating forest and entered a vast expanse of hills. Here, the dense, gnarled ghost trees were absent, replaced by tall, majestic giants. The road became smooth and clear once more, and beneath their feet, they no longer trod upon soil mixed with leaves, but rather on fresh grass that exuded a delightful fragrance. This vibrant place significantly uplifted everyone's gloomy spirits at a spot where a stream flowed. The knight commanded the group to halt for a brief respite and to partake in lunch. Cheers erupted from all. Siegel opted to eat last, as he still had work to do. After inspecting the wounds of each carter, he was dispatched to fill all the water skins that McKate attempted to lend a hand. But Siegel handed him 3 large skins. "Thank you for your assistance," Siegel smiled, sending the accountant off to fetch water, thus avoiding some of his nagging. The cool stream water washed away their fatigue, and the octopus skillfully caught several large fish using a net, promising an additional meal for the evening, to the carter's loud applause. Yet, Sir Bill remained pensive, his eyes fixed on the southwestern horizon, behind the towering trees of the hills. Not far away lay the endless expanse of the ghostly mist marshes. The boundary between this marsh and the golden forest was starkly defined, as if 2 worlds were set apart. However, the knight knew that with a mere step, one could cross that line. Danger and tranquility were disturbingly close. Continuing onward, the temperature gradually rose, a stifling air perpetually enveloping the caravan. This was the ghostly mist marsh expelling the sun's warmth from the earth, discarding it as if it were refuse, rendering the marshland significantly more humid and oppressive than elsewhere. Fortunately, everyone had drunk enough water, and the donkeys were well fed, allowing them to persevere. They scaled several low hills when a strange howling erupted from the ghostly mist marsh. The knight spurred his horse up high, striving to peer into the marsh. Following that peculiar howl, a series of horns sounded. The horns did not evoke any sense of solemnity or depth, but rather conveyed a mournful, dying wail. Sir Bill rode back, shouting, "Run! Be swift!" The atmosphere grew tense as everyone hurriedly mounted the mule carts and set off. The accountant proactively discarded all the saplings from one of the carts, lightening the overall load. He then organized for each cart to have 2 drivers who could alternate, ensuring that he only needed to safeguard the precious soil. Siegel inquired about the nature of the danger, but the knight offered no explanation. "If we are caught, there will be no escape. You and I can only fight to the death," the knight stated. "Are you afraid of dying, you little brat?" "I am," Siegel nodded. "But one must fight before death can claim us." "Good lad. You will make a fine knight." Soon, the blazing sun vanished, enveloped by a shroud of mist that brought with it a damp chill. It was hard to tell whether it was the fog drenching them or the sweat of anxiety. But everyone's hair clung to their foreheads. The intermittent sound of horns echoed behind them, persistently tailing the caravan. Siegel glanced back, feeling the mist twist and contort, as if some monster were about to emerge from its depths. A profound unease surged from within, and he instinctively reached for his curved blade, letting the cold metal soothe him into a semblance of calm. They pressed on without pause, racing from midday into the evening. The mules were nearing their limits, barely managing to put one foot in front of the other, on the verge of collapse. No one in the caravan spoke. They all understood that they had entered the most perilous hour. The gravely injured driver produced the gold coins distributed by the accountant and handed them to a familiar companion. Mackett sighed, unstrapping his backpack, leaving behind all but the essentials, preparing to run as lightly as possible. "No talking," the knight hissed. "I hear the sound of hooves ahead." They abruptly halted, encountering a stroke of ill fortune. The shadows of night had descended, and the tall trees flanking them appeared transformed in the darkness, like fingers splayed wide, bending downwards from all sides, threatening to ensnare the beleaguered caravan in a leafy prison. The sound of hooves drew closer, multiplying and becoming clearer that it was not a solitary horse traveling alone, but rather a battalion of it that moment. The moonlight cascaded through the treetops, and the stars above suddenly twinkled. As a cool night breeze swept away the damp chill, beneath this halo of light, the mist dissipated rapidly, and the trees regained their vibrant, upright stature. The horn sounds from behind quickly faded, mingled with anger, regret, and helpless sighs that a troop of knights approached from the front of the procession, gradually slowing their pace. Illuminated by the moon and starlight, they rode upon silver-white steeds, donning soft green armor. Silken hair and pointed ears peeked from beneath their eagle-headed helmets, their bright, sharp eyes sparkling like stars. This was a company of elves. The cavalry surrounded the caravan, their horses moving with a grace reminiscent of flowing water. As they breezed past, the knight removed his helmet and raised his hand. "We are a trading caravan bound for Hub Fortress. May I inquire which elven company stands before us?" "Bill," a voice called out. And a knight dismounted from the ranks. Halting before the knight's horse, the elf removed his helmet, revealing a pair of smiling eyes and a countenance of indescribable beauty. "It is a pleasure to see you again, old friend." "Leah, it has been too long," the knight exclaimed, joy illuminating his face. They both dismounted and clasped each other's right hands in a gesture of greeting. The knight remarked, "Your arrival is most fortuitous. We were on the brink of despair. The times are turbulent. The mists of the dead have shifted 2 miles northward." The elf replied, "Do not linger here. Please come to our camp and rest. It remains a safe haven." The group relaxed, summoning their last reserves of strength to continue onward. Before long, they veered off the road, entering the towering woods. Though the forest was deemed unsuitable for passage, the carts found the ground level and the spaces between the trees wide. Siegler looked around in disbelief, convinced that his eyes and reason were playing tricks on him. Moonlight continued to bathe them, while the elves remained silent, yet none felt any trepidation. Soon, they reached a hilltop devoid of trees, revealing an expanse of grassy meadow adorned with wildflowers that swayed gently under the starlight, exuding a delicate fragrance. Atop the hill were 2 large white stones, one lying flat like a table, smooth and even. The other stood upright, polished to a sheen, resembling a silver mirror that a flame flickered into existence from the center of the table-like stone, casting a warm and gentle glow. "Come," the elf beckoned, "rest here." Chapter 13. Cloak Road for the group came to a halt, and the elven knights dismounted as well. The steeds then galloped freely, some frolicking in the woods, while others grazed on the grass. The elves removed their helmets, revealing strikingly handsome faces, as if the very term beauty had been coined solely for their kind. The caravan drivers felt a sense of inadequacy, quietly unpacking their provisions and opening their water skins, huddled together like an isolated island. "How can we disappoint our guests?" a voice commented. Siegler turned to see a figure emerging from the smooth stone surface. An elder elven man stepping forth from the shadow, clad in a simple green robe, adorned only by the emblem of the elven deity at his waist. He gently waved his hand, and a swirl of starlight danced around the flame, transforming into a lavish feast. The other elves placed their hands over their hearts and nodded in respect, while Leah introduced, "This is Ceaselessly, Amillion, priest of the Temple of Starlight. Please, everyone, eat and rest," he said. "It is rather humble here, as we are far from our homeland of the Sun and Moon Grove. If you ever find your way there, we will be able to host you with true elven hospitality. This is already quite bountiful." Siegler was the first to leap forward. He rushed to the table, grabbing bread and jam, calling out, "My lord knight, look, here is some genuine fruit wine." "Who is this young man?" Leah inquired softly, standing beside Bill. "My newly appointed squire." Sir Bill waved his hand dismissively, then leaned in to whisper to the elf, "He is quite an amusing little brat, and remarkably perceptive. He will grow into a fine young man." "Is he akin to you?" Leah shot Bill a teasing glance. "Much better than me." Sir Bill, sensing the elf's expression, felt a bit embarrassed and decided to change the subject. "What brings you to Cloak Road?" "Let me answer that for you," Ceaselessly interjected. He strolled over, gesturing for Leah and Bill to accompany him on a leisurely walk. The three ambled around the grassy hill, while the grazing horses instinctively made way for them. "Recently, a malevolent force has been stirring. I foresee a new power emerging here, albeit the vision remains unclear," the priest explained. "We have come to this land after hearing rumors of ogres. The Dawn Knights are collaborating with us to identify these ogres, and I suspect that the evil force I foresaw may very well be them." "What do we know of these ogres?" "As of now, their origins remain a mystery. The only certainty is that one among them is a priest of the god of murder, which renders these creatures particularly perilous." Sir Bill gasped in shock. He had encountered ogres on the battlefield. They were mercenaries for the enemy. These enormous, fearsome beings, when equipped with suitable weaponry and armor, could decisively alter the course of battle. Ogres possessed remarkable regenerative abilities, healing wounds within minutes, and they could consume flesh and blood to restore their strength, regenerate their bodies, and even become stronger and more resilient. While these creatures were largely of low intelligence, often relying on instinct for survival, they would obey stronger kin, transforming into formidable warriors that were challenging to confront. If one were to be selected as a priest, a especially of the god of murder, their capacity for slaughter would render them even more fearsome. Sir Bill could scarcely imagine how such terrifying combat machines could be vanquished. Currently, there are signs indicating that this ogre is systematically rallying its subordinates, that a dark force is coalescing, its location and intent shrouded in layers of fog. Is there any way we can assist? Oh, do not be hasty, valiant warrior. The time is not yet ripe. The priest declined with a smile, then spoke earnestly. I merely hope that this news reaches humanity, so the townsfolk can prepare for defense. We cannot fathom why the Church of Dawn has not fortified the villages. That should fall under the Lord's purview, the knight explained. The church is solely responsible for the spiritual realm. Ah, I think I understand, the priest replied. So it is the Night Lord who oversees the construction of the castles. Yet, these castles have never been intended for the common folk, the knight wished to express. But he knew that would only deepen the elves' disdain. It was not that the elves harbored malice. It was simply that these long-lived beings had cultivated a more harmonious and sustainable culture. While human civilization, in their eyes, was merely nascent, radical, and rife with chaos and contradiction, humanity possesses the remarkable capacity to learn from various civilizations and races, striving for transformation. Yet, in the eyes of the elves, they lack patience and have yet to grasp the essence, merely engaging in superficial imitation. You know, Leo once spoke of you, describing you as a human imbued with a sense of honor and cunning. It is difficult for me to fathom how these two qualities could coexist within a single soul. Perhaps only humans are capable of such complexity. The priest continued, Viscount Kyra of Hub Fortress does not extend a warm welcome to our kind. He has prohibited teams of elves exceeding 3 from entering his territory. A decision we can only regard with regret and respect. Guided by divine insight, the ogres currently seek refuge within the Viscount's domain, secretly amassing strength. We require someone to inform him, and fortuitously, we have encountered you. I shall compose a letter to elucidate this matter. At your service, replied the knight. Now, do not concern yourself with this old man. I must attend their banquet over yonder. With that, he left Bill and Leah behind and made his way to the stone table. Siegel seated himself on the ground, indulging in the feast before him, never having anticipated such a lavish meal during his travels. Perhaps this is the boon of adventure. The fare prepared by the elves was exceptionally fresh and delectable, transcending description, whether it be fruits or desserts, transforming into the most exquisite delights, in contrast to the restraint exhibited by the drivers in the presence of the elves' refined countenances and graceful demeanor. The carefree Siegel garnered the elves' favor. Young man with black hair, regale us with your tale, one of the elves remarked. Thus, Siegel recounted his lineage, particularly his life upon the sea. Strangely, the arduous toil and terrifying tribulations morphed into exhilarating narratives in this setting. While the joyful moments and pleasant emotions became more distilled and elevated in essence, Siegel was enveloped in a profound sense of happiness. Priest Siegler approached him, attentively listening to his story. The young man was undaunted, treating all present as equal listeners, even breaking into a sailor's song. Coincidentally, one of the elven knights had once served as a lookout on an elven ship and, recognizing the melody, joined in the chorus. The elven voice was melodious and dulcet, while Siegel's tone was robust and rhythmic, together creating a unique harmony. As the song concluded, applause erupted, and Siegel, feeling a tad bashful, scratched his head, yet he reveled in his moment of glory. Oh, child, your voice emanates from the depths of your soul, resonating with a profound essence. You shall become an extraordinary individual, the priest remarked. Will I become a good knight? Siegel inquired. That I cannot answer, for knighthood is but one path. A way of life. You must understand that strength springs from the soul, from a steadfast commitment to one's beliefs. As a starlight priest, we focus more on the aspirations and conditions of the elves themselves, rather than intervening in the fates of humans or other beings in the world. However, from your song, I sense the same joy and confidence that elves possess, hence my remarks. Perhaps I have said too much. Or perhaps this is merely the hand of fate. I do not quite understand, Siegel replied candidly. Let me share a secret, amusing child, Siegler chuckled. As for prophecies, I too sometimes find them perplexing. Divine beings operate within their own mysteries. After their discourse, they continued to feast for a while longer, and as weariness overtook them, they gradually succumbed to slumber. On that blessed meadow, tranquility reigned, the earth warm and soft, a gentle breeze caressing them, and soon everyone drifted into dreams. The following morning, Siegel awoke refreshed, only to discover that the elves had departed, leaving behind Leah, who was familiar with Sir Bill. She stood between the knight and the accountant, and it appeared a quarrel was about to erupt. "You are untrustworthy," the knight exclaimed indignantly. "Do you possess no sense of shame? What rule have I violated?" The accountant retorted, striving to maintain an air of righteousness. "I have provided you with the funds for the guards, absolving you of your responsibilities, allowing you the freedom to pursue other tasks. What is wrong with that? Then why have you altered the route? Directing the convoy north towards New Forest? What benefits did the elves bestow upon you last night to prompt such actions?" Leah's expression turned awkward. She was aware of the circumstances. The previous night, an elven knight had discovered the rare soil within the bags, prompting the priest to seek purchase of the goods. After some contemplation, the accountant had demanded a secure hiding place and a hefty sum of 5,000 gold coins. The elves had consented, leading the convoy to New Forest, where an elven outpost, in order to regain control of the caravan. Mactate would undoubtedly need to eliminate Sir Bill. Thus, he conceived the idea of prematurely terminating the knight's employment contract, leaving Bill without grounds to interfere. "This transpired after your departure. It does not concern you," the accountant stated. "Let us part ways then. Your merchant guild's Jeff, Master Gold, will be furious." "That is no concern of yours or mine," Mactate concluded. "Mercenary. Do you have any further matters? I am about to lead the caravan to the elves' New Forest. Surely, you do not intend to obstruct us." The knight was infuriated, yet he was not a brigand. "Elves. Alas," he sighed deeply. According to the knight's code of honor and conduct, he could only seek out the owner of the goods or the territory's overseer to obtain permission before apprehending the individual. The caravan soon turned northward, traversing elven territory, thus ensuring some measure of safety. Left with Sir Bill, the elven Leah, and Siegel, they continued west towards Hub Fortress. Sir Bill pondered the situation as they traveled slowly on horseback. With no urgency in their pace, Siegel was still required to train. His exercise regimen nearly doubled. Leah observed the young man with keen interest, scrutinizing his training progress. After merely 3 days on the road, the elves had already discerned Siegel's extraordinary potential. "Your flexibility and growth rate are the finest I have encountered among humans. Only a few elven swordmasters could rival you in their youth," Leah mused before addressing Siegel. "Would you care to learn the art of the curved blade?" With that, she dismounted, unsheathing the curved blade at her waist, using Siegel as a target to demonstrate the elven blade techniques. Her movements blended the qualities of a hummingbird, a butterfly, and a cheetah, flowing with the wind and adapting to the rhythm. Despite wielding only a single curved blade, Siegel felt himself ensnared in a whirlwind of blades, surrounded by a dazzling display of light and shadow, hesitant to move an inch, though only a few breaths passed. Siegel perceived an eternity. Once the elf returned to a standing position, Siegel sprang up, exclaiming, "I wish to learn. I wish to learn." "I was actually intending to have you teach him," Sir Bill added. "This little rascal is not yet fully formed. My two-handed sword style does not suit him. We cannot afford to delay on the road. Elven swordplay cannot be practiced while in transit. We should hasten to Hub Fortress," Leah urged. "There, we can rest for a few days, and I will impart the foundational aspects to him." Consequently, Leah allowed Siegel to mount her horse, and the two rode together, significantly increasing the speed of their journey. Along the way, Leah did not neglect to explain the nature of this martial art. As a ranger, she could navigate through dense forests and grasslands with ease. Possessing a deep affinity with animals and mastering proficient archery and curved blade techniques, these skills were born from the elven race's long-term exploration and refinement, merging their understanding of natural and magical forces while adapting to the elves' agile yet delicate physique. Although Siegel exhibited remarkable flexibility, he could not truly harness the full power of such techniques as the elves did, but Leah's primary aim was for the young man to derive inspiration from this art, integrating it into his own martial practices. "You must also learn the elven tongue," Leah instructed. "Many techniques and movements are passed down in the form of elven poetry, which cannot be expressed in human language. I know some elven phrases, though my proficiency is lacking," Siegel admitted. "Mostly just daily greetings and nautical terms. Since you have a foundation, it will be easier," Leah remarked. "I can now teach you the basic structure of elven poetry." Thus, despite their haste, the learning never ceased. Each night while camping, Leah would teach Siegel the elven language while prompting him to assume peculiar poses to stretch and strengthen his muscles. Each movement was slow and deliberate, yet every pose targeted specific muscles, stretching them to their limits. Siegel had never imagined that twisting on the ground could prove so challenging. He was drenched in sweat, his body creaking as if it were made of wood. Fortunately, his physique was indeed superior to the average person's. After several days, he was merely sore, without any injuries. Following each training session, Liao would procure fresh spring water and cast a blessing spell, transforming it into a viscous, ointment-like substance, which she would then apply to Siegel's muscles while massaging him. At this moment, the young lad would flush crimson, shifting uncomfortably. "I think I will manage on my own, Master Liao," he said, having adopted the term master with Sir Bill's approval. "I can apply the ointment myself." "Relax, young man." The sprite spoke gently. "Once this ointment is in your possession, it will revert to water. It effectively alleviates the fatigue accumulated in your muscles during training. So do not be anxious, as it may affect its efficacy." "All right, do not overthink it," Siegel reminded himself. Yet he found himself laughing heartily at the simultaneously soft, numb, and itchy sensation, no matter how long the cloak road may be. It must eventually reach its end. After nearly a month since departing from Streamwood Town, they finally beheld the walls of Hubfort. Chapter 14. Hubfort. Hubfort is the epicenter of human settlement in this region. One of the first fortresses constructed following the discovery of the new continent, the pioneering Count Stad, accompanied by his knights, traversed the seas, overcoming numerous obstacles to establish Hubfort in this once barren land. The Stat family envisioned channeling river waters, cultivating fertile fields, and mining the mountains, aiming to transform this area into a legacy that would endure through the ages. However, the wildness and untamed nature of the new continent exceeded the Count's expectations. Fraught with countless hidden dangers, when a sudden illness claimed the life of the Count in his prime, Hubfort had merely completed the inner city, with only half of the fertile lands cultivated. While both the mines and waterways had been successfully constructed, upon the Count's demise, his knights abandoned the stronghold, dispersing to their respective fiefs to establish their own enterprises. Although they remained loyal to the Count's heir, their unity had significantly waned. The construction efforts at Hubfort came to a near standstill, and after 2 centuries, the Count's title had devolved into that of a viscount, with the fortress still limited to the original inner city and the partially completed outer walls. Yet, beyond Hubfort, several villages acted as sentinels, safeguarding the incomplete fortress at its core. The residents here are fiercely independent, preoccupied with their own affairs, largely indifferent to the happenings beyond their vicinity. The events transpiring in Hubfort and its surrounding villages comprise their entire world. They toiled diligently, seldom straying from their land, let alone embarking on perilous ventures. As the locals say, that would be courting death, due to its unique geographical location, alongside favorable navigable routes and an inland port. Hubfort frequently encounters travelers from afar. They bring tidings from distant lands, with tales of the old continent being particularly cherished. The residents of Hubfort warmly welcome these travelers from their homeland, eagerly listening to historical or legendary narratives, applauding their recounts. However, the inhabitants of Hubfort never forged deep connections with these visitors. Presently, the governing authority of Hubfort is Viscount Kyrostad, a diminutive man in his 40s, who is currently embroiled in a heated dispute between emissaries from Nolan Town and East Ting Town regarding the boundaries of agricultural lands. At this juncture, his attendant announced that a knight bearing important news requested an audience. "Let him in," Viscount Kyra beckoned. Then addressed the others. "I will dispatch my officials to investigate the boundary matter. Until a conclusion is reached, neither party is to take any action." Sir Bill and the elven lady Leah entered the council chamber. Observing the Viscount seated upon a grand chair elevated by 2 steps, while others stood at the lower steps on either side, they discreetly assessed the 2 newcomers, gauging identity through their gait, attire, and demeanor. "Ah, it is Sir Bill. I can hardly imagine who else could serve as a messenger knight," Viscount Kara remarked with a chin resting on his hand, intrigued. "So you have left this place for such an occupation. Who would have thought that delivering messages could be so lucrative?" Sir Bill chose to disregard this comment, producing the letter to present to the Viscount's attendant who obstructed his path. "Oh, let me see what this is. A letter from the elves? Surely it is not a plea for mercy?" The Viscount tore open the envelope, glanced at its contents, and placed it aside, stating, as expected, nothing novel, merely the same old script. "Why are the elves so preoccupied with matters occurring within my territory? Yet, they ought not to have dispatched you, a knight of such antiquity and poverty, to deliver this message. Everyone knows you are a rather dull, aged, and impoverished knight, not particularly loquacious. However, I am curious, if these tidings were delivered by this lovely lady's soft, Gentle voice. Would they not become more melodious? Mind your words, my Lord Viscount, Sir Bill cautioned, gripping Leah's wrist with a furrowed brow. Heed the counsel of the benevolent. It would serve you well. Cursed old spectre. May they be damned. I seek love, yet receive curses. Such is the visage of the benevolent. The Viscount cast the letter aside, irate, declaring, Hubfort stands here. I shall not venture elsewhere. If they wish to probe, let them come. I have nothing to conceal. However, dear knight, be wary. These elves are duplicitous. They are always plotting. Seeing the futility of his attempts to persuade the Viscount, Sir Bill recognized that the long-standing enmity between Hubfort and the elves could not be resolved with mere words. Their history was steeped in love, betrayal, and vengeful wars spanning 3 generations. Had it not been for the decree from the royal family of the Starry Kingdom following the river battle, which mandated that the Viscount refrain from engaging in hostilities with the elves, Hubfort and New Forest might still be embroiled in conflict. With no fruitful dialogue remaining, Sir Bill excused himself and departed the council chamber with Leah. Outside, Siegel awaited them, holding the horses while casting a curious gaze upon the fortress. The reality of the town before him was far more vivid than the mere concept represented on the map. Several hundred stone and timber structures lined the winding streets, primarily occupying the outer regions of the original fortress blueprint. Arranged neatly yet irregularly, over 1,000 residents inhabited this area, vastly exceeding the originally intended capacity. Consequently, the drainage ditches and sewers frequently became clogged, leading to the occasional overflow of sewage onto the streets. Producing an unbearable stench, the Cloak Road traversed the outer district from east to west, with the largest taverns, inns, and shops flanking either side. Unlike the bustling market of Streamwood Town, Hubfort was not experiencing a peak trading day. It only became crowded and noisy during the weekly delivery from the mountain mines. Nonetheless, this did not affect the thriving business of the inns and taverns for 2 reasons. Hubfort boasted an abundance of apple orchards, yielding excellent fruit wines, and there existed a guild of innkeepers who paid to gather gossip. Collecting various tidbits of information and secrets, observing Sir Bill and the elven lady's somber mood, Siegel endeavored to serve them more dutifully. The trio arrived at the main street and selected the quietest inn they could find. Leading their horses inside, "Welcome to the Sunlight Inn of Old Barrel," chirped a plump boy of 7 or 8 years, bowing in greeting. "What can I assist you with?" 2 adjacent rooms, one of which must contain 2 beds, Sir Bill instructed. "Please take good care of our horses. Add beans and eggs to their feed. You have my assurance." The boy first secured the horses, then helped Siegel with the luggage as they entered the inn. A noticeably rotund man, presumably the proprietor, was sprawled across a table, sound asleep and snoring, likely lost in a pleasant dream. The boy crawled beneath the table, retrieved the guest registration book, collected 3 days' worth of lodging fees, jotted down a few notes, and then crawled back. "We serve meals and beverages at all hours. Should you require anything else, feel free to seek me out. I am either at the entrance welcoming guests or in the first small room beside the staircase on the 2nd floor." Marked doorman. "Excellent, young lad. Tell me, is the great hammer blacksmith shop still in operation?" "Oh, it is indeed still running," the doorman replied. "I recall it nearly closing a year ago, but for some unknown reason, it has suddenly become prosperous again." Sir Bill nodded. Ensuring everyone in the party was settled, he instructed Siegel to diligently practice his martial skills with the elf before setting out for the great hammer blacksmith shop alone. When the knight returned that evening, he was accompanied by an additional person and 2 large carts. This man, in his 30s, was notably robust, his muscular arms straining against his clothing as he cheerfully rubbed his calloused hands together, saying, "It is a pleasure to meet you all. This is Jeff Goldcoin, the individual originally designated to receive the cargo," Sir Bill explained to the group. "Mackett is his partner. Their jointly owned carts will likely not return, so he has declared bankruptcy and decided to join us as a blacksmith and attendant. Welcome, welcome." Siegel's joints creaked as he struggled to rise from the ground, extending his hand for a firm handshake with Goldcoin. "Will you also learn to become a knight? Sir Bill is a splendid master." "Oh, not at all," the man chuckled. "I merely applied for bankruptcy protection." "Ah, what does that entail?" "It is a term in commerce, indicating I have gone bankrupt and must seek protection," Jeff clarified. Then added, "I have brought everything from my shop that remains unsold. Take a look and see if there is anything you desire. Feel free to take it." "Go ahead, lad. He speaks the truth," Sir Bill nodded. "There is a small horse outside for you as well. From now on, you shall learn to ride and drive," Siegel exclaimed with joy, rushing outside, while Jeff followed suit after greeting the elven lady. Once the two had exited the room, Leah furrowed her brow and inquired what transpired that necessitated bringing Jeff along. His goods were taken by his partner, and the resulting losses caused him to lose his shop, leaving him unable to make a living here. But that doesn't justify taking him along, does it? I am responsible for safeguarding the cargo truck. And that convoy ultimately ventured into the territory of the elves. I cannot convince myself that this does not concern me. The knight shook his head and comforted the elf, saying, I explained the dangers to him, only promising to protect his life to the best of my abilities and to assist him in finding a new place to settle. What about the summoning of Aelent? Are you taking him along as well? Don't be ridiculous. The dwarves would surely toss me into a barrel and drown me. Bill pondered for a moment and then chuckled. I'll have to trouble you to fish me out then. Aelent is not that tall. As long as you don't take the opportunity to pull me down with you, leaving a smell that lingers for a week. Leah, do me a favor and train Siegler well, striving to ensure he meets Aelent's standards to participate as a member in the operation. If he merely serves as an attendant, his share will be significantly diminished. You know how serious and stubborn dwarves can be. You truly care for him, Leah remarked. But why do you always fail to speak to him properly? I can't just usurp your role, Bill replied. He is obedient and diligent. Yet he equally requires someone strict to guide him. Your human educational methods are quite peculiar. Leah shook her head, but rest assured, Siegler is making rapid progress. He has already met the basic requirements to practice the curved sword dance, and he will certainly meet the standards when he encounters the dwarves. So soon? It's only been a few days. The knight expressed his surprise. I recall you mentioning that elves take a year to reach this foundational requirement. Elves grow and recuperate at a much slower pace. Leah blushed slightly and then explained, I must say, humans are indeed blessed to evolve from savagery to civilization. It seems he is the only one truly blessed. Chapter 15. The Hub Fortress 2. The shopkeeper concluded his afternoon rest and hurriedly came to greet the customers while adding an extra room. The group first went to freshen up, thoroughly washing away the fatigue of their journey before comfortably sitting in the dining area on the first floor, enjoying large cups of chilled fruit wine. With Jeff, a local guide, they procured a delightful dinner with minimal expense. The table was adorned with hot soup, fruit salad, and apple pie, and roasted quail and rabbit were soon to be served, accompanied by several loaves of steaming fresh bread. Since the accommodations were quite satisfactory and they had ample time before departing for Dragon Lion Cliff, the group decided to linger a few more days. Sir Bill and Leah planned to explore the surrounding villages, hoping to uncover traces of the ogres. Jeff had gained the knight's protection, but he still had some debts to settle. Siegler continued to practice his martial skills diligently. Despite his high aptitude, Siegler showed no signs of relaxation, for he did not wish to incur Sir Bill's reprimand. The knight was a discerning individual, possessing a remarkably keen eye for detail and the ability to identify issues. Even the slightest oversight or error would not escape his notice. Thus, Siegler recited elven poetry while practicing the sword dance repeatedly. Throughout the day until evening, neither the knight nor the elf returned, and Jeff ventured out with some old items. Siegler finished his dinner alone and tended to his pony in the stable, grooming its coat before preparing to take it for a stroll. The roadsides were bustling with a variety of people, all enjoying their leisure time after a day's labor. There were humans engaged in hushed conversations, several dwarves laughing boisterously, and gnomes puffing smoke in the corner of the alley. A few indistinct figures sat quietly. Siegler was a robust young man, carrying a curved sword, exuding an aura that deterred troublemakers. Although the pony he led appeared healthy and beautiful, a breed capable of being trained as a warhorse, those with ill intent would weigh the risks before acting impulsively. He led the horse out of town and arrived at an open space by the river valley. Here, there were embankments built during the time of Count Stat, alongside a well-maintained post road. Siegler mounted his pony, allowing it to walk slowly. He could not ride vigorously just yet, but aimed to gradually train his mount's endurance. The pony was still young and could not be equipped with a saddle, so while Leah taught him the elven war dance, she also imparted knowledge of riding without a saddle. The cool summer evening breeze caressed his face, mingling with the scent of earth and firewood, bringing Siegler a profound sense of tranquility that he cherished this feeling. Closing his eyes and allowing the pony to guide him forward, they ambled along the road leading to the countryside. Suddenly, the pony let out a terrified whinny and jumped up. Siegler grasped the pony's neck tightly and quickly opened his eyes that he saw a fast-moving carriage was past, the driver cracking a loud whip in the air. The pony, startled, veered off the path and galloped wildly into the fields. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid, I'm here with you. It's all right. Siegel endeavored to soothe the pony's frayed nerves while guiding it away from hazardous areas that could lead to falls or broken legs. As he turned the corner of a building, he caught sight of a figure crouched in the shadows. Seemingly a child, he strained to steer the pony away from the figure, but was thrown off balance and fell. He saw a large dark circle rushing towards him and only then realized it was a well. Thanks to the training the elves had provided him, Siegel bent and twisted in midair. Striving to regain his balance, amidst the noise, he fell to the bottom of the well. Fortunately, he landed feet first, avoiding inhaling water and escaping injury. The well was roughly 10 meters deep, and at that moment, a figure appeared above, calling down. The voice echoed in the well, barely distinguishable. Are you all right? Are you okay? Siegel wiped the water from his face and replied, I'm fine. The voice above responded, Do you want me to pull you up? Thank you, but I have no rope. Let me think of something. Siegel glanced around. The well was not wide, and he could touch both walls with outstretched arms. Perhaps he could attempt to climb up. Although the walls were wet and slippery, they were not entirely smooth. With some protrusions he could grip, Siegel cautiously began to ascend, using his muscles to steady himself. Suddenly, the wall to his left caved in, revealing a passageway about a person's height. Siegel, not paying attention, fell again with a thud. The voice above called out anxiously, Are you okay? What happened again? I'm fine. There's a secret door here. Siegel replied, I can get through shortly. A secret door? Let me find a rope. The figure disappeared from the well's mouth, presumably to fetch something. Siegel climbed again, circumventing the narrow path of the secret door, focusing solely on ascending. Utilizing the light filtering down from above, he managed to observe the secret door just barely. Behind the open gap lay a sloped passage, steep steps leading downwards. The destination unknown to Siegel's vision allowed him to see a stone door at the end of the steps, adorned with carvings of bows and arrows. Siegel emerged from the well and spotted his pony standing quietly nearby, gazing at its owner with a hint of embarrassment. Beside the pony stood a ragged, emaciated boy, struggling to pull on a rope used for tying a fence. The boy appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, his oversized tattered robe billowing around his slender frame. He wore a rag tied around his head, his face smeared with dirt and grime. No wonder Siegel had only seen a dark shadow earlier, failing to discern his features. Wow, you managed to climb up by yourself. That's impressive, the boy exclaimed, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Quick, help me pull a rope. I want to go down and search for treasure. Observing the boy's scruffy appearance, Siegel felt a twinge of skepticism. You're not a thief, are you? You're utterly unreasonable, the boy retorted angrily. My father said before he died that treasures were hidden beneath our house, and after his death, they could be retrieved for use. I'm looking for the entrance, and not only did you nearly knock me over, but you also accused me of being a thief. I apologize for nearly colliding with you. My pony was startled and bolted. I barely managed to regain control, Siegel said, scratching his head in embarrassment. As long as you're not a thief, that's fine, but with those spindly arms and legs, how can you climb down? Hey, I'm about to get angry. Not only do you accuse me, but you also mock me. The boy picked up a small stone from the ground and threw it. Get lost. Get lost. How could the stone possibly hit Siegel? He easily dodged it. Seeing his master being targeted, the pony grew displeased and nudged the boy from behind, causing him to stumble. The boy shouted, Even the horse is bullying me. Siegel felt even more embarrassed. He whistled and called the pony to his side, then said, Let me help you, all right? The boy paused, irritated, and replied, You must be trying to steal our family's treasure. Don't pretend to be the good guy. Siegel, with a clear conscience, naturally did not become enraged. He explained, Descending into the well is perilous. Your frail frame may lead to calamity. Moreover, you require assistance to hoist your belongings back up. I shall not take anything from your home. I merely wish to repay my debt to you for the wrongs you have endured. The youth pondered for a moment, and seeing the sincerity in Siegel's words, he smiled and replied, Very well. Siegel secured the horse to a corner, dismantled the fence, and removed the rope. The youth emerged from the dwelling with an oil lamp, a hatchet, and a large sack. They secured the rope and descended in turn. The diminutive oil lamp emitted a faint glow, illuminating only a short distance ahead and beneath their feet. The sloping passage was damp and slick, overgrown with moss and small mushrooms. Siegel grasped the youth's hand as they walked forward with ease. By the way, what is your name? I cannot simply call you hey, can I? The young man replied, I am called Mia, but you may refer to me as Little Finger. I am Siegel the octopus. Oh, you know what an octopus is? No. Is it a formidable creature? Littlefinger inquired, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Well, to some extent. Yes, that I have heard sailors say that deep-sea octopuses can be as large as small hills. However, a typical octopus is merely the length of an arm. Ah, then, greetings, Mr. Octopus, the youth said earnestly. And to you as well, Mr. Mia. The two paused before the grand door, and with the aid of the light, they finally discerned the carvings and inscriptions upon it. The colossal statue of a taut bow and arrow stood like a bolt, surrounded by elegantly flowing letters that faintly shimmered with a silvery glow. This door was not ancient. Every detail of its adornment was distinctly visible. Siegel reached out to touch it, though it was carved from stone. It bore a wooden texture. This is Elvish script. I can barely decipher it, Siegel remarked. He strained to recall the Elvish knowledge he had recently acquired, attempting to grasp the meaning of the words. He managed to recognize a few terms, yet struggled to form coherent sentences. Oh, bow like a full moon, arrow like a star. Littlefinger spoke in Elvish. The arrows on the door glimmered with tiny lights, and then transformed into a cascade of starlight. Illuminating the passage, the top bowstring retracted, and the grand door swung open. How did you know how to open the door? Siegel inquired. This is my home. How could I not know? Then why were you still searching for the door? That question I too wished to pose. Littlefinger began to fume. He explained clearly enough. Siegel naturally assumed that he referred to Littlefinger's father. Beyond the door lay a courtyard, filled with luminescent flora. The ground orchids emitted a milky glow, while firefly moss shone with a yellow light. Lizard grass radiated in red, and guiding mushrooms glimmered green. In the center of the courtyard stood a marble circular pavilion, with a small stone table and 2 stone stools within. Scattered across the pavilion's floor lay a tea set. Littlefinger picked up the tea set, dusted it off, and discovered it to be a crystal set, beautifully engraved with Elvish script. Siegel leaned in curiously and read aloud, to the beloved of this life. May all endure like the moon. Hey, don't read that aloud. It's my family, yes. Littlefinger retorted, rudely tossing the item into the sack before searching the vicinity. The courtyard was tall and straight, surrounded by smooth walls, allowing for a sweeping view. Siegel scratched his head in confusion. Is this truly your family's treasure chamber? A mere underground pavilion housing only a tea set. Fool, do you think anyone would descend from a well just to drink tea here? Littlefinger replied while exploring the walls. There must be a secret door. There must be. Indeed, he soon discovered a cluster of false, screaming grass concealed beside the guiding mushrooms, a masterful imitation. With a forceful tug, he heard a faint scraping sound, and a slit appeared in the wall, revealing a winding path. Chapter 16. Nexus Fortress 3. Siegel plucked a bunch of ground orchids to use as a torch and led the way, with Littlefinger closely following. The narrow path was paved with cobblestones, meandering deeper underground. The two were unaware of how far beneath the surface they had descended. No tree roots emerged from the soil, leading them to believe they were quite deep. After walking for approximately 10 minutes, the path finally reached its end, obstructed by a large door, from behind which emanated a soft yellow light. That moment, the oil lamp extinguished, leaving only the ground orchids in Siegel's possession. They each took a handful and approached the door to examine it closely, only to realize it was merely the back panel of a wardrobe, with light filtering in from beneath it. They held their breath and pressed their ears against the wardrobe, hearing a voice speaking from the other side. The voice was laced with nasal and explosive sounds, occasionally punctuated by a grating noise, which Siegel could not comprehend. However, Littlefinger's complexion paled as he gripped the orchids tightly. Fortunately, after a while, the voice receded, along with the light from beneath the wardrobe. Only then did Littlefinger dare to act. He felt around the wooden panel, inadvertently triggering a mechanism that caused it to creak open, revealing a small door. The wardrobe was devoid of clothing, and the cabinet doors were ajar, filled with thick spider webs. Siegel swept aside the webs and was the first to leap inside. This room had once been a bedroom, inexplicably constructed underground, its cold stone walls devoid of any exit save for a decaying wooden door. From the remnants on the floor, it was evident that a grand bed had once occupied the space. The primary reason for their assumption that it was a bedroom, beside the wardrobe stood a vanity with only one leg remaining. Its copper mirror was rusted and completely non-reflective. The chandelier on the ceiling lay shattered on the floor, its wax drippings coating the ground. A thick layer of dust covered the entire room, and 2 immense footprints marred the floor. The vanity's drawers contained only a solitary pair of pearl earrings, which naturally found their way into Littlefinger's pocket. Beyond the door lay an elongated corridor, its carpet having been carelessly bunched up and discarded like refuse. Wall sconces adorned the walls, yet no light illuminated the space. The two, holding their glowing orchids, stepped carefully over the footprints as they ventured forth. The hidden room connected to the corridor lay at the far end, and astonishingly, this corridor, measuring over 20 meters in length, had only this solitary chamber. Numerous aphorisms were etched onto the walls, such as "anger only begets harm," and "compassion and mercy are the greatest virtues." At the corridor's end stood a spiral staircase leading upwards. Its destination unknown. One wall had collapsed, revealing a large hole. Mia pointed this out to Siegel, noting that the staircase was pristine while the footprints extended toward the gaping hole. "Where should we go next?" Siegel asked. "The treasure is upstairs." Thus, the two immediately determined their course. Above the spiral staircase was a sliding door, which could be opened with a gentle tug on the chain. Siegel and Mia ascended, discovering they had returned to the surface. Now within a grand study, the room was lavishly decorated, the ceiling adorned with a sun motif, and towering statues graced one side of the room, with the sliding secret door concealed behind one of them. The room was empty, yet all items were meticulously arranged, suggesting someone was responsible for its upkeep. Thick woolen carpets covered the floor, accompanied by plush cushions. Each side of the walls featured 3 large floor-to-ceiling windows, embellished with translucent stained glass. Against the wall devoid of windows stood substantial bookshelves and several cabinets displaying exquisite items. A large desk, entirely black with one red leg, occupied the space in front of the statue. Littlefinger crawled beneath the desk and, after much fiddling, finally opened a hidden compartment. Inside lay a large scroll of paper. Littlefinger unrolled it, glanced at its contents, and exclaimed joyfully, "I found it." Siegel had been observing the room, and he noted that the figures depicted bore a certain familiarity, while the crests hanging on the walls seemed reminiscent of something he had seen before. He approached the window and peered outside, realizing he was indeed in the inner city of Nexus Fortress, the abode of Viscount Kyra. Thus, the octopus had captured Littlefinger, and he asked, "This isn't actually your family's treasure chamber, is it?" Littlefinger remained unperturbed, waving the scroll in his hand, and upon unrolling it for Siegel to see, he said, "Take a look at what this says." Siegel tilted his head to read, discovering it to be a certificate of lineage, attesting to the bloodline and inheritance rights of a certain Mr. Lamian Stott. Following this certificate were portraits, a family tree, and a will. "With this document, this place is indeed my family's treasure chamber," Littlefinger declared, withdrawing his hand. "All right, we can depart now." The two stealthily retraced their steps, descending through the sliding door behind the statue back to the spiral staircase. They had barely taken a few steps when they suddenly heard footsteps below, accompanied by that nasal, grinding, and explosive language. A grotesque and enormous shadow began to emerge from the gaping hole at the bottom of the staircase, casting its form against the opposite wall. The two quickly tucked their glowing orchids beneath their garments. Pressing down tightly, Siegel felt an overwhelming tension coursing through his body, his instincts whispering that what approached was far from benign. He instinctively placed his hand upon the hilt of his curved dagger. The shadow loomed larger, the sound of footsteps growing ever clearer. Soon, the owner of that shadow emerged through the gaping hole. It was a towering giant, easily exceeding 2 meters in height, with a bald head adorned with numerous protruding tumors. Its skin, a sickly yellow-brown, was cloaked in coarse body hair resembling wild weeds, and its muscular arms hung nearly to the ground. This creature had prominent fangs, its mouth stretched grotesquely to the roots of its ears, perpetually emitting strange, grating sounds that were utterly irksome. The monster wielded a lantern in one hand and a spiked club in the other, muttering curses as it entered the long corridor. Siegel and his companions waited a moment longer. And indeed the creature soon returned, slipping back through the hole from whence it came. Fortunately, it had not once glanced upwards. "Do you know what manner of beast that is?" Siegel inquired. "It is an ogre," replied Littlefinger, his demeanor stiff and unnatural. Siegel attributed his reaction to fear and chose not to press further, escorting him out of the hidden passage and back up to the well's mouth. Maya urged Siegel to keep the matter a secret, gifting him one of the earrings from her pair. Siegel was reluctant to accept, having already promised not to partake in the spoils. "Very well, this is not a share of treasure, but rather a gift from me to you," Littlefinger insisted, pressing the earring into Siegel's hand. Do you consider me your friend? I suppose so. Siegel scratched his head, adding, if you forgive me for nearly colliding with you, then indeed we are friends. I sometimes find you rather stingy. Maya waved her hand, bidding farewell while shouldering a sack containing a teapot. Remember, speak of nothing regarding the proof of lineage. Thus, the two parted ways, Siegel leading his pony back to the inn, and he, oh his dismay, not only were Sir Bill and Master Leah absent, but Jeff had also not returned. Throughout the night, thoughts of the ogre plagued Siegel, robbing him of restful slumber. He could not fathom why the ogre had appeared there, nor why it patrolled incessantly. Did the Viscount of Hub Fortress know that such a malevolent creature lurked beneath his castle? He had intended to report his findings to Viscount Kyra, yet could not devise a way to explain how he had discovered the ogre. With no one available to confer with, Siegel tossed and turned, nearly sleepless through the night. At dawn, the young man resolved to act. He penned a note detailing the ogre's location and circumstances, then donned his armor, preparing to return to the cave. Until he uncovered the ogre's true intentions, he would not find peace. He retraced his steps through the hidden passage, re-entering the castle's subterranean chambers, where the stifling atmosphere was suffocating. And the prospect of an ogre's sudden appearance heightened his anxiety. He advanced stealthily, hugging the walls, illuminating his path with the bioluminescent firefly moss secured to his wrist. Among the various luminescent plants, the firefly moss emitted the dimmest glow. Upon entering the large opening in the wall, he discovered a natural cavern, through which an underground river flowed. The river, over 2 meters wide, held no fish or aquatic plants. Its swift current was shallow, barely submerging his knees. Fearing that a leap across would create too much noise, Siegel removed his shoes and rolled up his trousers, wading through the icy waters, unaffected by the chill. After crossing the river, the cave continued to descend, the foul odor intensifying. Scattered on either side of the pit were various discarded items, primarily remnants of food and other refuse. Small mice scurried among the debris, their tiny yellow eyes glimmering as they regarded the unwelcome intruder. The naturally formed cavern transitioned into stone walls at a bend ahead, where a faint light emanated. Peering around the corner, Siegel felt a gust of wind carrying an even more pungent stench. In the center of the room lay a nearly extinguished campfire, upon which rested a pot, emitting a charred odor, while 2 enormous ogres lounged nearby in slumber. The ground was a chaotic mess, offering scarcely any space to place his feet. Siegel noticed chicken feathers, crushed tomatoes, and potatoes strewn about, alongside several overturned bottles, all empty. Numerous wooden shields hung on the walls, beneath which were stacked large barrels marked with the Jobs family emblem. Several massive 2-handed swords lay carelessly beside the barrels, poorly maintained and rusted, yet the ogres seemed unconcerned, relying more on brute strength than skill. Suddenly, a thunderous noise echoed from above, and a shield was knocked aside. Revealing a slanted passage behind it, the burlap sack tumbled out, rolling as it emerged from the passage, its contents struggling and emitting frantic, muffled cries. The sack was tightly bound, preventing its contents from escaping. The commotion roused one of the ogres, which turned over and struck the bag with its enormous palm. Once, twice. Soon, silence enveloped the bag, save for a trickle of blood seeping through the fabric, slowly oozing out. The ogre, satisfied with its silencing of the ruckus, resumed its slumber. Then, a small package, akin to a lunchbox, slid down from the passage, landing gently atop the burlap sack. Siegel, illuminated by the campfire, discerned that it was likely a book wrapped in sheepskin, bound with a letter sealed with red wax, the emblem faintly visible in the wax. Siegel's instincts told him that this letter could prove invaluable, and he yearned to retrieve it. However, the ogres lay adjacent to the pile of items, and a moment's carelessness could awaken them. Siegel hesitated, then steeled himself, holding his breath and covering his mouth as he stealthily approached. Chapter 17. Hub Fortress. For the campfire cast a flickering shadow upon the wall, startling Siegel. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was merely his own silhouette. What am I so anxious about? It's just a shadow, he muttered, recalibrating his mood, relaxing his breath, and honing his senses to the surrounding environment. He inched closer to the small package, drawing nearer still. That moment, a resounding thud echoed overhead, accompanied by cries of "Don't help me." The ogre awoke, sneezing, picking its nose as its eyes slowly opened. Siegel, taking a gamble, swiftly snatched the package and turned to flee. In his haste, he kicked over a bottle, the clattering noise sending his heart racing. prompting him to quicken his pace. The ogre raised its head, nearly catching sight of Siegel as he vanished around the corner. Just then, a bound man tumbled down from the passage, landing with a thud that he struggled vigorously, causing the bottles on the ground to rattle and clatter, creating a cacophony. Both ogres sat up, their grotesque, massive eyes fixed on the fallen man, muttering in their guttural language. The bound man trembled uncontrollably, fear washing over him, losing control of his bodily functions. "Speak. What mischief have you been up to?" one of the ogres began, employing the common tongue, though still heavily laced with nasal tones and growls. Siegel could finally comprehend. I stole the lady's silver ornaments to exchange for money, but I was caught," the man stammered, his voice trembling. "That tale is rather unappealing. Let us feast upon him," one ogre suggested. "Hold on. Let me interrogate him further. He must have committed more than just this trifling offense," the other snarled, turning to glare at the man. "Is this all you've done? Such a tale isn't even enough to fill a tooth gap." I also," the man, immobilized, squirmed on the ground like a worm. One ogre pressed a massive foot down upon him, rendering him incapable of further struggle. "Reveal your story," the ogre commanded, gripped by the terror of death. The bound man began to ramble incoherently. "Of course, there's more to my tale, much more," he began. "Let me think. I am the lady's stableman, but I never focused on my duties, always making blunders. What does a few mistakes matter? That's a dull story. No. There are indeed more interesting tales. The reason for my errors is that I have feelings for the lady. I harbored many improper thoughts about her, and not only thoughts, but I acted upon them." The man began to weave a fantastical narrative, and the two ogres, now intrigued, settled in, grasping enormous goblets, tilting their heads back to guzzle down foamy ale as they listened to his yarn. The story grew increasingly absurd, painting the stableman as a villain of the worst sort. In his tale, he had assaulted the lady who had once shown him kindness, brutally murdered her family, taken hostages to defy the town guards, and subsequently slaughtered the hostages' kin. "And how did you come to be caught?" the ogres inquired with curiosity. "Well, I was ambushed," the storyteller quickly filled in that gap. "It was the lady who attacked me from behind. That wretched woman struck my head. See, I bear a wound here." Indeed, the stableman's scalp bore a large bald patch, though it was not an injury, but rather a case of alopecia. "What a tragic yet heroic tale," the two ogres exclaimed. "Why not have him join us? I quite like such rogues." "Very well, I wish to join you," the man shouted eagerly. "I would be more than willing to become your companion. Then I shall take him to the initiation ceremony. You tidy up the chickens in the sack, and we shall feast together." Another ogre squinted, rising to his feet, his entire body trembling. With a laugh, he remarked, "Today, at least, I can savor a change of flavor." Having said this, he hoisted the bound individual and departed the chamber amidst the cries of "Thank you, brothers, I wish to join you." From a distance, Siegel bore witness to this unsettling scene, his anxiety mounting. "Hurry and flee, you fool, you cannot save him," he admonished himself, realizing there was nothing to be gained from lingering. For he was no match for the ogre. As he retrieved his crossbow, this thought lingered. Yet, upon drawing forth his curved dagger, his resolve shifted. "I shall give it a try." He cast a furtive glance at the ogre within the room. The moment appearing opportune, the massive humanoid creature stood with its back to Siegel, positioned before the flickering campfire. It emitted grunting noises as its enormous fingers plucked feathers from a chicken, unbeknownst to the ogre. A hidden assailant lurked behind. Siegel steadied his crossbow, but upon reflection, he realized the short bolt would likely fail to pierce the ogre's thick hide. He lowered the weapon, gripping the curved dagger with both hands, and stealthily approached the ogre from behind. The creature remained oblivious, which was fortunate for Siegel. He aimed for the ogre's left rear, presuming the heart resided in that vicinity, and struck with considerable force. To his dismay, the blade merely struck bone, ricocheting off and leaving a shallow gash on the ogre's back, from which a stream of yellowish-brown blood flowed. The ogre bellowed in fury, turning to face its attacker. Enraged, it prepared to rise and retaliate. Though taken aback by this turn of events, Siegel did not succumb to panic. "If one strike fails, I shall attempt another." He raised the dagger once more, this time delivering a fierce blow to the ogre's flank. Skillfully avoiding the shoulder and ribs, the blade sliced through the ogre's skin and penetrated into its innards. Even for a creature as resilient as the ogre, this wound proved intolerable. It raised its elbow and swung backward with all its might, intent on sending the small assailant flying. Siegel felt the rush of wind as he ducked low, narrowly evading the blow that he rolled away. Utilizing the elven battle dance he had diligently practiced, fluidly, Siegel executed the correct steps. Maintaining his position behind the ogre, seizing the opportunity to strike at the creature's ankle. While the blow did not sever the right foot, it rendered the ogre's movements unsteady. The beast struggled to regain its footing. Pivoting on its intact leg in an effort to confront Siegel, clenching its fists, it summoned all its strength, poised to deliver a lethal strike to the assailant. Yet, Siegel did not falter, like a leaf caught in the wind. He moved gracefully behind the ogre. He seized the moment to inflict several more cuts upon the creature's thigh, knee, and back. The ogre, infuriated, spun left and right, but Siegel always managed to remain behind, after dozens of strikes. Even the most resilient of creatures found it increasingly difficult to withstand the assault, its strength waning. Just as the tide of battle appeared to favor Siegel, the ogre ceased its spinning and charged violently toward the wall. Pressing against it in an instant, Siegel comprehended its intent. By turning against the wall, it would thwart any further attempts to hide behind it. Realizing this, he quickly retreated, retrieving his crossbow from the ground. The ogre emitted a guttural laugh. Pressing its back against the wall, triumphant in its stance that it believed that with a brief respite, its wounds would heal, and capturing the thief would not only mend its injuries, but also satiate its rage. At last, it spotted its assailant, a robust young human. Suddenly, a flash of light struck Siegel, and a searing pain shot through his eye as a bolt from the crossbow pierced it, blinding him. The ogre howled. Disregarding its wounds, it lunged forward in a rage. Siegel, unable to reload in time, brandished the crossbow as if aiming. He shouted, "I'll blind you again." The ogre, believing the ruse, raised its hand to shield its remaining eye and charged blindly ahead. Siegel hurled the crossbow at the ogre's head, then rolled on the ground, swiftly retrieving his dagger to deliver another cut to the ogre's groin. The ogre, consumed by rage, cared little for its injuries. Intent only on strangling Siegel, it ignored the pain coursing through its body, relying on its regenerative abilities to lash out with reckless abandon. Siegel knew that if this turned into a battle of endurance, he would surely perish at the hands of the ogre. He felt his strength waning, while the beast still brimming with energy. If this continued, Siegel would soon find it impossible to maintain his elven agility. The human form could scarcely withstand repeated blows from the ogre's iron-like fists. After several spins, the ogre had grown accustomed to Siegel's continued assaults from behind, unaware that Siegel had suddenly shifted to confront it directly. With the ogre focused on its rear, it left its front completely unguarded, wide open. Seizing this rare opportunity, Siegel delivered a vicious slash across the creature's throat, severing both blood vessels and trachea. The ogre clutched Siegel tightly, its arms constricting around the boy, lifting him off the ground. Siegel's weapon fell from his grasp, his bones creaking under the pressure, air nearly expelled from his lungs. Blood gushed from the ogre's wound, splattering across Siegel's face, further choking him. The creature, fueled by its formidable life force, continued to move slowly, its foul mouth opened wide, intent on devouring flesh to heal its wounds. Yet, with its neck severely injured, it could barely lower its head to bite. The stench was suffocating to Siegel, and he struggled to escape. What more can I do? Siegel felt his vision darkening, breath escaping him. The instinct to survive bolstered his body, while his indomitable spirit pushed forth hidden reserves of strength. At that moment, a small orb of light floated up from his forehead, resembling a flickering candle flame. This orb drifted towards the ogre's remaining eye, and then erupted in a brilliant explosion. The ogre's last eye was obliterated, the force of the blast causing its head to snap back, tearing its neck wound further apart. The ogre lost control of its body and fell lifelessly. Exhausted, Siegel struggled to rise from the ogre's grasp. To prevent the creature from resurrecting through its regenerative abilities, he retrieved his dagger and forcefully severed the ogre's head, casting it into the flames. He had heard Sir Bill mention that decapitating and burning the head would ensure the ogre would not rise again. The flames recognized the wicked being, immediately releasing energy to purify it. The fire surged high, incinerating the ogre's head within seconds, turning it to ash. The creature's body, lying on the ground, quickly shriveled, resembling decayed wood, and Siegel tossed it into the fire as well. He gasped for air, reviving his nearly crushed form. Reflecting on his victory, a sense of pride welled within him. Not everyone could fell an ogre at the onset of their adventurer's journey. The young man caught his breath for a moment before crafting a snare trap from the rope on the ground. He gathered his weapons, discovering the crossbow had been shattered by the ogre, leaving him with no choice but to chuckle ruefully as he hurried deeper into the cave. Chapter 18. The hub fortress 5 adjacent to the storeroom was a row of empty, small chambers, furnished with numerous stacked bunk beds, which likely served as an underground barracks for the guards to rest. At the end of these rest areas stood a heavy door, and on the wall opposite hung a conspicuous sign reading cafeteria. The cafeteria had been repurposed by the ogres into a kitchen. As Siegel gently pushed open the door, he beheld the ogre wielding a massive sword, chopping meat. The individual who had been sent down the slide had already been dismembered, arms and legs placed in a wooden barrel. While the torso and head lay upon the ogre's chopping block, beneath the block, a dedicated bucket collected the dripping blood. Siegel's stomach churned violently, and he could no longer contain himself, retching violently, grasping the doorframe. He barely managed to stay upright in the face of such a gruesome sight. Upon noticing Siegel, the ogre grinned widely. Another serving? And no need to clean the entrails. The monster hurled the massive sword meant for humans at Siegel, as if tossing a common throwing knife. Sensing the imminent danger, Siegel quickly leaped backward and slammed the door shut. The sword struck the thick door with a resounding crash, penetrating halfway through while the other half remained lodged outside. Through the splintered hole, Siegel glimpsed the ogre charging toward him, but he abandoned the door and fled, sprinting toward the fire room. With a thunderous roar, the cafeteria door shattered into fragments, shaking the very foundations of the underground barracks. The ogre bellowed from behind, "I want to hear a story. I want to eat you." Siegel dashed into the fire room, unfastening a small pouch from his waist. Without looking back, he bolted toward the corridor around the corner. The ogre, not pausing to think, followed closely behind. Suddenly, Siegel felt a tug at his ankle as a rope snare caught him. The massive ogre lost its balance and crashed to the ground. Siegel swiftly returned from around the corner, scattering the contents of the pouch on the ground, releasing a multitude of iron balls that rolled chaotically. The ogre attempted to rise, but its feet slipped on the scattered balls, forcing it to move cautiously as it struggled to regain its footing. The iron beads were procured by Master Liao at Jeff's behest, intended for training Siegel's balance. Yet they ultimately found their application against the ogre. The immensely powerful creature exhibited poor balance. It dared not turn or move too swiftly, lest it lose its footing. Siegel, having acclimated to this training environment, was not significantly hindered. Through his encounter with the previous ogre, he had gleaned the creature's vulnerabilities. Amidst the dance-like flicker of blades, Siegel consistently targeted the fragile veins and tendons. Even though the ogre possessed extraordinary regenerative abilities, it could not reclaim the blood that flowed from its wounds. The severed tendons further impeded the monster's movements, establishing Siegel's advantage in combat. One of the ogre's ankles was bound to a barrel with ropes, rendering its mobility akin to dragging a heavy anchor. Siegel first severed the curved blade before seizing a rusted greatsword from the wall to continue his assault. After several hundred exchanges, he finally toppled the ogre to the ground. The ogre's eyes widened in shock, remaining motionless, with virtually no blood escaping from its most recent wound, having been fully expended during the fight. Siegel, dragging his two-handed sword, stood beside the ogre's shoulder, straining to lift the massive sword in a bid to sever the creature's head. In the very instant the blade descended, the ogre suddenly stirred, grasping a shard of the broken bottle nearby. It lunged towards Siegel's ribs. The pain sent Siegel's body into a violent tremor, yet he gritted his teeth and brought the greatsword down. The ogre's head rolled away, while Siegel's right armpit was drenched in blood. Luckily, clad in chainmail, the shard merely pierced the skin without injuring his innards. Siegel tore a strip from his pant leg to staunch the wound, applying a rudimentary bandage. He then kicked the ogre's head into the fire before staggering back. With considerable effort, he struggled to return to the the entrance. He spotted Sir Bill preparing the horses, while Master Leo was fully armored and ready to depart. The elf was the first to notice Siegel. Gasping in surprise as she rushed to support him, the knight promptly lifted him into his arms. Siegel felt a wave of relief wash over him before losing consciousness. In the room on the second floor of the inn, Siegel fell into a deep slumber. The elf examined his injuries, utilizing ranger magic to tend to his wounds. Exhausted beyond measure, Siegel's stamina and energy had reached their limits. Sleep was now his best remedy. Sir Bill, in the adjacent room, sat in a chair, the letter Siegel had retrieved lying open on a nearby table. The heavy cloud of concern shadowed his expression as he gazed silently out the window until Leah entered. "How is Siegel? Will he be all right?" Sir Bill asked anxiously. Rest assured, he is out of danger now. A good night's sleep will do him wonders, Leah reassured him. What a good lad. Just look at the half of the curved blade he brought back. It's hard to imagine the battle he must have endured, Sir Bill remarked, shaking his head. Seeing the note he left behind startled me. To think he sought out an ogre. What a troublemaker. He is driven by a sense of justice. You've truly found yourself a fine apprentice. No, he is not my apprentice, but rather a knight's squire. He is to inherit the knightly title from me, Sir Bill replied to the elf. You are, in fact, his mentor. Are you also plotting against the dwarf and the big fool? Leah thought of her other two friends and couldn't help but chuckle. The big fool doesn't even require scheming. Just inviting him to dinner suffices. The dwarf is quite level-headed and won't readily heed your words. However, I can provoke him. He falls for it every time. Sir Bill remained stoic, his thoughts elsewhere. Leah noticed this and stepped forward to pick up the letter. The note was brief, yet it concealed a conspiracy. This scheme originated from Baron Kira of Hub Fortress, executed by the ogres, and was linked to the life of the prince. This doesn't make sense. Leah furrowed her brow. The Stutt family hails from the Star Kingdom, and Baron Kira has long sought to restore his countship. How could he possibly conspire to murder the prince? The reasoning is too far-fetched, yet it is precisely this convoluted nature that leads to speculation, Sir Bill responded slowly. The more bizarre the situation, the more it invites conjecture. Regardless of whether this plot succeeds or fails, Baron Kira will undoubtedly find himself in the eye of the storm. Who here is Kira's enemy? It can't possibly be us elves, Leah exclaimed in surprise. We would never resort to such insidious tactics of framing others. Only humans do that. Yes, I know, I understand you, but the people of Hub City do not. Even if war does not break out, the relationship between elves and this place will undoubtedly become severely strained. Sir Bill analyzed. If the prince were to perish, Hub Fortress would surely be overturned, and your new forest would not escape the flames of war. If the prince survives, Baron Kira will march against the new forest out of self-preservation. In both scenarios, only one place stands to gain, Deepwater City. What does Deepwater City have to do with this? Leah was perplexed. You humans and your conspiracies are far too intricate. Indeed, I too find this matter overly complex. Almost surreal, Sir Bill murmured, rubbing his forehead. I am but a straightforward knight, ill-equipped to navigate the treacherous intrigues of nobility. My intellect can only comprehend so much. Moreover, there remains one aspect unexplained. Why were the ogres beneath the Baroness castle? What role does Kira Stutt truly play? Let me catch my breath. This is utterly confounding, Leah said, collapsing into a chair. Now I understand why the ailment dwarves always find you troublesome. I feel that way too. After a prolonged silence, Sir Bill spoke. Currently, there is only one viable option. I must seek out the Dawn Guard to ensure the prince's safety. I will accompany you, Leah immediately responded. No, you take Siegel to find Ailent. Remain at Dragon Lion Cliff until the Lunar Eclipse Festival. I possess a title, which will facilitate my movements. Furthermore, it is known that Baron Kira has a conflict with the elves, so it would be best if you do not appear. Do not inform Siegel of this matter. Merely say I am taking the letter to consult someone important. You should leave Hub Fortress as soon as possible. Ideally tonight, if all goes well. I will meet up with you soon. And remember, do not let the dwarf consume my portion. With that, Sir Bill rose. Carefully stowing the letter in an inner pocket, he gathered his weapons and all necessary items for combat. Bidding farewell to the elf as he prepared to set off immediately, he paused at the door to Siegel's sleeping chamber. Hesitated for a moment, then stepped inside. He raised his hand as if to stroke Siegel's dark hair, but halted mid-motion, withdrawing his hand. Sir Bill smiled at Leah, saying, Take good care of this young pup. Do not let him become overly complacent. With that, he mounted his horse and rode away without looking back. Siegel felt as though he had been ensnared in a beautiful dream, lying upon the sea without a boat, simply floating on the surface. Assured he would not sink, the heavens were adorned with twinkling stars, the moon shone brilliantly, and a gentle breeze stirred the clouds as they drifted across the horizon. After a while, the moon set in the west, and the sun began to rise. The sun traversed the sky, casting its warm rays. The ocean sparkled like diamonds, with waves gently rolling. Then, the light of the setting sun bathed the entire sky and sea in fiery red hues. Siegel sat up on the water, gazing southward as a gigantic red firebird ascended from the surface of the sea. Suddenly, he awoke in the cart, recognizing it as Jeff's four-wheeled wagon, with straw laid in the back to cushion the ride. He saw Master Leah driving, 3 mules obediently pulling the cart forward. Her horse and Siegel's pony followed faithfully behind the wagon. "Master Leah, where are we headed?" "We are leaving Hub Fortress, Siegel. The letter you brought back is of great importance. Sir Bill has taken it to report to the Dawn Knights, accompanied by Jeff to attend to various matters. You and I have other pressing matters, continuing westward and northward to the Dwarven Hills. You have yet to fully recover, so rest well," she replied. "Oh," Siegel murmured in agreement. He reclined once more, watching the towering stone walls of Hub Fortress gradually fade into the night, the lights and laughter from the houses slowly disappearing. With little moonlight tonight, the castle appeared entirely shrouded in darkness. Resembling a massive tombstone, the patrolling soldiers casting eerie shadows that seemed like distorted phantoms. Siegel shook his head, suspecting he had not fully recovered from the battle with the ogre and was still experiencing hallucinations. He let his thoughts wander for a moment, recalling the old captain, Sir Bill, the gnome, and the buck-toothed sailor. He struggled to remember the appearance of little Pinky, but the image grew increasingly hazy, eluding his grasp. In the midst of his days, Siegel departed from Hub Fortress. Chapter 19. The summit of Mora. Siegel's recovery was remarkable. The wound beneath his ribs had healed completely within 3 days. Astonishing Leah. Siegel attributed this to the elf master's exceptional magical prowess, yet the elf understood that such results were far beyond the simple effects of divine magic. Before Siegel's wound had healed, he was unable to engage in any physical training and could only recline in the cart. Engrossed in his reading, he continued to attempt to decipher the cryptic tome, deriving great pleasure from the endeavor. The erratic lines and symbols danced before his eyes, as if the solution were on the verge of revelation. This piqued Leah's curiosity, prompting her to take a glance at the book, though she soon abandoned the effort. The elf deemed the chaotic lines a sheer waste of time, thus forbidding Siegel from perusing the book once his wound had healed, insisting he must concentrate solely on his training. In addition to honing her own martial skills, Leah began instructing him in matters of battlefield coordination and tactical command, preparing for their forthcoming adventure to the summit of Mora, a vast dwarven city and the epicenter of dwarven habitation in the new continent. Historical records recount that when the storm wall receded, unveiling the entirety of the new continent, the resolute dwarves were summoned, arriving aboard unsinkable stone ships. The original 7 clans dispatched their finest warriors. Converging at the foot of the mountains, they discovered the Wall Mountains, identified the highest peak, and named it the summit of Mora. Subsequently, the dwarves excavated a realm of rock and established their abode there. Flourishing over time, the dwarven guardian deity closely watched over his people, which meant that their expeditions preceded those of elves, humans, and all other races, even before the dragons. However, due to the dragon's wings allowing them to fly directly over the ocean between the 2 continents, they arrived earlier than the stone ships. The entrance to the dwarven city lies above the snow line, necessitating that the 2 prepare a substantial quantity of warm clothing. Fortunately, several villages dedicated to serving the dwarven kingdom lay below the summit of Mora, where countless farmers cultivated oats and potatoes, baked bread, brewed beer, and engaged in trade with the dwarves. There, an abundance of warm clothing was always available for sale or rent. The route from Hub Fortress to the summit of Mora was generally regarded as safe, featuring flat terrain devoid of hiding places for monsters. Numerous stone watchtowers dotted the plain, manned by novice dwarven warriors keeping vigilant lookout for threats from all directions. Their watchtowers, like all dwarven structures, were robust and efficient, capable of swiftly transmitting messages via signal fires. The dwarves maintained a long-standing bounty for those who could promptly assist the watchtowers, and whether they were guards of passing caravans, mere adventurers, or local residents, many were willing to lend aid. This made the plain a favored land, populated by numerous farmers engaged in either agriculture or livestock herding. Along the journey, they would pass through many small villages, most of which were hospitable and accustomed to the presence of passing caravans, unperturbed even by fearsome mercenaries. Under the protection of the formidable dwarven kingdom, the residents here rarely encountered strife, enjoying a tranquil existence. The dwarves were drawn to delving underground, and the immense mountains of the summit of Mora, along with the inexhaustible veins of or beneath, satisfied their inclinations, resulting in the kingdom's long-standing reluctance to expand outward, much to the relief of surrounding powers. According to Leah, over a century ago, a faction of dwarves expressed a desire to explore the vast, uncharted lands west of the summit of Mora, but their fate thereafter remains unknown. If you believe Sir Bill to be a serious and rigid individual, your opinion will surely change upon meeting the dwarf Aelent. the elf remarked to Siegel. Aelin's surname is Diamond, a lineage with a venerable history known for its steadfastness and resilience, even by dwarven standards. Master Leah, how did you come to meet him? I mean, a human, an elf, and a dwarf. Siegel inquired with curiosity. 30 years ago, Bill was not yet a knight. He had just begun to make a name for himself in swordsmanship and traveled to the new continent to participate in the nightly martial arts tournament at Hub Fortress. The victor of that tournament would likely receive the title of knight. You see, he became the champion, the elf recounted slowly. Following that, he became a summoned knight of the Stark family, bound to serve for at least 20 years before being granted a fief. Coincidentally, during that time, a horde of orcs descended from the northern highlands, pillaging villages and even assaulting Deepwater City. The dwarves, elves, and humans united to teach those green-skinned monsters a profound lesson. It was there that we met. That battle must have been spectacular. Had you witnessed what I did? You would not say that, Leah sighed softly. For the warriors on the front lines, the battle was undoubtedly filled with honor, brimming with tales of valor. However, for the commanders, war is a different matter, merely a game of numbers and a continuation of politics. Ultimately, it proved that external threats can always be vanquished, but internal divisions are the true peril. Deepwater City declared itself an independent territory, no longer recognizing any authority. New Grove and Hub Fortress eyed each other warily. Each distrusting the other, the dwarves retreated to their mines, declaring their withdrawal from the affairs of other races in the new continent. Save for commerce, the situation was far more chaotic than it had been prior to the orcs' arrival. How could this happen? Could they not resolve their misunderstandings and engage in meaningful dialogue? Siegel asked. The elf had no answer to this question. In truth, it was not only the relations between races that were fraught, even within the elves. Numerous factions existed. From the perspective of other races, elves possessed long lives, rich culture, and formidable power, embodying grace and civility. Yet Leah understood that beneath this polished veneer, the elves faced divisions and conflicts. Many branches of elves had begun to act independently, no longer treating one another as kin or kindred, but rather as mere political entities. Observing that his master appeared troubled, Siegel obediently moved aside to practice archery. His training schedule had been advanced once more. Given that his crossbow had been damaged in battle, why not seize this opportunity to gradually familiarize himself with the bow and arrow? Just as Sir Bill had once said, archery is a skill that can last a lifetime. Presently, he was using Leah's longbow, which initially thrilled him for quite some time. A genuine elven longbow. I've longed to touch one for ages, Siegel exclaimed. The bow, crafted from walnut wood, was entwined with gleaming silver threads, while the bowstring was made from beast sinew, bamboo pulp, and ram's horn. It felt light in his hands, yet drawing it required considerable effort. Siegel had witnessed Leah draw the bow with grace and accuracy, never imagining that this longbow would be so challenging to wield. Without sufficient strength, how could the arrows possess any might? Leah explained, not meeting Siegel's gaze, lest he discern the amusement in her eyes. All elven weapons were tailored specifically for elven use, not merely in terms of weapon and technique synergy, but also necessitating a compatible lineage. Individuals from other races would find elven weapons unwieldy and cumbersome, unable to unleash their full potential. Few were aware of this fact. Many so-called elven weapons circulating outside, though indeed crafted by elves, were often merely elven-styled weapons, modified and weakened, vastly inferior to the true elven armaments. Do not fret. When we reach the next town, I shall see if there is a suitable longbow for you, Leah, the elf, remarked. Alternatively, if there are appropriate materials, I could craft one for you. Master Leah, are you also a bow craftsman? Indeed, in addition, I compose poetry, sing, and train new recruits. The elf replied with a serious demeanor, as if Sir Bill had returned. Continue with your training. Do not rush. There is ample time. Time is endless, yet it also passes swiftly. That evening, the sky became shrouded in ominous clouds, signaling an impending downpour. However, they missed the opportunity to seek lodging, with no villages in sight in either direction along the road, save for a dwarven outpost not far off. They had no choice but to steer their cart there in hopes of fortune. The watchtower was not particularly tall, standing at approximately 8 meters, yet it was divided into 3 levels. Humans and elves would need to stoop to enter, making movement quite cumbersome. However, this height posed no issue for dwarves. The outpost lacked a conventional entrance. They could only access it via a downward opening trapdoor in the adjacent yard, descending through an underground corridor to reach the interior of the tower. Alternatively, one could climb the tapering external wall of the tower and enter from above. As Siegel approached the site, He glimpsed a warm yellow glow through the watchtower's peephole. The wind outside carried the chill of impending rain, heightening Siegel's longing for the warmth and comfort of the fire. At that moment, a thunderous roar emanated from the tower, and Siegel saw a robust figure climb to the edge of the wall. Bellowing, "Halt! Do not approach, state your business." The elf rose from the cart and, after bowing, declared, "We are passing travelers, intending to journey to the summit of Mora. With the storm imminent, we seek a place to rest for the night." "You cannot enter the watchtower," the dwarf replied. "Please make an exception," Leah implored. "We are friends of the dwarf Diamond, and we have come at his behest to the summit of Mora. He once mentioned that we are his." Leah switched to dwarven language, brothers who could share a drink in peace. The watchtower resonated with the fervent and hurried discussions of the dwarfs. And soon another dwarf ascended to the pinnacle of the tower. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, Siegel and his mentor could not discern the features of this dwarf. However, this did not deter the dwarf, who possessed the ability to see in the shadows, from scrutinizing them. "You still cannot enter the outpost, yet you claim to be friends of Diamond, and I happen to be acquainted with such a stubborn stone. Therefore, I shall personally offer you some assistance," he declared before tossing a large bundle down. "This is a simple tent, which you may use to shield yourselves from the elements. However, there is one condition. You must move at least 200 paces away from the watchtower." Having said this, the dwarf retreated back into the tower. After expressing gratitude for the dwarf's aid, Siegel picked up the tent. Upon grasping it, he realized that it was remarkably heavy, crafted from several layers of different fabrics expertly stitched together, with meticulous attention to detail in both seams and corners. The exterior of the tent felt smooth and even, while the interior was soft and plush. "This tent is indeed extraordinary," Leah remarked. "Take good care of it. We must return it to them by morning." Following the dwarf's instructions, the two moved a considerable distance to set up the tent, just as raindrops began to fall. With no time to kindle a fire for a warm meal, they hastily took refuge inside the tent. A thunderclap erupted overhead, followed by a torrential downpour. The rain struck the tent, transforming into large droplets that cascaded down, failing to dampen the surface fabric in the slightest. The tent was designed with an integrated canopy and cushion. Once they entered and drew the door flap, it became an enclosed space. The deluge outside did not intrude upon the interior, which retained a pleasantly comfortable temperature. Only two aspects left Siegel feeling somewhat wanting: the height of the tent and the absence of any illumination within. The dwarves' eyes had long adapted to the lightless environment of the underground, and the fully covered fabric of the tent posed no hindrance to them. "All right, it is but one night. We should retire early," the elf explained. Chapter 20. The pinnacle of Mora 2. The rain continued until the latter half of the night, gradually diminishing to a gentle drizzle. Elves require only 4 hours of sleep each day. So Leah had already completed her rest and exited the tent. The moon, veiled behind layers of dark clouds, cast only a feeble glow as the elf stood in this dim light, grooming and attending to the horses and tending to the rain-soaked cart. At that moment, strange sounds emanated from the fields, accompanied by the scurrying of countless small creatures. The elf grew alert, vigorously tapping on the tent to awaken Siegel within. Simultaneously, she drew her longbow, remaining on high alert. What puzzled her was that these unusual sounds did not rouse the warhorses. The two mules grazed leisurely. Generally, these herbivorous creatures possess keen instincts, particularly regarding impending danger. "What is happening?" Leah squinted, observing the subtle swaying of the wheat stalks in the field, leading her to surmise that some creature was burrowing beneath. Siegel emerged from the tent, wielding a whip, having barely donned his armor. The young man scanned the surroundings anxiously but found nothing amiss, prompting him to ask, "Master Leah, what has transpired?" "Hush, do not make a sound," the elf signaled. The two remained cautiously vigilant beside the tent, awaiting further developments. After a considerable time had elapsed, all noise ceased. Even Leah could no longer perceive the sounds of the creatures. Eventually, the elf spoke. "It may have been my imagination. All is well now. You may return to sleep for a while longer." However, at this moment, Siegel could hardly entertain the thought of slumber. He set down his weapon, donned his clothing, and began to work. Under the cart, they bundled considerable firewood with canvas, which remained dry despite the rain, and it was now opportune to retrieve it for kindling. The elf was quite particular about her palate, and the only option available to prepare for her was rice porridge. Enhanced with some dried apples and sprinkled with a few herb leaves, it served as a simple breakfast. Following this, Siegel used the remaining porridge to cook some minced meat. which he consumed alongside pickled vegetables that he ate. His mind was filled with the tales recounted by Sir Bill. The hospitality of the dwarves is unparalleled. Each day features generous portions of roasted meat and refreshing beer. The meat is skewered on large iron spits, thick as your thumb, and the chunks are as large as a fist. The dwarves suspend the meat over molten lava, the intense heat swiftly cooking the surface while trapping all the aromas within, leaving the interior still raw. The beer is brewed from seasonal oats and the icy springs of the earth's core, perfectly quenching the heat of the lava that I shall never forget that flavor. Each recollection filled Siegel with yearning, compelling him to wish for immediate passage to the pinnacle of Mora. That highest snow-capped mountain still loomed in the horizon, visible each day. They drew closer to it with each passing day. But it seemed they would require at least another month to arrive. Nevertheless, with this imagination, breakfast was rendered far more delectable as the thunderstorm subsided. The air became refreshing, invigorating their spirits, prompting the two to seize the opportunity for an early departure. Siegel carried the tent to the base of the watchtower and called out several times, yet no dwarf acknowledged him. The young man thought little of it, assuming perhaps his youth rendered him unworthy of attention. He secured the tent with stones, placing it beneath the tower, and then turned to return. Leah ventured to the wheat field to inspect the area where the disturbances had occurred the previous night. She detected a faint, acrid odor, and some wheat stalks bore signs of being singed. The heavy rain had muddied the earth, obscuring many tracks. Thus even Leah, an elite ranger, could uncover no additional clues apart from a few small footprints that resembled those of a mouse. What could it possibly be, she pondered. And when Siegel returned, he did not inquire about the dwarves, merely indicating they could set off on their journey. That day, having taken heed of their earlier lesson, they stopped in a village known as Straw Farm in the afternoon. Here, they encountered a caravan that had recently departed from the pinnacle of Mora and was en route to Hub Fortress. Their carts were laden with dwarven treasures, large barrels of strong liquor, the horns of subterranean creatures, refined steel ingots, combustibles and explosive powders, along with several exquisite suits of armor. Beautiful lady, it is a stroke of luck to meet you. The head of the caravan, a gregarious man, quickly approached, saying, "From where do you hail? Might you share what lies ahead?" Travelers often exchange information upon meeting, significantly reducing the likelihood of stumbling into trouble. This exchange involves many tactics, such as how to protect oneself or, further still, how to gain greater convenience for one's journey through the process of information exchange. It was unclear how Leah engaged in conversation with the members of the caravan, perhaps simply due to her exceptional charm. That evening, the caravan invited the two to dine together and recounted tales of the pinnacle of Mora. "Oh, lady, if possible, I would rather not depart from the pinnacle of Mora at this time," the man spoke candidly. The dwarves have been in the New World for nearly 674 years since they struck the first hammer upon the pinnacle of Mora. I do not know why they celebrate this number, but I am aware that this celebration will be unprecedented in its grandeur. The dwarves have procured numerous fine goods and are lavishly purchasing festival supplies. They will also host a series of forging, combat, and wine-tasting competitions to pay homage to their guardian deity. It will be a sight to behold. Why not stay and witness it? Siegel inquired. "I must provide for my family." "Young man," the man chuckled. "When you have a son and 3 daughters, you cannot travel as freely as you do now." "I cannot yet conceive of such matters," Siegel replied. "The old captain urges me to strive to become a knight, and the sir wishes for me to attain noble status, claiming that such would allow me to rise above, though I am uncertain of what it truly means to rise above for now. I shall focus on my training. Becoming a knight, or one day receiving a title of nobility, a splendid aspiration, young man. When you become a noble lord, do not forget us, the less fortunate. If you could reduce some tolls, I would sing your praises." "I can assure you of that. I too detest those tax collectors," Siegel replied. "Every time our grand ship docks, we are required to pay 100 gold coins in taxes. Good heavens, it would take me 10 years aboard to earn that much. Fortunately, now that I am adventuring, I am spared such expenses. Then there are gate taxes, lodging taxes, bridge tolls, even a tax on waste production. Have you not been harassed by the Lord's tax collector? He is a knight's squire who has followed my lord for some time," the elf explained. "And now, alongside me, elves do not pay taxes to humans. Such actions are beyond our comprehension." The members of the caravan erupted in laughter. "Let us toast to the tax-exempt lords." A sudden clamor of hooves echoed from outside the village, accompanied by the clattering of metal armor. A few individuals peered out, discovering no fewer than 20 fully armed dwarf warriors riding ferocious hounds, massive and robust hunting dogs, approaching from the direction of Hub Fortress. They halted before the caravan. Adopting a posture of strict vigilance, several ferocious hounds sniffed intently, then barked loudly at Siegel and Leah. The dwarves either drew their war hammers or brandished throwing axes. Encircling the 2.3 dwarves leapt from the back of a large dog, brandishing their shields and drawing out their chained flails. "You are under arrest for the alleged attack on the sentry," declared one dwarf, whose thick brows and beard obscured his expression, his voice booming. "Do not forget to resist. We shall not hesitate to employ force." Upon hearing this, the members of the caravan immediately recoiled, resolute in their decision to steer clear of such matters. Siegel stood in bewilderment, utterly confused by the unfolding events. The dwarves, wielding weapons forged by master smiths, encircled him with their finely crafted and razor-sharp arms. The two had no recourse but to surrender. Siegel found himself confined in an iron cage of a prisoner cart, with his hands and feet shackled, the other end tethered to a heavy stone ball. The cage was cramped and low, forcing him to hunch uncomfortably within it. The cart was pulled by two large dogs, while 4 vigilant dwarf warriors kept watch around them. He spotted the elf Leah in another cart, enduring the same treatment. The distance between them was considerable, and communication was strictly prohibited. Fortunately, the dwarves did not harbor a penchant for mistreating prisoners, as long as they refrained from attempting to escape and remained docile within the cage. The dwarves proved to be relatively amiable. The bearded dwarf, known as Gerard Buminer, was the captain of this dwarf contingent. Other than him, no dwarf was permitted to converse with the two prisoners. Only the captain had the authority to manage all matters concerning them, including the distribution of food and water, determining rest locations, and arranging for their necessities. The dwarves confiscated all of their belongings, naturally discovering Leah's elven weapons. Being adept craftsmen themselves, the dwarves discerned that these weapons hailed from the New Forest, allocated for the use of border rangers, which piqued Gerard's interest. "Keep a close eye on that elf. Be wary of her escape," the dwarf cautioned. "These lithe creatures have a knack for vanishing." For Siegel, this was his first experience as a prisoner, a novel ordeal. However, boredom set in after just a few hours. Days later, his legs ached, his backside was completely numb, and his wrists were chafed and swollen. Yet, in comparison to the physical discomfort, the unbearable monotony of being unable to practice his martial skills, shoot arrows, or even ride a horse was far worse. The iron cage imprisoned not just his body, but his free spirit. One day, unable to endure any longer, he called for Gerard. "What is it, lad?" the dwarf bellowed, his facial hair quivering with each word. "Dinner will not include meat. I have told you countless times." "I am not asking for meat," Siegel replied. "Could you bring me those books?" "I am dreadfully bored in this cart." "What purpose do these books serve?" the dwarf inquired. "2 diaries. One appears to be an experimental manual, and the other is a cipher book," Siegel answered honestly. "I merely wish to pass the time. Or perhaps you might help me find other books." "Very well, wait a moment." The prisoner's belongings were gathered together, and the books were quickly retrieved. The dwarf opened them, finding no hidden surprises, and tossed the books to him. "No tricks. Even if you are a mage, escaping from this cart is impossible." "I aspire to become a knight," Siegel declared. "A knight? What worth is a human knight?" The dwarf laughed heartily. "Aside from a few valiant ones, most fled in disgrace during the North River campaign, the orc invasion. They even led the orcs to shatter the elves' front lines. Utterly incompetent. Had we not intervened, I dare say the city of Deepwater would be overrun by the stench of orcs." Siegel merely scoffed. He had not experienced the North River campaign and had nothing to say. However, with the cipher book in hand, he finally had something to occupy his mind. Chapter 21. The summit of Mora 3. They traveled almost ceaselessly, rarely pausing even at night. Siegel felt as though his entire body was about to fall apart in the swaying wagon. And thus he grew ever more impressed by the dwarves' resilience. Fortunately, at each dwarf sentry they passed, they were able to procure supplies, such as food and water. Yet in the following days, in addition to these provisions, they were met with the spitting contempt and curses of the dwarf sentinels. "These 2 scoundrels attacked the east boundary sentry. They are more detestable than the filth of orcs," the dwarves exclaimed, visibly agitated. "The matter is not yet concluded. Please await the results of the investigation." Gerard would step forth to explain, calming the others' tempers. "The Forge Hall will adjudicate this matter fairly in the town of Leto." "So Leto town is our destination," Siegel noted. The caravan continued westward along Cloak Road, halting at a small town. "Here we are. We have arrived ahead of schedule," Gerard announced loudly. "Let us park the carts under the shade, and I shall notify the people of the forge hall." Siegel and Leah adjusted their attire, attempting to present a more spirited appearance despite their exhaustion. Over the days, they had repeatedly explained to the dwarf guards that they were not the alleged culprits. Yet these obstinate creatures, as unyielding as stone, paid no heed to their words, insisting on their relentless journey. Now that they had finally reached their destination, they hoped for an opportunity to explain themselves. Three dwarves clad in gray robes emerged from the town alongside Gerard, their expressions grave and their lips sealed. Siegel nearly laughed at the sight. Indeed, they resembled a trio of furballs carrying sacks of potatoes. He constantly reminded himself that these were the individuals who could determine their fate. Suppressing his mirth as he sat upright in the prisoner cart, the 3 potato sacks bore the insignia of the Dwarven Guardian, a stone tablet emblazoned with the symbol of a hammer. They approached the cart, scrutinizing the 2 suspects closely. First, they regarded the elf, murmuring amongst themselves in Dwarvish. Then they announced, "This elf is innocent. Let her go." Gerard climbed into the cart, producing a key to unlock the iron cage. The 3 esteemed robed dwarves, Siegel no longer regarded them as mere sacks of potatoes, then proceeded to another cart, reciting incantations. Siegel felt a surge of warm energy sweep over him, reminiscent of his initial encounter with Nox during the Mages' Council, leading him to suspect that the dwarves were casting spells. Then one of the dwarves proclaimed, "This individual's identity is unknown. The suspicion is grave. Take him directly to the dungeon." "Hey, you potato sack. Why do you not release me?" Siegel shouted. "We did not assault the sentry." Leah approached the dwarves to explain, but it proved fruitless, only resulting in several dwarf warriors separating her from Siegel. Gerard reassured Leah that this was not the final verdict, merely a preliminary screening, and that they would have the chance to defend themselves. 4 dwarves then approached, hoisting the prisoner cage, Siegel included, and transporting them to a stone building. The door to the room sealed shut. Yet Siegel could still hear Leah's voice from outside. The obstinate dwarves were not easily swayed. They rigidly adhered to every rule. Siegel remained guiltless, only concerned for the health of his elven mentor. Lamenting the training time he was losing, the room contained nothing but the cage that confined him and a pile of straw in the corner. A single window allowed light to filter in. And seizing the moment, Siegel picked up the cipher book, noticing a transformation. The cover, once inscribed in the common tongue as Jockin's Daily Notes, had now shifted to Elven script, reading Dragon City. Upon opening it, the chaotic lines and intricate markings on the paper began to rearrange themselves, transforming into a labeled map, mountains, rivers, and directions to forests, with brown indicating caves and light gray denoting tunnels. Adjacent text recorded the passphrase and commands that Jockin had discovered during his adventures. Siegel was astonished and hastily flipped to the second page. This time, there was no map, but instead, a spell was documented. According to the text, this spell could unlock a secret seal limited by bloodline or deceive items that required bloodline recognition for use, allowing them to be utilized by others. The spell was remarkably complex, involving incantations, gestures, and the preparation of potions and rituals. Although Siegel was not a mage, he found it utterly captivating. Following this, he found another spell, lockbreaking. The notes pertaining to this spell were 5 times more extensive than the previous entry. The map indicated that intelligent locks had been discovered in Dragon City, rendering ordinary spells ineffective, which was why Jockin had returned to develop this lockbreaking spell. Before he could finish reading the entirety of this spell's content, all the text began to sway and then reverted to its original lines and runes. Siegel was baffled as to why this occurred. Merely sensing the book's extraordinary nature, he began to peruse it once again. Having already seen the previous contents, even though the book was now filled with ciphered text, the answers unconsciously materialized in Siegel's mind. After a while, relying on his keen intellect, he discovered the key to deciphering it, rendering the entire book devoid of its protection. This must be related to the spell cast by the potato sacks. I must say, magic is indeed convenient. Siegel mused as he read, not for the content itself, but simply to revel in the joy of unraveling riddles. It was akin to a child assembling a puzzle or a young adult twisting a Rubik's Cube. However, this intense reading proved exhausting, and he succumbed to sleep before the evening meal arrived. The next day, Gerard brought food along with news of the elf. According to the dwarves, The Forge Hall has essentially accepted the elves' explanation regarding the sentry incident, and it is merely a matter of awaiting the completion of the formalities before he can be released. Yet, this waiting has stretched into 3 days, and Siegel feels as though he is rusting away in his cage. He has finally uncovered the secrets within the books, and out of sheer boredom, he has memorized several volumes cover to cover. Consequently, he finds himself utterly devoid of activities to occupy his time. Reduced to staring blankly into space. That evening, a full moon graced the sky, illuminating the night with a brilliant glow. The moonlight disturbed Siegel's sleep, causing him to awaken in the dead of night. He felt a refreshing chill wafting through the window, a rarity in the sweltering summer, perfectly suited for daydreaming. How delightful it would be if I could cast spells, he mused aloud. A simple incantation and the lock would yield. What a fascinating prospect. Perhaps I possess a talent for magic. This thought fluttered into Siegel's mind for the first time. Previously, he had not given it much thought, or perhaps he had been too engrossed in honing his martial skills to notice the nuances. If the glowing orb hovering above the confiscated staff did not serve as evidence of his magical potential, then the tiny flame that vanquished the ogre should surely be convincing enough. Shouldn't it? Siegel resolved to attempt casting a spell, focusing his will to see if he could summon magic. However, magic was not so easily grasped. He remained far from mastering its intricacies. Moreover, he worried that if he were to tamper with the lock of his cage, he might transform from an innocent into a fugitive. With these concerns weighing heavily on his mind, Siegel sat back down, temporarily suppressing his thoughts of magic, and lay down once more in hopes of resuming his slumber. Yet, magic soon sought him out as a writhing shadow slithered beneath the door, creeping toward the pile of straw in the corner of the cell. The straw, imbued with life, intertwined and rose slowly to its feet that it bore limbs and a head, devoid of eyes yet capable of sight, lacking ears yet able to hear, and though it had no mouth, it could utter incantations. The straw creature gazed at the slumbering Siegel, raising an arm to point at him with a stalk of grass that a beam of bluish-green light pierced Siegel's body, instantly robbing him of his vitality. His heartbeat and breath vanished. Even the last desperate struggles of dying were absent. The straw man then approached the cage, reaching in to retrieve several books. Suddenly, Siegel's corpse stirred, his eyes snapping open, mouth agape in a silent scream, his body trembling as if seized by convulsions. Then, from his heart, a plume of black smoke in the shape of a skull emerged, the hollow eye sockets devoid of light, its mouth opening and closing. Siegel sputtered foam at the mouth, one hand grasping the iron bars of the cage, while the other flailed wildly. Fortuitously gripping the straw man, the black skull immediately shifted its position, escaping Siegel's body and plunging into the straw creature's form. The straw man was merely a lifeless puppet, wholly subject to the will of its controller. Thus, the curse and necromantic spells cast upon it would directly affect the operator. The agony of being harmed by one's own spell was excruciating, prompting the hidden spellcaster to release a hoarse scream that roused the sleeping townsfolk. The straw man, emulating its master, shrieked in unison. Siegel escaped the brink of death. The concealed spellcaster struggled to muster his strength, barely resisting the lethal spell's potency. He dared not waste time, hastily commanding the straw man to seize the books and flee. The straw man moved with agility, undeterred by any physical harm. Though crafted from straw, it wielded the power of black mist to dispatch one dwarf guard and injure another. The operator's cries revealed his location, prompting the stationed dwarves to charge forth valiantly. Siegel caught a glimpse of the battle through the window. Flames and lightning wreaked havoc, igniting the town's buildings. Grotesque summon beings confronted the dwarves atop the rooftops. A fierce wind fanned the flames, swiftly engulfing neighboring houses. The scene was a chaotic tumult of combat, rescue, and firefighting. Taking advantage of the chaos, the straw man made its escape from the village. Leah and Gerald soon arrived, relieved to find Siegel safe within the cage. The elf utilized divine magic to heal the injured guards before rushing off to assist in the fray. It was not until dawn that the turmoil subsided. The assailant had evaded capture, his visage remaining unseen. The only certainty was that he was a wizard, well-versed in illusions and mind-affecting enchantments, possessing extensive combat experience, adept at seizing fleeting opportunities on the battlefield. His spells wielded immense power, disrupting the thoughts of numerous dwarven warriors, even usurping their very minds. Ultimately, the wizard utilized a scroll to teleport away, escaping before the priests of the Forge Hall could arrive. That was a short-range teleport. He hasn't gone far, bellowed the large potato sack amidst the battlefield. Form a 5-man team and search separately. Report immediately upon locating the enemy. Do not engage alone. Chapter 22. Peak of Mora. For it proved that the dwarves' short legs were ill-suited for tracking enemies. The wizard had long since vanished. Aside from the prison, Siegel and Leah's cart had also been attacked, their belongings thoroughly ransacked. Simultaneously, the dwarves' warehouse had been breached, resulting in the theft of many precious materials yet to be transported. The potato sacks were infuriated, perceiving this as a shameless affront to the dwarven kingdom. This incident hastened the dwarves' case proceedings, leading to Siegel's formal release 2 days later. He reclaimed his armor and weapons, reorganizing the cart. 2 of the mules had perished in the battle, leaving only 1 mule and 2 horses fortunate enough to survive. The pair needed to prepare provisions and water for the upcoming journey. At this moment, Gerald the dwarf found them, expressing sincere apologies. It turns out you were innocently caught up in this matter. I am truly sorry for the time wasted. The dwarf unloaded a hefty bundle from his back, revealing a large assortment of clothing. I understand you are heading to the peak of Mora, traversing icy mountain paths. Here are some warm garments, including cloaks, gloves, and boots, all of excellent quality. Please accept them as a gesture of reconciliation. Leah contemplated for a moment, realizing that these items were likely purchased out of Gerald's own pocket, for the forge hall would not exhibit such kindness. She recognized that there was no need for further conflict with the dwarf at this juncture and, feigning ignorance, gratefully accepted the gifts. Dwarf, your name is Gerald Buminer, is it not? Leah confirmed once more, then remarked, I have interacted with many dwarves, but you are the most adaptable of them all. That I hope we can meet again in the future and have the opportunity to know you better. The dwarf smiled, finally revealing his mouth beneath his beard. He gestured cheerfully, then shook hands with both Leah and Siegel before departing atop his ferocious hound. The two continued westward, directly opposite the dwarf's direction. They resumed their training and journeying. Leah suddenly noticed that Siegel appeared somewhat distracted while practicing archery, prompting her to call him over. What troubles you? Do you have something on your mind? The elf inquired with concern. Is it the ordeal of being imprisoned still affecting you? Not at all, Siegel replied. Somewhat despondent, he paused briefly, then summoned the courage to address the elf. Master Leah, may I learn magic? I am uncertain, Siegel, Leah responded. You may possess the aptitude for learning magic, just as you do for martial arts. In my view, magic is a peculiar and powerful force. Only a select few who master it can be deemed legendary champions. However, magic, like other powers such as natural forces, divine gifts, and martial skills, constitutes a form of strength in this world. If you wish to pursue magic, that would be splendid. Both Sir Bill and I would support you. But at present, the conditions are not favorable. What must one do to become a wizard? Leah pondered carefully before replying. I believe your query is more about how to become a formidable individual. Siegel chuckled, nodding in agreement. Let us first discuss the path to becoming a wizard. Otherwise, it will linger in your thoughts. There are 3 avenues. Point 1 is to join the wizard's tower, starting as an apprentice and gradually amassing knowledge. This method incurs the least expense, but it only accepts children. You are too old for that. The second is to find a willing teacher, allowing for systematic education. However, this option is only suitable for the privileged nobility or wizarding families. Commoners cannot afford tutors. The third method involves spending considerable sums to audit a wizard's lectures and learn independently. More expenses? How much might that be? Siegel, hearing this for the first time, was taken aback. Studying and researching magic is likely the most costly endeavor in the world. I've heard that the Free Wizards Association in Waterdeep charges 100 gold pieces daily for auditing classes, typically requiring 6 months of lectures followed by 2 years of study before one can hope to become a formal wizard. And that's merely a low-level wizard. By the gods. So exorbitant. Siegel was nearly stunned by the figure, exclaiming, Does that mean I have no way to learn magic? Not necessarily, Leah chuckled, lowering her voice to confide in Siegel. Our journey to the peak of Mora is aimed at acquiring a substantial fortune. The Ellen dwarf stumbled upon an ancient dragon's lair, which had been claimed by a certain individual after slaying the beast. That it is rumored that this individual met their demise while venturing outside. Regardless, the treasures within await a new master. No wonder there's a rush to reach the summit of Mora, Siegel remarked. What about Sir Bill? Will he be able to arrive after finishing his current tasks? Let's not concern ourselves with him for now. Let's discuss your matters, the elf replied. My thought is this. You currently lack the means to study magic, and you are uncertain whether you possess the aptitude for becoming a mage, let alone how far you could progress. However, you do indeed have a talent for martial prowess. Do not squander this gift." Siegel nodded, clenching his fists in a gesture of self-encouragement. "You are right, Master. I've been overthinking, which has hindered my training. I shall strive to become a knight first. Only then, with the wealth to support my magical studies, will I attempt it." After this brief interlude, their journey proceeded peacefully, and they reached the foot of the summit of Mora. The town at the base is aptly named Town Below, home to approximately 3,000 residents. Primarily humans and halflings, they engage mainly in the production of various breweries, with over 100 establishments, resulting in the town being perpetually infused with the scent of brewing. Most of the grains harvested from the vast plains are transported here to be transformed into the dwarves' preferred beverages. In return, the dwarves provide gold, gemstones, and their finely crafted iron steeds that a steady stream of caravans departs laden with goods, many destined to journey eastward and northward, leaving the new continent from Deepwater City. Besides the beer and mineral wealth, there is another renowned product, Dreg's meat. The abundant waste generated by the breweries has spawned a thriving pig farming industry, which the dwarves readily consume. The pig farming village is situated over 5 miles away from the breweries, designed to prevent the odor of pigsties from affecting the tavern's business. Unfortunately, the cloak road from Hub Fortress must traverse through Pig Village, providing a rather amusing challenge for Siegel's ability to hold his breath. Town Below boasts 2 grand gates, one facing the expansive plains and the other leading up into the mountains. Although nominally managed by the local inhabitants, it is widely acknowledged that the dwarves wield the true influence. They vigilantly guard the entrance to the summit of Mora, meticulously inspecting every traveler and their wagons. This practice has persisted since the dwarves arrived, continuing to this day. The gates are lined with caravans, forming a magnificent river of several hundred wagons as it happens. This is the peak procurement season prior to a grand festival, drawing merchants from afar, resulting in unprecedented congestion in light of the financial incentives. The merchants generally adhere to order, while the guards, already impatient, gather in groups beside the cargo wagons. To pass the time, they engage in 2 activities, gambling and wrestling. When Siegel arrived at this juncture with his wagon, it became clear that ascending the mountain with their cargo would be impossible in the immediate future. The 2 had nearly exhausted their funds on the journey, leaving only a handful of gold coins for the ascent. The dwarves' promises of treating everyone well now seemed particularly vital to their situation. "Siegel, let's store the wagon. We shall ascend on foot," Leah decided after some contemplation. Siegel inquired at several inns, but they were all fully booked, and the stables had no room available. The influx of merchants had pushed the town to its limits, making it impossible to find suitable accommodations, unless you are willing to pay a premium. Your only option is to try your luck with the locals, an innkeeper informed them. Even then, the pig farmers cannot care for your horses, especially the foals. Those who know how to tend to horses have found work at the inns and are now exceedingly busy. You must consider this carefully. Given that no one can look after the horses, we must take them up the mountain." The elf pondered, then queried, "With so many caravans transporting goods, surely the wagon could fetch a good price." Yes, indeed, both the wagons and the inn rooms had become high-demand commodities. Typically, a 2-wheeled cart would sell for just over 10 gold coins, but now it could command 20, provided they made an immediate sale. The 2 sold their last mule and discarded items that could not be carried on their persons. Thus, the master and apprentice managed to gather a total of 40 gold coins. This sum was still insufficient to attend a day of mage lectures in Deepwater City. They loaded essentials like tents, provisions, and fodder onto the horses, while Siegel bore the remaining bundles. Fortunately, thanks to his training, he had grown as strong as a young bull. The elf Leah maintained a light load, ensuring she remained battle-ready at all times. Travelers without cargo need not wait in line, but could squeeze through the crowded pathways. The human clerk at the gate called out loudly, "One elf and his servant. 2 horses. Please pay 45 gold coins." "What do you mean by 45 gold coins?" Leah exclaimed, her eyebrows raised. "The summit of Mora has never charged a gate fee." "No, it's not that. Allow me to explain," the clerk hurriedly replied. "There are currently 45 wagons waiting to proceed, and this fee is for them. This way, the merchant caravans will have an income and will remain orderly. Shouldn't the dwarves bear this cost? This is their territory, and any chaos would be to their detriment. The dwarves are quite protective of their gold. This route may not be feasible, the clerk replied, his expression one of exasperation. Alternatively, you could register for a number here and gradually follow the caravans forward. The fewer wagons ahead of you, the less you will have to pay. These greedy, stubborn, hard-headed dwarves, Leah exclaimed in a frustrated tone. Her words in Elvish, which only Siegel could comprehend, thus preventing further trouble. The two found themselves in a predicament. They dared not spend their last coins here, so reluctantly registered for a number and moved to the back of the line. Their earlier passage had already attracted the attention of mercenaries, and upon their return, they garnered even more scrutiny. Oh, it seems this lovely lady cannot afford to pay the fee to cut in line. Care to earn a little extra? Leah was well aware of the mercenaries' demeanor. The more attention they received, the more excited they became. Therefore, she ignored them entirely, resting her hand on the hilt of her blade. Projecting an air that she was not to be trifled with, Siegel, youthful and impetuous, appeared easily provoked. Thus, a few mercenaries began to make crude jokes, mocking the relationship between Siegel and the elf. They surmised that Siegel's robust physique was only useful for carnal pursuits. With fingers so thick, you must be a true gem, they concluded. Siegel had grown up among sailors and had encountered his fair share of foul-mouthed brutes. He had endured insults, but could never forgive those who disparaged his beloved mentor and the elf. Having learned some choice insults from the sailors, he could have easily retaliated, but he refrained from using foul language in Leah's presence, wishing to leave her with a good impression. Thus, in Siegel's mind, there remained but one course of action. He clenched his fists tightly. Leah grasped his arm, advising, "Do not bother with these scoundrels. It would only soil your hands. But we will be in this line for quite some time, and they will continue to harass us." Siegel protested. Leah blinked, realizing the validity of his concern. She released her grip, removed the young man's backpack, and offered a reassuring pat on his shoulder. "Do well in the fight." As she lightly patted his shoulder, Leah discreetly cast a glance and invoked a natural blessing, enhancing Siegel's strength. Siegel sensed this change. Feeling a surge of confidence, he stepped forward, facing the mercenaries, and provocatively beckoned. "Let the one with the foulest tongue come forth." A large crowd quickly formed around them, self-organizing into a circle. The mercenaries were astute. They had no intention of risking injury merely for the sake of banter. Only gold and more gold could spur them to action. Thus, the purpose of the gathering was to establish a betting pool. They could wager on the outcome, the duration, who would be the first to have their clothing torn asunder, and any other conceivable stakes. The victor would take all, the loser would bear the costs. And the house would take a cut, with the fighters splitting the remainder. This had become a customary arrangement. Siegel shed his shirt, revealing his well-defined muscles, which slightly lowered the odds against him. The opponent before him frowned. Evidently surprised by the young man's exceptional physique, he leapt into the circle, stretched his limbs, feigning the need for small talk, but instead lunged forward to seize the initiative. "Oh, damn it. Betting has even concluded yet?" someone shouted from the sidelines. Siegel had anticipated this move, charging forward without the slightest hesitation. This unexpected action caught the man off guard. Before he could reach his intended striking position, Siegel had already unleashed a punch. The blow connected squarely with the bridge of the nose, sending blood gushing and stars flashing before the man's eyes. His eyelids fluttered, and he crumpled to the ground. The surrounding gamblers erupted in noise. Where did this novice come from? Who would hire such a worthless fighter? The house's funds had barely been recorded before they were redistributed. If there was anyone in the arena with sharper eyes and quicker reflexes, it was indeed these individuals. Just now. "You were the one who spoke so ill. Do not hide in the back." Siegel pointed to the next contender and exclaimed, "Everyone is waiting." The onlookers echoed in unison, "Waiting indeed." Leah was momentarily taken aback. It was her first time witnessing such a gambling match firsthand, and she found it quite exhilarating. Previously, her duties were primarily within the elven patrol, seldom mingling among human mercenaries. During the rare occasions she ventured into danger, it was always Sir Bill who organized everything. She had only heard tales of the knight frequently teaming up with dwarves to teach unruly ruffians a lesson, and sometimes engaging in brawls at the gambling den. She mused that perhaps the scene was akin to what Siegel was doing now. The second contender was tall and dark, yet not particularly robust, which caused his odds to skyrocket. However, the bookmakers offered a betting option for the young man to win by a few punches, which sparked a frenzy among the gamblers. None anticipated that the tall figure would initiate the attack with a swift and far-reaching kick. Siegel attempted several times to close the distance, only to be thwarted by the long limbs. The crowd erupted in cheers, particularly those who had wagered on Siegel's victory or the tall man's unexpected triumph, shouting enthusiastically. Another kick came flying, and Siegel inhaled sharply, bracing himself to absorb the blow. Then quickly clamped down on the long leg with his arm. Seizing the opportunity to draw closer to his adversary, he exerted force and spun, delivering a powerful punch to the man's abdomen. His fist, enhanced by the elven masteress magic, struck like a hammer, overwhelming flesh and blood. The tall man, after enduring only a few blows, cried out, "I surrender." Siegel did not relent, continuing to threaten him with his fists until an apology was rendered to the elf. Thus, he secured his second victory point. Two foul-mouthed individuals remained unscathed. Siegel kept a keen gaze fixed upon them. Realizing the precariousness of their position, the two men hesitated to enter the arena, especially since the defeated fighter would receive no share of the winnings, unless hoping for a consolation prize from the gamblers who had profited. Thus they were unwilling to face a beating for nothing. Observing their reluctance to step forward, the bettors grew restless, hurling insults and spitting, branding them as cowards and softies in an attempt to goad them into action. Ultimately, the duel did not ensue. The two men fathomed their predicament and hastily emerged to apologize. The gamblers had initially hoped Siegel would continue his youthful fervor, pressing the matter further, thereby compelling the skilled fighters from those two mercenary groups to reveal themselves. However, Siegel handled the situation with the decorum of a knight. Concluding the matter amicably after accepting their apologies, he also successfully claimed a reward of 6 gold coins. "Very well done," Leah praised him. "Beyond your martial prowess, your manner of handling affairs reflects the teachings of Sir Bill, a quality that will undoubtedly serve you well in the future." After a bout of revelry, the mercenaries were left with fresh topics for conversation, affording them a moment of honesty. Siegel ambled forward in the long line. And it was not until 5 hours later that they finally passed through the gate. The two submitted their tokens and mounted their horses to ascend the mountain. Mora Peak is the second highest mountain in the New World. Legend has it that someone fell from the summit, and it took 2 full days for his body to roll down to the base. To conquer this high peak, countless dwarven craftsmen toiled for a century to carve out the mountain path and the gateway, and then spent another 200 years constructing the outer caverns, laying the groundwork for its initial development. It is said that construction at Mora Peak has never ceased, delving deeper and deeper into the earth. There is a saying that even the dwarves themselves do not fully comprehend the enormity of the entire project. Initially, the path is a gentle slope, with stones laid at intervals, covered with earth. This is referred to as the winding mountain path. Additionally, there exists a steep stone staircase that, according to tales, was paved by the gods for the leaders of the 7 clans after the first dwarves arrived at Mora Peak, guiding them to the summit to glimpse the treasures hidden within. Only 3 leaders successfully ascended this staircase, where they received the blessings of the dwarven god. Hence they became known as the 3 clans of the summit. They returned to describe the mountain's grandeur and abundance to the other dwarves, uniting the entire expedition team, and together they constructed Mora Peak. This stone staircase is known as the path to ascend, traversable only by the most courageous dwarves, apart from bravery and strength. No other force can prevail upon the staircase. Many have attempted to climb the staircase. Some dwarves have succeeded, yet the number of ascenders from other races remains exceedingly rare. Upon hearing this, Siegel felt an eager desire to try. Thus, Leah rode her horse, while Siegel began his ascent on the stone steps. Passers-by applauded the young man, praising his agility akin to that of a monkey. A few mercenaries attempted to emulate his exercise, but soon fell short. They might have exceeded Siegel's speed for a time, yet none could best him in endurance. The young man's remarkable recovery abilities were gradually manifesting. The journey from the base to the entrance of the peak required a full 5 days, simply divided into 5 segments, with inns along the way for brief respites. The lodgings were few, the food monotonous and exorbitantly priced. Experienced caravans would bring their own provisions, halting their carts by the roadside to rest together on clear nights. When it wasn't too dark, some would carry torches and slowly ascend the mountain. Siegel would reunite with Leah at the end of each segment, where the elf would use magic to heal his body. He would enjoy a sound sleep before continuing his climb. The large carts of the caravans could only reach the end of the second segment. Beyond that, they were unable to progress further. They would unload their goods here, transporting them to the third segment with pushcarts, then switch to carrying poles for the ascent. This was a grueling journey, not only due to the labor of climbing, but also the thin air, biting cold winds, and snow-covered ground, all of which could prove fatal. Even gazing too long at the breathtaking snowy vistas could blind one's eyes. Unfortunately, the dwarves had not hewn an entrance to their kingdom at the mountain's base. So all cargo transport had to flow through the summit, necessitating a sufficient workforce. The dwarves, though greedy, were not stingy when it came to capable hands. Thus, many landless individuals would come here to earn a living through labor. Sometimes even the farmers from the valley would ascend during their off-season. Their appearance was easily recognizable. Eyes shrouded in black veils, clad in thick woolen garments, their hands and feet wrapped tightly, with bits of iron fastened to their soles, creating a clattering sound as they walked. The path grew increasingly steep, and the wind and snow began to howl. During a moment of rest, Leah informed Siegel that they were fortunate it was still summer, with no blizzard conditions. But what if the dwarves need to trade goods in winter? What do they eat? Siegel inquired. You may have misunderstood. Dwarves have always been able to find food underground. Even when heavy snow blankets the mountains, the inhabitants of Mora Peak do not starve due to impassable roads. The entire mountain may well be hollowed out by them, extending deep underground. Dwarves cultivate mushrooms in the caves, gather moss, raise chickens and pigs, and even keep lizards and breed ferocious dogs. Moreover, they stockpile vast amounts of provisions in autumn, especially various alcoholic beverages. Their lives are quite comfortable. Perhaps in several millennia, dwarves will even learn to hibernate. Chapter 24. Mora Peak 6. Siegel's interest in the dwarven kingdom deepened, and his impatience urged him onward as he ascended the stone steps. Above the snow line, the staircase remained perpetually covered in snow, and after enduring relentless pressure, some sections had transformed into ice, rendering the entire staircase as smooth and rounded as crystal, making it exceedingly difficult to climb. Siegel cautiously pressed his body against the steep mountain face, at times needing to use his chin as a fulcrum to maintain his balance. The scythe felt like an extension of his arm, helping him to break through the ice layer, proceeding step by step, slowly and cautiously upward. This process was lengthy, allowing no room for error. On several occasions, Siegel wished to quicken his pace, yet slipping underfoot served as a sobering reminder. He turned to gaze downward. The wind whipped up snow, obscuring his view, rendering the winding path invisible. Just a few steps below him lay an expanse of snowflakes. Nothing else. The elven master had once mentioned that the winding paths carved by the dwarves were far more manageable, with many segments resembling tunnels drilled into the mountain, providing refuge from the wind and snow, offering a chance to catch one's breath. However, this stone staircase remained exposed to the elements, perpetually subject to the harshest conditions, presenting a relentless trial. This sensation intensified as he crossed the cloud line. Clouds mixed with snowflakes swirled around him, and the 2 or 3 steps ahead marked the limits of his vision. On the narrow staircase, the icy wind howled, often shifting direction as if great hands were tugging him outward. Here, the warm breath escaping his mouth quickly froze on his face, causing his skin to ache and swell. Despite wrapping his head in black veils, Siegel still felt his eyes nearing frostbite. He frequently paused to tightly shut his eyes or rubbed his eyelids through the veil to generate warmth, barely managing to retain his vision. The phrase "the biting cold wind" had never before held such weight. Had he not coated himself in grease beforehand, Siegel would have quickly succumbed to frostbite and lost his life. At times, he felt his entire body go numb, muscles trembling uncontrollably. Whenever this occurred, he would pull out a flask of strong liquor from his cloak, taking a hearty swig to reignite the flames within his chest and abdomen, thereby sustaining his strength. This was an arduous trial, with no retreat. He could only grit his teeth and endure. In moments of fatigue, Siegel felt as though his lungs had ceased functioning, struggling for breath without receiving any air. He found himself enveloped in an illusion, believing he had fused with the great mountain, destined to remain there eternally. The most perilous moments were marked by another deception. There was a time when Siegel felt as though he was still climbing, his hands and feet straining to move, when in reality, he had ceased all motion, frozen in place. The muscles, weary from repetitive exertion, conjured a false sense of action. His mind, sensing the fatigue of his body, yearned for rest and indulged in the deceit of this sensation. Siegel came perilously close to collapsing onto the mountain path in slumber. Fortunately, the howling wind jolted him awake, preventing him from slipping into a deathly sleep. After traversing the clouds, the snow and wind lessened significantly, yet the cold intensified. Snowflakes whipped up from beneath his feet, making balance a formidable challenge, causing Siegel to feel as though he were swaying. Without the cloud's cover, The sun's reflection off the snow-capped peaks was blindingly bright, rendering him hesitant to glance around. Siegel found himself nearly pressed against the mountain wall, his gaze fixated on the closest step. Moving upward with labored breaths, extracting the last remnants of strength within him. Time and again, he believed he would surely perish on this mountain path, until he at last reached the platform at the entrance to the dwarven kingdom of Morla's Peak. This was a natural cavern within the mountain, the entrance towering over 50 meters high and spanning more than 200 meters wide, resembling a vast maw of the snow-capped mountain. The dwarves had designated this as the kingdom's entrance, constructing walls from the ancient, unyielding stone and forging a gate of exquisite gold, inscribed with the words, "Never to fall." Outside the gate lay a platform paved with solid rock, with one side designated for cargo storage near the winding mountain path, while the opposite side remained entirely clear, forbidding any goods or travelers from approaching. At the center of the open space stood a slender column of alloy, supported by 7 sturdy feet, each inscribed with the crest of one of the 7 great clans that had first arrived here. Atop the column rested a diamond, the size of a fist, flawlessly cut into 80 facets, radiating a brilliant light that captivated all who beheld it. This was one of the prides of Morla's Peak. And at all times, 3 dwarven sentinels stood guard, clad in black full armor adorned with mithril, gemstones, and mysterious runes. Easily recognizable. 1 sentinel gazed at the sky outside the platform. Another monitored the passage before the kingdom's gate, while the last remained fixed on the diamond itself. They wielded flags representing the 3 great clans of Summit Ascenders in one hand, and in the other, they held a dwarven sword and shield, a unique weapon combining offense and defense. Except during shifts, they stood immovably like rocks, indifferent to the happenings on the platform. The sole purpose of these 3 sentinels was to welcome the brave who could ascend this sacred ladder. It took several years for a person to succeed in this ascent. When Siegel arrived, nearly fainting from exhaustion, he scarcely noticed the 3 dwarven guards. All he desired was to lay upon the ground. Stretching his limbs, with eyes stinging, he kept them tightly shut. Therefore, when he finally opened his eyes and beheld 3 figures clad in pure black armor, with great beards that nearly brushed the ground beneath their helmets, especially when 6 piercing eyes glimmered with intensity, he was indeed taken aback. "Congratulations, brave one. Through the true diamond, we have witnessed your ascent. You shall be known as the Summit Conqueror." The dwarves helped him to his feet, inquired his name, adorned him with a broad golden belt, and secured 3 flags to his back. The surrounding dwarves erupted in cheers, and the news of the new Summit Conqueror would soon spread. His name, his visage, and his feats would be known by every dwarf of Morla's Peak. It was only then that Siegel had the opportunity to gaze upon the mountain's summit. From the base, the peak had remained hidden, only vaguely discernible amidst the mist. Looking down from the summit transformed the scenery entirely. Sunlight bathed the pristine snow clouds, momentarily imparting to Siegel the illusion of sailing upon the sea. Through the gaps between the clouds, he glimpsed the vast expanse of land, spotting villages and towns no larger than grains of rice. If he lifted his gaze, the pinnacle of Morla's Peak stood not far off, towering like a giant in its majestic grandeur. A gust of wind swept by, causing the snow atop the peak to swirl, akin to the unfurling of a great white banner. Just as the ocean's grandeur is awe-inspiring, the towering mountains exuded a magnificent and noble spectacle. Siegel stood at the edge of the cavern, his back against the towering mountain, facing the endless sky and the vast earth, shouting with fervor to express his elation. Morla's Peak echoed his cry, responding with a thunderous roar that triggered an avalanche. Siegel scratched his head nervously, glancing at the dwarves. "It's all right. You needn't worry," one of them reassured him. "The areas prone to avalanches have been constructed with tunnels. No traveler shall be harmed. I wonder if you have seen an elven lady named Amidst. She is my mentor, and we have come to seek the dwarves, to find the dwarf Elinth, the invincible diamond," boomed a voice nearby. Siegel turned to see his elven mentor standing behind a towering dwarf. This dwarf was described as such due to his barrel-like physique, significantly broader than the average dwarf. However, he was not stout from indulgence in ale. Rather, he was remarkably robust, with arms thicker than Siegel's thighs, and indeed, his thighs resembled stone columns. The dwarf was bald, his scalp coated in antifreeze oil, shimmering under the sunlight. His hair seemed to have grown entirely upon his face, with a dense, lush red beard braided into 7 plaits that cascaded down to his belt. He donned a bearskin coat and immediately enveloped Siegel in a warm embrace. Siegel felt as though he were tightly ensnared, more so than when he had been caught by a troll. With many places aching fiercely, once the dwarf had his fill of the embrace, he pulled Siegel towards the golden gates of the kingdom, accompanied by Elintha's boisterous shout. "This is my friend, Siegel the cephalopod, the summit conqueror." The dwarves once again erupted in cheers, while Leah smiled and clapped nearby. Elintha resided on the third tier of Moreless Peak, a designated area for the three great clans of Summit Ascenders. The Gem clan had a series of interconnected caverns here, which they had transformed into splendid living quarters. Sturdy marble columns supported the cavern ceilings, while thick stone walls divided the space into various functional rooms. The walls were adorned with numerous raw gemstones, and a roaring fire illuminated the rooms with a kaleidoscope of colors. At the center of the room stood an enormous table crafted from tiger-striped wood, measuring 20 meters in length, capable of seating 50 individuals. Elintha was fulfilling his promise here, graciously hosting his dearest friends. Most of the guests were his kin, while his apprentices assisted nearby. Excited little dwarves dashed about, colliding with their elders, reminiscent of a game of pool favored by sailors. All the dwarves wished to greet him, enthusiastically patting him on the back, exclaiming, "Summit Conqueror!" in congratulation. Many dwarven faces were obscured by hair, rendering it difficult to discern their features. For outsiders, especially for Siegel, distinguishing between two dwarves relied solely on their beards. The table overflowed with delectable dishes. Sausages towered like mountains. Cheese was cut into substantial wedges, and a pot of bone broth bubbled enticingly. 5 roasted lambs, golden and crispy, bit into apples, defiantly eyeing the surrounding dwarfs. The dwarf children, eager to reach for the scrumptious fare, were promptly scooped up and tossed aside by the nearby adults. Dwarves were remarkably resilient, their tough skin and flesh allowing the tossed children to roll and laugh together. While food was off limits, the drinks flowed freely. The ale here was rich and hearty, almost chewable, with an intoxicating aroma, refreshingly cold, and leaving a lingering aftertaste. In another room, Siegel was assisted by the dwarves in changing his clothes. Currently, he had only a robe to wear. During the ascent, his chainmail had caused considerable trouble. Upon removing it, he discovered multiple frostbite injuries, with parts of his skin and muscles having shriveled and even stuck to the armor. Fortunately, the dwarves had physicians capable of providing initial treatment to prevent further deterioration of his injuries. Siegel, lad, you truly are a tenacious one. For outsiders, that latter is a test of life and death. Thankfully, we are well versed in treating frostbite. All your injuries will heal and will not hinder you from becoming a great warrior. Elintha picked up the golden belt. Continuing, this belt is a mark of dwarven honor, granting the wearer the strength and resilience of the dwarves of Moreless Peak. Wearing it will aid in your recovery from frostbite. Siegel fastened the belt around his waist, embracing Elintha with heartfelt gratitude that he relished the sensation of being surrounded by the warm, friendly, and straightforward dwarves. The old captain shared a similar demeanor, making Siegel feel at home once more. As he opened the door and stepped into the banquet hall, the aroma enveloped him, causing his mouth to water. Elintha stood at the head of the table, raising a goblet. With Siegel and Leah beside him, he proclaimed, "Let us celebrate the arrival of friends," and downed his drink in one gulp. Thus commenced the feast, with dwarves wielding knives in one hand and goblets in the other, as if brandishing swords and shields on the battlefield. Several of the defiant lambs were torn apart within seconds, rolling into the dwarves' bellies. However, the lamb at the head of the table was spared, reserved specially for the guests. At Elintha's gesture, Siegel picked up a knife, the first to carve the meat. Under the knife, the crisp skin crackled enticingly, and the scalding oil dripped down. Siegel pondered for a moment, adhering to the maritime custom, and selected a leaner piece to place on the plate of the elven master. "You absolutely must eat," Elintha exclaimed loudly, exhibiting a level of excitement unprecedented. "Hurry up! Eat quickly!" he incessantly urged. Leah elegantly took up her knife and fork, deftly cutting a small piece to place in her mouth, savoring it slowly. Afterward, she sipped a measure of brandy, dabbed her lips with a handkerchief, and spoke softly. "Surely you do not believe I am a vegetarian?" Elintha disregarded her words entirely, thumping the table, imploring Siegel to cut himself a piece as well. He bellowed, "Slice as much as you can eat. Do not hold back." Siegel, hearing this, broke into a joyful smile. With a swift motion of his knife, he flawlessly demonstrated the precision and sharpness of elven blade work, separating the sheep's head and 2 forelegs from its body. Amidst the dwarves' raucous cheers, he was left with a plate of still steaming roasted lamb. Within the Cavern of the Peaks, it was difficult to gauge the passage of time. All that was known was that the feast extended for quite some time. New meats continuously arrived, and fresh guests appeared. Laughter, song, and revelry filled the air as everyone indulged in simple joys. Leah, however, did not linger long. Aware that her presence would inhibit the dwarves' revelry as she departed, she cast a knowing glance at Siegel, urging him to exercise caution. Preoccupied with the battle against the roasted meat, Siegel failed to comprehend the warning in her gaze, resulting in him being inebriated by the dwarves on 3 separate occasions. Chapter 25. Pinnacle of Mora. When he regained consciousness, the banquet had reached a conclusion. Sated in content, the guests dispersed, leaving a few sprawled haphazardly on the ground. The dwarven cooks and servants busily cleaned up the remnants of the feast, gathering the leftover food for further preparation. Siegel noticed Aelent seated alone before the hearth, a goblet of wine in hand. The firelight danced across his face, accentuating his rugged features. Approaching, Siegel took a seat beside the dwarf and let out a hearty belch. Upon seeing him, Aelent burst into laughter. A long, resounding belch after a meal was the highest form of praise to the host. Aelent beckoned, and naturally, a servant filled their goblets anew. He handed his cup to Siegel and inquired, "You learned your martial skills from Leah, did you not?" "Indeed, Mr. Aelent. Do not call me Mr. Just use my name." The dwarf gulped down a large draught of cold ale, cleared his throat, and continued, "You are a knightly retainer of Bill, trained in combat by Leah. And now you stand as a pinnacle adventurer. That alone is enough for you to earn a share in our exploits. The only question remains, what can you contribute?" "I can offer assistance in battle," Siegel replied. "I appreciate your enthusiasm. But we are not in need of additional fighters," Aelent elaborated. "Bill is a seasoned warrior, Leah a master archer and ranger, and like myself, she can provide healing. Dio, whom you have yet to meet, is also part of our team. He possesses immense strength and can face the gravest of dangers. We are all veterans of the battlefield, our coordination honed through experience. What can you bring to the table?" Lowering his head, Siegel contemplated deeply. As a novice adventurer, he recognized the limitations of his capabilities compared to Aelent and the others. He had come to terms with this disparity, yet it did not dishearten him. Meeting the dwarf's gaze with confidence, he declared, "I learn swiftly. I can bridge any gaps." "I knew I was right about you," Aelent exclaimed, draining the last of his drink, and pointed at Siegel with excitement. "I relish your spirit. Do you know, at your core, you are a dwarf. Those who can traverse the pinnacle path possess the heart of a dwarven warrior. The great guardian never errs." "Thank you," Siegel replied. "I have a rather important task to assign to you." Aelent leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "The Dragon Lion Cliff and the surrounding lands belong to the Gem clan. Currently managed and developed by our Diamond family, we have discovered the entrance to a cave and conducted preliminary explorations, yet many secrets remain undisclosed. Gathering as much information as possible will aid our adventuring endeavors. As one of the first races to arrive in the New World, we dwarves have documented a wealth of historical data, and the Dragon Lion Cliff is no exception. This information is stored in the stone carving hall, but I must attend to clan matters and lack the time to investigate. As a pinnacle adventurer, you are uniquely qualified to enter, and Leah mentioned that your proficiency in the dwarven tongue is commendable. So, lad, before your frostbite heals, I need you to thoroughly explore the information pertaining to the Dragon Lion Cliff." "What kind of information should I seek?" "I cannot say. I leave it entirely in your hands," Aelent replied. "I once shared some speculations about the Dragon Lion Cliff with Leah and Bill, but the actual circumstances have been obscured by history. Perhaps you can uncover some clues within the text if it aids our journey. That would be splendid." Thus, the following day, Siegel commenced his work, busily poring over the dwarven library. This library housed nearly a millennium's worth of New World events, at least those that had captured the dwarves' attention. It was a repository of first-hand historical accounts, and many seekers of secrets longed to scour its depths. Yet it was not an open library. Approximately 70% of the collection was off-limits to outsiders, as it primarily recorded internal dwarven history, geographical features of the wasteland, undeveloped precious resources, and manuals on rune forging, elements of utmost significance to the dwarves and assurances for their descendants' future development. These tomes were stored in a separate area, accessible only to dwarves. The remaining sections were available to the dwarves of Mora's pinnacle or invited scholars. Today, the library fortuitously welcomed an outsider, Siegel, the human. Having earned the title of Pinnacle Adventurer after enduring the trials of the Sky Ladder, He was granted rights equivalent to those of the residents, regarded as a dwarf, and even held a higher status than some impoverished dwarves, a rare occurrence indeed. It is understood that dwarven society is distinctly hierarchical, with the apex occupied by the core of the three dwarven tribes that once conquered the sky ladder, wielding significant influence over the governance of the kingdom. They also bear the weight of numerous obligations, the most crucial of which is warfare, safeguarding the kingdom and its denizens. The next tier comprises the general nobility of the 7 major clans, tasked with managing the internal affairs of the dwarven kingdom to maintain its operations, while also handling external trade. Below them are the skilled craftsmen, including master forgers, seasoned miners, and brewing maestros. The remaining populace consists of commoners, engaged in various endeavors. Despite the class divisions, unlike humans, conflicts among them are rare, as dwarven society possesses its own unique advancement methods. Through acquiring military achievements, earning medals, or garnering recommendations from fellow dwarves, an individual can elevate their status and gain greater rights and societal standing. This system is solely applicable to dwarves. For an outsider to earn respect within dwarven society is no easy feat, with only a few limited avenues available, ascending the sky ladder of Mora being one of them. Siegler soon discovered the immense convenience afforded by his golden belt, far surpassing the utility of carrying proof of lineage and noble insignia. He arrived at the library early, and upon seeing the belt, several dwarves greeted him warmly, allowing him entry after a brief registration and kindly reminding him of the lighting issue, something Siegler had not previously considered. Dwarves possess dark vision, enabling them to see in complete darkness. Thus the library, constructed within a cavern, lacked any illumination. Furthermore, with the vast number of books stored, the use of candles or oil lamps was prohibited. Siegler was compelled to exit the library to procure a light stick, such as the everlasting flame from the dwarven rune goods shop, priced at a staggering 120 gold coins. Siegler certainly did not possess such wealth. However, due to the prestige of his golden belt, the shopkeeper, trusting in the credibility of the Gem clan and the Pinnacle adventurer, permitted him to borrow the everlasting flame at no charge, provided he returned it before departing the dwarven city. Siegler expressed his gratitude profusely, carefully stowing away the light stick, his most expensive possession to date. Growing increasingly fond of this warm and welcoming place, the library was eerily quiet. Aside from a few dwarven administrative staff, Siegler found himself alone, as if forgotten by the world. Were it not for the shelves brimming with books on either side, one might mistake the place for a dismal tomb. He sought information regarding the Dragon Lion Cliff. Yet the materials were organized chronologically. This meant Siegler might have to sift through the entire library. At that moment, he understood why Aland had not undertaken this endeavor himself. This will surely consume a vast amount of my time and energy. Siegler muttered to himself, I shall undoubtedly be swept away by the torrents of time contained within these tomes. He devised a plan to spend a full 2 days ensconced in the library, relying on his considerable patience and memory to ultimately skim through the catalog of the library's collection. Subsequently, he cross-referenced the titles and meticulously reviewed dozens of books, finally discerning the naming conventions of the dwarven literature. Upon closing the voluminous catalog, spanning over 1,000 pages, he felt as though he had weathered a tempest lasting several weeks. An ordeal even more harrowing than traversing a hurricane at sea. Siegler discovered that the dwarven chronicles were fundamentally woven from 2 significant narrative threads, one detailing the pivotal wartime events on the continent, and the other chronicling various accounts pertaining to mineral wealth. Once, near Dragon Lion Cliff, there lay an ancient ruby vein, and the fierce competition surrounding it had ignited numerous conflicts, with dwarves battling against humans and even amongst themselves. Using this gemstone mine as a focal point, he estimated a reading load of approximately 300 books, encompassing biographies, local chronicles of towns, and several travelogues and observations, following his own line of thought. He devoted an additional day to organize his reading outline, devising a rough research plan. The Dwarf Island, upon reviewing this plan, lauded it as a magnificent initiative. The elves concurred, acknowledging that Siegler possessed the most vital quality of a mage, even without innate magical talent. He could excel as an exceptional scribe or research assistant. Well, I must say, it brings me great joy to witness the emergence of a scholar among us, remarked the dwarf, and this scholar possesses a hearty constitution for drink and an appetite for meat, making this a day worthy of celebration. Initially, the dwarf held little hope. His primary aim was merely to test Siegler's patience and capacity for learning. He stubbornly believed that humans were exceedingly fickle beings. easily swayed and transformed. Most humans resembled water, capable of adapting to various environments and undertaking numerous tasks, yet only a scant few could solidify into robust ice, possessing great souls. Elves, akin to plants, such as a grand tree, grow relentlessly, enduring storms and yielding wondrous fruits. However, they often lack focus, humility, and squander their talents on trivial pursuits, frequently forgetting that they can only take root in specific soils. Only dwarves, like rock and gemstone, exhibit steadfastness and durability, their treasures concealed, enabling them to withstand the test of time, survive, and flourish while carrying the weight of history. After several days of observation, Island recognized that Siegel indeed embodied dwarven traits. Thus embracing and accepting him, regarding Siegel as a child of the dwarves, with this thought in mind, while the young man diligently sought clues, the dwarf hummed a tune, merrily heading to the forge. Having not felt the exhilaration of the forge for quite some time, and today was an opportune moment. Chapter 26. The Pinnacle of Mora. Let us refocus our attention on Siegel, who had now spent a full 15 days within the library. Under the scrutiny of his quill, a substantial pile of research had accumulated. He stumbled upon intriguing leads concerning the dragon upon the cliff and a certain wizard from later times. These were indeed the legends Island had mentioned. Yet ample evidence substantiated that these tales were not mere fabrications. Additionally, he unearthed local ballads that contained descriptions of the monsters surrounding Dragonlion Cliff. These songs certainly contained exaggerations, likely intended to frighten disobedient children. Yet they repeatedly alluded to shadowy entities impervious to blades, capable of traversing walls and consuming the souls of the living. Siegel found this matter exceedingly intriguing, prompting him to delve deeper. The dwarves working in the library had long since become aware of this human who perused books daily. Such a sight was exceedingly rare, and the word spread among the librarians until it eventually reached the ears of the head librarian. Even by dwarven standards, the head librarian Moncapetti was quite aged. Throughout his long journey of life, he had seldom heard of such occurrences, young human lads engrossed in study. Thus, he resolved to see for himself. The entire library was his domain, and with the aid of certain runic artifacts, he could approach each reader silently without disturbing them. The head librarian picked up a recorded note, swiftly and meticulously flipping through its pages, growing increasingly astonished. Through the words contained therein, he could discern a hidden thread. A result of bold imagination and sound reasoning that a good researcher could draw reasonable inferences from history, but the best dared to entertain audacious imaginings. The head librarian, intrigued, revealed himself, approaching Siegel, seizing a moment when the young man rested. He called out, "Child, may I have a word with you?" The boy lifted his gaze, and in the glow of the ever-bright flame, he noticed the dwarf before him. He was a kindly elder, easily discernible as one who had traversed the annals of time. His skin was creased, mottled with age spots, and his nose and facial skin sagged, while his bald scalp bore no trace of hair. Even after years of being nourished by ale, only sparse stubble remained upon his chin. Though this description might seem somewhat irreverent, tinged with mockery, for Siegel, he was the oldest potato he had ever encountered. Time had etched countless scars upon this elder, yet it had also bestowed upon him a quality unique to none other, a pair of keen, insightful eyes. "What is it you wish to discuss, my good elder?" The old dwarf placed a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture, indicating for Siegel to gather his notes and follow him to the head librarian's office. Once inside and the door securely closed, they could converse without disturbing the other readers. The elder gestured for Siegel to take a seat, while he himself reclined into a plush armchair with a contented sigh. Servants soon arrived with 2 cups of ale, allowing the two to continue their previous conversation. "I see you have been organizing information on Dragonlion Cliff, child. It must surely be that impish member of the Diamond family who has led you here. Do not regard me with strange eyes. Know that my duty is to record all that transpires around me. It has become instinctual, although I have aged, and my ability to pen extensive notes has waned. My eyes remain sharp, and my hearing intact. Since you became the pinnacle challenger, your deeds have been inscribed in history, so it is hardly surprising that I am aware of your close ties with the Diamond family." Siegel gazed at him in bewilderment, exclaiming, "I had no idea I was so closely watched." "Indeed, young imp, the benefits of being a pinnacle challenger extend beyond mere fame. You will gradually come to understand this," the elder replied, his gaze drifting into reminiscence. "I recall, 5 years ago, that the Diamond Imp visited me to inquire about certain matters, and even implored my assistance in researching information. Ultimately, He spent 3,000 gold coins on 3 words, the day of the lunar eclipse. The elder winked mischievously, adding, I trust you shall be departing again soon, yes? Siegel said nothing, merely lifting his cup for a sip, thereby evading the question. Well then, young imp, it appears you possess commendable self-restraint. May I rely on you to maintain that quality? I have a task that requires someone of your youthful disposition. Sir, I have already committed to assisting with the research, and my current task remains unfinished. This matter will greatly benefit you, and I assure you it shall not hinder Island's adventure, the elder insisted. Siegel shook his head politely, replying, I am afraid I cannot acquiesce at this moment. Sir, I must honor my prior commitment and complete my existing task first. The head librarian sighed, but bore no trace of disappointment. He rose, personally opening the door, and standing by the threshold, he said, Very well, young man, do not allow this old man to impede your time. Go forth and attend to your duties. As Siegel departed the room, the librarian grasped his arm, adding, When you find a moment of respite, do not forget to come and visit me. That evening, Siegel recounted the encounter to Island. The dwarf, taken aback, probed for details, pondering each word exchanged, and finally remarked, It was wise not to agree with him. The elder Monka is a petty dwarf, a significant member of the Shortfoot clan, wielding considerable influence throughout Mora's pinnacle, although the Shortfoot dwarves did not ascend the pinnacle ladder in their time. They have long sought that leadership position. Rumors suggest Monka is exploring ways to empower dwarves with magic to enhance their clan's influence. This radical notion causes concern among many dwarves. It is prudent that you have not entangled yourself with them. He seemed like a good man. I had that impression, Siegel replied. Indeed. You are correct, Island nodded. The head librarian is indeed a good man. He once saved my life on the battlefield that I recalled during the Great Northern River Campaign. The petty dwarves fought alongside our gem clan. Tasked with covering our flank, they faced the onslaught of hill giants directly, suffering immense losses and casualties. Bound by military orders, we were unable to provide assistance and were forced to sacrifice them as they pressed forward relentlessly. The centenarian Monka has steadfastly held the line at the heart of the battlefield, ensuring the stability of our flanks. However, he has suffered the tragic loss of 1 son and 2 grandsons in the conflict. In the end, although we emerged victorious, this battle has left a rift between our clans. They harbor the belief that our gem family intends to undermine their strength. Viewing it as a conspiracy to dominate the clans, I can only assure you that such intentions are far from our minds. Yet, history knows no what-ifs, and the scars are difficult to mend. Isn't it sufficient to resolve misunderstandings? We are all dwarves, living in the same realm, Siegel inquired, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, this is a truth that all comprehend. Yet oftentimes, the revisiting of history serves purposes beyond mere remembrance, particularly interests. Recently, we have found ourselves at odds with the petty family, who support the wayfarers in challenging the ruling class. That I fear that such radical actions may incite the displeasure of the dwarven guardians, leading to a crisis of division. Elenti paused momentarily, downing his mug of ale before mustering the strength to continue. Enough of this, child. I have indulged too much. You should take your rest. Let us elders ponder over these vexing matters. Remember, your visits to the library should only require half a day. Return by noon, for I intend to train you in the afternoon. Siegel's eyes brightened. His frostbite had long healed, and he was eager to stretch his limbs. Are we to learn the dwarven martial arts? Master Leah has advised me to practice with the dwarven techniques to bolster my strength. This is not merely a matter of strengthening your physique. Young one, you shall comprehend that by afternoon. The following afternoon, as Siegel entered the training grounds, he was nearly left speechless. He had anticipated a one-on-one training session with Eleni, but to his astonishment, there were a dozen dwarven children surrounding him, clad in iron armor, donning helmets, wielding wooden shields, and brandishing sticks wrapped in cloth that shed white powder as they swung. They approached him with fervor. Eleni stood leisurely by the training field, holding Siegel's gear, and exclaimed with excitement, Come, child, this is your training. Bring down all 12 of these little tykes. But heed this, if you bear white marks upon your face or groin, you shall be deemed defeated, and should you accumulate more than 5 white marks on your body and limbs, you shall also lose. The dwarves tossed a wooden shield and a wooden curved sword onto the ground, urging, pick up your equipment and show me the basics you have learned from Bill, and demonstrate the sword play and footwork gleaned from the elves. As Siegel gathered his weapons, fastening the shield to his arm, the 12 children lunged at him with cries and wild swings of their sticks, resembling a pack of frenzied wild boars. To them, This was the most delightful game. Typically, they would spar amongst themselves. Yet now they could unite against an outsider, igniting their camaraderie. Siegler hastily retreated, employing his nimble footwork to evade several perilous strikes. He attempted to stretch their formation, seeking to create opportunities for one-on-one encounters. But the training ground offered little space. After retreating 5 steps, he found himself pressed against a wall. Seizing a moment of inspiration, he pushed off the wall, leaping into action, utilizing elven swordplay and his height to topple the first dwarf and kick the second. However, dwarves are inherently stable and resilient. The little one merely swayed slightly, while Siegler lost his balance. A stick struck his nose with force, coating him in a cloud of white dust. A commendable first failure. To have taken one down is quite impressive, remarked the dwarf, hands on hips, his beard shaking with irritation. Siegler felt a wave of embarrassment, never anticipating such an outcome. He wiped his face clean, quickly regained his composure, and called for another round. Your objective is to bring them down, not to dance with them. You must embody the spirit of battle. Just as Siegler was about to inquire what that spirit entailed, the dwarf commanded, and the 12 adversaries charged once more. Siegler bravely rushed forward, swiftly knocking 2 down. Yet he soon found himself surrounded and unable to evade the chaotic flurry of sticks, leading to yet another defeat. Well, what do you call this? From a dancer to a fool. Although you have managed to take down one more than before, what has all that training with the martial arts amounted to? They have 12, while I am but 1. It is hardly fair. Siegler protested. Let me enlighten you, lad. Remember this. There is no fairness on the battlefield. Goblins, orcs, and kobolds will not entertain notions of fairness, nor will wolves in the wild. The only ones who will question fairness are those you have bested. They are the only ones who will raise such a concern. You must understand that enemies will always swarm, that we naturally hope to be on the side of numerical superiority or engage in one-on-one combat. But the prerequisite is that we survive despite our disadvantages. Elves boast their superior archery, and humans have their cavalry charges. These are their advantages. Yet, only we dwarves dare to face adversity, relying on our solid martial skills. Do you know why we possess the sturdiest armor? It is because we cannot run fast. We are often surrounded, and we never retreat. The front line of battle is where dwarves stand, with comrades at our backs. You must fight with all your might. I do not expect you to deliver a fatal blow, nor do I seek for you to emerge unscathed. I only demand that you eliminate as many enemies as possible before sustaining unbearable harm. Or at the very least, hold them at bay. This is the honor of a warrior, and you must strive towards this goal. Now reflect on this, and then try again. Siegler was granted 5 minutes to ponder. He circled the training ground twice with his shield, carefully considering the mistakes he had made earlier. It was impossible to fend off 12 attacks simultaneously. No one could. Even utilizing footwork, at least 3 or 4 would strike from different angles at once. Furthermore, the space was severely limited, and sustaining footwork was impractical. He needed to achieve a perfect dynamic balance between attack, defense, and movement. What to do? Ultimately, he could devise no effective strategy during this time. And predictably, he failed once more. Very well, let me point out your flaws. What you learned from the elves is aimed at delivering lethal strikes, which is not inherently wrong. However, the process leading up to that goal is flawed. Consider the forging of weapons. You cannot expect to shape it with a single strike. It requires patient, repetitive blows. Do not fixate on reaching the final blow. Instead, each attack must yield a positive effect. Accumulating these effects through your martial arts, victory does not solely hinge upon piercing the enemy's heart. If you can strike a blow that prevents them from striking you, that is also a success. Meanwhile, your shield must also be in motion. Do not simply wait to absorb blows. Our dwarven objective is not a single fatal strike, but rather to continuously press the enemy as if forging steel, wearing them down until they are overwhelmed by our rhythm. Contemplate this and return. After shaking off the fatigue, he devised a combat plan in his mind. Minutes later, he successfully toppled 4 foes, but in defeating the 5th, they both fell. He had thought of combining sudden charges with unexpected retreats, learning to use one enemy's body to shield against another's attack. He actively struck with his shield against their weapons and utilized his feet to create advantages. That afternoon, his highest record was defeating 6 opponents. Throughout the day, Eleni did not provide specific guidance, but instead allowed Siegler to experiment repeatedly, enabling him to experience firsthand the myriad situations a warrior might face amidst chaos. In the evening, the elf Leah tended to his wounds, using her divine arts to alleviate his fatigue. This training was exceedingly grueling. Even with practice weapons, Siegel bore the marks of bruises and scrapes. Fortunately, the young man was deeply focused on his training, perceiving hardship as inconsequential. Dwarves have trained this way since childhood, perceiving it as a game. They are already toughened and resilient, so you must adapt to this for a while. You will endure. Leah remarked that it's nothing. I can adapt, Siegel replied. But if you face such a situation, what would you do? Oh, I would have two options. One would be to create distance and resolve them with a longbow, utilizing penetrating arrows or rapid-fire shots. The other would involve close combat, treating the enemy as a shield, employing short weapons, such as daggers or short swords, to swiftly eliminate them. However, neither of these methods suits you. It would take us about 30 years to master such martial skills, and humans do not have that luxury of time. Frankly, I am already quite astonished that you have grasped elven footwork to this extent in such a short time. After a moment of thought, Leah comforted him, saying, Do not dwell on such matters. Rest assured that Eleni will educate you well. They are the finest infantry and possess their own unique methods. In battle within caves or similarly confined spaces, they excelled. On the following day, Siegel was prepared to endure another round of punishment, yet upon arriving at the training grounds, he was perplexed to find no dwarven children present for practice. Eileen stood alone, surrounded by an array of weapons, some forged by humans, others by elves, dwarves, orcs, and even the massive warhammers of giants. Today, our objective is quite clear, to enlighten you about the weaknesses of various weapons. It is imperative to understand that each weapon possesses its unique method of use, compatible physique, strength, and martial techniques. You know why we dwarves are the finest masters of weapon forging. It is because we engage in combat with these weapons daily. Our familiarity with them coursing through our veins, just as they become an extension of our being. Upon seeing a sword, we instinctively comprehend its range of attack. When we observe a hammer, we can gauge its weight and might. Thus, we have cultivated our distinctive martial techniques. Must we master all these weapons? How exactly should we proceed? Siegel scratched his head, perplexed. The reasoning is simple. What inflicts harm upon you is always the weapon. Martial skills can only manifest through the extension of the weapon itself. The elves have noted your keen intellect, and you demonstrated commendable agility and coordination during yesterday's battle. Therefore, today I shall impart two combat techniques to you. One is disarming, and the other is deflecting. The dwarf grasped a long sword and tossed it to Siegel before selecting a heavy hammer. Let us use the long sword as an example. I will teach you the simplest method to deflect its threat zone. Attempting this with daggers or rapiers would be futile. The optimal choice is a heavy weapon, such as our dwarven warhammer or battle axe. Your opponent generates force through their hands, which must then travel through the weapon before it can pose a threat. Likewise, when counterattacked, that force must return. Our goal is to intercept this process. However, mastering this requires strength, allowing the heavy weapon to become an extension of your arm. Now, enough talk. Follow my lead. The martial techniques of the dwarves harmonize with their profound connection to their weapons. Emphasizing the transmission of strength and the perception of force feedback to achieve the seamless integration of weapon and arm. It is essential not only to exert force upon the weapon, but also to attune oneself to the subtle changes it transmits back to the arm. After initial training, Siegel was blindfolded and instructed to strike various materials with different weapons, honing his ability to discern the nature of his hits. Subsequently, they practiced utilizing the weapon's feedback to enhance subsequent strikes, generating a continuous flow of attacks through body rotation and shifts in center of gravity. Siegel absorbed this knowledge voraciously, akin to a sponge soaking up water, and through relentless training, he gained invaluable experience, rapidly advancing his skills. Each day, his body was pushed to its limits, and through successive victories and defeats, his martial prowess flourished. Thankfully, the dwarven household provided ample sustenance, allowing Siegel to consume copious amounts of meat, making this arduous time a source of great joy. A month passed in this manner. Through diligent training, Siegel became adept at facing the onslaught of the diminutive dwarves, even achieving several victories. Increasing the number of opponents held little significance, as this already represented the maximum number he could contend with in solo combat. Thus, he transitioned to one-on-one advanced training, facing genuine dwarven warriors. These warriors were masters of dwarven combat techniques, their strength, patience, and experience far surpassing his. Each of them was more formidable than the combined might of 12 small dwarves. Siegel continued his repetitive yet fulfilling routine, tirelessly honing his martial skills as a member of the nobility. Eileen provided Siegel with abundant nourishment, allowing his physique to swell and strengthen while maintaining agility. The time for the dwarven festivities drew near, and everyone busied themselves preparing the celebration at the summit of Mora. Organizing various activities, many leaders and heads of factions arrived, or at the very least, dispatched suitable representatives. Eileen also had to attend to these guests, which resulted in several days away from training. Busy with tedious formalities, he remarked. This, however, did not deter Siegel. He remained steadfast in his training. The elves awaited the arrival of Sir Bill, only to receive a letter. What do you mean Sir Bill is not coming? Is he well? Nothing has happened to him, has it? Siegel inquired anxiously upon hearing the news. The dwarf handed him the letter, allowing him to read it for himself, then added, "A few days ago, I heard news that the prince's caravan from the Starry Nation was ambushed. The guards suffered heavy casualties, and the prince was gravely injured. However, reports suggest that this attack was merely a ruse. The prince was not in the caravan, and the rumors of his injury were false. Strangely, no one knows what became of the caravan afterward. But the letter states that the knight is with the prince, only detained by an urgent mission to a certain location. He does not disclose where he is going. It appears quite mysterious. I can surmise what they are up to. Do not fret, young one. The knight is currently unharmed. He has his reasons for not returning. After all, assisting the prince is an excellent opportunity for him to regain his standing." The elder dwarf continued. "He has officially requested that you take his place in the expedition. Do you believe you are capable?" "I am," Siegel nodded, his expression resolute. "In our past adventures, we had a rule. New members must earn the collective approval of all existing members to truly belong. The knight has vouched for you. Your elven mentor concurs, and if you maintain your current commendable performance, I shall also support you. However, there is another member of our team." Gaining his approval will not be easy," Leah interjected. "He is a barbarian from the Western Plateau, and his thoughts are difficult to decipher. One cannot predict what challenge he may present, so prepare yourself mentally." Chapter 28. The summit of Mora 10. The barbarian, as described by the elves, finally arrived 2 days before the celebration. Much to everyone's delight, Siegel finally met the last member of their party. This individual was extraordinarily tall and robust, braving the wind and snow without a shirt as he ascended the entire snow-capped mountain. Undaunted by the biting cold, he bore tattoos on his chest, the black mark of the wild god, decorated with skulls and thorns. The barbarian sported short, tawny hair and a resolute visage. His deep-set eyes, thick brows, and prominent nose exuded a mature charm, completely contrary to Siegel's preconceived notions of barbarian aesthetics, which he had imagined to be those of a primitive tribe, akin to half-orcs, comprising hunters or fishermen. Robust yet unkempt, weathered by the elements. How could such striking features emerge from such a background? The barbarian carried a large bundle of animal pelts, gifts from his homeland to the dwarves. The dwarves hosted another feast to welcome their friend and introduced Siegel to him. "This is the knight's apprentice, recommended by Bill to join our team. What do you think of him? This lad is quite sturdy. But why are your hair and eyes both black? Did you dye them? By the wild god, I have never seen such an unusual appearance. I was born this way. They say I have been dyed black by an octopus." Siegel recounted his origins, captivating the listeners with his tale. "Your extraordinary appearance is surely a divine sign, urging you to undertake extraordinary deeds, much like myself." The barbarian blessed him that moment. He glanced at his two companions and discerned their silent agreement. "Oh, I believe I understand. It seems you all have consented to his joining, and I am the last holdout, am I not? That is absolutely no problem." He rose, clapping his hands, brushing grease off his leather trousers as if preparing for a duel. Siegel readied himself for combat, but was taken aback when the barbarian merely dashed to the other end of the table and gulped down a bowl of soup. Once he wiped his mouth and sighed. He remarked, "Everything must wait until one is well fed. You know, climbing a mountain is immensely taxing. Moreover, I have not eaten for 3 days to make room in my stomach, so do not rush me. By the way, young lad, come down and eat with me. Let me see your appetite first." The dwarfs, fearing the situation might escalate, chimed in loudly. "He not only eats a lot, but can also hold his liquor. Do not drink too much. There are pressing matters after the meal." "I have devised an excellent plan," the barbarian declared. Everyone was intrigued by the barbarian's thoughts, yet he avoided the topic during the meal. Only after devouring 2 whole roasted sheep did he cryptically say, "How can one measure whether a man is truly a man? Only on the battlefield. I trust the dwarves' judgment. Your martial skills must meet the standard, so it will not be a challenge. However, there remains another battlefield for you to conquer. Follow me." With that, the barbarian seized the protagonist and gestured for Eileen to follow. Leah, curious to join them, was halted by the barbarian, who insisted that the place was unsuitable for her, as it was a matter for men alone. Leah immediately grasped their intentions and, exasperated, retorted, "You never have any sensible ideas." As the elves anticipated, the group was headed to a gentleman's hotel. Unlike other establishments, this facility in the dwarven city was not created for the service of dwarves. A male dwarf, leading a stable life, is deeply loyal to his wife, cherishing family bonds, and would not seek cheap entertainment in such places. Meanwhile, the bearded appearance of female dwarves is not welcomed by outsiders, leaving them unable to work here. Consequently, it is rare to find dwarves frequenting such establishments. They prefer the conviviality of ordinary taverns or indulging in brawls. Only those homeless dwarves, perceived as the lowest and most worthless among their kin, would venture here. Thus, at the summit of Mora, the primary clientele for such venues remains local outsiders, supplemented by merchants, mercenaries, and travelers of other races. For them, the sight of various stout, bearded dwarves is a torturous ordeal for the eyes. They seek solace for their spirits, especially the chance to behold graceful curves and appreciate beauty. Hence, with the permission of the dwarven clans, some human residents have opened taverns offering exclusive services for men. These establishments are predominantly expensive, which explains why the barbarian summoned Ellen to join them. "If my kin knew I visited such a place, I might as well be dead." Upon understanding the situation, the dwarf tossed a bag of coins to the Highlander, saying, "You two should go on your own. His absence is his loss. We must indulge ourselves." The barbarian retorted, "Perfect for a post-dinner exercise." Siegel was no naive fool. After all, he hailed from a seafaring background, another significant demographic for such services. He had heard many rumors, anecdotes, and even jokes about such places from his shipmates, yet he had never experienced it firsthand. Caught in a tumultuous mix of tension, embarrassment, and excitement, he was dragged by Dio to the entrance of a 3-story building. The ground floor was made of stone, the middle floor of wood, and the top featured a small rooftop platform with a quaint gazebo. Exhibiting the artistic style of the Starry Kingdom, the windows exhibited peculiar reflections, obscuring the interior views. Siegel recognized them as being crafted from leaded glass, a robust material that effectively muffled sound, an expensive choice. Constructing such a dwelling within a dwarven cavern was no simple feat, embodying the opulence and wealth of its builders. Siegel noted that the wood was a rare silver wood from the old continent, capable of reflecting a dim, silvery glow in candlelight and highly favored by merchants and nobles, making its use here quite exceptional. The entire edifice was impeccably maintained, devoid of any signage, save for a large red lantern hanging at the entrance. Silently beckoning patrons, Siegel was pulled inside by the Highlander. The following day, Siegel, sporting dark circles under his eyes, lay languidly at the breakfast table, despite the fragrant mushroom meatball soup and jam bread before him. He lacked the motivation to lift a finger. Across from him, the Highlander Dio was gleefully tearing into a whole ham. "Now you are an adult, Siegel," Dio remarked. "Now you understand what true passion is. To comprehend these matters is to grasp the essence of life." Siegel, too exhausted to lift his head, mumbled a weak acknowledgement. The grand celebration at the summit of Mora was set for the next day, prompting Ellen to depart early, likely to be absent throughout the 6-day-long festivities. Most of the household servants had also gone out, following the dwarves to heed countless orders and attend to various tasks. Siegel's training was entrusted to Leah. Uncharacteristically, the elf did not consider Siegel's fatigue, instead intensifying the pace and complexity of their training. As Siegel neared exhaustion, she summoned the Highlander to act as a sparring partner, primarily because this brawny man had been grinning foolishly throughout the training session. Siegel fought valiantly, yet his movements were severely distorted, and he endured several hard punches, collapsing to the ground, left with only the strength to catch his breath. "This time is meant to teach you restraint, a quality sorely lacking in humans," the elf stated. "Today's training concludes here." Dio approached with a grin, hoisting Siegel onto his shoulder and striding toward the dining hall. The young man, unable to resist, felt like a sack of potatoes. rolling on the robust back of the barbarian. Chapter 29. Dragon Lion Cliff. The sun rose from the horizon, casting its light upon Siegler's face. A peculiar experience indeed. He stood on the platform at the entrance of the Mora Summit Cavern, the very place he had arrived 2 months earlier, stepping into the dwarven kingdom as a valiant climber. Now, he was set to depart from here once more, alongside his mentor Leah, the dwarf Ellen, and the barbarian Dio from the Western Highlands, embarking on the long-anticipated adventure to Dragon Lion Cliff. Clad in a thick fur cloak, Siegler donned the new armor bestowed upon him by the dwarves, a finely crafted black breastplate. The breastplate, smooth and sleek, featured front and back plates forged from pure steel, bound together with barbarian leather. Edged with a layer of copper, it was adorned with the insignia of the summit's brave and Ellen's personal signature. To maintain Siegler's agility, he wore no armor below the waist, instead opting for thick, insulated cotton trousers. His new non-slip leather boots and fur gloves complemented the golden belt secured around his waist. Standing upon the snowy mountain platform, chest held high against the sea of clouds, he appeared dignified and striking. However, his hair was now dyed brown, sleek and shiny, a technique he had learned from the enchanting Elsa at the Gentleman's Tavern. Besides the dagger left to him by Sir Byre, which he concealed within his boot, Siegler's arsenal was entirely new. As a warrior stepping into the shoes of a noble knight, he needed to be prepared for various combat scenarios. Hence, he carried a longbow, a broadsword, a curved dagger, a war hammer, throwing axes, a shield, and over 20 arrows. Altogether, these armaments, combined with his armor, weighed over 60 pounds. Without his well-trained physique, one would find it nearly impossible to bear such a burden. Indeed, this weight would crush an ordinary person, making prolonged travel arduous, let alone engaging in combat at a moment's notice. Leah remained equipped as a ranger, albeit with a new outer garment and replenished arrows. Dio, persuaded by his companions, finally donned a small coat over his bare torso, enhancing his formidable and alluring presence. The barbarian bore the blessing of the wilderness club from his tribe, his belt adorned with 8 throwing axes. While he cherished the dwarven gift of a curved blade, Ellen, clad in his ancestral full armor, appeared even more imposing, resembling a mobile iron mass. This armor was riddled with dents, each a testament to battles fought and stories shared with Siegler more than once. Besides these 4, a retinue of 4 attendants accompanied them. Ellen organized every aspect of this adventure, from planning to procuring equipment, including hiring support staff, drivers, camp guards, messengers, and a cook. These 4 attendants hailed from the Gem clan and had long served Ellen, making them trustworthy companions. The 8 set off at dawn, descending the gentle path from the summit of Mora. The messenger, at the forefront of the group, donned a white coat embroidered with the golden emblem of the core nobility of the Gem clan. Thus, those they encountered, any familiar with the meaning of the emblem, yielded their path, allowing them passage. Their descent was swift. Midway down, they procured a cart, 2 mules for pulling it, and a horse. The driver proved invaluable, steering the cart forward, granting the adventurers a chance to rest. The messenger rode ahead, scouting the terrain and arranging lodgings along the route. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they veered northward, following the mountain's edge. With towering peaks looming to their west, casting shadows by afternoon, sometimes necessitating the use of torches to continue their journey, the grand mountains obscured sunlight, creating a challenging environment for surrounding flora. Many areas were barren, devoid of vegetation, while some low-lying spots were cloaked in cave moss. There were no farmlands here, nor was human presence common. Although some mines operated in the vicinity, miners labored to extract large stones, transforming them into building materials to sustain their meager livelihoods. Monotonous and dreary, they toiled all day merely to scrape by. Thus, these individuals remained focused on their work, indifferent to the passing Siegler and his companions. Before entering this wilderness, the servants and driver had filled the cart with easily stored provisions, prioritizing perishable vegetables and meticulously calculating their water supply. The barbarian Dio, dwarf Ellen, and Siegler, all stout fellows, needed to manage their diets, consuming only minimal portions. "You cannot afford to be careless during an adventure," the dwarf Ellen remarked. After 2 more days of travel, they departed the mining region, too far from the main road for efficient transport. Rendering mining unsustainable, the path once suitable for carts had devolved into a narrow trail. This area occasionally saw hunters or herb gatherers who had forged a path across this barren land. wild beasts began to appear. The most common being mountain foxes, known for their ambush tactics and opportunistic feeding habits. These foxes were exceptionally cunning, assessing danger carefully and refrained from attacking the caravan. The elf, Leah, paid them no mind as they advanced. They encountered an uphill path, either along a desiccated mountain river valley or the base of a gully carved by a debris flow, moving forward at a leisurely pace, with everyone dismounting to assist in pushing the cart. Leah, with her ethereal grace, swiftly ascended to a vantage point to survey the surroundings, serving as a sentinel to safeguard the cart. That evening, they established camp on a level patch of ground, where the cook prepared a meal. The courier and guards set up tents, and the driver tended to the livestock. 3 robust warriors gathered firewood. The timber here was resilient and dense, as the trees required extensive time to grow even slightly, thus rendering them exceptionally sturdy, though thankfully, they ignited with a vigorous flame. The night sky was half shrouded in the dark shadows of the majestic Mora Mountains, obscuring the moon, while the other half of the sky sparkled with countless stars. The wind howled through the valley, yet it could not overpower the snoring of the barbarian. Siegler, disturbed by the noise, rose to stretch, noticing 2 others were also awake, the guard and the dwarf, Island. They were tasked with keeping watch until the elves concluded their meditative state. Care for a drink? Lad, the dwarf called from beside the fire. A cup of hot tea to ward off the chill. I'll be there shortly. Siegler waved in acknowledgement, then removed his leather armor to don his breastplate once more, arming himself in readiness. This was a habit instilled in him by Sir Bill that in the wilderness, whenever one rose, they must be fully equipped to face unforeseen circumstances. The tea emitted a bitter aroma, quite difficult to swallow. It hardly qualified as genuine tea, merely a concoction of specialized herbs used to purify water for safe consumption in the wild. Island, have you not ventured far from the summit of Mora for quite some time? Do you find yourself longing for home? Siegler inquired, cradling his teacup as he sat by the campfire, noting, I observed you glancing back frequently along the way, sometimes gazing at the mountain peak for an extended duration. Perhaps unbeknownst to you. Indeed, child, you speak the truth. It has been ages since I last left the cavern. When the cold winds from outside brushed against me, I suddenly felt youthful once more. A sensation nearly forgotten for 3 years. However, it is not homesickness. It is merely a pang of nostalgia. Island patted Siegler on the shoulder and smiled broadly. Child, do not allow us old folk to dampen your spirits. I have simply spent too long within the cave without exercising my body, and I have not wielded my hammer in ages. The breastplate you wear, I failed twice to assemble it, a feat that would have been unfathomable in the past. Do you know what I was once called? Island, the hammer press. Yet now, I hammer away daily, not in the forge, but upon an endless array of documents and correspondence. You are still young, Siegler. You have ample time ahead to revel in adventure, combat, and the pursuit of exhilaration, your life's most splendid moments. Island, while I was at sea, I found joy, believing it would last forever, but when the old captain departed, I knew that happiness had come to an end. Now, adventuring with you all brings me great joy as well, yet it seems this, too, cannot endure indefinitely. Do not dwell so mournfully. You are not yet of that age, when you marry and have a brood of lively little ones causing all sorts of mischief, when an arrow finds its mark in your knee, rendering you unable to venture forth, confined to the hearthside parlor. Only then shall you earn the right to be so sentimental. I can hardly fathom such a life. Indeed, child, only through the passage of time can one witness all things. There are no shortcuts. Until then, you might contemplate other matters, such as treasures, abundant riches. Siegler, what do you think of my life, my wealth? Comparable to that of a king. Siegler mused before continuing. Sometimes, when I listen to the bards sing of kings and taverns, their lives mirror yours. Once this adventure concludes, you too may live such a life. I speak not in jest. Dragon Lion Cliff is our fortune as a quartet. The dwarf's eyes narrowed with mirth, his beard quivering with laughter. How were these treasures discovered? I have never heard that tale. 15 years ago, I became the 3rd spokesperson of my family and acquired the estate of Dragon Lion Cliff. At the time, I paid it no heed, never considering the management of this land, dismissing the matter entirely. That it was not until 4 years ago that Dio learned of it and urged us to take a look. The elves discovered the staircase leading to the cavern. Sir Bill battled the guardian golem, allowing me to rush into the cave. That I discerned the situation within and sought the wisdom of the long-lived dwarf, Monka, to ascertain a safe method of entry and exit. This you already know. Subsequently, we pooled our resources to construct a watchtower along the path to the peak, ensuring our wealth remained undisturbed. The Mora family guards that place. And in just one day, you shall behold that watchtower. As they conversed, a low growl resonated from outside the camp, instantly alerting the Tude soon. They heard approaching footsteps, accompanied by labored breathing. Island seized his weapon and whispered to Siegel, "Go rouse them all. It seems a beast approaches." Siegel lifted the tent flap and kicked his companion's feet, a signal to awaken swiftly while camping in the wild. Just as he completed this action, a massive shadow lunged into the camp, colliding with the dwarf's flaming warhammer. The shadow and the dwarf tumbled together, crashing against the cart with a resounding noise. Shattering the cart's wheel by the flickering light of the campfire, Siegel discerned that it was a colossal black bear, akin to a moving mountain. Its hind legs were thicker than Siegel's waist, and its claws resembled daggers. Capable of easily gouging the earth, it opened its massive maw, revealing 2 rows of sharp, formidable teeth, and a foul stench wafted through the air. The bear's thick hide and muscle absorbed the impact without apparent injury. It shook its head and roared loudly in the center of the camp. "You foolish bear, do you wish to feast upon this dwarf? Come forth, let me shatter your teeth." Island bellowed, brandishing his warhammer with an imposing demeanor. Siegel's throwing knife soared through the air, embedding itself in the bear's fur, yet no blood flowed. Observing this, he drew his broadsword and seized a burning piece of firewood from the ground. The bear paid no heed to Siegel. Its gaze fixed intently upon Island. Its eyes gradually reddened, and copious drool dripped from its jaws. The bear rose on its hind legs, lunging towards the dwarf with crushing force. Island, instead of advancing, curled into a ball, akin to a steel sphere, and slammed into the bear's soft abdomen. With a powerful thrust of his strong thighs, he leveraged the bear's massive form. Siegel raised his sword high and charged forward. Delivering a heavy blow to the bear's head, a tremendous gash extended from its skull down to its jaw, infuriating the bear as it retaliated with a powerful lunge. Siegel was hurled away by the sheer force. But his training and armor mitigated the impact, leaving him with only minor injuries. Island seized the opportunity to roll out from beneath the bear and swung his hammer at its hind leg. The bone shattered, and the beast immediately lost its balance, toppling heavily to the ground. The elf dashed from the tent, swiftly knocking an arrow and accurately piercing the beast's throat. The bear struggled to rise, only to be ensnared by the approaching barbarian, whose powerful muscles bulged like steel chains, firmly restraining the creature. Island relentlessly struck the bear's limbs with his hammer, while Siegel seized the chance to slash open the bear's belly with his broadsword. The beast struggled for a brief moment before succumbing to death. This incident felt peculiar, prompting Island to remark, "In all my years, I have never heard of a black bear attacking a camp with such ferocity." The barbarian circled the bear's carcass, suddenly squatting down to retrieve a damp, ring-shaped object from within the body. He wiped it against his tunic and called Island over, inquiring, "This seems to belong to your kind." Island hurriedly took it. Examining it closely, a grave expression crossing his face, it was a piece of armor, a wrist guard, bearing the emblem of the Mora family. Had they met with misfortune? "Siegel, bring that over here. Help me completely dissect this bear. I must ascertain what it has consumed." Within the bear's stomach, they discovered the remnants of dwarven bones, with minimal signs of having been chewed. It appeared the bear had devoured them in a rush. Swallowing the bones whole, Island stifled his profound sorrow, striving to uncover clues from the remains. Ultimately, he grasped a piece of bone and pointed at its fractured surface, stating, "These were cleaved or chopped before being consumed by the bear." Thus, they could not have perished from a beast's attack, but rather were murdered. After the battle, Leah ascended to a higher vantage point to keep watch, and upon her return, she patted the dwarf's shoulder in consolation, then gestured towards the bear's tracks. "The footprints left by the bear are quite evident. Should we not investigate the direction from whence it came? Of course, how dare they prey on the dwarves? Especially within their own territory. I shall utterly eradicate them to avenge my kin." Everyone was summoned, yet not all were inclined to confront the black bear. The driver had to remain behind to attempt to repair the wheel damage by the bear, while the cook assisted in clearing the carriage and tending to the camp point. 2 others stood guard, vigilant against any approaching creatures. The 4 adventurers, fully armed, pressed on, with Siegel, who lacked dark vision, carrying flint and a torch, though he did not ignite it, trailing behind closely in the footsteps of Elend. Leah melded into the shadows, scouting ahead while communicating with the group through whistles. The cave of the black bear was not far. nestled within a rugged valley. Leah discovered the cave and called everyone over, revealing some corpses and remnants of dwarven armor within. This is a solitary male bear. I see no signs of females or cubs nearby, Leah explained. Bears seldom hunt at the entrance of their lairs, nor do they have the habit of dragging their prey back to feast. So, these dwarves were killed by someone and then discarded here. Elent fumed. Cursed be the wretches, they shall descend into the depths of hell 1,000 times over. Elf, can you track their trail? The elf shook his head. This must have happened several days ago. The bear's activity has muddied the surrounding tracks. It is still dark. I can try again once the sun rises. The dwarf knelt on the ground, clutching the bones of his fallen brethren, overwhelmed with grief. Siegler unfastened his small shovel and began to dig a grave outside the cave, preparing to give these bodies a proper burial. The sound of scraping earth echoed in the stillness of the night, followed by the grinding of a blade. Siegler turned to see Dio squatting on the ground, sharpening his curved blade with a stone he had found. The young man tossed him a whetstone. Use this. Ordinary stones are of little use and may damage the edge. You truly have everything. Just like Sir Bill, the barbarian grinned. There is still some time before dawn. Why the rush to sharpen your weapon? Just wait and see. We shall be departing shortly. Sure enough, after a while, the dwarf stood, cradling the remains into a shallow pit. Siegler, no need to dig deeper. Just cover them lightly with earth. We shall seek vengeance first and return to tend to this later. Did not Master Leah say we must wait until dawn to track the enemy? Foolish lad. I merely lost my composure for a moment and forgot the simplest thing. The only dwarves stationed at the watchtower are there. Surely, there are more clues to be found. The good lads of the Morla family must not die in vain. The group returned to the camp, and the dwarf took this opportunity to collect himself. Issuing a series of commands, he instructed the driver to convert the four-wheeled cart into a two-wheeled one and dispatched a messenger to ride to the summit of Morla, to swiftly rally the warriors of the Gem clan before returning to this region. Elent, accompanied by the elf Leah, the barbarian Dio, and Siegler, fully armed and carrying provisions for 5 days, set forth on foot. They moved cautiously, remaining concealed in the shadows of the rocks and mountains. With the burden of the cart removed, their pace quickened. They traveled from the pre-dawn hours without rest, only consuming some simple rations along the way. By noon, the sun blazed overhead, and they could find no large enough shadows to conceal their movements, prompting them to stop and rest. At this moment, the watchtower came into view, built with careful consideration for its observational vantage. It was erected on a small hill, directly above the four adventurers. Despite the blinding sunlight, they noticed wisps of smoke curling from the tower's windows. The lads of the Morla family must have met their demise. This watchtower was constructed without a chimney, so it is forbidden to light a fire inside. How do we ascend? Dio peered at the terrain before crouching down to deliberate. It will take time to climb to this height, especially for you. Elent, this watchtower is quite simply constructed. There is a wooden door on the side. Unlike those in the plains that require subterranean passages, there is a path on the western side of the tower for daily ingress and egress, as well as for transporting supplies. Although the route lacks concealment from rocks and vegetation, we can make use of the unique environment here. The dwarf explained to everyone. After midday, the sunlight will be blocked by the city wall mountains, casting the western slope of the tower into shadow, while the eastern side remains bright. Even our dwarven eyes will struggle with the harsh contrast of light, rendering the path invisible. That will be our advantageous moment. We can attempt to slip up. Speed is of the essence, no matter what happens. We must not halt, the dwarf concluded. But let us not make too much noise. Leah shot Dio a glare. Especially you. Avoid war cries. Do you recall the foolishness you committed in the chemo mine? Would it be better if I just bit down on my throwing axe? The barbarian, undeterred, boasted proudly of his clever idea. They all shed unnecessary weight from their combat gear, carrying only weapons and armor. Elent wrapped his feet in cloth to minimize sound. The elf Leah lay flat on the ground, scrutinizing the path the dwarf had mentioned, scanning every inch of the terrain. Though Elent asserted that no traps had been set there, who could say what the occupants of the watchtower might have done? Remember to leave one alive. The dwarf gritted his teeth. I must know who is behind this. Chapter 31. Dragon Lion Cliff 3. The sun moved languidly like a snail under everyone's anticipation, and they could do nothing but wait patiently. When the peaks finally obscured the sunlight, shadows crept forth, and the valley revealed a scene of half darkness and half daylight. The elf Leah, with light-footed grace, advanced swiftly up the slope, leaving no dust in her wake. Dio followed closely, his throwing axe clenched tightly in his mouth, crouching low as he took long strides. At times, he would support himself with his strong arms, propelling himself forward with each burst of strength. Siegel helped the dwarf, exerting his brute force to aid Ellen in increasing his speed. The dwarf, clad in his heavy armor, found his weight astonishing, though the cloth bag's muffled sound. They stirred up dust more easily. Siegel assisted the dwarf in sharing the burden, striving to minimize the impact. Listening to the dwarf's heavy breathing beside him, Siegel exerted even more strength in his arms. The dwarf's body was beginning to lag behind his fighting spirit, though Ellen himself would not admit it. Leah, while running, removed her longbow from her back. With a swift whoosh, a white feathered arrow flew through the window. Just as the tower echoed with cries of enemy attack, the barbarian burst through the wooden door, crashing into the tower's interior amidst splintered debris, finally able to release the throwing axe from his mouth. Dio felt he might suffocate. Blessed by the wild god, with the strength of the death bull, kill. A deafening battle cry erupted from within the tower. Go, Siegel, the dwarf urged, breathless. That barbarian forgets everything in his frenzy. You must capture a couple of them alive. Understood. Siegel released the dwarf and surged forward with astonishing speed, his right hand wielding a curved blade while his left brandished a capture net. Charging toward the watchtower, a figure tumbled out from the shattered wooden door, clad in nondescript studded leather armor. Devoid of weapons in either hand, Siegel briefly glanced and saw that the person's skull had been crushed by a massive wooden club, leaving no hope for survival. Leah stood outside the window, drawing her bow to cover the barbarian fighting inside. Upon seeing Siegel rushing forward, she shouted, "There's a skeleton warrior inside. Don't smash it." Siegel, momentarily puzzled by the instruction, charged into the tower. Inside were two corpses. One pierced through the throat by an arrow, the other cleaved in two by a curved blade. 3 figures were engaged in combat with Dio, 2 agile humans and a frenzied dwarf. Siegel noticed a moving skeleton in the corner of the room. Brandishing a spear, attempted to join the fray, but was hindered by its sluggish movements, constantly blocked by the 3 assailants. Seizing the moment when they were distracted, Siegel swiftly threw the capture net over the human who had circled behind Dio. The man rolled and twisted on the ground, desperately attempting to free himself from the net. Siegel would not grant him that wish. He stepped forward and struck the man's temple with the hilt of his curved blade, rendering him unconscious. A throwing knife flew towards Siegel's side, deflected by Leah's arrow. The man produced 3 more throwing knives and maneuvered closer to the wooden door, an area where he could not be targeted from the window. Siegel held his blades, feigning tension as he carefully monitored the 3 throwing knives. "Kid, the blame lies with you for daring to oppose me. You'll learn the might of the..." Before he could finish, a battering ram crashed into his side. The master of the dagger left a cloud of dust on the wall and bounced twice on the ground, coughing up blood and left only with the ability to convulse. The siege hammer blocked the grand entrance, its imposing figure bellowing, "Who dares to slay my brother?" The final dwarf assailant, seemingly oblivious to the encirclement by foes, recklessly charged at Dio with renewed ferocity. He emitted a series of bizarre growls, entirely disregarding his wounds, fixated solely on delivering the most forceful blows. Dio, too, appeared ignited by primal instincts, as the colossal wooden club clashed violently against the enemy's spiked mace, producing a thunderous resonance. "You traitor!" Ellen exclaimed. Infuriated, hurling his war hammer with great force, the weapon whirled through the air, radiating a crimson glow. The dwarf, sensing the imminent threat of death, seemed to regain a modicum of lucidity, raising his mace in a futile attempt to deflect the strike. Yet, the formidable magical weapon of the Jim clan shattered the mace effortlessly, as though it were merely a toothpick. Amidst the rising flames, the flying hammer crushed the dwarf's facial bones before returning to Ellen's grasp. The barbarian, wielding his wooden club, surveyed the fallen enemy and felt an insatiable thirst for battle. His gaze fell upon a skeleton soldier in the corner of the room, licking his lips. He bellowed, "At least there's one left." He feigned a charge. Siegel recalled the words of his elven master and quickly wrapped his arms around Dio's waist. Although he stumbled a few steps, he successfully restrained the barbarian, urging, "Hold on, don't smash the skeleton just yet. Something's amiss." Once the barbarian halted, his furious energy began to wane, and his mind became somewhat clearer. He then noticed the anomaly. Despite the skeleton's persistent attempts to wield a weapon against the intruders in the room, it never strayed more than a meter from the wall. Leah entered, addressing the group. Do not eliminate that skeleton, otherwise its master will sense it. So, there is an evil spellcaster orchestrating all of this. Ellen glanced at the arm of the dead dwarf on the ground, marked with the imprint of a shattered warhammer. With a look of disgust, Ellen spat onto the ground. Bah, truly a forsaken dwarf, a wretch from the old continent. Let us interrogate this fellow trapped in the net, Leah suggested, shaking her head. You two are too reckless, letting your tempers flare. Only Siegel seems to remember what needs to be done. Otherwise, we might not even catch a tongue. You are correct. We have all become a bit too excited, the dwarf remarked, stroking his beard as he stepped lightly on the trapped individual. The man gradually regained consciousness, realizing that the flaming hammer was merely a finger's breadth from his nose, feeling the heat curl his body hair. He quickly exclaimed, I surrender, I surrender. The interrogation was conducted solely by the dwarf, while Dio retrieved the items left at the foot of the hill, and Siegel was tasked with cleaning up the battlefield. This was his first true execution of a battle plan. Previously, he had only faced various ambushes or emergencies. He relished the feeling of smoothly completing an operation when the plan was correctly executed. After a while, the dwarf emerged. His expression grave. He gathered everyone and said, The situation is somewhat complicated. These ruffians were hired to carry out some underhanded tasks here. I suspect our treasure has caught someone's eye. Who could it be? Leah inquired. Some spellcasters and mercenary guards arrived here 10 days ago, using magic to cover their ambush on the watchtower. They have a camp ahead. This is merely a ruse that as for other matters, the tongue knows nothing. I've tried, but he cannot recall the specifics of his employers. I suspect the spellcasters have tampered with his mind. The dwarf stomped angrily, his fists colliding. Those damned sorcerers, whether it's memory alteration or necromancy, are all scoundrels. What should we do next? Leah asked. Spellcasters are no easy foes. The barbarian, naturally unafraid of any battle, was about to speak when the dwarf interrupted him. Ellen looked at Siegel, gripping the young man's wrists, and said, Child, the path ahead is perilous. It is no longer a simple treasure hunt. You have only just begun this journey and should not be thrust into such danger. My counsel is for you to stay here and keep watch over this captive, that I have promised him his life in exchange for cooperation. But I am also wary of him escaping and exposing our whereabouts. Therefore, we need someone here. Siegel pondered for a moment and nodded. He lowered his head, silently entering the room. Ellen spread his hands, helplessly stating, This is for his own good. He is still too young. Suddenly, a shout erupted from the captive within the tower. What are you doing? Why the ropes? Ah, that hurts. The barbarian pointed towards the watchtower, perplexed, asking, Siegel wouldn't he kill the captive, would he? He doesn't seem like that kind of person. The commotion quickly subsided, and soon Siegel emerged, looking remarkably at ease. I have completed my watch. That man will definitely not escape to sound an alarm. I've tied a special knot, learned from ships that if he struggles once, the rope will tighten. If he struggles twice, he will likely choke himself. That I demonstrated the rope's function to him, and he has clearly stated he will not move. Moreover, both my mind and spirit tell me I should face challenges alongside my companions. Even if you knock me unconscious, I will seek you out upon waking. The dwarf sighed in relief. This was the Siegel he appreciated. Ellen gave Siegel a thumbs up. Dio, however, was intrigued by another matter, persistently inquiring, Can you teach me that knot? It could be of great use back at the tribe. They ascended the desolate mountain path, carefully concealing their presence as they traveled for an entire day, finally arriving at their destination. Dragon Lion Cliff stood as a relatively isolated crag within the entire mountain range, jutting out from the main peak like a throne overlooking the valley below. Only two paths led upward, both steep, rocky trails. Point one had been destroyed by a landslide long ago and was impassable. The other path remained usable, though its entrance was occupied by a camp. The camp lacked defense, merely patrolled by 6 archers and spear-wielding soldiers. Point 5 bright red tents encircled the camp, adorned with silver linings and triangular pennants, yet devoid of any insignia. This peculiarity piqued their interest. At the center of the camp, a pyre blazed, consuming the corpses within. Point 2 figures clad in black robes stood beside the fire, their arms gesticulating in peculiar motions. The black smoke from the burning bodies rose only 10 meters before losing its color, dissipating completely into the transparent air. No wonder the group had failed to notice the column of smoke from afar. Chapter 32. Dragon Lion Cliff 4. Near the base of the climbing path, 3 soldiers clad in scale armor sat around a campfire, enjoying their meal. Their pots simmered with sausages and potatoes, generously infused with garlic, the aroma wafting over from a distance. Siegel suddenly felt ravenously hungry, yearning for a taste of that spicy, savory stew. Yet, he felt a twinge of shame at the thought, swallowing hard as he resisted the urge in his abdomen. Tonight is the night of the lunar eclipse. The sky will be filled only with twinkling stars, devoid of any other light, the dwarf murmured. I noticed that the statue at the mountain entrance remains intact, and there are still bloodstains along the climbing path. The enemy has yet to breach the cave's defenses, and we must not allow them to succeed. I see figures still moving within the tents, perhaps around 20 or so, the elf Leo observed. We can handle the spear and bowmen, but we are uncertain of the spellcaster's abilities. Twist their necks, and the spellcasters will perish too. Elent retorted. Your brethren, the comrades guarding the watchtower, they are all good dwarves, are they not? The elf continued, not waiting for Elent's response. They would fight valiantly if ambushed, yet they did not sound an alarm or signal a warning. I know you harbor disdain for spellcasters, but do not underestimate the strength of your kin. The dwarf nodded, calming himself. You speak the truth, elf. We must approach the battle step by step. I have been a bit too hasty. He then carefully surveyed the surroundings, recalling the details from their previous adventure at Dragon Lion Cliff. I have a plan. The dwarf indicated for everyone to listen closely. That group fought with the statue guards. Let us assume they are unaware of the connection between the moonless night and the cave. Our primary objective must be to prevent them from acquiring the treasure. Agreed. The Highlander and the elf nodded in unison. However, Leo is right. We do not know what means those spellcasters might possess. They may have already discovered the weaknesses of the statue guards. Therefore, we must split our forces. That I noticed a spot along the destroyed path where one could leap onto the intact mountain trail. I remember, Leah, that you did just that last time. The elf nodded, acknowledging. Indeed, I jumped across both paths on our last visit. However, Elent, I do not believe you can make that leap. We 3 will remain and observe the enemy camp. If they venture out at night, we will initiate our attack to disrupt their movements. Leah, once you enter the cave, exercise caution. The primary objective is to disrupt the actions of those individuals. For treasures hold little significance, we can always return 3 years hence. Be why that time. I shall arrive with a legion. Perhaps the army is already en route, Siegel remarked. Indeed, the dwarf nodded, given the pace of the messenger. He must have reached the watchtower at the foot of Mount Mora's pinnacle and signaled the Gem family. My nephew Okas should be rallying the troops. In just 5 days, they will undoubtedly arrive. I will seize the opportunity to procure some treasures. We cannot make this journey in vain. Leah chuckled. Perhaps you will be merrily engaged outside when you catch sight of me appearing with a bag full of valuable items. I relish that scene, Dio praised, giving a thumbs up. I shall scout the mountain path. You 3 gentlemen should remain concealed here. Leah secured her weapon, leaving her hands free. It is time for me to ascend. With that, she gracefully departed from her hiding place amongst the rocks. The elf, agile as a nimble squirrel, navigated the treacherous path with ease, disappearing from the sight of her companions after a few deft movements over the craggy mountain wall. Siegel cast his gaze toward the camp on the opposite side. Noting no apparent changes, the pyre continued to burn, while archers and spearmen moved mechanically back and forth, their actions as precise as a pendulum. Something felt amiss. Siegel's instincts urged him to observe with heightened scrutiny. He crouched upon the rock, holding his breath, his mind fully alert, scanning the camp from one side to the other, imprinting every detail in his memory. At length, he discerned a blank flag atop the tents. A voice within his mind urging him, "Look there." Siegel felt a momentary weakness in his body, yet his focus sharpened further, beyond the ordinary light. It seemed that other lines danced in the air. They flickered around the flames, glimmered upon the rocks, and flowed within the moving air. Siegel surmised these were elemental activities, shadows left in the world. Likewise, the fluttering flag revealed intricate patterns, a red whirlpool design. The vortex spun slowly, emanating faint crimson lines outward. Siegel's eyes. These lines pulsed like veins, conveying a mysterious power. The archers, spearmen, and soldiers preparing garlic meat soup were all connected by such lines, with additional threads extending into the tents. Above each flag floated a black skull, its toothless mouth greedily absorbing the thick smoke rising from the burning corpses. Red flames burned within the skull's hollow eye sockets, swirling endlessly. After a few breaths, the skull's mouth would close, then unleash a volley of red spears from its eyes, aimed toward the dragon lion cliff. Most of the attacks struck the stone statues standing at the cave's entrance, while others landed upon the ascending path. Elinter, Dio, did you witness the dreadful skulls floating above the camp? The two shook their heads to them. Everything appeared entirely normal. This is not right. I must find Master Leah, Siegel exclaimed urgently. I have beheld a strange sight. A smoky skull firing red spears into the surroundings. I sense trouble. I must investigate the mountain path. Child, let us go together, the dwarf murmured. Your words have instilled a sense of unease in me as well that I hope it is not those wizards meddling with your mind. The group cautiously approached the damaged mountain path, where the enemy remained oblivious to their presence. They looked up to see the elf Leah motionless upon the trail. Her cloak fluttered gently in the wind, concealed from the camp's view. The spears shot from the skull's eye sockets traced arcs in the air, occasionally landing upon the path, silently absorbed by the mountainside. Not even the solid rock stirred, nor did a speck of dust rise from the ground at the impact of these spears. Yet Siegel was convinced that these crimson rays were no benign force. They posed a threat to the elf Leah. Do not move. I shall bring Master down, Siegel declared. He grasped the wrist of the Highland barbarian, signaling for calm. I can see the red spears soaring above, but you cannot. Trust me. Dio sought Elinter's approval with a glance. Upon seeing the dwarf nod, he fell silent, only uttering, Be cautious if danger arises. Call for us immediately. Siegel shed his burdens, removing his breastplate and donning only his fitted attire. He counted the frequency of the skull's attacks, glancing at the flying red spears. And drawing upon his experience from climbing Mount Mora's pinnacle, he swiftly approached the elf. The path was narrow, making even sideways movement difficult, let alone executing evasive maneuvers. Siegel released his grip several times, allowing gravity to hasten his descent down a few steps, just managing to evade the red spears. Elinter and Dio watched anxiously from below, several times nearly calling out as they feared he might fall. Siegel crouched on the steps, catching his breath. In that moment, another red spear struck the elf, causing her body to shudder slightly, but she exhibited no further reaction. Damn it, I cannot delay any longer. Siegel thought, I cannot cower like a mouse before a cat. Paralyzed by fear and doing nothing, I have grown. I must take a stand. Since he could not simultaneously monitor the perilous spears and the steep path, he resolved to concentrate solely on one. Siegel lifted his gaze once more, surveying the route leading to the elf, etching it firmly in his mind. Then he focused all his energy on the skull, predicting the trajectory of the red rays, and began his second ascent. Allow your body to move naturally, Leah had once instructed him. This time, Siegel truly exhibited the fluidity only an elven warrior could achieve. His form glided like a leaf caught in the wind, moving with the rhythm of the moment. The red rays whisked past him, and Siegel hesitated not for a heartbeat. He understood that by merely shifting his hips slightly and ascending another 10 centimeters, he could effortlessly evade the attack without compromising his speed. Do you not find Siegel's movements reminiscent of an elf? The dwarf inquired from the precipice. Am I merely imagining this? Dio was at a loss for words. He clenched his fists, praying for his companion. May the wild god bless you. In the midst of his prayer, Siegel grasped Leah's ankle, hoisting her down and onto his shoulder. The young man staggered slightly, leaping down several steps before regaining his balance. Sliding down the mountainside against the rocky surface, the barbarian quickly extended his hands to receive the elf and laid her upon the ground, while the dwarf retrieved a potion crafted by the Gem clan. The elf remained alive, her heartbeat and breathing were steady, and there were no signs of blood upon her. However, she lay completely immobile, her eyes blinking slowly, resembling a frozen statue. Siegel pried open her mouth with a dagger, and Elinter carefully administered the potion, ensuring not to choke her in the process. The potion took effect immediately. Leah's breathing grew stronger, and her fingers began to twitch. After a few minutes, she gradually regained control over her body, able to blink, nod, and emit incoherent sounds. Siegel assisted her in massaging her hands and feet, while Dio kept watch, and Elinter provided her with another vial of potion. As the last rays of the sun began to fade from the horizon, the elf finally revived. I was paralyzed. My body was utterly devoid of sensation, and I could not call upon the forces of nature. Yet my mind remained intact. Thank you, Siegel, for risking your life to save me. Leah recounted the ordeal to her companions. I could not discern the source of the attack, nor did I hear any incantations. An invisible force is at play. Siegel witnessed it. He perceived the strange occurrences. The dwarf tugged at his beard and spoke softly. Child, describe to us what you have seen. Chapter 33. Dragon Lion Cliff. 5. Siegel spoke in hushed tones. The others listening intently. The situation had become exceedingly precarious, with developments surpassing the dwarf's plans. Elenter analyzed that the enemy's spellcaster, Nox, the common wizard, was evidently attempting to harm the stone guardians, and it was clear that the statues were not retaliating at present. Regardless of their potential strength, these statues would inevitably reveal their most vulnerable state tonight. Under the moonless night, the defenses here would falter, and the spellcasters would surely take note, breaching the cave. Thus, the original smuggling plan would necessitate alterations. The harassment operation shifted from being contingent upon circumstances to an imperative action, while the task of infiltrating the Dragon Lion Cliff Cave would fall solely to Siegel. Only you can perceive those rays, lad, the dwarf stated. However, we would welcome you to remain and join us, so we may execute a grand endeavor together. Thank you, Elenter. I understand that the safest position in this world is behind a dwarf, Siegel replied with a smile. Of course. Surrounded by elves and highlanders as well. Nevertheless, I must investigate the cave. As you say, only I might ascend, correct? I relish the feeling of being needed. You rascal, be cautious. Return and regale us with your tales. Dio patted Siegel's face and playfully pinched his nose, then added, The wild god shall watch over you. The moon goddess is also present, the elf remarked. You're not a dwarf, so I suppose. Well, good luck, lad. The dwarf, Island, added. Remember, once you enter, always take the left path. The more scorch marks on the walls, the safer it is. Siegel reassured everyone, then commenced his ascent of the mountainside. This time, he was armed, albeit limited to a curved dagger, a war hammer, throwing axes, and a long whip. Additionally, a small pouch hung from his waist, containing a water skin, a healing potion, and various other essentials. Though meager, they were necessities. He left the rest of his belongings at the cliff's base. The Black Skulls relentlessly launched their attacks, and Siegel deftly evaded them. He leapt from one mountain path to another, his agile form resembling that of an elf. Concealed along the route leading to Dragon Lion Cliff, Siegel gestured a situation is good sign downwards to reassure his companions. At this moment, the sun's brilliance had completely vanished from the horizon, and the stars began to gradually emerge, casting a faint glow. The base of the mountain had plunged into darkness, rendering Siegel unable to see his companions. Nevertheless, he trusted they could see his signal. The moonless night had commenced, which meant Siegel would have to rely solely on himself from this point forward. Not far off, the steps were smeared with blood. Remnants left by the mercenaries hired by the Nox Guild. They had attacked the Guardian statue, only to be slain upon the platform, their corpses discarded, and the steps bore the scars of their violent descent. Several silver coins lay scattered on the ground, bent and deformed, hinting at the tremendous force with which they had fallen. Siegel struggled to suppress the vivid images of that grim scene, taking several deep breaths before he began to climb. Feeling both exhilarated and anxious as he stepped over the bloodstained steps, he deliberately slowed his pace, raising his gaze with each step that in his imagination, a colossal stone statue would emerge from above, swinging its fist down to strike him. This mental image felt so real that it instilled a greater sense of dread than any tangible threat. Fortunately, it remained mere fantasy. Siegel reached the cliff summit without witnessing any signs of the statue's movement. Above the cliff lay a flat, sturdy platform approximately 7 or 8 meters wide, flanked on either side by 4 statues resembling hunched ogres clad in heavy, resilient stone armor. These were the statues Island had mentioned. Tireless guardians impervious to weaponry and unafraid of fire or water. Below, the skulls continued to unleash a barrage of red spears upon the 4 statues, and Siegel could distinctly feel the magical energy accumulating within them. The chaotic, destructive force being compressed. Perhaps this was the method those mages employed to dismantle the statues. Passing through the stone guardians, he found an already ajar bronze door behind them, the left side having been disabled by Island during his last visit, leaving it to dangle uselessly on the ground. Beyond the door lay an utterly dark environment. However, The dwarf had claimed that the cave was quite remarkable, as the walls would emit a faint glow upon entry, illuminating the path ahead. Siegel approached the cave's entrance, his hand instinctively brushing against the rusty bronze door. A sudden surge of searing heat radiated from his fingertips, startling him into retracting his hand. Where could this heat be emanating from? Siegel pondered, bewildered. Cautiously, he reached out again, this time only feeling the usual coldness and the roughness of the rust. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, Siegel reassured himself. Just as he prepared to step into the darkness, he heard a faint rustling behind him. Were the statues moving? A jolt of alarm surged through Siegel. He quickly turned to look. The statues remained in their original positions, though a few fragments of stone had tumbled down. Siegel immediately grasped that these statues had lost their runes or magical enchantments. Their resistance to the guild's skeletal spells would swiftly diminish. Time was of the essence, and he needed to act quickly. Casting aside the last vestiges of hesitation, Siegel moved cautiously along the damp stone wall into the cave, no longer paying heed to the sound of crumbling stone behind him, but focusing intently ahead. After taking a few steps through the door, he realized the starlight and all the surrounding sounds had been cut off. He could no longer discern the path beneath him, and an eerie silence enveloped him, broken only by the sound of his own heartbeat and distant dripping water. Just as Siegel was about to retrieve his illumination stick, the walls gradually illuminated from within. A soft green glow emerging from the rock, though not as bright as a candle, it was sufficient to reveal his surroundings within the pitch-black cave. The bronze door was man-made, yet it bore no signs of craftsmanship. Aside from the walls, both above and below him were entirely natural rock formations, appearing weathered and ancient, as if they had endured countless ages. The cave was a remarkable 10 meters wide and 15 meters high, providing ample space for a dragon to pass through. Siegel kept his hand against the left wall, ever mindful of the dwarf's warning to always veer left. However, another reason compelled him to do so. He feared that if his hand left the wall, the light might vanish, leaving him utterly lost in the darkness, unable to find his way back. The surroundings were eerily tranquil. Apart from the distant dripping, the only sounds were Siegel's own breathing and heartbeat. Feeling a surge of tension from the solitude, the young man drew his curved dagger, the familiar object offering him a sense of security, rekindling warmth in his limbs. Quickening his pace, he soon discovered a door fitted with iron rings on the left side of the cave. Finally, a sign of human craftsmanship, and Siegel exhaled in relief. The door had once been locked, but it was evident that a war hammer had rendered it into a disc of iron, now rusting on the ground. Surrounded by metallic dust, Siegel pulled the door open, revealing a winding passageway that descended, accommodating only one person at a time. Although the walls bore no charred marks, it was nonetheless the left passage. So Siegel proceeded downward. The dripping grew clearer, and he found himself amidst various artificially carved chambers lining the passage on either side, resembling willow leaves arrayed along the branches. Each room was small, the contents having deteriorated over time, rendering them devoid of value. However, Siegel could discern their original purposes: guard rooms, simple resting quarters, and a few storage spaces. The area did not appear to hold any treasures, prompting Siegel to continue forward without pausing to rummage through the remnants. The passage extended far before reaching an end. Having undoubtedly delved deep into the mountain's core, a faint metallic scent lingered in the air, perhaps the scent of rust. Though Siegel was not entirely certain, before him stood two stone doors adorned with reliefs depicting coiling serpents. Many serpent heads were raised, baring their fangs in threat to any who approached. Siegel extended his dagger towards a serpent head, wishing to test the durability of the lifelike sculptures. To his surprise, the stone teeth clamped onto the dagger, pressing down forcefully before retracting. Fortunately, the dagger, crafted by dwarven hands, was remarkably sturdy, leaving only shallow indentations on the blade. Had it been a hand, it would surely have been torn apart. Well, it seems opening this door will be quite the endeavor, Siegel mused, scratching his head, sensing for the first time that he might have taken a wrong turn. If this were the correct path, why had Island never mentioned the door adorned with serpent heads? To better assess his surroundings, Siegel drew forth an illumination stick, striking it against the ground. The tip radiated brilliant light, illuminating the area. To his astonishment, under the illumination, all the serpents on the wall sprang to life, some adopting threatening postures, their mouths opening and closing, their teeth clattering. Others recoiled in fear, coiling their bodies. Siegel had never witnessed such a spectacle. He observed curiously, Spotting one serpent that remained completely still, unaffected by the light, that he reached out with his dagger and gently tapped it, the blade producing a crisp sound upon contact with the stone. Perhaps this was the true door handle, Siegel surmised. Grasping the relief firmly, he pulled outward with all his might. The door resisted for a moment before slowly creaking open, accompanied by a tremendous grinding noise. I hope no one hears this, Siegel thought. Though he knew he was alone, yet felt a surge of anxiety, he sidestepped the writhing serpent heads and squeezed through the opening. Beyond the door lay a vast cavern, the illumination stick unable to reach the ceiling. Leaving its height unknown, both sides of the door were lined with stones marked by charred scars, vanishing into the darkness on the left and right, obscuring their width. Water dripped continuously from the cavern's ceiling, creating a rhythmic sound as it struck the ground. Shallow puddles had formed on the floor, reflecting the light from the illumination stick like tiny mirrors. Through these reflections, Siegel faintly discerned a hazy gray form in the middle of the cavern ahead, resembling steps, or perhaps some other structure. Holding the light aloft, he cautiously advanced. Chapter 34. Dragon Lion Cliff 6. The stone door closed silently behind him, unnoticed by Siegel, whose entire focus remained on the gray shadow ahead. As he drew nearer, the figure became increasingly distinct, until he realized it was not steps at all, but the remains of some colossal creature. The straight spine and the curved ribs lay on the ground, misleadingly resembling a segmented staircase from a distance. Beside the ribs, a shattered femur was visible, its bone ravaged by an unknown force, riddled with holes like a honeycomb, evidently unable to support the massive body any longer. Extending from the spine towards the rear, the bones grew progressively thinner, ultimately forming a sharp tail nearly 10 meters long, whereas towards the front, only a few broken cervical vertebrae remained. The remains abruptly ceased, preventing Siegel from glimpsing the creature's skull. Behind the colossal carcass stood a 3-story cubic structure, entirely crimson, its surface seemingly crafted from crystal, refracting dazzling rays of light under illumination. Each face of the cube was divided into 9 sections, evoking in Siegel a recollection of a Rubik's Cube. Every side of the structure boasted an open door, yet only one was surrounded by charred marks, evidence of some searing flame capable of melting the very crystal of the walls. Recalling Island's warning, Siegel resolved to venture through this door. The entrance swung wide, revealing a grand hall adorned with marble flooring, supported by black columns. Beneath the columns lay a bounty of gold and silver treasures. Siegel stumbled into the chamber, instinctively covering his mouth in astonishment, lest he erupt into a frantic scream. The dwarf had merely uttered, "You could be as wealthy as I am," and while Siegel had endeavored to envision such affluence, it paled in comparison to the spectacle before him. Gold ingots, varying in size, piled high from the corners to the ceiling, jewels and precious stones scattered across the floor like autumn leaves blanketing a forest floor. These must have belonged to the dragon, most likely sourced from hills and deep valleys, unrefined treasures. Additionally, numerous artworks, ornaments, and exquisite weapons adorned the space. Perhaps these were the collections of the sorcerers, or the legacies left behind by dragon-slaying heroes. Regardless, these riches lay tantalizingly close. Inviting collection. Kneeling in the center of the hall, Siegel found himself speechless. His heart raced with exhilaration, yet his mind felt hazy, struggling to draw in sufficient air. The immense wealth exceeded his capacity to comprehend, continuously luring him, not towards depravity or evil, but into a state of disorientation. The resplendent glow of gold and silver enveloped him, akin to a divine light, stirring an innate fear that surged from the depths of his soul, constricting around his throat, rendering him breathless. The dark-haired youth abandoned his illuminating staff, staggering towards the exit, and only when the dazzling treasures ceased to illuminate him, fully immersing himself in the surrounding darkness, did he feel the noose around his neck loosen slightly. Siegel greedily inhaled the air, relishing the simple joy of being alive once more, only to find himself retching on the ground, fortunately, having consumed little prior. He left the surroundings relatively unscathed. After a brief moment, this physiological reaction subsided. He uncapped his water skin and sipped a few mouthfuls. After a pause, Siegel suddenly burst into laughter, initially subdued, but soon erupting into hearty guffaws. This was not a jubilant reaction to newfound wealth, but rather a self-deprecating amusement at nearly losing his sense of self. Upon re-entering the hall, he had regained control over his emotions. He would still feel excitement and joy. But no longer to the point of madness, he picked up gemstones from the floor, allowing them to cascade like a waterfall between his fingers, listening to the crisp sounds of them striking the ground. Only to exclaim, "This is far superior to the bard's tales of royal fortunes." Having ascended lightly, Siegel had left his satchel at the base of the mountain, thus could carry little that he glanced around, seeking unusual treasures that were easy to transport. Treading on gemstones, he extracted several weapons buried within according to his preference. His dismay, many were ceremonial ornaments, crafted from rare and precious materials, boasting high artistic value, yet not intended for practical combat. 2 longswords were of commendable quality, but Siegel could not bear the burden of such cumbersome items. Only one pure black dagger captured his attention. This dagger was devoid of metal, nor was it crafted from crystal or gemstone. It was merely a shard of black rock, even lacking any signs of having been honed. Yet, as Siegel brushed his fingers across its surface, even without touching the sharp edge, he felt a prick, drawing blood. What a sharp dagger, Siegel mused. Accompanying it was a soft sheath. Unidentifiable in origin, yet perfectly safe from the dagger's blade, Siegel secured this item to his belt and discarded the rest. There remained a second level to explore. The second level, save for the staircase leading up and down, was entirely an empty room, devoid of any items. The walls bore no windows, the ceiling held no chandeliers, and the floor was polished to a mirror-like sheen, utterly spotless. Finding nothing of interest, Siegel ascended to the topmost level. This space served as a study and bedroom combined. One wall housed 3 bookshelves, crammed with tomes of various sizes and thicknesses. Beside them stood a comfortable sofa and a writing desk. Opposite was a single bed, its silk coverlet tossed aside, with a pillow embroidered in golden thread having fallen into the gap between the bed and the wardrobe. The place was immaculate, as if the owner had only just departed. Unable to restrain himself, Siegel called out, "Is anyone there?" Yet, only silence echoed in response. Well, I shouldn't frighten myself further, he chided himself, surveying the room and opening several adjacent doors. Behind them lay a kitchen, a cloakroom, a pantry, and a lavatory. He confirmed the space was entirely unoccupied. The council's mages have yet to arrive. What can I do? Siegel pondered, scratching his chin thoughtfully. He first utilized the lavatory, then discovered some bread in the kitchen. Dipping it in honey and savoring its delectable taste, there must be some power preserving these items, shielding them from the ravages of time. Siegel could not grasp the principle, but it mattered not as long as it functioned. Then, the dark-haired lad dismantled the coverlet, tying it with a cord to fashion a makeshift pouch. Accidentally brushing against the pillow, it tumbled from the headboard's gap with a crisp thud. Siegel, intrigued, retrieved it, discovering a metallic key, strung on a silver chain, which would typically adorn a neck. The key felt unnaturally cold, uncomfortable in his grasp. That it bore dwarvish inscriptions, roughly translating to intent and lock. Siegel's proficiency in Elvish was commendable, yet he struggled with Dwarvish. And this key bore an uncommon dialect, allowing him only to glean its approximate meaning. Having a key implies the existence of a lock, he mused, holding the key aloft as he scanned the surroundings. For the first time realizing that searching for a lock without a key felt akin to seeking a key without a lock. Where could the lock be? He muttered. No sooner had the words left his lips than a faint glimmer appeared in the void before the key. Dimmer than candlelight, roughly resembling a keyhole. Siegel's curiosity piqued. He inserted the key and twisted it in midair. The speck of light elongated, transforming into a slender beam, which then branched outwards. Siegel, transfixed, watched as the light morphed into a softly glowing square in the air. Within this square lay a distinct space, approximately an arm's depth, containing 2 gilded books, 2 small pouches, and 2 rings. Siegel retrieved the books, finding them identical, their covers inscribed with research on magical constructs, adorned with the signatures of 2 mages, Lynch and Osos. Casting the books aside, he noted that the floating square adjusted its position in tandem with the key's movement, allowing him to freely place and retrieve items. Delighted by this peculiar phenomenon, he carelessly tossed several books into the floating space. Wishing to close this personal space, he attempted to extend the key towards the center of the square. Indeed, the space stilled, then shrank to a point of light, departing from the tip of the key and vanishing into the air. What a marvelous item! Siegel exclaimed, thoroughly pleased, and hung the key around his neck alongside his 20-sided die. He then shouldered the silk pouch and descended to the bottom level, first filling the personal space to capacity. before haphazardly stuffing various items into the pouch. At that moment, the illuminating staff burned down to its end, extinguishing its light, plunging the surroundings into utter darkness. Even the brilliant gemstones failed to shimmer in the absence of light. As Siegel retrieved the last of his illuminating staffs. Preparing to ignite it, he suddenly noticed several beams of light flickering in the cave outside the cube. Instantly alert, he recognized this could only signal the arrival of outsiders, perhaps the council's mages. Siegel had no time to escape the cube, especially in the complete darkness, where a fall could easily betray his presence. Contemplating quickly, he concealed himself behind the gold ingots, using a massive golden goblet to shield his head. Then stifled his breathing. The lights outside grew nearer, and he overheard murmurs, seemingly praising the grandeur of the skeletal remains. Footsteps of 3 individuals approached, accompanied by the sound of bat wings flapping. The footsteps halted outside the cube, followed by the melodic incantations of spellcasting. Bats screeched as they drew closer, followed by the thunderous sound of lightning and a person's startled exclamation. Siegel, suppressing his curiosity, remained utterly still, his focus sharpened on listening intently. After a while, an explosion echoed from outside, accompanied by the deafening crack of thunder and the howling of wind. A skeletal figure, empty-handed, slowly approached the correct door. Following closely behind were 3 robed spellcasters, each wielding a staff, surrounded by swirling lights. As they stepped cautiously into the treasure-laden hall, a few individuals, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of wealth, trembled, tears streaming down their faces, bursting into raucous laughter. They employed magic to detect the dangers lurking around them, yet overlooked the presence of living beings. Siegel observed them rummaging through the treasures, holding his breath to avoid detection, like a diver seeking a pearl or a valuable sea cucumber, or perhaps merely displaying his underwater prowess. Siegel could hold his breath for an extended duration. After rigorous training to enhance his physical strength and endurance, he found himself capable of prolonging his breath even further. The trio searched for some time, filling their pockets with exquisite gems, reveling in the thrill of newfound wealth. One of them ventured deeper, scouring for items while edging closer to the staircase. His gaze remained fixated on the vibrant array of gold and jewels until the stairs abruptly met his back. Jolting him back to reality, he glanced at the other 2 before silently ascending the staircase. Moments after his departure, the remaining 2 finally sensed something amiss. They shouted, "Swindler! Bastard! Traitor!" and hurriedly brandished their wands, rushing up after him. Siegel, oblivious to the commotion above, could only faintly hear the sounds of argument and combat. Flashes of light cascaded down from the staircase, accompanied by loud curses, thunderous booms, and the pained cries of the injured. Chapter 35. Dragon Lion Cliff. Siegel dared not move, seizing the opportunity to catch his breath while quietly waiting for the outcome of the battle above. He did not have to wait long before he witnessed a bloodied mage barreling down the stairs. His outer robe was torn, and one of his shoes had been lost, yet he clutched a book with a golden cover, the very tome, Research on Magical Constructs, which Siegel had carelessly cast aside. The man, grievously wounded, with his nose missing and blood pouring from his face, seemed entirely unconcerned, intent only on fleeing the scene. Siegel watched him exit the cube-shaped chamber before summoning a ghostly gray-white warhorse. Vanishing swiftly into the shadows, after a brief interval, another figure descended, 2 staffs in hand. This individual bore a pale complexion and a blind eye, his gait unsteady. He stood at the entrance, futilely peering into the darkness, which, of course, revealed nothing. Then he shouted, "Go appease the master. This folding fortress belongs to me." With that, he too exited. The cube's door sealing shut behind him, he stood outside the square structure, setting his staff aside and reaching out to caress the door. Reciting the incantation to decipher magical items, silver-white glowing patterns emerged on the door, gradually spreading like crystalline tendrils across the entire cube. The mage's brow beaded with sweat, his body trembling as he exerted himself to maintain the spell's effect. At last, the incantation's light enveloped the entire cube, revealing to him the method of operating the folding fortress. He then whispered the secret phrase. The 3-story edifice trembled twice before swiftly shrinking into a metal block no larger than a palm. A spatial folding fortress, along with a trove of treasures. This mission has proven immensely worthwhile. He stowed the folding fortress in his pouch, discarding the coins that had originally occupied its space, although he possessed a small spatial pouch. The folding fortress had utilized the power of spatial magic during its contraction, a type of magic that exhibited strong exclusivity. One could not activate or further fold it within the folded space, or risk a magical energy explosion, but he shifted the pouch behind him, striving to keep it inconspicuous. Circumventing the colossal skeleton, he illuminated his path with the glow of his staff and retraced his steps. Inside the cube, Siegel remained unaware of these unfolding events. From his vantage point, nothing had changed. Thus, he waited a while longer, ensuring that no sounds were forthcoming, before emerging from his hiding place, cautiously ascending to the top floor. He discovered that the third mage lay dead, his body torn into 4 pieces, a clear sign of demise. His staff lay nearby, encased in ice, the shaft having cracked under the intense cold. Books from the shelves lay strewn across the floor, and all furniture, including sofas and beds, had been smashed to pieces, now nothing more than debris in the corners. Following Sir Bill's teachings, Siegel meticulously searched the man's corpse. He uncovered an identification badge. Frank, novice sorcerer. Rest in peace. Poor soul, Siegel murmured, placing the badge back atop the body and gently closing the lifeless eyes that would never again see. Shall I go outside and dig a grave for you, to lay you to rest alongside that enormous skeleton? Thus, Siegel descended to the ground floor, preparing to depart. It was then that he discovered the door firmly shut, utterly unyielding. Despite the buildings for external entrances, from within, there existed only one door for egress. After attempting various methods, pushing, pulling, and banging, Siegel concluded that he was trapped inside. What now? He scratched his head. Sir Bill had once imparted that in times of difficulty, one must utilize all available resources. Slapping his forehead, he cursed his own foolishness. The third floor was clearly a living area, brimming with supplies. With this thought, his spirits lifted, and he hummed a tune as he reascended the staircase, before the light of his illuminating staff extinguished. He located and ignited a candle, inspecting the provisions and water, stacking together items suitable for cooking. Conserving food will allow me to endure for several years. I wonder what the previous owner intended with such an abundance. The next moonless night is 3 years away. I wonder if I can last until then. To be safe, I must refrain from excessive training and meticulously plan my food intake. The more he moved, the greater the consumption, a simple truth that Siegel understood well. If those Noxians succeed in vanquishing the statue, perhaps they will soon reopen the door. How would they treat me? Surely, they would not kindly spare my life. Best to avoid such a scenario altogether. Siegel would rather perish in this confinement than allow the Noxian organization to triumph, for that would signify that Eleanor and the others had likely faced defeat and encountered grave danger. Pondering this, his gaze swept across the bookshelves, and suddenly, an idea struck him. Perhaps these tomes contain a method to unlock the door. He proceeded to relocate all the books beside the bed frame, leaning against the battered mattress ravaged by lightning and frost, and began to peruse each volume. Outside the cave, Eleanor, Leah, and Dio's disturbances had been forcibly curtailed. The 3 were suppressed and unable to approach the camp. Naturally, the Noxian consortium had also paid a steep price. Under the cover of darkness, a few had launched a surprise attack on the camp. Eleanor had flattened the pyre, causing the magic sustaining the skeletal heads to dissipate entirely. Only one tent remained intact, while the rest had been set ablaze by the savages. That a total of 15 corpses lay sprawled at the site of the fire, many of them pierced through the eye sockets by elven arrows. Yet, the assailants had underestimated the spellcaster's capabilities. 4 Noxian sorcerers had survived the assault, standing guard over the solitary intact tent. Thanks to the existence of this tent, they retained one remaining vortex banner for use. With the aid of this magical item, the sorcerers could transform the corpses on the ground into spirit puppets, undead beings straddling the line between zombies and ghouls. The spellcasters were cunning, ensuring the puppets remained inactive, concealing them among the fallen bodies, thus creating a trap for detecting living beings. Dio fell victim to this ambush during the second assault, attacked by a puppet, and lost his left ear. Eleanor was also injured, a bolt of lightning striking his knee, resulting in a severe fracture, thereby marking the complete failure of their harassment plan. Dio hoisted the dwarf, forcibly dragging the stubborn warrior away from the battlefield. The dwarf, infuriated, insisted that even with one leg, he would continue the assault, determined to slay those cowardly scoundrels who wield magic. Leah, fiercely annoyed, tugged at the dwarf's beard, retorting, If you dare charge in, we will follow you and die together in the charge." This finally coaxed the dwarf back into their hiding place. Leah examined Eleanor's wound and, after the examination, invoked her healing magic. The dwarf's knee ceased to bleed, and the swelling diminished significantly. Yet it remained incapable of bearing weight. "You might be limping for life, Eleanor, and Dio will henceforth only have one ear," the elf lamented. "Unless you can find the high priest, there's little hope for restoration. I am powerless to assist." "A single ear does not hinder my hearing," Dio dismissed, shaking his head. "Besides, my woman doesn't care how many ears I have. She wouldn't even count." The dwarf snorted in amusement, acknowledging the barbarian's jest. Presently, only Leah retained the ability to harass, her bow and arrows posing the greatest threat to the spellcasters within the camp. However, the elf had not brought many arrows, and now merely had a little over 20 left. When they had set out, they had not anticipated encountering an entire camp of enemies, with the dwarf largely incapacitated and the elf needing to continue the harassment. Only the mountain man could leave the battlefield to retrieve all the crossbows and ammunition from the watchtower before the arrows ran out. He dared not light a torch, instead making his way down the mountain in darkness, bracing his strong body against the impact of the fall and the abrasions from rolling. "Siegel's safety now rests upon you, Leah," the dwarf instructed. "Delay them for as long as possible." Thus, the situation became a stalemate, with a lone archer pitted against 4 sorcerers and over 20 puppets. Before Dio could return, Leah's rate of fire was suppressed to a bare minimum, allowing 3 sorcerers to penetrate the cave, locate the cube structure, and subsequently trap Siegel within. After a fierce battle, aside from those who perished within the cube, the sorcerer clutching the golden tome mounted a phantom steed and fled, leaving only 2 spellcasters behind, neither of whom possessed the necessary magic to escape. Still ensnared in the encampment, the blind man, utterly exhausted, cowered within a tent, striving to mend his wounds and regain his combat readiness as swiftly as possible. The unfortunate soul, having gleaned no advantage, was reluctant to serve as a target. Thus, he encircled himself with 6 puppets to guard against ambushes from unseen archers. Time gradually slipped away, and the moonless night was nearing its end. The dwarf, in a state of acute anxiety, dared not send the elf to scout the cave. Lacking any special vision, he was uncertain whether the skull Siegel had described remained, and thus refrained from taking risks. After a moment's contemplation, he shouted, "Listen, those within, surrender immediately. This is the domain of the Gem clan dwarves atop Morla Peak, and your actions have infringed upon the rights of the Dwarven Kingdom." The 2 spellcasters exchanged glances, and then the one-eyed sorcerer replied, "We have seen no markers indicating Dwarven territory. This is an unclaimed area open for exploration." "Nonsense," the dwarf retorted. "To reach this place, one must pass through the Dwarven Watchtower, which clearly delineates the boundaries of our territory." The dwarves at the tower made no such declaration. "They consented to our passage," the one-eyed sorcerer argued. "It is evident that..." The dwarf abruptly halted. His teeth clenched audibly, his fists tightly balled, trembling with fury. The intent of the sorcerers was unmistakable. They were shifting all blame onto the exiled dwarf, aware that any outcast entering dwarven lands would be summarily executed, thus leaving no witnesses. When outsiders traversed the area, a dwarf's presence could easily quell their curiosity. Surely they had deliberately sought out this exiled dwarf, employing unknown means to compel his loyalty to the island. Filled with righteous anger, was compelled to regain his composure. He needed to devise a way to drive these individuals away if he was to search for Siegel within the cave. Time was of the essence, and he could not afford to entangle himself in a debate over who was responsible for the murder of the Morla family warriors. The island had underestimated the tenacity of these sorcerers and would pay the price for the failed assault on the encampment. Forced to choose between revenge and rescue. Leave this place, sorcerers, or the dwarven army will come in relentless waves to ensnare you all. In the name of the 3rd spokesperson of the Gem clan, I assure you that you may depart in safety without further repercussions regarding this matter. Let us ponder this, dwarf. The one-eyed sorcerer responded. Island dared not speak further, lest his urging alert the opposing party. This was a classic case of throwing a rat while fearing the trap. The dwarf mournfully reflected on his predicament. He could not move, forced to lie on the ground, gazing up at the myriad stars twinkling in the pitch-black sky, their brilliance akin to the crystalline veins of the underground caverns. Yet, after only a brief moment, He felt a wave of dizziness. Stars, after all, were not gemstones of the earth. They would gradually shift positions over time, fading from east to west. O Lord of Guardians, I beseech you to slow the passage of time. The dwarf fervently prayed in his heart. In the heart of the elf Leah, a similar urgency thrummed. She yearned to uncover what had transpired with the three sorcerers who had ventured into the cave. Why had one fled in a bloodied state, another lost an eye, and the last simply vanished? Had they encountered Siegler? Had the youth survived? She dared not dwell too deeply on such thoughts. She glanced repeatedly towards the cave, eyeing the stone steps meant for ascent. Perhaps this time I could rush up without collapsing halfway. A daring voice within her urged her towards recklessness. Yet another rational voice countered, if you ascend, what becomes of the injured island left alone here? How long before the sorcerers discover this? Without a ranged threat, can the dwarf truly endure? The answer was undoubtedly no. Time had never seemed to drag so slowly. While the dwarf continued to yearn for its deceleration at that moment, the sorcerers of Nox declared loudly, I cannot believe your current stipulations. After all, it was you who launched a surprise attack on our encampment, slaying our comrades. And what do you propose? To remain in this stalemate until the dwarven guard arrives to annihilate you? This is the new world. This is Morla Peak. This is our dwarven territory. Under the hammer, even steel shall melt. Have your archers reveal themselves within our line of sight, and then clear a path, the one-eyed sorcerer commanded. Do not attempt any threatening maneuvers, or we shall all perish together. Death is but another beginning. Very well, you may depart. Let today's events conclude here. The dwarf conceded, resigned. The two sorcerers whispered conspiratorially, deliberating the dwarf's terms. I suspect foul play. Dwarves are notoriously obstinate. How could they possibly concede? I share your suspicion. Yet, Carlos, what alternative do you propose? Restoring full magical power will take at least 4 hours, by which time it will be dawn. The one-eyed sorcerer stated. Perhaps the dwarven watchtower has already ignited the signal fire. Their patrol reinforcements may arrive at any moment, Carlos added. This is all your fault. You fool. Had you arrived at the watchtower on time, this rabble would not have prevailed. Those mercenaries will only complicate matters. Spare me your complaints. Would you have left just before we annihilated the guard golem? Besides, I remained behind at the encampment, allowing you three to enter the cave as a trade-off, thus rectifying that error. Cease bringing it up. You should instead discuss what spoils were found within. None. Damn it, that wretch Coruscant took everything. Jomi was slain by him, and I lost an eye. Damn it, I will not let him escape unscathed. The sorcerer regarded his one-eyed companion with suspicion, trusting him less than 30%. We should leave this place. I have ample opportunities to uncover the truth, he mused. The one-eyed sorcerer understood that the longer they debated, the more complicated matters would become, so he quickly shouted to the dwarf, Are you ready? Where is the elf? We cannot see her. At that moment, he suddenly noticed his companion staring in astonishment at his waist, where the concealed folding fortress was hidden. Could he have discerned it? In an instant, the one-eyed sorcerer prepared to unleash an attack spell, channeling all his remaining power to his fingertips, ready to gamble for his life. Look, what is wrong with your pouch? What lies within? I possess but a single good eye. If I divert my gaze, I am doomed. Thus I cannot be fooled. This time, it is either you or I who shall perish. The one-eyed sorcerer completed the final incantation of his spell. A searing ray shot forth from the tip of his little finger. His companion, unprepared for the assault, attempted to evade the lethal magic, aided by countless hours of training. Yet with the caster possessing but one eye to aim, the ray was not particularly accurate. His left ribcage was pierced, revealing charred organs and melted bones within that moment. A brilliant white light erupted from the corner of the one-eyed sorcerer's vision, and he felt the folding fortress tremble violently, a surge of volatile magical energy coalescing. The sorcerer sensed peril, a fear that pierced to the depths of his soul that he reached for the concealed pouch, intending to hurl the folding fortress away, yet before his hand could touch the pouch, a gray arc of light severed 4 of his fingers. Remarkably, he felt no pain. The one-eyed sorcerer endeavored to gather his remaining strength for defense, but the earlier searing ray had drained his magical reserves. An invisible and soundless shockwave erupted from him, sweeping across the entire encampment, obliterating everything in its path. Rocks, tents, supply carts, and puppets alike were flung into the air. The one-eyed sorcerer, lacking any magical protection, was reduced to fragments, swiftly cleared away. Only the ribcage-pierced sorcerer remained intact, a force field shield successfully deployed at the last moment, exhausting all his protective energies to withstand the onslaught, in the space where the one-eyed sorcerer had previously stood. Siegel, with raven hair and dark eyes, stood bewildered, clutching the key to his spatial pocket. The glimmer of starlight flickered at the key's apex before gradually extinguishing, reminiscent of the closure of the spatial realm. The effect of overlapping spaces. Damn it, he actually concealed spatial equipment. Carlos seethed, his greed fixating on the key in Siegel's hand, assured that it was a piece of high-level magical apparatus. He even sensed the magical energy wave emitted by the key in the instant following the explosion. Despite the lingering effects of the blast, he strained to focus his mind, barely managing to control the spell's energy, casting a ghostly grasping force field. Siegel, initially engrossed in reading within the cube, had cultivated a habit during his time in the Morla Peak Library of first browsing the table of contents and an overview of the book's subject matter, preparing to devise a reading plan. After perusing the books on the shelf, he recalled that several volumes had been cast into the key space, right at the moment he had acquired that wondrous artifact, which he had employed for experimentation. Thus, he withdrew the key and murmured the incantation, "Unlock." Suddenly, the magical cube began to tremble violently, and everything around him, save for himself, shattered and spun chaotically. Then, Siegel beheld a brilliant halo enveloping him, within which countless radiant stars coalesced into an expansive galactic river. That image lasted but an ephemeral moment, yet it was indelibly etched into Siegel's mind. Shortly thereafter, he found himself standing at the foot of Dragon Lion Cliff, amidst utter devastation. As he surveyed his surroundings, he spotted a wizard from the Noxus Consortium, seemingly chanting a spell. Siegel suddenly snapped to attention. He released the key from his grasp, allowing it to dangle naturally before his chest. There was no time to draw the curved dagger from his back. His quickest weapons were the dagger at his belt and the throwing axe hanging from his thigh. However, a massive hand formed of gray mist lunged at him, its 5 fingers spanning nearly 2 meters. Siegel had no time to resist as it clutched him, propelling him backward with tremendous force. The wizard gestured with his hand, commanding the mercenaries behind him to assist. Siegel observed that those assailants moved with a rigid swiftness, each drawing their blades that he feared he would soon be dismembered. In a desperate bid for survival, Siegel summoned his strength, his heart pounding fiercely, channeling energy throughout every organ in his body. Like a mountain barbarian, he pushed his bones and muscles to their limits. Striving to pry apart the constricting hand, the gray mist, seemingly alive, let out a wail under his brutal strain, cracking and ultimately dissipating into the air like an exploding balloon. What an incredible force! Carlos the wizard momentarily faltered in disbelief. Hastily, he began to chant another spell, but the injury to his ribs hindered him, causing his magical power to collapse before it could solidify, the incantation vanishing into the void. Seizing the opportunity, Siegel drew his dagger, while his other hand reached for the throwing axe. Transitioning from a prone position to a half-kneeling stance, the nearest spirit puppet charged at him, swinging its meteor hammer, drawing elliptical arcs in the air. The puppet's gaze was vacant, its expression blank, leaving Siegel unable to discern the angle of its impending strike. An arrow flew forth, striking the puppet squarely between the eyes, embedding itself in its skull. Siegel recognized this as the assistance of the elven master from a distance. From the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the dwarf, Island, who was hopping towards him, using his warhammer for support, shouting, "Come, taste the power of rock." The Noxus Consortium wizard was concealed behind 3 puppet warriors, hands clasped over his heart, gathering power for his next spell. That a crimson glow emanated from his palms, casting a sinister light upon his twisted visage. Creating grotesque shadows, the spirit puppets stood silently, cold as machines, merely executing commands. "Cover me. I shall take down the enemy leader," Siegel shouted, springing to his feet, accelerating like a cheetah. He hurled the throwing axe from his left hand, striking the long sword of the nearest puppet, clearing the obstacle that obstructed his path. As he charged forward, he shouldered past the first puppet, determined to reach the spellcaster with every second he could muster. Engage the mage up close and force them into error. The dwarf's teachings echoed in his ears. And thus Siegel pressed on without hesitation, hurtling directly toward Carlos the wizard. The second spirit puppet raised its dual swords high, preparing to slash downwards. That a white feathered arrow grazed the tips of Siegel's hair. forcefully embedding itself in the puppet's neck. Its head snapped back, arm falling limply, its hands releasing their grip. The massive steel sword fell from the air, but Siegel had already surpassed the second enemy before it struck the ground. The third spirit puppet sidestepped, completely blocking Siegel's path, its dual blades weaving a whirlwind of carnage. Carlos smiled, feeling victory within his grasp. However, he was astonished to see Siegel's gaze unwaveringly fixed upon him. Seemingly oblivious to the barrier before him, Siegel had indeed noticed the dual-bladed puppet, but he trusted his companions to provide adequate cover, and thus he did not slow or divert his charge. Advancing with unwavering resolve, a flash of red light swept by as a blazing warhammer flew from the side, crashing into the spirit puppet, sending it careening away with tremendous force, rolling over 3 meters before coming to a halt. Thus, a clear path lay before him. The black dagger pierced the wizard's heart without a sound, without hesitation. Terror filled Carlos's eyes as he felt death grasping at his soul, his spell slipping from his fingertips. Before a final whimper could escape his lips, the dagger withdrew from his chest only to plunge into his throat. Another arrow struck, putting down the first spirit puppet. The dwarf collapsed to the ground. Lifting his head to witness the scene before him, then joyously exclaimed, "Well done, lad." Chapter 37. Dragon Lion Cliff 9. Siegel withdrew his dagger, sheathing it at his waist, and hurried to assist the dwarf to his feet. He gazed with concern at Island's leg. Having thrown his warhammer, the dwarf had fallen to his knees once more, blood seeping anew from beneath the bandages. "Oh, fret not for me, lad. It's merely a bit of blood, a common occurrence," the dwarf chuckled, his beard quivering. "Seeing you unscathed brings us great relief. What transpired in the cave? I shall recount it later. First, I must staunch your bleeding and tend to your wounds," Siegel replied, glancing anxiously around. His heart racing as he asked, "Where is Dio? Why do I not see him?" "He went down to the lookout tower to fetch ammunition. Do not worry." The elf, Leah, approached, retrieving the last roll of bandages from her belt. "Allow me to handle this. You go and survey the battlefield for any remaining items. Be cautious of the corpses on the ground. They may yet rise to attack you, so do not forget to deliver a finishing blow to each." Siegel complied, meandering through the battlefield. The tents lay in ruins from the explosion. As did the supplies, he discovered a healing potion on Carlos's body, just what the dwarf needed for his injuries. Amidst the wreckage, he found a cube identical to the magical cube from the cave. Though this one was marred by deep fissures, severely damaged, the group could only speculate on its purpose, yet they unanimously agreed it was the key to unlocking the cube structure. "We must return to the summit of Mora and consult the rune master," Island suggested. Then turned to the elf, adding, "Perhaps your elven mages possess a solution?" "It's mages, not wizards," the elf corrected, shaking her head. "If the dwarves truly cannot manage it, I shall attempt to take it. However, since it is an item from your territory, it is best if you investigate it first." "Ah, treasure." Island chuckled ruefully, just as dawn broke, the sun banishing the darkness and restoring warmth and light, marking the end of the 3-year cycle of the moonless night. The Dragon Lion Cliff emitted a creaking sound as the stone statues rose, shaking off the debris, then resumed their positions beside the entrance, unaware that the treasure had already been taken, the gate remaining their sole concern. "Speaking of treasure, there is indeed another portion," Siegel declared, producing the key and silently praying it would not be damaged. Fortunately, the beam of light to unlock the space illuminated once more, forming a square in the air, revealing a trove of treasures to all. The guardian's beard and warhammer. The dwarf gazed in astonishment, then burst into hearty laughter. His mirth was infectious, and soon Siegel and the elf joined in the laughter. When Dio returned, burdened with a large bundle of weapons, they eagerly showcased the treasure to him. The mountain dweller shed tears of joy, fervently thanking the wild god while embracing his companions tightly. Together, he and Siegel fashioned a stretcher from spears, shields, and ropes, insisting the dwarf lie down as they made their way down the mountain. Upon returning to the lookout tower, the mountain dweller lit the signal fire, no longer needing to fear enemy detection, yet compelled to seek reinforcements. There, they encountered the militia rushing to assist, along with several petty dwarven warriors nearby, mounted for swift transport of the wounded. As Siegel's captives were released along the way. The Gem family's battle group also arrived, instantly swelling their ranks. Island offered gold to the militia in gratitude and treated the petty dwarves to fine wine, and they all returned to the summit of Mora under the protection of the battle group. The dwarf priest came to tend to Island's injuries, but, with regret, announced that amputation was the only recourse. Otherwise, the shattered bones might enter his bloodstream and pierce his heart. This matter even drew the attention of the clan leader, Tulamon, the giant slayer. He forbade Island from leaving the summit of Mora again, ordering him to focus on clan affairs, forging, and educating the younger generation. Island merely raised his cup in a toast to the leader's health, then unceremoniously dismissed him. "Do not think to observe my leg amputation here." Island explained that a few companions stayed at the dwarf's home until Island recovered from his illness. His eldest son, Colin the Diamond, crafted him a prosthetic leg of fine steel, allowing him to walk with a limp. Island sent everyone away except Leah, Dio, and Siegel. "Well, the moment of joy has arrived. Let us divide the spoils." The dwarf extracted a parchment, prepared a quill, and perched his glasses upon his nose, methodically elucidating the matter for everyone, primarily for Siegel's understanding. The treasure discoverers comprised 4 individuals: Leah, Bill, Dio, and myself. Thus we 4 are entitled to a share of the treasure. Bill did not partake in this venture, resulting in a lesser share for him compared to the others. Turning to Siegel, he remarked, "Child, you joined the party later, hence you shall not partake in this share, but only in the division of tasks. What do you think?" "No objections. This seems quite fair," Dio nodded. "Much like how our tribe divides the spoils of the hunt. However, the land and all that lies upon it were allocated to Aelent by the Gem clan. You should receive a greater portion." Leah had yet to finish her thought when she was interrupted by the dwarf. Aelent stated, "We have already deliberated this matter. I stand by my position. That dragon's lair is mine, and that suffices. The treasure must be evenly divided among all discoverers." "Very well," Leah conceded. "Thus, I have roughly calculated. I, Leah, and Dio shall each receive 2/23. Bill shall have 18%, and Siegel 14%. The remaining 2% will be allocated to cover the costs of several expeditions, taxes for the kingdom, and other miscellaneous expenses. Should it prove insufficient, I shall handle it. If there are surplus funds, consider it an invitation for drinks on me. How does that sound?" The group clapped their hands in agreement. Siegel was taken aback by the generous share, yet everyone insisted on this allocation. "Weapons are free for all to take, but reserve a 2-handed sword for Bill, which shall be deducted from the total. There are some unrefined ores, gems, and precious metals that require processing, so the cost for that will be deducted first. We shall divide only the net profit. Converting these items into cash will require time. I can only provide you with what is urgently needed, while I gradually arrange the funding or trade for items you desire. There will be no service fees, but do not expect any interest." Dio, already growing impatient, had often teased his wife for her inability to count. Yet he had little patience for such matters himself. Observing this, Leah whispered in his ear, "This is merely the dwarf educating Siegel, so do not be hasty. I have already entrusted the cube to the runemaster to see if it can be opened. I will cover the cost of hiring the runesmith, and then I shall be reimbursed from the treasure within the cube. Since the outcome of these expenses is uncertain, if successful, my reimbursement will be calculated at double. This may take a considerable amount of time, so everyone must exercise patience." The dwarf recorded this on the parchment. "In the past few days, I have roughly estimated that the treasures within the key space are worth around 300,000 gold coins. Of course, if sold collectively, it would not fetch such a price, so I advise everyone to take it slow. There are still a few matters to discuss." The dwarf looked at Dio, pausing with the quill, and slowly inquired, "Dio, do you still wish to purchase food and living supplies?" "Indeed, and some building materials to improve our tribe's living conditions, along with weapons that are less prone to rust." The Highlander nodded and waved his hand. "In any case, this matter is entrusted to you. I shall not engage in commerce." Aelent nodded and turned to the elf. "What suggestions do you have?" "Simply give me some of the crafts and jewels. I still prefer our elven style. If you seek elven craftsmen to process these materials, I happen to know a few," Leah stated. The dwarf nodded and recorded this as well. "Child, do you have anything to add?" Siegel pondered for a moment before quietly replying, "If I hear news of Sir Bill, I shall seek him out. If I do not hear back, I wish to take the money and learn magic." He felt somewhat embarrassed and added, "Master Leah mentioned that there is a mages guild in the city of Deepwater." The dwarf clicked his tongue and shook his head. "Spellcasters are unreliable. You shall discover this for yourself." Dio chuckled. "For in his tribe, The position of wizards was exceedingly high, especially that of dragon summoners, whom even the chieftains obeyed. He merely asked, "Why not go to the New Forest? There are also mages there among Leah's kind. Our mages never accept students from other races. Not even half-elves," Leah explained. "Very well. In any case, let us wish Siegel well. Perhaps we shall finally have a spellcaster among us, which is not necessarily a bad thing." The dwarf clapped his hands, gathering everyone's attention, and proclaimed, "In support of the youth, all those books inside are yours, along with the key itself." Upon finishing, Aelent retrieved the key from his pocket and handed it to Siegel. "This key belongs to everyone and should be counted among the total treasure." Siegel hurriedly declined. "Moreover, the key is inscribed with dwarven runes. It is undoubtedly your creation. To be frank, child, this key is indeed of considerable value. Though it pales in comparison to the treasures within, it is still quite precious," the dwarf stated solemnly. "I spend my days in the city, surrounded by servants, and have no use for it. Leah will soon return to the New Forest, and the elven patrols can only use issued weapons, hence it will go to waste. Dio is rather dim-witted. And besides, their tribe is in the Western Highlands. You wouldn't want this to attract dragons, would you? As for Sir Bill, should you encounter him, his belongings would still be yours to carry, making no difference. Therefore, it ought to be yours. Would it not be better to sell it and share the proceeds?" Siegel suggested. "We have sufficient funds already, you little fool." The dwarf feigned anger, tapping Siegel's head. "If we require this item, we will certainly inform you. Dio, you think we would not borrow it from you? Of course not. Then that settles it. Do you wish to charge a storage fee?" Siegel hastily shook his head. Thus, all matters were finalized. Each person was initially allocated 5,000 gold coins as living expenses at the summit of Mora. Following the distribution, Siegel insisted on treating everyone, leading to another celebration that evening. Dio attempted to drag Siegel to a brothel, but under Leah's watchful gaze, he relented and sought his own pleasures. The first to depart from the summit of Mora was Dio, eagerly escorting 10 carts of goods to the highlands. The shipping costs were not insignificant, but fortunately, he now considered himself a wealthy man. "When you reach the highlands, inquire about the barbarian bull tribe, and you shall find me. I will have my wives prepare blood sausages and milk cakes for you." Dio bid farewell. "Wait. When did you acquire wives?" The dwarf seized him. Did I not mention? We just vanquished the Black Pig tribe, and the Blood Ear tribe requested an alliance. This time it is my turn to marry their women. Hence I have taken another wife," Dio explained solemnly. He then turned to Siegel and earnestly advised, "Continue to maintain your physical training, that if you visit our tribe, many girls will take a liking to you. They are all tall and leggy. You will surely appreciate them." Leah vigorously waved her hands, urging him, Enough, hurry along, the caravan awaits." Siegel remained preoccupied with the tales of treasure at the new continent's end, shared by the old captain. Thus, as he bid farewell to Dio, he proclaimed, "I shall venture to the highlands, and will certainly seek you out." He was promptly tapped on the head by both Aelent and Leah. Dio erupted into laughter, fastening his upper garment, slinging his curved blade across his waist, and set forth with his cargo trained down the snow-laden path of the summit of Mora. They were to traverse the canyon, heading toward the western side of the mountains before entering the highlands. After a few days, the elf also departed, needing to report back to the New Forest as the patrol's leave was coming to an end. She disliked farewells, thus left quietly. Having only spoken a few words, the dwarf busied himself with clan affairs, gradually involving his children in these matters of governance. He still found time each day to instruct Siegel in martial arts. Calling upon his eldest son, Colin, to train alongside Siegel, the dwarf city was bustling, having experienced several conflicts. Yet these were swiftly resolved by the city guard patrols. Siegel remained focused on his training, indifferent to these occurrences. He waited patiently for 2 full months, yet not a single word from Sir Bill reached him. As summer was nearing its conclusion, Siegel resolved to leave the summit of Mora and embark on his studies of magic in the city of Deepwater. Just before his departure, Aelent summoned him to the study and cautioned, "The Nox Consortium is set to commence the construction of a mage's tower in Streamwood Town, that I have heard that the Mages Guild in the city of Deepwater is quite displeased with their actions. Intentions are somewhat high. Be wary of those mages. They are exceedingly cunning individuals. Remember well, in the southern district of Deepwater City, there is an inn called Foam Barrel. The dwarven proprietor, Marcus Gorin, is of the Gem clan. He will provide you with various assistance. Understood. The Nox Consortium has already sent envoys to apologize. However, the incident at the outpost is far from resolved. Remember, should anyone bully you, strike back fiercely. Aelent concluded. This continent still belongs to us dwarves. Do not fret. Chapter 38. City of Deep Water. One sunlight streamed through the crevices of the velvet curtains, mingling with the fragrant air of flowers and herbs, contending for dominance over the senses against the scent of incense and ink. A series of knocks echoed from outside the door, 3 long and 3 short. This was followed by a sigh, the sound of a tray being placed on the ground, and the footsteps of a departing individual. Siegler gradually awakened, feeling a nagging ache in his back and waist. He had been studying spells late into the night, eventually dozing off at his desk. Rising slowly, he indulged in a leisurely stretch. The red tea he had left beside the table had long since cooled. But Siegler did not mind. He lifted it and drank it down in one go. He resided in a quaint 3-story building in the northern district of Waterdeep, complete with a garden and stables. Conveniently situated next to the 3 Peaks Tower of the Mages Guild, a tranquil location seldom frequented by others. The original owner was a merchant by the name of Deep, who had lost his goods to the savages from the north of Waterdeep and succumbed to illness after going bankrupt. His widow sought to sell the house to repay debts and ensure her child's continued education. Siegler arrived just in time, purchasing the property through the mediation of Marcus Gorin, the proprietor of the Bubble Barrel Tavern. After learning of the widow's plight, he insisted she remain in the house, justifying it by stating his need for someone to manage meals and cleaning as he pursued his studies in magic. Mrs. Linda Deep expressed her heartfelt gratitude, promising to be dutiful, and moved into the servants' quarters. The Mages Guild in Waterdeep has always been an open and inclusive institution, offering assistance to all mages who come to the New World. It houses the most significant teleportation circle in the New World, providing instant access to the Grand Library of the Old World, the very heart of the Mages Association. This powerful backing ensures that no other forces dare to interfere within the Guild's domain. With such assurance, the Mages Guild established a study salon, paving the way for aspiring mages to access magical knowledge. The cost of learning is steep, and the format is notably loose. Weekly, various mages or scholars are organized to deliver lectures, guiding apprentices in their magical pursuits. The Guild frequently hosts salon events, facilitating the exchange of experiences between apprentices and newly minted mages, thereby fostering the study of magic. Siegler, possessing ample financial resources, easily enrolled and acquired books and experimental materials pertinent to his courses. At first, the learning process proved to be quite arduous, as Siegler had never experienced formal education, leaving him with much to catch up on. He had to master accurate pronunciation and correct writing, basic arithmetic and classification methods, as well as an extensive understanding of material properties and flora and fauna illustrations. For those of noble birth, these were lessons learned gradually throughout their upbringing. Siegler, however, needed to absorb this knowledge in a considerably shorter span of time. Thus, apart from dedicating an hour each day to intense physical training, he devoted all remaining time to his studies, drawing on the resilience cultivated during his time at sea. He spent 2 months solidifying his foundation, enabling him to comprehend introductory courses and quickly learn Draconic, the language humans used to chant magical incantations. A week prior, during a pivotal lesson, the Guild's official mage taught the spell interpretation. Its purpose is to transform the magical descriptions recorded on paper into cognitive spell models, a fundamental skill every mage must acquire in order to study and innovate magic. Siegler devoted extensive time mastering this spell and diligently practiced, utilizing spell interpretation to engage with magical texts, working late into the night until he finally grasped the spell in its entirety, thereby becoming an apprentice mage. This milestone signified that he could gradually learn spells by reading others' grimoires, marking a significant entry into the realm of magic. He reveled in this achievement for quite some time. In his possession were 2 beginner spellbooks, relics from the Noxian Guild of Sorcerers. He had also discovered a book detailing spells within a magical cube, though he currently found the spells within it incomprehensible, thus allowing it to remain dormant in his key space. Through the 2 beginner spellbooks, Siegler diligently practiced fundamental magic. He exhibited remarkable insight and an aptitude for learning, even inadvertently casting spells on occasion. His mind and body well prepared. In a span of fewer than 4 months since his arrival in Waterdeep and his introduction to magic, he had managed to cast several foundational spells, an unprecedented pace. Yet, Siegel paid little heed to his record-breaking progress. Remaining absorbed in his studies, he had previously arranged with Linda that she would deliver breakfast daily, but if he failed to answer the door, she was to leave the tray outside without entering. Breakfast typically consisted of porridge, boiled eggs, ham, and oranges, simple, rustic fare characteristic of Waterdeep. Siegel quickly devoured his meal and then carried the tray downstairs, where the cook was busy washing vegetables and marinating lamb. As today marked the first day of autumn, warranting a celebration, Mrs. Linda Deep was a woman in her 30s, dignified in appearance and graceful in demeanor. Following her husband's death, she lived solely for her 7-year-old son, Carl, who was studying arithmetic and writing at the Moon Goddess Temple, aspiring to one day join the clergy as a respected priest. Even within the temple, educational opportunities were scarce, and only the most exceptional could gain entry. Thus, Carl was diligent, rarely returning home. Whenever Siegel observed the mother and son, he was inevitably reminded of his own humble beginnings as an ordinary sailor, where opportunities for learning were few, and noble lineage was a privilege that was difficult to transcend. Had he not ventured out with Sir Bill and subsequently encountered Leah, Island, and Dio, he would have had no chance to sit here studying magic. Though Carl never voiced his feelings, Siegel could see the envy glimmering in his eyes. Likewise, Mrs. Linda persistently addressed him as young master. Yet Siegel never considered himself of noble status, merely a fortunate commoner. Mrs. Linda, please prepare some extra delicacies for dinner this evening, ensuring to leave a portion for Carl. If possible, do procure some fresh fish, Siegel remarked. I shall step out for a while, and will return in time for lunch. Of course, young master. She replied that it was Wednesday, and Siegel intended to visit the Bubble Barrel Tavern to check for news. Island would regularly communicate with him, assuring that if there were any updates regarding Sir Bill, he would relay them. However, it had been several months since Sir Bill had seemingly vanished without a trace. The whereabouts of the Prince of the Star Kingdom were also shrouded in mystery. Rumors in Waterdeep suggested he was near the hub fortress, while Viscount Kiristot speculated he had ventured into the elven territory of the New Grove. A claim that Leah, residing in the New Grove, vehemently denied. Meanwhile, whispers from the summit of Mora indicated the prince had journeyed northward, even crossing Waterdeep's northern defenses and entering the territory controlled by the Savages. Chapter 39. Waterdeep 2. The tavern was located in the southern district of the city, often referred to as the merchant storage area, where goods unloaded from the port and transported from the interior piled high, allowing merchants to negotiate terms and complete transactions on site. Numerous taverns, inns, and trading posts offered warm and attentive service to all. The southern district sprawled over 3 times the area of the northern district, resulting in an unavoidable degree of chaos. From above, the southern city appeared to embrace the port area like an outstretched arm, with a winding Peace Avenue connecting the 3 largest cargo zones. The Bubble Barrel Tavern stood on one side of this thoroughfare. In this bustling environment, Siegel donned adventurer's attire to blend in with the surroundings that he rode through the streets, transitioning from the smooth stone-paved roads to the gravel-mixed thoroughfare of Peace Avenue. Uncharacteristically, the Bubble Barrel Tavern was already bustling with patrons early in the morning. A dozen or so sailors occupied every table. Drinking and singing boisterously, they continuously shouted praises to the sea god for their safe return to shore, vowing to repay him with joy and reverence. According to the waitstaff, they had arrived by boat in the dead of night. Glimmering beneath the starlight as they made their way to the tavern, the sailors' jubilations were nearing their conclusion, leaving the tavern in disarray, with some already slumped over, asleep amidst remnants of food, while others desperately attempted to intoxicate the remaining few to hasten their return to sleep. Marcus Gorin was temporarily absent, dealing with an issue regarding the red wine at the docks with the captain, but a diligent waiter brought Siegel a table and chair, allowing him to sit by the window and wait. Siegel ordered a serving of fried fish with mashed potatoes and a mug of well-chilled ale, but he retained the sailor's penchant for hearty, oily fare. Following his usual habit, Siegel reached for a crusty loaf of bread and began to eat voraciously. Just as he was savoring his meal, he suddenly heard a commotion at the entrance. Peering through the window, he spotted several individuals at the opposite grocery store, where the owner, flanked by 2 burly assistants, was loudly reprimanding a tattered man. The man bore blood on his arms and knees, his face and body smeared with mud, rendering his features indistinguishable, though his silhouette appeared vaguely familiar. "You filthy beggar! Do you think you can soil my cloth and walk away? The owner barked. The man seemed dazed and could only mutter repeatedly to the fierce shopkeeper. I did not bump into you. You knocked me down. Greenskin Dog, one of the assistants, enraged, swung a punch that struck the man squarely on the nose, sending him sprawling backward. With blood streaming from his nostrils, the beggar lay in the mud, crying out, Why are you hitting me? Why are you hitting me? You cannot compensate for my cloth. So naturally, you must take a beating. The owner rolled up his sleeves, preparing to take matters into his own hands. Siegel could not stand idly by. He hurried forward to intervene, shielding the man behind him. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the beggar was none other than Bucktooth Janus. However, his distinctive buck teeth had vanished, leaving a conspicuous gash in the center of his mouth. Janus appeared to be in a daze. Failing to recognize Siegel, his gaze vacant and unfocused. Despite Siegel calling his name several times, it seemed he only responded to the sound. The innkeeper, realizing that these two were acquainted, saw a glimmer of hope to recoup his losses. He reached out, attempting to seize Siegel by the neck. Yet, Siegel was far too swift to allow such a thing. With a deft motion of his arm, he trapped the innkeeper's hand. Observing this, two nearby attendants rushed over to assist. Fists clenched in readiness to strike, Siegel shouted, Stand down. It's merely a bolt of coarse cloth. I've purchased it. Nevertheless, the two men did not relent, their fists still poised to fly towards him. Frustration welled up within Siegel, and he retaliated with a punch. His speed and technique easily overwhelmed these untrained commoners, and with two resounding thuds, the attendants were left wailing in pain over their bent fingers. This half-roll of coarse cloth appears to be locally produced. Worth at most half a gold coin that I shall buy it, Siegel declared, producing a gold coin from his pouch and flicking it into the AIR. In a swift motion, he drew a black dagger from his belt, slicing through the coin before sheathing it again. The coin had been neatly severed in two, landing quietly in the palm of Siegel's hand. He tossed one half to the innkeeper and shoved him into the establishment. With one hand clutching Janus and the other grasping the cloth, he made his way back to the Foam Barrel Tavern. The innkeeper gazed at the impeccably sliced coin, recalling the sharp flash of the blade, and swallowed hard, deterred from making any further claims. How did you end up in Deepwater City? You look utterly wretched, Siegel remarked as he used ale to cleanse Janus's wounds, tearing the cloth to bandage him. Despite the pain causing him to tremble, Janus understood Siegel's intentions and bore it quietly. Siegel noticed a scar on the back of Janus's head, likely from a knife wound, along with arrow wounds on his shoulder and calf. I wonder what misfortunes have befallen you. Poor soul, Siegel mused, pulling up a chair for Janus to sit at the table to ensure Janus comprehended his words. Siegel deliberately slowed his speech, pointing at the fried fish and potatoes on the table as he gently urged, Friend, please eat. Janus, clearly famished, reached for the fish and attempted to gulp it down in a few bites, prompting Siegel to swiftly extract the fishbone from his throat. Averting a potential choking hazard, he then seized a handful of mashed potatoes and stuffed them into his mouth. Chewing only briefly before swallowing, Siegel hastily inquired, What else do you wish to eat? Speak freely, and I shall procure it for you. This statement seemed to strike a chord within Janus, who suddenly found his eyes welling with tears. He choked out, Captain, I long for fish soup. I wish to set sail. Come, let us return home, Siegel declared, helping Janus mount the horse and leading him towards the North City. Throughout the journey, Janus remained silent, his head bowed, nodding in rhythm with the horse's gait. Upon reaching the villa in North City, Siegel assisted Janus dismount. He called for the cook to prepare a meal, retrieving a bottle of wine from the cupboard to pour for Janus and bringing a platter of smoked sausage. Janus, feeling out of place amidst the elegant decor, hesitated to sit upon the clean, soft sofa. He gestured to his tattered clothing, inquiring where he might wash up. First, have a drink and a bite to eat. Consider this place your home, Siegel insisted, gently pressing Janus into the sofa to reassure him. It will take some time to heat the water, wash up, and then rest. That I remain your captain, and you are welcome to stay here. Janus nodded, tears brimming in his eyes. Siegel returned to his room to find a set of his own clothes for Janus, only to discover him already asleep on the sofa. He placed the clothes aside and quietly closed the door behind him. Is he an old friend of the young master? Lady Linda inquired. Indeed. We once sailed together. He is a familiar companion. Is he also a sailor? There have been numerous incidents with large vessels recently, and the port district is in a state of trepidation. Several merchant friends of my late husband have ceased operations to avoid the turmoil, leaving many unemployed. Carl mentioned that the temple has taken in many beggars, and the city watch is not only posting notices to maintain order, but also expanding their ranks. Do you know what has transpired? Siegel asked. Brow furrowed, he had been preoccupied with studying spells and had not kept abreast of the city's developments. Lady Linda's words reminded him of the desolate sights he had observed while passing through the South District earlier that day. It is rumored that pirates are rampant. Though I cannot say for certain, Lady Linda replied. However, the prices of grain, cloth, and fish have surged. Have the lords taken no action? Siegel felt a foreboding sense that this situation would escalate, leading to significant unrest. The lords have yet to respond. Only the Merchant Guild has organized a few caravans to Mora Peak and New Forest, offering reasonable prices. Beyond that, I have heard little. Siegel nodded, then said, if you notice an increase in the number of beggars on the streets, please take care. Please take 500 gold coins to Carl and instruct him to deliver them to the Moon Temple, stating it is a donation to assist in sheltering the unfortunate. Lady Linda bowed in gratitude, recognizing the potential benefits such an endeavor could bring to her son. Contributions could lead to selection for activities aimed at aiding the homeless. And if he performed well, he might catch the eye of a priest, which could facilitate further studies in the temple. The gentle sounds of snoring filled the living room. Siegel asked Lady Linda to keep an eye on things while he retreated to his study. It was not until dinner that he was called back down, where he found Janice refreshed and dressed in clean attire. Thank you, Captain. You have saved me. Janice expressed, gratitude evident in his voice. We have all been sailors. We understand that turning a blind eye to someone in distress invites misfortune, Siegel replied. Kindness begets kindness. Captain, you have always been this way, which is why you now enjoy a good life, Janice responded, taking another sip of whiskey to steady himself. Revisiting memories of calamity was no easy task. Akin to tearing open a freshly healed wound, Siegel remained patient, allowing him the space to speak. Our ship escaped an attack by orc pirates, as I previously recounted. Later, we loaded our vessel with goods once more. Embarking on a northern route to deliver fine timber to West Sea. 5 ships set sail together, primarily carrying goods destined for Mora Peak. In the evening, as we approached the supply point at Circle Island, we were ambushed by at least 20 orc fastboats. They closed in on us, raining arrows, throwing grappling hooks, and hurling javelins. I was struck by several arrows and suffered a blow from a grappling hook to my head. How did you manage to escape? Surely the supply point at Circle Island fell to the orcs. Indeed, realizing the dire situation, the captain steered the ship towards Circle Island, running it aground on the beach. The orcs were unwilling to beach their fast boats, so they hesitated. As dusk approached, we disembarked from the ship, scattering to hide in the island's woods. I was injured and could not run far. I concealed myself among the rocks and lost consciousness. When I awoke, I found myself floating not far from the shore. After a struggle, I managed to crawl ashore, only to discover the island was a hellscape. They were all dead, heads impaled on stakes. Everything else burned. Janice fought valiantly to maintain his composure, casting aside his cup and taking swigs from the bottle. Siegel lifted his own glass, stating, "Pour me some. Let us honor the deceased together." "You are right," Janice conceded, refraining from his previous frenzy, pouring Siegel a glass, and together they intoned, "May their souls rest in peace." Chapter 40. Deepwater City 3. The two men drank 3 rounds before Janice continued. For half a month, no ship arrived at Circle Island. All provisions were depleted. Fortunately, there was a freshwater well, so I survived by fishing and catching shrimp. A few times, I spotted flames on the horizon at night. Realizing the orc fleet was not far off, continuing their plundering. After a lengthy wait, a swift elven ship finally rescued me. However, they too were sunk not far from the New World, and I, along with 2 elves, clung to a barrel, drifting back to shore. Here in Deepwater City, I am utterly alone. Nearly all my acquaintances have perished at sea, and I am left to beg for survival. The orcs are truly rampant, Siegel exclaimed, teeth clenched. This race knows nothing but plunder, building their culture upon murder and coercion. Why do they even exist? Only the gods can answer your question, Janice replied. Following this, Janice remained by Siegel's side, assisting him with various tasks. Siegel, keenly aware of the orc fleet's impact on maritime trade between the 2 continents, enlisted Janice to gather information on the matter. Janice, possessing an impressive capacity for drink and a gift for conversation, proved invaluable in sourcing information for Siegel. Among the details, Siegel was particularly interested in the condition of the Lucky Source, a vessel that had been operating along the southern route, still retaining its name, and sailing the seas unscathed. Other ships, however, had not been so fortunate, and the disruptions to their trade routes were increasingly apparent. It has been a considerable length of time since we last received textiles and cotton from the old continent. And with winter swiftly approaching, the common folk are filled with trepidation. Furthermore, the prices of soybeans, olives, pepper, and tobacco have surged dramatically, causing even the more affluent merchants to experience inconveniences in their daily lives. They have convened, demanding that the lords step forward and promptly address the pressing issues at hand. Deepwater City has long enjoyed prosperity, yet it suffers from a significant shortcoming: an inadequate fleet of warships. Following its declaration as an autonomous territory, the naval vessels of the Starry Kingdom withdrew, leaving Deepwater City with no choice but to either recruit pirates or pay exorbitantly for elven ships to safeguard the port. The lords found themselves at a loss regarding the orc warships on the seas, leading them to seek assistance from the Mages Guild. Siegler, now an apprentice mage, has garnered attention due to his rapid growth. Upon investigating his background, they naturally discovered his title of Pinnacle Hero, as well as his advantageous connections with the gem family of the Dwarven Kingdom. The guild is a highly rational organization, and they extended an invitation to Siegler to join their ranks, don the blue robe, and become an apprentice mage. He would only need to provide basic services to the guild daily in exchange for access to the library's introductory magical texts. Without hesitation, Siegler accepted the offer. On the day the lords of Deepwater City visited the Mages Guild, Siegler happened to be present as well. He was summoned to provide assistance for this meeting. On the west side of the Three Peaks Tower, there exists a room designated as the conference chamber, typically left unoccupied. Within, there stands a long table of peach wood, accompanied by a dozen chairs and 2 fireplaces. The room's decor is sparse, featuring only a water timer atop the table, with heavy wool curtains hanging beside the tall windows, leaving the space otherwise barren. Though there are windows, the towering structure casts shadows that seldom allow sunlight to penetrate, rendering the room cold and desolate. Rarely cleaned, the air carries a faint mustiness. Siegler found little fondness for this place, as it reminded him of a long-sealed dungeon. Upon entering the conference room, he furrowed his brow and opened his spellbook. Searching for the incantation of the Universal Servant spell, before beginning to recite the incantation, the power of magic flowed in accordance with his will, and at that moment, his intent was to tidy the room. He concentrated, striving to output magical energy steadily and persistently, maintaining the spell's effect. As gentle breezes swept through, the musty odor dissipated, dust was cleared from the furniture, and the table and chairs were arranged in an orderly fashion, with the water timer adjusted to the correct time. Subsequently, he gathered firewood and ignited the hearth, rendering the conference room significantly cozier. He then stood patiently at the door, lost in contemplation of the sensations he experienced while casting the spell. The same incantation, when wielded by different individuals, yields varying results, much like how a sword can produce vastly different outcomes in the hands of different swordsmen. Each person must cultivate their own style through continuous practice. Integrating knowledge and power, this process of learning and practice bestowed Siegler with a profound sense of accomplishment. He felt that many tasks had become far simpler since mastering magic. Had he known the Universal Servant spell during his time as a sailor, there would have been no need to laboriously scrub the deck's point. 3 hooded figures approached, all clad in identical garments, a golden hooded cloak and gray robes. These individuals were the lords of Deepwater City, allied together to jointly govern the city. For safety reasons, the lords always concealed their identities behind masks, keeping their true selves a closely guarded secret. These masks were custom-made to shield against common divination spells. Siegler opened the door for them, and the 3 seated themselves silently, exchanging not a word. At that moment, the water clock chimed to signal 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the appointed time for the meeting to commence. A flicker of light appeared on the chairs opposite the lords, prompting everyone to instinctively blink. 3 mages from the guild materialized directly into the chamber, settling firmly into their walnut chairs. The mage at the center was middle-aged, not particularly tall, yet his gray hair seemed to float in the air, catching the eye. His stern and resolute visage was perpetually devoid of a smile, imparting an air of authority, and he was known for his decisive and uncompromising demeanor. All apprentice mages harbored a fear of him, secretly dubbing the guild's chairman as Alexander, Lion King. Bilson. Siegler stared in astonishment at the man's flowing hair, for he had never encountered this chief mage before and was naturally compelled to observe him more closely. At that moment, one of the lords spoke. "It is an honor to be present at the Mages Guild, to confer upon pressing matters with such wise practitioners of magic." Siegel was taken aback and quickly bowed, retreating, for he believed this meeting was beyond his capacity to attend. Yet before he could exit, he was called back. "Stay, young man, and listen attentively. Take note of the key points of our discussion," said one of the mages. This mage appeared to be in his 60s, with hair and beard streaked with gray, his face lined with wrinkles. Beneath his thick brows, silver eyes sparkled like stars, occasionally shining with brilliance at opportune moments. He was huddled in his chair, resembling a weary and frail elder, nearing the end of his days. His staff leaned precariously beside him, as if it might slip from his grasp at any moment. Yet no one dared underestimate him, for he was the guild's most formidable scholar, the master of divination, Lord Alanis-Cresto-As. Soon as he spoke, several gazes turned toward Siegel, all speculating about the identity of this blue-robed apprentice mage and his significance in the unfolding events. The master of divination was not one to speak lightly. Had he gleaned some portent from the river of time that would manifest in this young mage, the lords pondered, resolved to investigate this apprentice upon returning to court and win his favor. After all, the nobility of Deepwater City possessed ample resources to facilitate such endeavors. The Lion King Alexander nodded and said, "Since Lord Falanis has suggested it, I shall second the motion." "Agreed," the lords responded. Seeking to avoid complicating matters further, Siegel promptly bowed and took a seat in the corner of the conference room. Careful not to disrupt the atmosphere of discussion, he opted not to use a quill and ink, but instead silently recited the transcription spell, beginning to record on the special parchment. Deepwater City currently faces tremendous troubles and requires the assistance of the Mages Guild. The voices emanating from behind the masks were indistinguishable, making it impossible to ascertain which lord was speaking. "Orc raiders have assaulted our maritime routes, invading us, and Deepwater City is suffering immensely. We believe we have entered a state of war with the orcs. The lords unanimously agree that we require the guild's endorsement on this matter and sincerely invite the guild to become our ally." The Lion King first glanced at Lord Falanis, noting that the master of divination had closed his eyes, seemingly dozing off, indicating he had no intention of offering an opinion. That he then turned his gaze to the other side, where the traveling mage William, the collector, Illyric sat. Clad in a brown robe, this master of transformation spells enjoyed traveling among the mundane, possessing a keener understanding of matters than many of the researchers within the Three Peaks Tower. Alexander held Lord Falanis' counsel in high regard, knowing that time often vindicates his recommendations as the most prudent course of action. Simultaneously, he sought insight from Mage William to gauge the gravity of the situation. That William's voice was hoarse, yet everyone could hear him clearly. He stated, "The orc pirate fleet operates far from the shores, beyond the territory of Deepwater City. The only time they have set foot on land is at the supply docks of Circular Island, which do not belong to us. Thus they have not invaded our territory. Therefore, according to the multi-party agreements established after the last Great River campaign, the Mages Guild cannot automatically join you in a war against the orcs." The Great River campaign was many years ago, Alexander continued, a battle where victory turned to defeat. And the lessons learned should serve as a cautionary tale for future generations. That I fought alongside the knights of Deepwater City on that battlefield, and the memory remains etched in my mind. "The orcs are our common enemy, Master Mage," one of the lords interjected. "The orcs are a race with their own civilization, albeit one rife with barbarism and primitive vices." That I recall that Master William penned an excellent article on the social structure and customs of orcs. "Lords, you should read it. It includes passages that state, among the orcs, all but infants are warriors, regardless of gender, exhibiting varying degrees of skill, yet they are all fierce and tenacious, treacherous and combative. Beyond the northern front lies the territory controlled by wild men and orcs, even on the plains. There are at least 100,000 orcs, with many more hidden within the sprawling mountain ranges. Declaring war on the orcs would only cost Deepwater City countless lives. During the Great River campaign, the coalition could not eliminate the invading 200,000 orcs. How could we possibly achieve that now? Chapter 41. Deepwater City 4-inch. Our aim is not to annihilate the orcs, but to inflict upon them a sense of pain. The three lords exchanged glances, seemingly reaching a silent accord, and the masked figure on the left spoke. "We have already identified the location of the orcs' island port. They have constructed 9 shipyards at Macabda. tirelessly building warships day and night. We hope that with the assistance of the Mages Guild, we can destroy this port and eliminate the orc naval forces. The Lion King cast his gaze upon William Eric, who nodded in acknowledgement. The traveling mage possessed a profound understanding of the geography and customs of the New World. Drawing forth his staff, he waved it gently, causing a shimmering dust to dance in the air, which then coalesced into a vivid depiction of the northern landscape. This map indicated mountains, rivers, vegetation, and towns, one of which, glowing brightly along the coastline, was none other than Macabda. Siegel's eyes sparkled as he endeavored to commit the entire map to memory. The meaning of Macabda is at the end of the Black River, situated precisely at the exit of the Black River Gorge, accessible only by traversing mountains. Between Deepwater City and Macabda lay 4 substantial barbarian tribes and 3 orc settlements. With an estimated 70,000 foes obstructing the route, the totems of the barbarians would disrupt magical efficacy, while the orc shaman were acutely sensitive to fluctuations in surrounding energy, especially concerning spells of teleportation and flight, making it easy to alert the enemy and invite a large-scale ambush. William the Mage gestured towards the map as he elucidated its contents, ultimately concluding, "We can only proceed on foot." "Is travel by sea not an option?" inquired the Lion King, shifting his gaze towards the lords to seek their counsel. "That would be exceedingly difficult," replied one of the lords gravely. "Deepwater City lacks sufficient warships to launch an assault on Macabda. We plan to seek assistance from the Star Kingdom. This will exact a considerable toll, yet it is preferable to languishing in despair." The Mage Guild still hopes that the current autonomous status of Deepwater City remains unchanged, Alexander remarked. "This is a pact forged between the lords and the Mage Guild, and it shall be upheld. Likewise, we request the use of the Guild's teleportation circle to expedite our journey to the Star Kingdom, where we shall rally allies and swiftly assemble a fleet. The teleportation circle stands ready to welcome the emissary's arrival. We shall prepare in advance. However, bear in mind that no armed forces may utilize the teleportation circle. This is an inviolable boundary." The lords nodded, indicating their compliance, thus solidifying this as an agreement between both parties. Siegel underscored the pertinent sentences on the parchment and presented it to the mages and lords. Subsequently, a brief silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the ticking of the water clock and the crackling of the firewood in the hearth. Scholar Phalanes shifted in his chair, stifled a yawn, and finally opened his long-closed eyes as he furrowed his brow, sweeping his gaze across the faces of those present before addressing the lords. "Do not squander any more time. Speak of matters of consequence. Our guild and Deepwater City are allies in mutual aid, so let us dispense with circumnavigation. Even with a fleet, an assault on Macabda resembles the desperate gambit of the hopeless. What of the orcs on the northern land?" The lords rose and bowed deeply before responding. "Deepwater City shall dispatch an elite contingent from the guard, under the command of the Bloodfire Knight, Count Maxim, to advance from land towards the end of the Black River. Waiting for an opportunity to incinerate the entire port, we require the Mage Guild's guidance and assistance to draw the attention of the orc forces at sea and on land, ensuring the success of our raid." "This is a foolish plan, yet not devoid of hope," the scholar remarked. "The true enemy lurks behind the scenes, calculating their chips and weighing their odds. They have already gained the upper hand. Your plan is riddled with flaws, yet it bears a certain advantage. It will lull the enemy into complacency, fostering their arrogance, and arrogance will lead to their downfall. The Bloodfire Knight is well versed in the art of warfare, cautious, resilient, and composed, a worthy ally. The guild's colleagues and apprentices have long awaited a practical opportunity, and this will allow them to observe the front lines. All of this is merely the beginning." "Thank you, esteemed scholar." The lords bowed once more. "If we can enlist mages to confront the orcs, our chances will vastly improve. Therefore, let Deepwater City bear the costs of recruiting mage attendants as a token of goodwill." Chief Mage Alexander and Phalanes exchanged glances, confirming their consensus through mental communication before expressing their agreement. However, he turned to the lords with a query. "What is your timeline?" "The forces of Deepwater City will commence mobilization within a month, and mercenaries along with attendants will begin to assemble at that time. By then, we anticipate that the fleet will also be fully assembled and ready to depart." The lords responded promptly, clearly prepared. "Within 5 days, we shall announce the organization of a tournament, to be held 3 weeks hence. The victor shall be granted a knightly title and bestowed with land. This will attract many skilled individuals from the New World. Simultaneously, we shall arrange for 10 pioneering knights to contest the orc territories to the south and support them in constructing a castle. All for the sake of Deepwater City, the lords added in conclusion. Then I shall accompany the fleet, declared traveling mage William. I could use a voyage at sea. And this saves me the trouble of arranging transport. We shall prepare the finest ship for you, the lords replied. Paint the sails purple, the traveling mage instructed. Very well, the lords have matters to attend to, so we shall not waste any further time. The Lion King rose, extending his hands towards the lords, proclaiming, "Let us commence our efforts based on this agreement. May magic prevail, and victory be ours." The lords nodded and bowed before departing the assembly. Siegel meticulously recorded the parchment and respectfully placed it on the table. He felt the weight of scrutiny from the 3 mages before him, sensing their gazes even without lifting his head. Retreating from the room, he was halted near the door. "Young man, Siegel," spoke Phalanes the scholar. Siegel raised his eyes to find the elder regarding him with an easy demeanor, his blue eyes shimmering with the glow of the hearth. "Do you have a passion for learning magic?" he inquired. "Indeed. Magic is most fascinating," Siegel responded without hesitation. "You are quite gifted. I've heard some colleagues refer to you as the one who became an apprentice mage the fastest. They say you mastered simple magic after only 2 months of study in the salon. I must ask who your instructors were, for such effective teaching could impact the guild's revenues." The Lion King nodded in agreement, adding, "I also believe it's necessary to raise the tuition fees." William Eric coughed lightly into his fist. Stifling a chuckle, he then turned to Siegel with a gentle tone. "Your swift ascension to the blue robe is a suggestion from Lord Phalanes. The guild has always supported promising students, aiding their development. However, you must also understand that while becoming an apprentice mage early grants you access to a broader array of spells, it comes with stipulations. You must surpass the standards of an apprentice mage within a year, or the blue robe shall be taken from you." At this moment, Phalanes narrowed his eyes, instinctively tightening his grip on his staff. Appearing quite tensed, he focused intently on Siegel, fixated on his lips, wholly absorbed in what he was about to say next. "What must I do to swiftly enhance my magical prowess?" Siegel asked. "Only through practice," the scholar replied, relaxing slightly. "Just as a warrior must continually wield his sword, a mage is merely another wielder of power." "Very well, apprentice mage, continue your studies and do not squander your life in the company of us elderly folk," the Lion King Alexander remarked. As he spoke, traveling mage William shook his head with an expression of disapproval. "You may take your leave," the scholar announced. Siegel bowed once more and quietly exited the room, closing the door behind him. After a brief silence, the 3 mages exchanged glances. Alexander was the first to inquire. "Master Phalanes, are you certain this is the one?" The scholar furrowed his brow, hesitating momentarily before slowly nodding. "The future is comprised of countless pasts. Even the divine find it challenging to gaze directly into the future. I have only glimpsed fragmented visions in the realm of illusion. Yet that child indeed evokes a sense of familiarity within me. In one possible future, he shall seek power, actively journeying northward, ushering forth a ruler and altering the plight of the northern orcs. Thus, the guild may avert significant calamity. But even in failure, you have not foreseen the guild's destruction, have you?" Alexander, always brimming with confidence, declared, "Disaster is inconsequential. I believe that only through the crucible of adversity can one truly grow. Regardless of how the waters of the future may flow, one must rely on oneself to swim forward." "I concur with your sentiment," William remarked, reclining in his chair with his feet propped on the table, stretching lazily. "Unlike you 2 unfortunate souls, I shall be off on a vacation at sea, so, even if you cannot withstand Nox or the orcs, do try to delay summoning me back. I would rather not have to mock you." "Humph. Do not underestimate the sea folk. They are not easily dealt with. Their malevolent priests thrive in their domain, so you'd best find a way to sprout a pair of gills." "A pair? A whole set would be no trouble," William exclaimed, springing from his chair and levitating into the air, his robe transformed into bat wings, flapping vigorously to provide lift. "Let us all attend to our own affairs," the scholar declared, rising and leaning on his staff. "Let us maintain hope. The rest shall be achieved through effort." With those words, he vanished using teleportation. The chief mage, Alexander, uttered a farewell and likewise turned to disappear. Only William soared away from the conference room, leaving many junior mages in admiration. Chapter 42. Waterdeep City 5. After Siegel departed from the conference room, he stood beneath the Three Pinnacles Tower. Lost in contemplation, the Three Pinnacles Tower was a magnificent edifice, a marvel that elicited awe from all who beheld it. Before the establishment of Waterdeep City, mages who traversed this land manifested their power from the barren plains. Their formidable incantations causing the three towering spires to rise from the earth that time. The very ground trembled, and the natural creatures fled from the scene, watching in fear as events unfolded. The three towers symbolized authority, knowledge, and true heart, with the tallest, centrally located tower representing the true heart. Each time Siegel gazed upon this tower, he was reminded of the wisdom gleaned from his readings. To know knowledge and acquire authority is merely to better understand one's true self. This philosophy of the Mage Union stood in stark contrast to the Mage Association and Academic City of the Old Continent, which they derided as too reminiscent of clerics. Nevertheless, many mages and scholars embraced this ideology, flocking to the Union and breathing life around the three towers. Siegel introspectively questioned his desires. He had perused numerous biographies in the library here, learning that only those who could endure solitude and diligently study had the potential to become mages. Yet, deep within, he yearned for adventure, to explore the vastness of the world. The world was so expansive, filled with innumerable wonders to behold. Perhaps he should venture north, Siegel pondered. From his observations during the conference, he knew that a month hence, a multitude of adventurers would journey northward into the territories of the wildlings and orcs. Among them would be mercenaries, knights, opportunists, and the regular soldiers who would follow. However, both wildlings and orcs would be on high alert, making the north exceedingly crowded and lively. It was better to set forth sooner rather than later. Strength arises from practice. Siegel recalled the words of the learned scholar, and he resolved to act. Thus, he stepped into the knowledge tower among the three, entering a vast hall sculpted from obsidian. There were no windows, but gentle magical lights illuminated the surroundings. Shelves of books floated in the air, moving in and out of the gray mist that enveloped the entire space, obscuring the tower's apex from view. This was a place dedicated to the storage of various tomes, where mages of apprentice rank and above could borrow and transcribe texts. Siegel had visited this place numerous times. On his last visit, he had been attended to by an elderly man in a red robe, who had helped him locate the book, Fundamentals of Magical Shields and Protective Energies. This time, it was the same elder, seated alone on a massive stone chair, engrossed in a mage's travelogue. "Good day, sir," Siegel greeted. "I wish to borrow some books." The elder looked up, peering over his aged spectacles, and after a moment of realization, responded, "Ah, it's you again. What do you need this time?" Geographical records of the northern regions of Waterdeep and a compendium of elementary magic. Siegel had already planned this prior to entering. Borrowing here was costly. The geographical records were relatively inexpensive at 1 gold coin per day. The compendium of elementary magic, however, cost 7 gold coins per day, far more than the categorized magic tomes at 4 gold coins daily, which did not hinder one's magical studies. The elder searched the floating shelves for the relevant catalogs and, after a moment, said, "I regret to inform you, child, that the compendium of elementary magic is no longer available. However, I have a commendable recommendation for the Northern Geographical Records, Orcs, and the Sea by William Ellick." Having prepared a backup plan, Siegel decided to take the geographical records and also selected tomes on illusions and elemental spells. The elder regarded him and said, "Young mage, you ought to visit the Authority Tower. The road north is fraught with peril, and you will need magical items for protection. At the very least, you should acquire a wand if you intend to travel. You should also possess a portable, waterproof, and insect-repellent spellbook. I have witnessed the unfortunate fate of mages who lost their spellbooks. Do not make the same mistake." Siegel nodded in agreement, as that was precisely his intention. The Knowledge Tower served as a library, study, and exchange room, always enveloped in tranquility. In contrast, the Authority Tower was much livelier, housing spell laboratories, practice arenas, and workshops for magical items and various potions. Upon entering this tower, one could immediately hear the cacophony from above. Fortunately, the tower had undergone multiple magical fortifications after its construction, with countless magical arrays continuously absorbing and diminishing the damage sustained by the structure. Thus, even if someone cast an ice storm in the laboratory, those on the lower floors would only hear a dull thud. The persistent thudding within the tower now resembled a rhythmic drumbeat, likely the sound of a group of elementally adept mages experimenting with new casting techniques. Unlike the library, no mages served as receptionists here, for those engrossed in spell research, spending a day as a receptionist in the library, with ample leisure time to peruse books without incurring costs, was a privilege. However, serving as a guide in the authority tower was viewed as a waste of time for mages. Thus, the mages had created a lamp spirit, perpetually stationed here to welcome visitors. The lamp spirit was a blue, mist-like magical creature capable of assuming the appearance of an ordinary human, possessing considerable intellect and adept communication skills. Moreover, this creation had a keen sense of magical detection, enabling it to identify those attempting to deceive with spells. They possessed strong magical resistance and could employ dispelling spells to counter simple magical effects. Generally, an ordinary person could not assert dominance in the presence of a lamp spirit, ensuring the security of magical items within the authority tower. Upon entering the authority tower, a swirl of blue mist approached, attempting to envelop the young mage. This was merely the lamp spirit's playful nature. Relishing the opportunity to tease newcomers, Siegel could empathize with the spirit's antics. If he were created to be bound here, condemned to perform repetitive tasks for eternity, any being, other than a necromancer, would surely go mad. The lamp spirit, lacking a complete soul, exhibited emotions akin to a mechanical structure, hence its unchanging demeanor. The lamp spirit was merely a testament to its creator's pride in their creative abilities, an illusion of aspiring to divinity. While he felt sympathy for these pitiful magical beings, it did not mean he would allow himself to be ensnared and tossed aside. With a gentle wave of his left hand, Siegel summoned a breeze of magical energy, dispersing the blue mist. The lamp spirit immediately sensed the level of magical energy possessed by the newcomer. Although he was merely an apprentice mage, he was still a member of the Union. That a playful jest was permissible, but further mischief would violate the essence of the lamp spirit's servant soul, resulting in severe repercussions. Thus, the blue mist swirled before Siegel, coalescing into a comical visaged in a playful yet articulate tone. The spirit inquired, "How may I assist you?" "A wand to assist me in casting spells," Siegel replied. "Ah, a new mage requires his wand to unleash fearsome incantations." The lamp spirit twisted in the air, producing a plethora of wands that circled around Siegel. Long, short, straight, curved, all are useful. Lightning, fire, acid, poison, each is capable of vanquishing foes. Pray tell, which hand shall you wield your wand with? After a moment of contemplation, Siegel realized his right hand was needed for his curved dagger. Thus he extended his left hand. Ah, a left-handed gentleman. Such robust arms and fingers are quite rare indeed. I can even see the calluses left from bowstringing and sword practice. Are you certain you are a mage and not a warrior? Siegel shot a glare at the spirit, deftly moving his fingers to demonstrate several common gestures for incantation, swift and precise. This indicated his ability to channel magical energy smoothly to his fingertips, without delay, which was a fundamental requirement for wand usage. Very well. New mage, what are your specifications for a wand? It should retract swiftly into my sleeve, as I often need my left hand free for wielding weapons. Humph. The lamp spirit scrutinized Siegel once more, then remarked, "It should also be able to quickly emerge from your sleeve, correct? How peculiar that dual mages favor ambush tactics more and more. The world truly has fallen into disarray." As it spoke, the spirit produced a 30-centimeter wooden wand from above, declaring, bloodwood, the wood of blood, perfect for slaying." Siegel took the wand, feeling a surge of searing and chaotic power emanating from it. When you cast spells, it becomes more forceful, swifter, and sharper, the lamp spirit enthusiastically proclaimed, "and it is quite affordable, costing only—" "Let me see another," Siegel interjected, handing the wand back. "TSK, such a picky little fellow," the spirit retorted, presenting another wand while introducing, 32 centimeters long, the hardest and heaviest ebony wood. "Should you forget your dagger, this could serve as a makeshift knife." Siegel reached out to accept it. Feeling no discernible difference, he wielded the universal servant spell, with magical energy flowing seamlessly through the wand. Devoid of any sense of stagnation, the wood was exceptionally hard. Feeling as if he held a sturdy spike in his hand, its heft lent a palpable quality to his movements. Indeed, as the lamp spirit had claimed, it could serve as a dagger. When you utter the incantation to mark, the wand will conceal itself upon your wrist, transforming into a bracelet. Conversely, you must recite Shillock with empty hands for it to revert to its wand form. However, apart from that, this wand bears no distinctive features. Are you certain you do not wish to prepare a protective wand or a missile wand? No, I prefer the feel of this wand, Siegel replied. Experimenting with the incantation several times to acclimatize to the wand's transformation speed and frequency, he inquired, "What is the value of the wand?" 2,100 gold coins, already discounted. The lamp spirit answered with a smile. A finely crafted family heirloom suit of armor cost no more than 1,800 gold coins. Indeed, the vast majority of knights could scarcely afford such luxuries. Siegel felt a pang of regret at the price. The costs of attending magic classes, conducting experiments, and purchasing a home rapidly depleted his finances, leaving him with just over 5,000 gold coins. Bargaining with the lamp spirit proved futile, under the influence of spells. They had no capacity to negotiate prices, merely repeating the original as a novice mage. He could not manufacture magical items, existing solely as a consumer class. Siegel resigned himself to the situation. I must learn to create magical items, he resolved, for without generating wealth alongside my expenditures, even the greatest fortune will be exhausted. Chapter 43, Deepwater City 6. Having acquired the wand, he found that many times he could forego the use of spell materials, significantly enhancing both the speed and agility of casting spells. It resembled a duel between two swordsmen, where the first to draw their weapon often gained a substantial advantage. Thus, mages invariably favored wands as their primary choice. However, wands were not without their drawbacks. Prolonged use could diminish one's sensitivity to magic, and during the refinement of spells, one might lose the essential feel. Many mages believed that wands could lead to failures in specific spellcasting techniques, and those striving to create new spells to etch their names in history endeavored to minimize their wand usage. It was said that practicing newly learned spells with a wand could adversely affect one's grasp of spell intricacies, leading to an unstable foundation that would prove difficult to enhance later. Thus, Siegel had refrained from purchasing a wand until the necessity of venturing far arose, likely encountering combat. Besides the wand, he begrudgingly spent on a scroll of flight and a scroll of invisibility, totaling another 550 gold coins to as the elven master had noted. Being a mage was indeed a costly profession, and it was no wonder elves never accepted foreign mage apprentices. Most elven societies operated on a need basis, and if outsiders were to partake, they would swiftly drain elven wealth. The lamp spirit continued to peddle various products, his sole purpose for existence. Siegel gazed at the enticing items, each one tempting to purchase. Yet he found himself financially constrained. He waved his hand in gratitude for the lamp spirit's enthusiasm and jested. "Only if you have free magical items shall I indulge in browsing." The lamp spirit chuckled. "How could that be? Even an ineffective Ein stone, a protective gem that orbits the mage, costs 25 gold coins. The authority tower has never." At this, his expression shifted, a mix of confusion, surprise, and anguish crossing his face. The lamp spirit responded, "You would not believe it, but there is indeed one magical item here that is free." He produced a coin, one side pure gold adorned with a smiling face, the other pure silver engraved with a weeping visage. "I have never encountered such a thing before. Its description states, a relic, usable only by the child of destiny. If you desire it, I shall give it to you, as it costs nothing." Siegel chuckled softly, examining the coin closely, yet discerning no particular insight. Nevertheless, it was indeed a magical item. He could feel magical energy coursing from within the coin. Yet he could not decipher its function or principle. Upon reflection, "I believe it wiser to continue forging my own destiny and pursue my own path. Let those burdened with peculiar missions be the ones to bear such titles. I shall return this coin to you for another to claim." With that, he returned the coin and departed from the Mages Guild. There remained much to prepare for his journey northward, and he needed to procure all his equipment to ensure his safety. Sir Bill had set an excellent example in this regard, and Siegel had cultivated a similar habit. He gathered sufficient provisions and purchased a commendable steed to accompany his pony on their journey. Subsequently, he sought out the gap-toothed Janus and entrusted him with a task. "Seek out someone well-versed in the languages of the northern tribes and orcs. I require a guide," Siegel instructed. "Additionally, find a discreet and reputable merchant. I have a business venture to undertake." Janus acknowledged with a nod and hurried off. Siegel then called for Lady Linda Deep, presenting her with 200 gold coins. Instructing, "I am embarking on a long journey, likely to be away for several months. This is for your emergency needs. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, you may utilize it. The expenses for living and hired help remain in the cabinet. You may use those as needed. Please take care. My lord, Lady Deep replied as she accepted the coins. Carl has begun his training as an apprentice priest, starting to engage with some divine rituals. He expresses immense gratitude for the opportunity you have provided him and vows to serve you well. That is splendid news. Once he has completed his training, he must treat me to a grand feast. Siegel expressed his genuine delight, then added, By the way, Linda, please find a way to procure some flour, roast it, and package it for my rations. I came across this method in a travelogue and am eager to try it. Certainly, my lord. The following day, Janus returned with a middleman named Trennis. Siegel handed him 400 gold coins and informed him of the forthcoming night tournament. This was a topic of some speculation among merchants, though it had never been confirmed. Nonetheless, Siegel's information regarding the preparations for military supplies was of considerable value, allowing for financial maneuvering of related goods while profiting from the price differential. You must maintain strict confidentiality. If I learn that you have leaked any information that jeopardizes subsequent military operations, I shall report you to the Lord, and even if you share in the punishment, I will not spare you. Rest assured. My lord, Trennis replied promptly, bowing respectfully. My reputation is my life. Discretion is my guiding principle. With that matter off his mind, Siegel turned to inquire about the guide. The number of individuals willing to brave the northern wilderness is scarce, and those fluent in multiple languages are even rarer. I have inquired extensively and found only one individual who barely meets the criteria, a bard named Yerl. However, his reputation is somewhat tarnished. He often quarreled with his employers, leading to few second engagements. Moreover, those who hired him remain tight-lipped about the incidents. Shrouded in mystery, he has a penchant for indulgence, accruing substantial gambling debts, and demands a high price. What of others? Siegel pressed. Are there no other newcomers from the north in Deepwater City? Occasionally. Some individuals arrive from the north, but I have learned that most are outcasts, punished and banished from their tribes, rendering them useless as they dare not return. The tribes of northern savages are numerous, each with distinct languages. Subtle linguistic variations can reflect cultural shifts, and a minor misstep could lead to trouble. In contrast, finding those fluent in Orcish is significantly easier. Some multilingual guides have already been claimed by local nobility for trading with the savages. Thus they no longer accept other commissions. So, I find myself with no real options but to seek out this Yerl. Siegel sighed, recognizing the lack of alternatives, and followed Janus to the Rippling Moonlight Tavern. The Rippling Moonlight Tavern was situated near the docks of Deepwater City. Its reputation not particularly favorable, known as a haunt for smugglers, information brokers, and various ne'er-do-wells. Both Janus and Siegel donned armor beneath their cloaks, arming themselves with several weapons to prepare for any eventualities. Naturally, Siegel's wand had transformed into a bracelet, concealed beneath his sleeve. They navigated through the muddy streets, sidestepping refuse and fetid puddles, finally ascending the stone steps to the tavern's entrance. That a one-legged beggar dozed in the mire, his broken bowl empty before him. Siegel tossed a silver coin into the bowl, the coin's crisp clang against the bowl failing to rouse the beggar, prompting Janus to remark, "He must be quite drunk." Siegel shook his head and paid him no further mind. The tavern's door was thick and heavy, painted in a mottled hue and layered with grime, but warm yellow light spilled through the cracks, hinting at life within, though it appeared eerily quiet. Upon pushing the door open, a wave of sour stench assaulted them, revealing 2 rows of burly men sprawled on the floor, clutching their bottles in various contorted positions. A few drunken souls mumbled in their sleep, one even emitting a low chuckle. These men were likely dockside drifters or laborers without work. The desolation of the Deepwater City port initially impacted their lives profoundly. Apart from drowning themselves in intoxication, they had little means to escape the burdens of existence. Siegel merely furrowed his brow, yet maintained his composure as he slowly made his way through the center. The tavern was suffused with the acrid scents of alcohol and tobacco. Some patrons glanced up at the entrance, scrutinizing those who entered, only to avert their gazes upon realizing there was no connection to their own lives. The clientele here represented a myriad of walks of life, each forming their own little circles, whispering secrets to one another beneath the glaring light of the roaring fire in the hearth. In the dim corners of the room, a few indistinct figures could be discerned, quietly seated, their gazes concealed in the shadows. The tavern owner lurked behind a massive bar, taciturn and engrossed in his own tasks, neglecting to acknowledge the newcomers. However, Siegel had not come here for the sake of indulging in drink. Buck-toothed Janus scanned the tavern for the poet, but upon failing to find him, he led Siegel to an empty table before hastily seeking information. Compared to the squalor surrounding him, Siegel's attire was far superior, adorned with intricate patterns that a few scantily clad women conferred among themselves. And the youngest among them approached Siegel. Without waiting for her to speak, he ordered her a drink and requested her departure. Several patrons watched this exchange with great interest, speculating on Siegel's identity. A sudden clinking of chains reached Siegel's ears, prompting him to turn. He spotted a frail young boy with light reddish hair, clad in a robe stained with alcohol and grease, assisting in clearing the tables. His face was marred by dark blemishes and acne, rendering him rather unattractive. His emaciated arms bore a sickly pallor, marked with scratches. Barefoot, chains were fastened around his ankles. Siegel frowned, recalling the slave ships of orcs he had once rescued, where pitiable souls were shackled with rusted iron chains, crammed into filthy, chaotic holds, traded like livestock. He could not forget the haunted eyes of those he had saved, many of whom had been driven to the brink of madness. Condemned to live as mere shells of their former selves, Siegel rose from his chair and approached the youth. Calling out to him, he crouched down and lifted the boy's leg to inspect the shackles closely. They were identical to those used to bind slaves aboard the orc vessels, and he could discern the words slave labor, inscribed in both the common tongue and Orcish. Kneeling at eye level with the boy, he inquired, "What is your name? Why are you bound?" "My name is Number 2. You may call me Squire," the youth replied, his gaze evasive. As though fearful of Siegel, he recoiled after answering, hastily retreating to wipe down the table where Siegel had been seated. Observing the boy's fleeing form felt disturbingly familiar to Siegel, perhaps reminiscent of the frightened and tortured souls he had seen aboard those slave ships. He straightened and approached the bar, rapping the surface to summon the listless owner, asking, "What is the matter with that boy?" The owner blinked, a cunning smile creeping across his face. "Dear guest, would you care for a drink? Feel free to ask questions. No one will disturb you here. And should you be willing to pay, I might assist you in finding answers. Deepwater City prohibits the enslavement of individuals. That is one of the local laws." Siegel disregarded the tavern owner's words, seeking not information but resolution. "That young man cannot be shackled and forced to work. You must grant him freedom." "Huh, my lord, I wonder from which corner of the world you've sprung forth. Perhaps too many tales of knights have clouded your judgment," the owner retorted, as he busied himself clearing the bar, his tone laced with menace. "I advise you to mind your own business." Siegel could differentiate between genuine malice and mere bluster. The tavern owner belonged to the latter category, his eyes betraying a flicker of uncertainty. Yet, with the owner's words, several shadowy figures rose from the corners, all clad in voluminous cloaks that concealed weapons of varying lengths. 3 men encircled Siegel from behind. One, particularly tall with a scarred face and a turban, fixed his grim gaze upon him. That he spoke first. "Stranger, the owner has advised you to mind your own affairs. Best heed his counsel. The radiant moonlight does not welcome troublemakers like you. This is a place of peace, so be gone." The other two, one stout and short, the other tall and lanky, cracked their knuckles menacingly. Siegel placed his hand upon the hilt of his sword, fixing his stare on the tavern owner. "Employing slaves will invite at least banishment. This matter will be addressed." Yet, the owner's gaze darted nervously as he sought aid from the 3 men. Well, it's been years since I've encountered a foolhardy knight here," the scarred man bellowed, his breath reeking of beer and garlic, digging into his ear and roaring, "Get lost if you wish to live." Siegel turned to face the trio, calmly inquiring, "So it seems you are the enforcers here. And what if we are?" the scarred man shouted. Lunging toward Siegel, he attempted to grip Siegel's shoulder, but his fingers insidiously slipped toward Siegel's throat, intent on choking him. Meanwhile, the man's other hand sought to prevent Siegel from unsheathing his sword. Unyielding, Siegel shrugged off the man's grip, twisting away, and delivered a swift kick to the back of his heel, sending him crashing against the bar. Siegel drew his blade, deflecting a dagger aimed at his chest with the hilt. The dagger soared toward the ceiling, embedding itself with a resounding thud. All patrons watched the unfolding drama with keen interest, some raising their glasses, eager for the performance to escalate. Only the few accompanying women shrieked in terror, their cries piercing the air as they fled through the entrance. The tavern owner trembled, scrambling backward, but his retreat was halted by the wall, leaving him nowhere to escape, and he curled up on the floor in despair. The curved blade gleamed like the moonlight of early autumn, tracing a perfect arc in the air. The tall, lanky man lost 4 fingers, blood spraying into the air, rendering him incapable of wielding a dagger any longer. He too screamed like a woman, staring in horror at his severed digits. The stout man lunged forward, brandishing a club, its surface studded with nails and smeared with blood, his preferred weapon for battering others' stomachs. Relishing the sight of their blood, Siegel swung upward, forcing the stout man to block with the club. However, the crude weapon was no match for the craftsmanship of dwarven steel, and the club shattered into 2 pieces. Before the stout man could react, the sharp blade was poised at his throat. The scarred man, propped against the bar, struggled to rise, drawing a short sword, aiming for a surprise attack from behind. Siegel kept a keen eye on him, drawing a dagger with one hand while engaging in combat with the other. The dagger met the short sword with a silent clash, slicing through it as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter. The dagger proved excessively sharp, severing whatever it touched. Siegel, not wishing to kill, opted to use his fists, delivering a powerful strike to the scarred man's nose. "You! How dare you!" the man shouted. Siegel followed with another punch, then another, and a fourth. The man's nose shattered, blood gushing forth. His eyes crossed, consciousness slipping away as he crumpled to the floor. Siegel sheathed the dagger, then delivered an uppercut to the tall man's chin, silencing his screams over his severed fingers, rendering him unconscious as well. The stout man, trembling beneath the blade, wore a visage of sheer terror. "Now, shall we converse properly?" Siegel said. "I will slowly return my blade to its sheath. Should there be any further threats, this blade shall find its mark at your throat." "Understood." The stout man nodded, raising his hands high. Siegel wiped the blood from the blade onto the man's clothing, then sheathed it. "Now, shall we discuss the matter of slavery?" The stout man hastily gestured towards the tavern owner, saying, "It has nothing to do with us, he knows." The owner remained huddled on the floor behind the bar, but Siegel seized him and pulled him upright. He surveyed the tavern's atmosphere. All patrons were engrossed in their own drinks and conversations, displaying no interest in intervening. The clientele consisted of pragmatic individuals, avoiding any trouble that offered no benefit. Furthermore, if no one reported the incident, the city guards would turn a blind eye to what transpired here. Such was the norm in the tavern. Deep down, the owner secretly longed for someone to rescue him. It was precisely this indifference that emboldened the owner to keep a small slave working for him, obedient and a means to save a few coins. Until encountering a meddlesome knight, whose demeanor was utterly incongruous with the surroundings, the tavern owner hastily declared, "I assure you, my lord, this slave is not mine." He continued, "A merchant once visited here, though I cannot ascertain if he was indeed a merchant or perhaps a slave trader. Yes, a slave trader stayed for a week. A miserly fellow. He left without a word, abandoning this wretched little slave, ugly and foul. He still owes me 5 silver coins for his lodgings, so I had this slave work to repay the debt. I vowed to set him free once his chores were complete." Suddenly, Siegel thrust his hand forward, exclaiming, "Hand me the key to the shackles." The tavern owner instinctively reached for his lower back, but halted. He lifted his gaze to meet Siegel's, embarrassment etched across his features. "The key is upstairs in the room, left behind by that slave trader. It is not mine. Has he completed the work worth 5 silver coins?" "Indeed. He has just finished." Siegel took the key and approached the frail boy, kneeling to unlock his shackles. The boy glanced nervously about, his ankles marred with wounds, layers of thick scabs a gruesome testament to his suffering. The shackles clattered to the floor, producing a sharp sound. The boy hesitated for a moment, then turned and fled. Siegel swiftly seized him, stating, "You cannot leave like this." Confusion and anguish flickered across the boy's face upon hearing those words. He seemed to lose all strength, collapsing. Siegel understood his thoughts and explained, "Do not rush to flee. At least wait until your wounds heal and you regain your strength if you have family or a destination in mind. I will provide you with fare to return. Please trust me, will you?" "Yes, yes, he is an honorable lord," the tavern owner quickly affirmed. "What is your name?" Siegel inquired. "Jack, that is my name," the boy replied. "Will you protect and assist me?" "Indeed." Siegel rose but continued to hold his hand. At that moment, he noticed the buck-toothed Janus entering the tavern alongside a handsome young man. The newcomer boasted smooth, curly hair, striking blue eyes, and a scar resembling a tear mark at the corner of his eye. lending an air of ruggedness to his handsome face that he donned a white silk shirt, the top 3 buttons undone, revealing a tuft of thick chest hair. His lower garments were short and slender. And as he walked, he adjusted his belt, an unmistakable scent of cheap perfume wafting from him, especially pungent in the stench-ridden tavern. Surely, this must be the bard named Ariel. Chapter 45, Deepwater City. Oh, my lord. I greet you. I am but a humble witness and bard of Deepwater City and the northern wastes, Ariel the minstrel. He bowed deeply, employing the exaggerated yet graceful gesture of a commoner meeting a duke. Please do not believe the rumors surrounding me. Too many employers envy my visage, coupled with insecurities that suggest I was born to seduce their wives and daughters. If you seek a guide, translator, an entertaining companion, the finest in the new world stands before you, ever ready to serve, provided, of course, that you offer a fair wage for my services. Siegel glanced around, observing that the tavern's ruffians had already fled, the tavern owner offering only an awkward smile at his scrutiny, while the remaining patrons remained seated in their original positions. This truly is a fine place for negotiations, where many matters can be conveniently overlooked. Nonetheless, Siegel proposed that the bard accompany him for a stroll, as the fresh air outside would surely be more pleasant. The autumn harbor district was damp and chilly, the sea breeze laden with moisture, condensing into clingy white fog as night fell. The streets were nearly deserted, save for those emboldened by sufficient alcohol to wander. Stray dogs sauntered through the streets, rummaging through refuse for sustenance. In a nearby alley, impatient patrons and sex workers leaned against the wall, emitting shameless, raucous sounds. Siegel stepped out of the tavern and halted. The muddy path beneath his feet was slick, and by moonlight, he spotted fragments of clay wine jugs partially buried in the muck. Drunken miscreants' handiwork. He motioned for everyone to wait briefly and stepped back into the shimmering moonlight. This startled the tavern owner, who feared the night might uncover yet another grievance. However, Siegel merely produced 5 silver coins, purchasing the owner's shoes. Jack, put these shoes on. I'll tie them for you, but be cautious not to injure your feet again. Siegel handed the soft leather shoes to the boy, then retrieved a length of rope from his satchel and knelt to secure them. He then removed his outer coat and draped it over Jack. The boy was small, barely reaching Siegel's chest, and the oversized garment hung loosely on him. Jack clutched the outer robe tightly, gazing at Siegel's gleaming breastplate with a complex expression. The bard also noted the armor, squinting as he appraised it. He recognized it as a custom piece crafted by dwarven artisans, not something an ordinary craftsman could produce. This pristine armor was tailored precisely to fit its owner, making it not only valuable, but infused with heartfelt significance. After all, Siegel appeared to be a youth of no more than 20, with potential for growth and physical conditioning. Dwarven master craftsmen typically designed armor for those whose forms were already set, making the breastplate for a young man all the more remarkable. Ariel concluded that he ought to demand a higher fee. My friend Janice should have informed you that I need to venture northward, likely all the way to the borders of the orc territories. Hence I require a guide and someone proficient in the northern dialects. What say you? Sir, it is a perilous journey. I advise against hasty decisions. Ariel replied, adopting a deferential posture as he bowed. From your appearance, you are either wealthy or noble. May I inquire if you have any guards accompanying you on this journey? Only you and I, Siegel replied. Thus you must carefully select our route and resting places. Do you have any recommendations? You are testing my knowledge. Ariel straightened up, smiling as he spoke. If we depart at this season, I suggest heading to the Crow tribe. They are relatively friendly, producing more than they plunder, and welcome merchants. Furthermore, the harvest festival is approaching, and they will host a martial celebration. Nearby tribes will also attend, exchanging game for storable food to prepare for winter. Where is the Crow tribe located? Siegel inquired. I will safely escort you there. Sir, Ariel cunningly replied. Excellent, you are a clever man. Now, state your terms. The bard snapped his fingers, his tone light-hearted. 200 gleaming gold for a round trip of 700 miles. No smoke, no fair maidens. Having been a sailor. Siegel understood Ariel's words. He responded, I will eat what you eat. The expenses for women shall be your own. Beyond that, I can offer you 100 gold coins now, but I require a guarantor. The remaining half shall be paid upon our return. As you wish, my lord. With the specifics arranged with Janice's assistance, Siegel returned home with Jack. Lady Linda had grown accustomed to his bringing home unfortunate souls. Recently, even his son Carl, inspired by the temple's call, had begun engaging in charitable acts, sometimes bringing food home to assist beggars. Lady Linda felt immense pride in the kindness surrounding them, though her only concern was whether Siegel's finances could sustain such generosity long-term. However, she had devised a plan to plant vegetables in the garden next to the stable. "What a poor child," she exclaimed upon seeing Jack. "Come here, child, wash your hands and face. I shall prepare something for you to eat." "Thank you, Lady Linda." Siegel smiled. He advised Jack to rest and share any thoughts in the morning. Then he retreated to his study to review records about the north before retiring for the night. The following morning, he was awakened by Lady Linda's call for breakfast, the aroma of pancakes wafting up to him as he descended the stairs. He saw Jack had already washed up and donned a clean outfit, still one of Carl's old garments. The grime had been scrubbed from Jack's face. Though still marked by acne, he appeared much improved. Siegel lowered his gaze to Jack's ankles, now dressed in herbal poultices and bandaged. "Good morning, Jack. You look much better. Come, let us eat." Breakfast consisted of pancakes and sausage, accompanied by a generous cup of goat's milk. For Siegel, it was somewhat insufficient, as he often sought additional provisions of cooked meats throughout the morning. However, for the slender and small Jack, this meal brought him great joy that he swiftly finished his meal, blinking his large eyes as he sat obediently in the dining chair, awaiting Siegel. "Is something amiss?" Siegel noticed and set down his utensils to inquire. "Mr. Siegel, are you heading to the territory of the northern wildlings? I overheard you discussing it with that bard while at the tavern." "Indeed, I shall depart in a few days." Siegel glanced at him, then asked, "Are you from the north? If you wish to return home, I could escort you." "No, I am not a wildling, though I bear no surname. I hail from the town of Mackinac in the old continent's Hill Federation. My father is a farmer, and perhaps he still resides there." Jack lifted his chin, and one could perceive the strength in his gaze. "Mr. Siegel, that bard, Yarrell, is perilous that I witnessed him commit senseless murders in the moonlit ripples, slaying defenseless debt collectors. I heard about that from Janice, the unfortunate toothless fellow you encountered that night. I have mentally prepared myself and remain vigilant. Besides, I merely require him to serve as my translator. Just in case." Jack bit his lower lip, nodded, and then said, "Mr. Siegel, I wish to seek my father. May I?" "Of course, you are free to do so now." Siegel patted his hand and added, "If you intend to return to the old continent, you cannot sail directly from Deepwater City. You may have heard of the recent attacks along the sea routes. There are no large vessels departing from here. You will need to travel south overland to Creekwood Town. Board a ship from the southern route, and once you return to the old continent, devise a means to reach the Hill Federation. You have quite a journey ahead of you. He is my last remaining relative. I have been without a mother since childhood, and when my father could no longer support me, he entrusted me to a traveling merchant as an apprentice, but I was later sold to a slaver. If I return this way, perhaps he will still want me, and I shall strive to earn my keep. Mr. Siegel, I know you are a good man. I beseech you for assistance. This is not an issue. I shall have Bucktooth escort you to Creekwood Town. He is a sailor like myself, well-versed in maritime matters, and can help you find the safest way to depart. However, he cannot accompany you to the old continent. That journey is simply too far." "Thank you, but I prefer to go to Creekwood Town alone." Siegel initially intended to caution him against the hazards of traveling alone, but upon reflection, he recognized that such dangers were inevitable. Thus, Siegel stated, "If you are resolute in your decision, so be it. I shall prepare some money for you to use on your journey. However, exercise caution and refrain from displaying your money carelessly. It would be wise to travel with a legitimate caravan to avoid unnecessary troubles." "When do you intend to set out?" Jack's eyes reddened as he replied, "I wish to leave immediately." "Very well, I shall accompany you part way." Siegel called for Mrs. Linda, instructing her to prepare clothing and provisions, and sent Janice to inquire about any southbound caravans, prompting a flurry of activity. Siegel retrieved a short sword from his room along with its sheath and then produced the chainmail shirt he had crafted himself. He quickly modified the armor to fit Jack's frame using his pliers, and by the time Mrs. Linda had prepared the bundles, he had completed the alterations. "Put this on. It is my handiwork, and it should serve you well." Siegel smiled as he helped Jack don the chainmail over his shirt, then added a short-sleeved vest. He handed Jack 2 pouches, one containing 30 gold coins and the other filled with silver and copper pieces, advising him to keep them separate and to use the gold sparingly, reserving it primarily for fare. Jack accepted the pouches and concealed them carefully. Siegel then produced a red gemstone, roughly the size of a fingernail. and presented it to Jack. If you find yourself in dire straits, preserving your life is paramount. Relinquishing your money is of little consequence. This gem is also for you. May it aid you in living well upon your return home. At that moment, Bucktooth Janus returned, panting heavily. After catching his breath, he reported, I inquired, and currently, there are no caravans heading south. The last one departed about 2 days ago, traveling along the cliffway. Are there no others departing in a couple of days? Siegel asked. Janus took a deep breath, shook his head, and replied, Recently, shipments from Deepwater City have been sparse, and with no sea vessels arriving, the caravans cannot gather. I estimate it will be at least half a month before a better caravan is ready to set out. However, there are still foot traders about, albeit with little security. I have a request. Jack glanced around, somewhat embarrassed, and said, I can ride. Could you provide me with a horse? You little rascal, how could you be so ungrateful? Janus began, but Siegel interrupted him with a raised hand. All right, that is acceptable. Janus, please bring a horse for me. Siegel shook his head slowly, reflecting, if only I had the chance to seek out the old captain again. Just as this young lad can pursue his father. Jack's eyes glistened with tears as he fervently nodded, Thank you. Bucktooth led over a horse they had recently prepared, a calm and gentle creature, perfectly suited for long journeys. Although Janus was displeased, he merely expressed it with a scowl, casting Jack a menacing glance before handing over the reins. Well then, let us be on our way, Siegel instructed. Travel south along the cliffway, if you can catch up to a caravan. Join them for safety against wild beasts. You have witnessed slavers. You have survived perilous situations before. That I trust you will take care of yourself. Jack nodded and rode off, but after covering only a few dozen paces, he halted and looked back, seeing Siegel had turned to re-enter the house, preoccupied with his tasks, and noticing no one was stopping him. Jack rode back. He opened the door, slipped through the living room, and found Siegel in the backyard, stretching and preparing to exercise. Jack knocked on the doorframe and approached. Oh, you returned? Is there something else? Siegel asked, puzzled. I know you need a translator for the north. I actually understand the wildling tongue and the language of the beastmen, Jack replied. In fact, I am quite adept in multiple languages. That I have always had a sensitivity to language. Spending time with others allows me to learn their speech. That I once lived among wildling slaves from the north and picked up many tribal dialects. I can assist you, but I cannot write. You are indeed remarkable, Siegel acknowledged. However, you should seek out your father instead of accompanying me into the north. I can take care of myself. I will not be a burden to you. Moreover, I wish to help you. I owe you a debt of gratitude. You owe me no debt. You only owe me your safe return home, Siegel replied, shaking his head, his gaze softening as he explained, I do not know who my parents are, but I understand the warmth of having family and the sorrow of solitude. Thus, you ought to return home. Jack stepped forward, gently patting Siegel's cheek and pinching it before exhaling deeply. Siegel, bewildered and feeling a twinge of pain, opened Jack's hand and asked, What are you doing? Just give me a moment to think, Jack said, appearing somewhat dazed, his eyes filled with uncertainty and apprehension. I need to borrow your restroom. With that, he dashed back to the room, nearly colliding with Mrs. Linda. What just happened? Why did he return? I have no idea. He seems to be acting rather mysteriously. Siegel scratched his head and spread his hands, saying, Perhaps he has been sold by slavers before. His mind is likely still tense. Poor child. He was once a fine boy, yet he has endured such terrifying hardships. I have witnessed the plight of slaves aboard beastmen's slave ships. The sights were akin to hellish horrors, Siegel recalled with lingering trepidation. Once, a man, driven mad by torment, upon being rescued, leapt overboard, believing us to be slavers, refusing to listen to reason. Even in the midst of the ocean, with wounds upon him that would attract sharks, we, a handful of sailors, could not catch up to him. We could only watch as he was ultimately devoured by sharks. Even in death, he smiled, proclaiming his newfound freedom. That is utterly horrifying, Mrs. Linda lamented, covering her mouth in disbelief. Alas, I should check on Jack. Just then, soft footsteps echoed from upstairs, likely indicating Jack's descent. Mrs. Linda turned to return to her room, when suddenly a sharp scream pierced the air, followed by the sound of her collapsing onto the floor. Siegel rushed inside to find an unfamiliar figure standing on the staircase. That a girl with short red hair, donning Jack's clothes, bore a striking resemblance to him, save for the two short, pointed horns atop her head and her dark red pupils matching her hair. A long, slender tail swayed behind her, evidently displeased at being constrained by her belt. She extended her hand, poised to assist Lady Linda, yet upon catching sight of Siegel, her movement faltered, and her countenance manifested profound trepidation. Akin to a child caught in wrongdoing, she was a half-demon, though the precise lineage remained unknown. Nevertheless, the blood of a malevolent race coursed through her veins. Many believed that half-demons were the progeny of devils seducing mortals. Yet Siegel's knowledge revealed that it was merely a remnant of a long-ago incident where a hellish overlord infused the essence of the demon kin into human bloodlines, thereby corrupting and transforming them into half-demons. The Dark Lord had woven treachery, duplicity, and cruelty into this bloodline, intending to fashion them as vanguards for his dominion over the mortal realm. The appearance and demeanor of half-demons were not their fault, and many of them struggled valiantly against the malevolent instincts inherent in their lineage. Yet, the greatest challenge lay in contending with the pervasive prejudices held by the general populace, regardless of their actions. They were invariably branded with suspicion, regarded as thieves, deceivers, rogues, and harbingers of misfortune. After enduring prolonged encounters with such distrust, the vast majority of half-demons succumbed or indulged the wickedness within their blood, descending into the abyss of malevolence. The few who persisted in their resistance often resorted to various means to disguise themselves, shielding their souls from the harm of bias. Yet, as long as such prejudice endured, they would remain perpetually wounded, irrespective of their whereabouts. "Mr. Siegel, I assure you this is not my fault," Jack hastily declared. "This is my true self. I usually employ my abilities to alter my appearance and gender." "I understand." Lady Linda was merely startled. "It is of no consequence," Siegel replied. Assisting the housekeeper to her feet and guiding her to a chair, Jack, flustered, hurriedly fetched a glass of water, then anxiously stood in the corner of the room. "Well, you are indeed a half-demon. I have taken note," Siegel observed. His heart softened by her plight, and he reassured her, "Fear not, I am no fool. I comprehend the origins of half-demons. As long as you refrain from wrongdoing, there is no need to fear me. However, I cannot guarantee that I can shield you from the animosity and prejudice of those outside." "All right, understood," Jack replied. "My name is not Jack, it is Janet. Everyone calls me Jack for convenience, but I also have a nickname, Little Cat. My father is also a half-demon, yet his appearance is nearly indistinguishable from that of a human, save for a slight reddish hue to his skin that I do not wish to return. May I stay by your side? If you have made up your mind, you are welcome to remain," Siegel acquiesced without hesitation. "Though I realize this is unfair to you, you must still conceal your half-demon traits in public. Do not overthink it. I, too, am currently doing the same." "Oh, I did not detect any half-demon essence about you. How do you manage that?" "I am not a half-demon, yet I have never encountered anyone sharing my physical characteristics, that I possess black hair and eyes. My current brown hair is dyed. Many people inquire about my appearance, and what begins as innocent curiosity can lead to considerable trouble. Thus, we are both individuals who alter our appearances, which levels the playing field." "Very well, I promise you, I shall disguise myself as a human. Do refrain from altering your gender, as that would make me quite uncomfortable." Janet chuckled merrily. When Lady Linda Deep arrived at consciousness, she beheld Siegel sharing milk-soaked biscuits with Janet, engaged in cheerful conversation. She felt a wave of confusion, yet accepted Siegel's explanation. Jack was, in fact, Janet disguised as a boy, a decision made to ensure the safety of a girl, devoid of malicious intent. The earlier incident had merely been a surprise encounter with Janet's female attire, which had startled her, causing her to fall and bump her head, resulting in a lump, and possibly even hallucinations, necessitating a period of rest. "But I saw Lady Linda carefully selected her words before continuing. "I saw a pink tail. Perhaps it was merely a drooping belt," Siegel inquired with concern. "You sustained quite a fall. Are you experiencing any lingering headaches? Would you like me to fetch a priest for examination or summon Carl back?" No. Carl is too busy. Please do not call him." Lady Linda shook her head, feeling another wave of dizziness. "I believe I shall retire to my bed for a while. Little Cat, or Janet, insisted upon accompanying Siegel on his journey north for recreation. Siegel was initially opposed, prompting Janet to demonstrate her remarkable disguise skills that in just an hour, Siegel transformed into a half-orc, complemented by his well-honed physique and some herbs to mask his scent. enabling him to convincingly deceive the majority of northern orcs. Your talent is indeed impressive, Siegel praised. While spells could achieve a similar effect, they are easily detected by orc shamans due to energy fluctuations, leading to greater risk. Your ability is invaluable. However, how do you protect yourself? You could teach me. I observed your prowess at dancing moonlight. I would be eager to learn from you. Siegel glanced at her slender arms and legs, shaking his head. I can teach you the elven step and the use of a crossbow. If time permits, I could briefly describe the skills of throwing knives and daggers. However, aside from the step, I am merely acquainted with the basics. That is already quite impressive. Janet's large eyes sparkled with admiration. Do you realize how many people are utterly unfamiliar with any weapon? Siegel, buoyed by her praise, eagerly added, I can also instruct you in the use of a whip and lasso. Those are skills I have developed myself. Thus, they devoted 2 days preparing for Giratini's equipment, and upon Ariel's arrival, they set forth for the north. Chapter 47. The domain of the savages to the north of Deepwater City. There exists no official designation, yet it is commonly derided as the domain of the savages. This expanse is a vast prairie, punctuated by a few scattered hills, with the majority remaining flat. To the east lies the sea, to the south, rolling hills and expansive forests, while the west and north are bordered by the towering peaks of the city wall mountains. This unshielded terrain results in drastic weather fluctuations and harsh conditions. Furthermore, the nomadic tribes cannot cover the entirety of the prairie, leaving ample space for wild creatures to roam. In spring, the hills are adorned with a riot of colorful blossoms, as awakening predators trample these flowers, wandering in search of prey. In summer, the grasses tower to waist height, yet mosquitoes abound, and rain-filled pits are plentiful. In autumn, packs of wolves sprint across the land, hunting the well-fed cattle and sheep, while winter brings relentless cold winds, with ice and snow ushering in a merciless demise, not to mention the sudden onslaught of tornadoes and torrential downpours that can strike at any moment. The nomadic peoples of the prairie band together, battling against the elements and one another, striving to secure verdant pastures and lead prosperous, leisurely lives. They do not establish nations, nor do they have lords. Only tribes led by elders, perpetually migrating across the prairie. They do not worship deities, but place their faith in 3 spirits: the spirit of nature, the spirit of ancestors, and the spirit of war. These spirits impart the skills necessary for survival and procreation, aiding them in enduring this unforgiving land. Deepwater City once aspired to expand into this territory, to establish towns or construct fortresses. Initially, they achieved some success, as numerous pioneers ventured northward under substantial incentives. However, over the ensuing years, these areas gradually fell into desolation, either due to changes in water and soil that undermined the foundations for settlement or the ravages of marauding orc bandits that obliterated these outposts. Ultimately, Deepwater City discerned that allowing these nomadic savages to inhabit the north and granting them the plains, enabling them to act as a bulwark against the orc vanguard, proved a wiser course of action. Thus, the settlers retreated, leaving behind abandoned towns that lingered in the vast prairie, whispering tales of a bygone history. Many of the crumbling structures still offer scant shelter from the elements, and some merchants utilize these ruins as navigational references, aiding them in determining their location amidst the expansive prairie. The nomadic herders frequently visit these sites to ensure that bandits do not seize them as encampments. Thus, it is not uncommon to encounter campfires or fellow travelers in these forsaken remnants. Siegel, Janet, and Ariel found refuge in such a ruin after encountering an attack from 7 wolves, during which Little Cat's horse sustained a leg injury, fortunately avoiding damage to the bone, yet it could only limp along. Serendipitously, the trio discovered the ruins and decided to pause for treatment. Siegel had learned a great deal from his elven master, including basic bandaging and first aid. Additionally, his botanical knowledge acquired from the Mages Guild, while insufficient for potion crafting, allowed him to identify effective herbs for wound recovery. Janet assisted him in bandaging the horse's injury, feeling considerable remorse. Her equestrian skills were still nascent, and when confronted by the wolf pack, she failed to control her steed's panic, resulting in the horse bolting and leading them into the pack's clutches. Thankfully, the other 2 had come to her rescue in time, preventing the loss of an essential means of travel. It is all right, a night's rest will suffice, and we can continue our journey tomorrow. Though it cannot run, the horse can still carry you forward, Siegel reassured her. It is not a grave matter. Although we are not far from the Crow tribe, "It is wise to remain cautious," said the bard, his expression stern and his mood rather low. He felt burdened by the additional work he had undertaken. Not only was he tasked with teaching Siegel the language of the Crow tribe, which had consumed much of his leisure time, but now there was an extra traveler accompanying them. What troubled him most, however, was that he had failed to secure an increase in his commission. Every time he pondered this matter, he found it perplexing how he had been swayed by that young woman, and why the memory of it eluded him. This mission had already secured a guardian, the owner of the Foamy Barrel Tavern, a stubborn yet formidable dwarf whom Yerl dared not offend. Thus, throughout the journey, he refrained from mentioning the topic of commission, maintaining a sullen demeanor and refusing to sing. The injured horse may not be able to flee when threatened, and its wounds will attract predatory creatures, the bard remarked. Wolf packs are manageable, at worst. We can abandon the horse to save our lives. Yet, there are terrifying and malevolent beings that can scent the blood from afar, relentlessly tracking you down to hunt and devour you. Those are the true threats to be concerned about. Are you referring to that flock of birds up there? Janet pointed towards the northern sky. What? Yerl quickly turned to look in that direction, discovering that aside from the clouds, there was nothing to be seen. Janet's laughter made him realize he had been tricked. He concealed his amusement, plotting his revenge. Perhaps the spirits of this land had overheard their conversation, for shortly thereafter, a swarm of small black dots appeared on the horizon, coalescing into a cloud that stood out starkly against the azure sky. They advanced against the wind, soon capturing the attention of several individuals. Siegel shielded his eyes and squinted, barely able to discern that it was a flock of birds. Janet, however, seemed to have sharper vision. After a moment of observation, she declared, "That is a flock of crows." "Surely, they are not ordinary crows," Siegel countered. "Observe how they circle in the sky, diving swiftly only to ascend again, perpetually repeating this behavior without leaving." The group watched for a long while, eventually noticing that the crows had completely descended to the ground. They waited a bit longer, but saw no other birds take flight. Due to the uneven terrain of the prairie, they could not ascertain the location where the crows had landed, only estimating the distance. "Let us investigate. I am quite curious about what lies there," Siegel suggested, preparing his gear by strapping on his shield and curved dagger and rummaging through his backpack for a capture net and canvas. Janet nodded in agreement, silently readying herself. She whispered softly to her mount, gently stroking its mane to soothe the injured horse. The creature bowed its head, obediently allowing her to mount. Strange occurrences signified danger, and we ought not to take unnecessary risks, the bard admonished, crossing his arms with evident displeasure. "We are headed to the Crow tribe. Let us not provoke trouble. This prairie is perilous enough as it stands. Let us assess the situation, otherwise we shall remain troubled by it," Siegel insisted. "Perhaps it is merely a deep ravine, and the crows are flying away from the valley floor, hence our inability to see them. Perhaps there lies a dead bison on the ground, and the crows are simply feeding. Or perhaps not. Who can say?" Seeing Siegel's resolute attitude, the bard reluctantly mounted his horse and accompanied him. He fixated on his employer's retreating figure, contemplating how to extract a bit more coin to compensate for the risks they had encountered. The group traveled for a while, and indeed, as Siegel had surmised, a deep ravine appeared, approximately 10 meters wide. This fissure was concealed behind a thick expanse of reeds, making it nearly invisible from a distance. Siegel surmised it was a result of a past earthquake. The signs of erosion from rain indicated it had occurred long ago. The distance from the ground to the bottom of the ravine was about 30 meters, and the chasm extended half a mile in length. A small stream flowed at the bottom, surrounded by some shrubs. The slope was not overly steep, and the soil appeared firm, showing no signs of collapse. They peered over the edge of the ravine and, in the shadows, discovered a concealed corpse. From a distance, it seemed to belong to a robust human male, who had occupied a significant area in life and in death. His demise was caused by a spear thrust through his mouth, exiting from the back of his skull, pinning him to the ground. Siegel intended to leave, but noticed a crow emerging from behind the corpse's head, where the spear had propped it up, creating a concealed space. The bird regarded him with its lively eyes, then soared into the air, emitting a harsh, raspy, and furious cry. The bard, visibly annoyed, waved his hand as if to dispel an imaginary stench of decay, urging, "Let us move on. It is merely a corpse, likely the result of a skirmish between savages. Such occurrences are commonplace on the prairie. There is nothing to see." Siegel hesitated for a moment, but ultimately dismounted, beginning to descend along the ravine. Janet followed silently behind him, cradling a light crossbow. The bard muttered incessantly, "What a bothersome lord and lady!" Yet he unsheathed his rapier, trailing slowly behind them at a distance of about 10 paces. The shrubs beside the ravine were adorned with purple-gold cowberries, still bearing clusters of small red fruits. Unsure of their toxicity, Siegel cautiously used his curved dagger to clear the underbrush as they made their descent. Janet mimicked his actions, while Yarrell, lagging behind, harvested some red berries to munch on as a snack. They soon reached the side of the corpse and discovered its extraordinary nature. Although the blood that had pooled on the ground had long since dried, and the body was nearly devoid of moisture, there was no foul odor, nor any flies to be seen. This robust man had been killed by a single blow. His mouth and throat were mangled. Yet his front bore no other wounds. He was bare from the waist up, revealing a blue tattoo on his chest that resembled the wings of a bird. There were no signs of a struggle around the corpse, nor any footprints, only some disturbed earth. Thus, Siegel deduced that this man had been slain and discarded. He turned the body over, eager to discern the nature of the weapon that had taken his life, only to find the corpse remarkably light, weighing no more than 50 pounds. Siegel misjudged the weight, inadvertently sending the body tumbling, that a plume of black smoke suddenly erupted from the corpse's mouth and nostrils. Rushing toward him, Siegel inhaled some, but fortunately felt no adverse effects. The smoke then ascended into the sky, forming a cloud resembling a crow, which was ultimately dispersed by the wind. Upon examining the body, he noticed 3 claw marks on its back, as if the ravine had torn apart the earth, stripping away much of the man's flesh, exposing the bone beneath. The areas surrounding the claw marks appeared to have been seared with silver flames, melting and curling the flesh. Through the gaping wound, no internal organs were visible. This is quite peculiar. Perhaps it was some form of sorcery. Siegel pondered, only to dismiss his own conjecture. The cause of this man's death transcended his understanding. Chapter 48. The domain of the savages. 2. A small leather pouch was tied to the man's lower back, secured with fine thread, crafted rather crudely. Siegel untied it and methodically emptied its contents onto the ground. A flint, a row of unknown beast's teeth, 2 silver coins from the Deepwater City, a bright green feather, a wilting blue flower, and a silver badge shaped like a crow. The spear that had killed him had a tip fashioned from stone, roughly crafted, with fresh signs of recent polishing, yet nothing else stood out as particularly special. There is nothing of interest here, merely a hapless soul. Perhaps he met his end by spear, or perhaps by witchcraft. Who can say? The bard descended beside the corpse, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Since we are already down here, we should not leave him to rot in the open. Let us dig a pit and bury him. Siegel readily agreed, pulling aside the nearby brush to reveal the soft earth beneath. Donning gloves to begin digging, the bard joined him in the task. Yarrell unexpectedly took the initiative to help, a strange behavior that raised Janet's suspicions. They labored for about an hour to complete the task. By the time they returned to the edge of the ravine, dark clouds had gathered overhead on the horizon to their west. They could faintly see several black tornadoes, swirling and intertwining with flashes of lightning, unleashing destructive forces in the air. The air soon turned cool and damp, suggesting that a heavy rainstorm was imminent. We must quickly find shelter from the rain, the bard urged. Moreover, the rain from those tornadoes can sometimes strike sideways, like a slap to the face, making it quite unbearable. I suggest we head back to that ruin. Siegel nodded, and the group hastily retraced their steps. The bard rode ahead, aiming to return and set up the canvas and light the campfire. Siegel allowed Janet to ride on his horse while he led the injured mount slowly behind them. I cannot shake the thought of that corpse. It is terrifying. Who do you think could have killed him? Janet inquired. I do not know. I am not concerned about the spear. Rather, it is the claw marks and the missing organs that leave me feeling unsettled, Siegel replied quietly. The crows in the sky, the crows beneath the corpse, and the crow in the pouch. This cannot be mere coincidence. Perhaps the spirits of this prairie are guiding us, leading us to discover that body. Yet, what is its true purpose? Is it to lead us to the culprit, or merely to caution us of the dangers that lie herein? Regrettably, none of us possess the art of divination. We cannot simply inquire from the spirits. We must exercise utmost caution. Ever since I set foot on this prairie, an unsettling sensation has enveloped me, as if some unseen force is disrupting my thoughts, leaving me perpetually on edge. Therefore, dear kitten, you must keep a vigilant watch over my back, just as I shall do for you. Janet nodded vigorously. Affirming her agreement, the two returned to the ruins. The rain had yet to commence, yet the air had grown stifling, rendering it difficult to breathe. They discovered the minstrel's horse beside a dilapidated tower. Ariel had found this sheltered spot and had already ignited a campfire within. The dry grass burned swiftly, producing a thick, acrid smoke that stung the eyes. Siegel wielded his curved dagger to sever some branches from nearby bushes, setting them aside as reserve fuel. Janet adeptly climbed the crumbling walls of the tower. Propping up a canvas against the wind to create a makeshift roof, the minstrel roasted provisions over the fire. He whistled a nameless tune. Sensing the impending storm, the horse grew restless, tossing its head violently and kicking the ground with a nervous whinny. Janet hurriedly descended to soothe the animal, exuding a remarkable affinity that quickly calmed it. Although the horse appeared lethargic and reluctant, it ultimately acquiesced, standing quietly on the windward side of the tower. Ceasing its whinnies. Is the weather truly that dire? Siegel rose to survey the surroundings. In the distance, torrential rain poured down, obscuring the horizon beneath dark clouds. Amidst the downpour, a colossal silhouette loomed, resembling a lizard crawling low to the ground. Its tail erect and repeatedly struck by lightning. A distant rumble echoed, the source uncertain, whether it was thunder or the footsteps of that monstrous reptile. Siegel rubbed his eyes, only to find the lizard had vanished, leaving behind the relentless rain that now surged toward the dilapidated tower. When the rain began to fall, the group finally exhaled a sigh of relief, the oppressive feeling dissipating at last. However, they soon found themselves troubled by another concern. Water began to flow like a river across the ground, pooling in the ruins. Unluckily, their tower formed a perfect circle, with rainwater accumulating within its walls. Only able to escape through the broken doorway, the fire extinguished, and the group stood helplessly on a slightly elevated step, sheltered beneath the canvas as they awaited the storm's conclusion. Choosing this location was a matter of necessity, the minstrel defended. Other ruins offer no protection from the rain above. At least we have warm rations to sustain us. Do we not? Lightning struck, illuminating the sky with a continuous blaze, the thunder's roar relentless. Janet covered her ears with trembling hands, seeking refuge in Siegel's embrace. She whispered in his ear, "Protect me. The thunder is frightful." Siegel noticed Janet's pallor. Her muscles taut with fear, her teeth chattering. He recognized this as a flaw inherent in her bloodline, a sensitivity to powerful bursts of energy. The lightning outside exemplified such a phenomenon, rendering Janet defenseless and shaking. He felt an overwhelming urge to protect her, like a small, abandoned kitten, and held her tightly, resting his head against her hair. The thunder began to bombard the surrounding ruins, shattering stones that flew chaotically. The cacophony of rain and thunder drowned out the sound of debris crashing, only detectable when it struck the tower's exterior. Fortunately, the minstrel had enough foresight. This tower was not the tallest structure nearby. Sparing them for the moment from the storm's wrath, Siegel leaned against a corner of the wall, his chest and back vibrating with each thunderous boom. Suddenly, a roar echoed from afar, clear even amid the thunder's clamor. With the roar came the sounds of collapsing buildings and distinct footsteps. Ariel, too, heard the sound, his face paling as he exchanged glances with Siegel. From Siegel's resolute gaze, he discerned the determination to fight and quickly shook his head, gesturing toward Janet, urging him to abandon the idea. Yet the monstrous sounds drew closer. Even the frightened kitten could hear them clearly. She raised her head just in time to meet Siegel's gaze. Filled with compassion and concern, Janet struggled momentarily, asserting, "Thank you. I can handle this. I will be fine." Siegel hesitated before releasing her. He rose, unsheathing his dagger, contemplating briefly before casting aside his metallic weapon and removing his breastplate. In his left hand, he grasped the whip, while the dagger remained at the ready in his right. Siegel signaled for silence, preparing to venture outside for a better look. Suddenly, the tower they were hiding in erupted with a deafening crash. Stones and canvas tumbling from above. The minstrel, lying against the wall, was jarred from his position, awkwardly landing in the waterlogged center of the tower, but narrowly avoiding the falling debris. Siegel heard the wind howl and turned just in time to see a massive creature charging toward him. The beast, with its claws bared, soared through the air, its sharp teeth glinting with the lightning's brilliance. Siegel lashed out with the whip, the sharp cracks slicing through the air as it ensnared the creature's arm. Simultaneously, he lowered his stance and yanked sideways. The creature was pulled askew, tumbling clumsily to the ground and crashing heavily against the tower's wall. Ouch! Toma! The beast howled. A bolt of lightning followed the creature's entry, striking the tower and narrowly missing Siegel, hitting the central pool instead. With a brilliant flash and a cloud of smoke, the pool erupted violently, sending Ariel, who had just attempted to rise, flying backward with a scream, losing consciousness as his body convulsed. Could there be another? Siegel felt a jolt of electricity course through him, leaving him momentarily numb, and he instinctively released the whip, struggling to regain control of his muscles. He steadied himself, gripping the dagger tightly as he shielded Janet behind him. The creature that had collapsed against the wall turned, revealing itself to be a towering man clad in the skins of the slain. He stood at least 2.5 meters tall, the most robust individual Siegel had ever encountered, even more so than the mountain-dwelling Dio. The man's face was adorned with strange circular markings, his body painted with blue stripes and draped in the hide of a massive pangolin, making it no wonder Siegel had initially mistaken him for a monster. Help, the man shouted, his words clumsy and foreign. Yet his gestures were clear. One finger pointed outward, while the other hand clenched into a fist, repeatedly striking the air. Siegel nodded, peeking outside the doorway at a 10-meter-long, multi-legged azure lizard coiled in the open. Its slender form allowed it to glide like a serpent along the ground, while its 12 legs enabled swift movement amidst the ruins. The creature's crocodilian head boasted 2 curved horns, and its massive jaws could open wide like a snake, revealing rows of razor-sharp, backward-facing teeth. Its body was covered in elongated scales, many of which were shredded, with a deep wound marring the back of its neck. Chapter 49. The Wildman's Domain 3. This creature was known as the Azurefoot Serpent, a magical being capable of summoning lightning to launch attacks. Siegel had read about such a creature in books, yet he struggled to reconcile the information with the reality before him. Standing at the doorway, dagger in hand, he remained on high alert, observing the creature's movements. There are indeed ambushes, wretched humans. The creature spoke, then emitted a series of sounds resembling a cross between a braying donkey and a cawing crow. Piercing through the ears, the noise was excruciating, causing Siegel's hair to stand on end and his body to lose balance. He gritted his teeth to refrain from covering his ears. May you all perish. The Azurefoot Serpent reared back, a flash of light erupting between its horns, coalescing into a swirling ball of lightning. Siegel sensed the gathering arcane energy in the air and promptly intoned the incantation, Shillik. The wand leapt into his hand, magic coalescing at its tip, pushing away the surrounding rainwater. Siegel could only unleash small arcs of electricity, far from the intensity of a lightning bolt, rendering him unable to counter the creature's assault directly. However, he could employ an elemental resistance shield, significantly diminishing the lightning's potency. Any residual energy that the shield failed to absorb, he would have to withstand physically. The lightning shot forth, the shield flaring open. The collision produced a blinding flash and a deafening roar. Ultimately, the shield could not fully contain the lightning, scattering debris and leaving numerous small wounds across Siegel's body. The kitten gasped, ducking low and shielding her eyes with her arm, narrowly escaping harm. Siegel gritted his teeth against the pain, channeling all his strength into his limbs, forcing himself to charge through the downpour toward the Azurefoot Serpent. Thanks to his dice's resistance, he quickly shook off the paralysis. The initial steps splashed violently, but soon his movements regained the grace of an elven dance, barely disturbing the surface of the water. Yet, the exertion required to resist the magic drained his energy, and he began to feel hunger pangs. As the azure-footed serpent unleashed its lightning strike, it sensed an unseen force impeding its assault, realizing that the lightning had not reached its full potential. Thus, it braced itself for the continuation of the battle. Concurrently, as Siegel charged forward, the creature had already lowered its body, gliding along the ground in a serpentine arc, tilting its head and opening its formidable jaws, akin to a serrated guillotine launching a side attack. Suddenly, a thunderous shout echoed from the heavens, as a giant of a man leapt down from the crumbling tower's wall, landing forcefully upon the azure-footed serpent's back. The creature's body buckled, spewing forth a torrent of blood from its gaping maw, its muscles grotesquely contorting outward. Seizing the opportunity, Siegel lunged, aiming to slice at the serpent's jaw, attempting to sever its most lethal weapon, its tooth-laden mouth. However, the creature's scales proved more resilient than anticipated. Slicked with viscous mud, the dagger successfully pierced the azure-footed serpent's flesh, inflicting a massive wound, yet it fell short of decapitating it. The beast would not submit easily. It violently thrust its neck forward, its enormous jaws descending upon Siegel, the stench of its breath inducing a wave of nausea. The azure-footed serpent possessed the terrifying ability to swallow a person whole, with few able to escape the acidic confines of its belly. Siegel hurriedly evaded, agilely dodging the fatal engulfment with the finesse of an elven war dance, though he was still caught by the serpent's crocodilian jaws, which clamped down upon his thigh. Rows of sharp teeth pierced into his flesh, the creature's immense biting force nearly tearing his leg asunder. Janet screamed, struggling to suppress her fear of the lightning, and unleashed a bolt from her hand crossbow. The bolt struck the monster, merely dislodging a scale from its hide. The small cat cried out for Siegel to flee, while desperately reloading the crossbow. The giant clad in animal hide rushed to assist, grasping the azure-footed serpent's jaws with both hands and pulling with all his might. His muscles bulged like forged steel, emitting creaking sounds akin to a ship's winch tightening. The serpent writhed in agony, its 12 legs flailing as it emitted a cacophony of gurgling cries. The creature's teeth, shaped like razor hooks, were designed to prevent anything swallowed from escaping. Thus pulling them out was even more excruciating than inserting them. Siegel aimed his wand at the monster's exposed throat, gritting his teeth against the pain as he recited an incantation. A chilling ray struck the serpent at its most vulnerable point, freezing its esophagus. The excruciating pain was unbearable for the beast, which began to thrash wildly in its death throes. Siegel was knocked aside, tumbling into the rain-soaked ground. Even the giant was flung away by the creature's tremendous force, yet he clung fiercely to the serpent's upper jaw, managing to rip out 3 of its teeth. The azure-footed serpent spat forth blood mixed with shards of ice, glaring at Siegel with maddened eyes, gathering lightning energy between its horns. This time, the proximity was too close, even with elemental resistance. Siegel found it difficult to evade the impending onslaught from the monster. If he could withstand this strike, the giant would soon be able to engage in close combat. Siegel had but a fleeting moment to react. He had to make a decision immediately. He swung his wand, and a rope shot forth from its tip, ensnaring a nearby boulder while the other end secured to his wrist. With a vigorous tug, the rope began to retract, shortening rapidly. Utilizing this skill, Siegel was pulled along the muddy ground, swiftly navigating the perilous battlefield, soon taking cover behind the ruins of a building. Sensing its foe's intent to flee, the azure-footed serpent preemptively unleashed its lightning energy, striking Siegel's retreating form with a fierce blow. This time, without the protection of an elemental magic shield, it struck true. Yet as the earth and rain erupted like fireworks, Siegel's figure wavered and then vanished into thin air. Fooled you, fool. Siegel had merely conjured an illusion to deceive the azure-footed serpent. The illusion techniques found in the Mage Guild's guide had been diligently practiced by Siegel, and now they proved invaluable. The spell's success was aided by the surrounding environment. The torrential rain and booming thunder masked the senses, allowing a silent illusion to go unnoticed by the serpent, leading it to attack the wrong target, a fledgling mage. This represented the pinnacle of Siegel's magical prowess. More intricate illusions would require further practice. Nevertheless, a spell that proved effective was a good spell, and Siegel survived the lightning breath, affording enough time for the giant clad in animal hide to deliver a decisive blow, with the azure-footed serpent pinned beneath him. The giant raised his muscular arm, as thick as a palace's supporting pillar, and brought it crashing down with a force akin to a pile driver upon the serpent's skull. The creature's already shattered head crumpled like a walnut against a hammer. The monster's body convulsed violently, its sharp tail lunging toward the giant's back. This was the azure-footed serpent's final curse upon its foe. An arrow from a crossbow struck its tail, diminishing its force. The giant's back bore only a crimson mark. Siegel, exhausted, lay in the mud, allowing the downpour to drench his face, utterly unwilling to move. He felt no pain in his leg, only a dullness in his mind, devoid of energy. The giant discarded the monster's carcass and hurried over to check on him. Siegel's thigh, bitten by the azure-footed serpent, had begun to take on a purplish hue as the toxin infiltrated his bloodstream. Maluka Kaku, the giant bellowed, setting Siegel down. Janet, understanding the northern tongue, recognized it meant poisoned and rushed over to inspect. His wound was turning a sickly shade of blackish purple. However, as a half-blood, she was powerless against poison. She could neither antidote nor heal, only hold Siegel in her arms, sobbing wordlessly in an instant. Janet's mind blanked. her senses narrowing solely on Siegel, the wind. Rain and thunder faded from her world, while the gruesome sight of the giant tearing apart the azure-footed serpent was merely a blurred phantom in her vision. Janet gazed at Siegel, reaching out to touch his fevered skin, greedily yearning to capture that warmth. She could not fathom the nature of her feelings. Perhaps it was not love, but it certainly surpassed the sorrow of a child losing their home. A shadow loomed, obscuring the surrounding light, yet she remained unmoved, as the image of Siegel was crystal clear to her, whether day or night. A half-blood could sense the warmth of those around her. Yet a hand reached over, blocking Siegel's face, igniting her fury. Janet's eyes turned bright red, her sharp fangs bared, her tail coiling around the dagger hidden in her belt. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was the giant's bloodied hand, pinching a green orb between his fingers, exuding a pungent, bitter aroma. Eat. The giant had managed to articulate correctly this time. Janet concealed her tail and retracted her fangs, hastily prying open Siegel's mouth for the giant to stuff the azure-footed serpent's gallbladder inside. A wave of intense bitterness assaulted Siegel's palate, seeping into his entire head, rendering every inch of him uncomfortable. He felt on the verge of vomiting, yet nothing emerged, only spasmodic tremors. After a while, the unbearable bitterness brought Siegel back to life, gradually restoring his consciousness. N01 noticed the 20-sided die on his chest. The second number flickered to life before quickly dimming, reverting to its original state. Siegel still felt drained, yet he could manage to open his mouth and extend his tongue, allowing the rain to wash over him. Janet watched as he comically grimaced, his mouth stained green and emanating a peculiar odor. While he repeatedly sputtered, she felt as if the world had suddenly come alive, bursting into laughter. The giant joined in, his laughter drowning out the thunder. Chapter 50. The domain of the savages. For with the demise of the azure-footed serpent, the storm began to abate, with the giant's assistance. Though he essentially handled everything himself, Janet moved Siegel and Yarrell to a cleaner location. The bard had also sustained injuries, primarily from electrical burns and abrasions from impact, although he appeared quite wretched. He would heal swiftly. Upon regaining consciousness, he lamented his mutilated visage while translating the giant's language for everyone. Once Siegel's poison had been neutralized, his wounds healed rapidly, yet this left him ravenous. Uncontrollably, his gaze fell upon the azure-footed serpent lying in the mud, his eyes gleaming with an emerald light. After all, the giant described him to his kin as a civilized man from the south, akin to the pure men of the north, who had torn asunder the monster's flesh and devoured it heartily. It seemed that after consuming the gallbladder, this fellow no longer feared the residue of the serpent's venom. Rather, he ate with renewed vigor. Had it not been for my timely intervention, he would have surely gone hungry. Thankfully, I remembered the crucial detail and did not consume the serpent's heart. In any case, we jointly claimed our spoils and shared them, thus forging a bond of brotherhood. This incident instilled a newfound sense of fear in Yarrell towards his employer. However, for Janet, Siegel's hearty consumption appeared rather amusing. She squatted on the tower steps, cradling her chin in her hands, intently watching the large and small men laughing in the rain as they divided the remnants of the azure-footed serpent. They found it exceedingly challenging to comprehend each other's languages. However, the shared blood of a common adversary swiftly forged a bond of friendship between them. For true friends invariably understand each other's intentions. In a fleeting moment, Janet contemplated rushing over to join the gathering. But she hesitated, fearing that such an action might tarnish her image as a lady in Siegel's eyes. Ultimately, she remained quietly seated to the side, indulging in her joyful reveries. "My name is Siegel," the young mage announced in the limited northern barbarian tongue he had mastered. "I am Krikinko, and I have an older brother, which is why I am also referred to as Little Kree." The giant swung his arm, his fist cracking ominously, and declared with unwavering conviction, "One day, I shall defeat my brother and prove my strength to him." The three listeners struggled to envision the formidable figure of Big Kree. Who could possibly vanquish a brother as robust as a frost giant? Perhaps he is a titan? Siegel mused, his imagination igniting. With the aid of the bard's translation, they finally grasped the reason behind Kree's battle with a green-footed serpent. "I require the heart and venom glands of the green-footed serpent to offer them to the witch of the withered branch nest for divination purposes. You have all contributed to the capture of this prey, so you may accompany me to seek the witch. He possesses vast knowledge and can communicate with spirits, which is truly fascinating." Opportunities to meet the witch are rare, the bard quickly elucidated. In the territory of the barbarians, witches are powerful mediums, the spiritual core of their tribes, seldom making appearances, and the spirits assist them in evading outsiders. Witches rarely send barbarians on errands, yet those errand-running barbarians are always granted an audience with the witch. It is worth noting that the nomadic tribes of the north sustain witches with the collective strength of their kin. Thus, they possess many valuable items. But what do you intend to offer in exchange? Siegel inquired. Then shook his head. We merely wish to witness this event. After all, as you have said, it is indeed a rare occurrence. The air was exceptionally fresh after the rainstorm, and the group took a brief respite before setting off together. Due to his leg injury, Siegel remained mounted, which placed him at a height similar to that of the hulking Kree. The horses of the group were visibly frightened of Kree, nervously snorting and tossing their heads, constantly attempting to sidle away from the giant. Only Siegel's Trekna horse, born of warhorse lineage, overcame its instinctive fear and trod calmly alongside the giant, casting disdainful glances at the other steeds. Kree had learned a smattering of southern speech, though he rarely employed it, resulting in his words being somewhat halting. Nevertheless, he recounted tales of the esteemed witch. The witch never divulged his name. However, that did not prevent everyone from directly addressing him as the witch. Approximately 20 years prior, he had arrived at the cliff's edge, transforming lush pastures into thorns and shrubs into withered trees that on a moonless night, these twisted trees formed the nest of birds, now known as the withered branch nest. The tribe was curious, and the chieftain had once taken some warriors to investigate, to ascertain whether it was the abode of an evil spirit. The witch had aided him, guiding the tribe to a fertile land that could avoid natural disasters and yield crops. Ever since, that witch had blessed the farmlands with favorable weather, occasionally requesting their assistance in capturing monsters as a form of exchange. They traveled westward for half a day's time when a dense fog suddenly enveloped their surroundings, obscuring everything beyond a few meters in a milky haze. Ariel raised a torch, and the flickering light illuminated the mist as if cast against a wall, utterly failing to penetrate it, just as despair began to set in. A wolf's howl echoed from deep within the fog. Follow that sound, and we shall reach the withered branch nest, Kree instructed. He then took the lead, parting the fog with his immense frame, carving a path through the obscurity. Siegel trailed behind, attentive to the shifting terrain beneath his feet. He observed that the soil had turned black, teeming with beetles and centipedes that scurried about, occasionally squelching under the weight of the horses' hooves. Oozing of viscous mud, they were gradually ascending, with the landscape ahead rising higher than that behind them. However, when Siegel turned to glance back, attempting to memorize their route, he found the terrain deceptive. It appeared they were descending instead. Sounds of various creatures darting about filled the mist, some hooves, some claws, and others resembling the slithering of serpents. The air was also filled with the sound of flapping wings, likely from enormous eagles. Yet, these creatures did not vocalize, and only the occasional howl of a wolf guided Kree to alter their course as they navigated through the fog. This environment instilled a sense of tension, and several times, Siegel instinctively placed his hand upon the hilt of his blade, once even drawing his curved knife partially. In that instant, the wolf's howl intensified, growing more urgent and resonant, as if it were occurring right beside Siegel's neck. He immediately regained his composure, realizing that spies of the witch were surely observing them. In this place, nothing was visible beyond the dense fog, making it difficult to perceive the passage of time. Suddenly, the fog receded as if retreating like the sea before a tsunami, still gathered in the distance. It coalesced into a gray wall reaching toward the heavens. In the center, surrounded by this gray wall, where moonlight and starlight fell, stood a gnarled tree. The tree bore no leaves, its outstretched branches forming its crown. Countless withered vines intertwined, resembling a cluster of serpents huddled together for warmth in their den. Forming its bark and trunk, near the roots was a hollow, the witch's dwelling. A white wolf stood beside the hollow, pacing like a sentinel point. One of its eyes was red, the other yellow, fixed intently on Kree and the others. Its throat emitted a low growl, warning the newcomers to tread carefully. Siegel felt a sense of unease. A peculiar itch crept over him, as if a damp and slimy worm were wriggling amidst his sweat-soaked hair. Slowly inching up the back of his neck, he wiped his hand across his skin, discovering only his own perspiration. He faintly heard the sound of quiet laughter around him, not reminiscent of human voices, but more akin to that of animals. Kree walked at the forefront, holding a bag that still oozed blood, containing the heart and venom glands of the green-footed serpent, along with some unknown entrails extracted in the process. He strode like a triumphant general. Or more accurately, like a child eager to boast of his achievements before his parents. Upon reaching the white wolf, he bowed respectfully. The white wolf's flesh and fur rippled and swelled, transforming into human form. A man clad in a robe made of fishnet and leaves, ragged and unkempt, cocked his head to regard Cree. He extended a hand, his nails long and dark, resembling animal claws. Cree placed the bloody bag into the man's hand, smiling as he said, "I did well, didn't I? Shapeshifter." Siegel marveled internally. Shapeshifters of the wild were a rare sight, rumored to possess the ability to transform in myriad ways, each endowed with formidable magic. The witch peered into the bag, first thrusting his hooked nose inside to inhale deeply, then widening his eyes to peer within. Siegel briefly worried that the witch's hooked nose might become stained with red, and whether his eyeballs might pop from their sockets. The man smacked his lips, a few yellowed teeth revealing his words. "Indeed, this is the right item." The witch hung the bag at his waist, swaying it outside the fishnet and leaves, twisting with each movement. He scrutinized Cree, as if a realization dawned upon him. You wish to inquire about something. What was it again?" "My brother has gone missing, and I seek to uncover his whereabouts." "You have an older brother?" The witch paused for a moment, then remarked, "Having an older brother is quite tragic. One is always beaten and must take the blame, and after the blame is taken, there's still more to bear, and that bothersome brother never repents. My brother often thumps me, but he always gives me a heads up. He never strikes from the shadows," Cree replied. "Are you certain you wish to find him?" the witch asked, then muttered to himself, "Of course, you will seek him out. Otherwise, why would you offer me a heart and venom glands? Come inside now. Leave the horses outside. No one here would eat horses, but humans might." Chapter 51. The territory of the barbarian Siegel was uncertain whether the witch referred to those who would consume horses or those who would devour humans. Yet he sensed that his steed remained extraordinarily calm, entirely unperturbed. It is said that the instincts of war horses surpass those of humans, often able to sense impending danger. The Trekna horse was particularly astute. So Siegel dismounted, casually tossing aside the reins, then taking Janet's hand as they followed Cree forward. The bard trailed behind, glancing about. The interior of the hollow was exceedingly cramped, with a large pot missing a handle occupying the majority of the space. Yellow flames flickered beneath the pot, yet no visible fuel could be seen, and remarkably, it emitted no smoke. The pot was half filled with a viscous yellow-green liquid, revealing leaves, withered branches, animal pelts, and fragments of metal. Under the heat of the fire, the concoction bubbled vigorously. The sorcerer casually tossed a bag containing the hearts and venom glands of blue-footed snakes into the cauldron. The onlookers observed the bag initially floating on the surface of the thick broth, swaying back and forth under the push of bubbles, before being swiftly engulfed by the liquid and vanishing into the depths of the pot. A rich and pungent aroma wafted from the cauldron, and the sorcerer inhaled deeply, his stomach emitting a rumbling sound. "Toma!" cried Kelly suddenly, rushing towards the sorcerer with arms outstretched as if to seize him. The others were left bewildered by the sudden turn of events. "I am so hungry. I can never seem to be satiated." The sorcerer scanned the crowd, his gaze settling on Siegel. He abruptly inquired, "Kelly, is this the offering you have brought me?" Siegel felt a jolt of fear, akin to a mouse caught in the gaze of a venomous serpent. His body bristling with an overwhelming sense of peril, he hurriedly grasped the hilt of his dagger, raising his wand with the other hand. However, he was no match for the swifter forces at play. Vines, numbering in the hundreds, sprang forth from the walls of the tree hollow, some as thin as silk, others as thick as arms, bounding towards the group and ensnaring their limbs and waists, pinning them against the wall. Siegel barely managed to draw his curved blade halfway, and his wand could not point at a target, as a thick vine constricted his mouth, painfully jamming against his teeth. A mage, a detestable mage. Ha ha, what a fortunate day for me. The sorcerer raised his hands and began to dance grotesquely around the cauldron. Cooked, raw, sucked dry or sliced. Such indecision. Several struggled fiercely, but the vines were robust and resilient. Only Kelly's brute strength managed to loosen the hold of these vines, but it was insufficient to break free entirely. The sorcerer approached Siegel, extending his withered, filthy hand towards his neck. Siegel felt the icy sharpness of the sorcerer's claws. As if the touched areas had turned to ice, Siegel strained with all his might, his neck veins bulging visibly. The sorcerer suddenly noticed the necklace around Siegel's neck. His curiosity piqued to extract it. "You shall not lay your hands on anything," Siegel shouted. Yet only muffled sounds escaped his lips. He turned inward, seeking assistance from the squid sage, praying fervently, but, as before, received no response. The 20-sided die and the nearby spatial key were slowly drawn out, on the verge of being exposed to the sorcerer's gaze. At that moment, the second face of the die illuminated. When the necklace was finally extracted, no object dangled from it. Mages always carry a noose, ready to hang at any moment. The sorcerer released the necklace and reached for Siegel's wand. Siegel silently recited Domak, causing the wand to vanish, transforming into a bracelet concealed beneath his sleeve. Hide and seek, one caught, one hidden. The sorcerer resumed his frantic movements, circling the cauldron, then returning to strike Siegel across the face with his calloused palm. Jeanette began to weep, her tears falling like droplets, capturing the sorcerer's attention. That he approached the girl, scrutinizing her with his eyes, sniffing her with his nose, and poking her forehead with his finger. Then he twisted back around, nearly leaning over Siegel's face, staring with his bulging, bloodshot eyes, his nose pressed against Siegel's, exhaling a breath reeking of herbs, whispering, "Though a half-breed is rare, you are yet inferior to you." He then shouted, "Oh, unique, unique." Madness danced in the sorcerer's eyes, saliva drooling from his mouth as he stomped his feet against the hollow, applauding loudly. Siegel felt the vines loosening slightly, suspecting the sorcerer's control was waning. Summoning every ounce of strength, he managed to tear open a portion of reality. His fingers gripping the hilt of a dagger, Kelly bellowed, "Spirit of Winter," and tore apart the vines binding him, charging at the sorcerer like a bear bursting through the underbrush. The sorcerer turned, his body swelling and transforming. He became a massive black gorilla with 4 arms, towering over Kelly. They collided, the gorilla seizing Kelly's wrist with 2 hands while the other 2 pounded against his ribs. A layer of frost enveloped Kelly's body, the air temperature plummeting, allowing him to exhale cold vapor. Frost clung to the gorilla's fur, its eyelids flickering incessantly from the chill. But Kelly's brute strength prevailed, pushing the gorilla back until he toppled onto the cauldron. The broth splattered everywhere, scalding the gorilla, which shrieked in agony. Flames ignited upon its fur, causing it to leap in panic. It rolled on the ground, shattering chairs, boxes, and various jars and vials. After a final scream, it reverted to the form of the sorcerer. Yet, there were no visible wounds on him, just more tattered leaves and fishing nets. "You!" The shapeshifter rose from the ground, glaring angrily at Kelly, exclaiming, "You brute! Why did you overturn my pot again? You were on the brink of starvation." Kelly retorted, his fists clashing with a resounding thud. "You nearly bit my friend." "Oh, is that so?" The sorcerer shook his head, appearing somewhat lucid. It seems that indeed was the case. He waved his hand, liberating the others from their bindings. Siegel drew his weapons, the dagger and curved blade, warily eyeing the sorcerer. Jeanette hid behind Siegel, fingers gripping a throwing knife. Yarrell, nursing wounds from a lightning strike, had torn his injuries anew and lay on the ground, attempting to stealthily crawl towards the exit while the others were distracted. Kelly positioned himself between the sorcerer and the group, explaining in halting common tongue. The sorcerer, when transformed, is sometimes overtaken by hunger, acting in animalistic ways. However, he has never consumed a human, though he has bitten people a few times. Blood will bring him back to his senses, and he will heal the wounds to prevent rabies. Siegel remained apprehensive, feeling utterly defenseless before this powerful shapeshifter and sorcerer. He perceived guilt and sincerity in Kelly's eyes, trusting his explanation, yet remained on guard, wary of the sorcerer's potential for madness. After all, he had not eaten anything and could succumb to hunger at any moment. "You should leave quickly. I must eat something before I faint." The sorcerer gestured towards the hollow's exit, then glanced regretfully at the cauldron. "Spilled again. Next time, I shan't allow anyone to enter." "But you haven't told me the whereabouts of my brother," Kelly implored, somewhat exasperated. "I am on the verge of eating a human. How can I assist you with divination?" the sorcerer shouted, once more breaking into frantic movements. Jeanette clutched Siegel's clothing tightly, her large eyes wide with observation. Siegel remained tense, akin to a coiled predator. However, the sorcerer did not descend into madness this time. He merely stated, "Come back tomorrow, and bring some grains." With that, he ushered them out and sealed the hollow. The shapeshifter scavenged remnants from the cauldron, shoving them into his mouth while sitting on the ground to chew in moments of frenzy. His blood would become increasingly animalistic, a blend of countless creatures, sharpening his senses to their utmost. Thus, he could discern Jeanette's half-breed lineage and also identify Siegel's peculiar traits. He is the one of the four. I cannot be mistaken, the sorcerer murmured, flames dancing in his eyes. The spirit of the storm has told me it will not deceive me, but what should I do? What should I do? Many voices echoed in his mind, wolves, eagles, sheep, each emitting various cries. A cacophony of noise. Some urged, kill, others shouted, release, while others clamored, nurture. The sorcerer understood all animal languages. He could silence them all, bringing tranquility. Yet he did not, instead weeping as the voices in his mind enveloped him. The few who departed from the hollow wished only to distance themselves swiftly, and the thick fog seemed to understand their intent, parting in the middle to grant them passage. Kelly brought up the rear, protecting the others as they stumbled back onto the grassland. He is not always like that, Kelly explained. As long as he does not go mad, he is quite amicable and willing to help us. At most, he might take a small bite and will heal you afterward, so do not take it to heart. He gestured to his arm, revealing, I've been bitten 3 times here, but now you cannot even see the scars. Are all sorcerers this powerful? Siegel inquired. Relayed through Yarrell. Not always. The one residing in our tribe is more akin to a kindly elder and does not shape-shift. However, he can make crows speak, sending them to perform tasks, checking if the training children are slacking off. He also teaches us how to communicate with spirits, guiding us to prey we can capture for a hearty meal. I wonder how he learned to shape-shift and control the vines, Siegel mused. Feeling both fear and envy for such magical abilities. It was then that he remembered his necklace and hastily retrieved it. The 20-sided die and key hung intact from it, the number 2 having changed color. Siegel touched the die, item concealment. He realized, recognizing it as the second ability, he had expected it to be poison resistance, given that he had been afflicted by the blue-footed snake's venom, enduring torment. Acquiring item concealment was indeed a boon. Yet Siegel grew increasingly perplexed regarding how to activate his abilities. Wait a moment, that shapeshifter mentioned you are a mage. Yarrell suddenly recalled this detail, despite his frail condition and the unsteadiness of his mount. He straightened his posture and stated in a monotone, Indeed, I am currently an apprentice mage of the Mages Guild, adorned in blue robes that I am still in the midst of my studies. Siegel candidly confessed, Damn, I mistook your chainmail for that of a wealthy warrior. I never anticipated you were a mage. He cast a sidelong glance at Jeanette, who was squinting at him. However, the bard continued to grumble, I ought to charge you more. A mage, indeed, a significant benefactor. He lamented throughout their journey. Chapter 52. The domain of the wild men. As they departed from the misty area, they found themselves utterly exhausted, on the brink of physical collapse. Yet, with their vision restored, their spirits lifted considerably, and their fatigue lessened. After walking for another half-hour, they caught sight of Kree's tribe from a distance. It was a sprawling encampment of conical tents, a vibrant tableau. People utilized grass mats and vines to secure their tents, constructing shelters against the elements. Smoke spiraled from the pointed tops of the tents, while individuals squatted at the entrances, bowls in hand, consuming their meals. It resembled a social gathering, with everyone slurping hot porridge while engaging in animated conversation, exchanging tales from their daily toil. Several robust men, clad in animal hides, placed their bows and arrows at their feet, deftly using small knives to strip the flesh from rabbits, which they then chopped into small pieces. A pot rested over a fire, water bubbling within. The hunters tossed the rabbit meat inside to cook, adding chunks of potatoes and kudzu root. A gaggle of children, holding bowls and clutching small millet cakes, formed a queue, eagerly awaiting their turn for meat and broth. The tents were mostly uniform in size, varying only in age. Their possessions were minimal. Simple cooking utensils and a few blankets constituted their entire wealth. However, they devoted considerable time to adorning their homes, crafting various trinkets from animal horns and bones, and collecting colorful flowers to create paint, which they used to embellish their tents in vivid hues. As the group led their horses through the midst of the tents, many individuals greeted them warmly, displaying remarkable hospitality. Siegel, despite his earnest efforts to learn, could only grasp fragments of their speech. Most of what they said revolved around inquiries like, You have returned? Have you eaten? Is everything well? Among the encampment, only one tent stood out, towering above the others. Siegel presumed it to be the dwelling of a chief or elder, only to discover it was Kree's home. an abode suitably large for the giant to enter. A robust woman, heavily pregnant, awaited Cree at the entrance, who then lifted her with great joy. "This is my wife," Cree exclaimed happily, gesturing towards her belly with pride. "And this is my son." The woman, unperturbed by the presence of strangers, busied herself attending to everyone, bringing cushions, serving large jars of goat's milk, and borrowing cups from neighbors. Jeanette also lent a hand, quickly befriending the woman, carefully placing a hand on her pregnant belly. "I didn't expect your maid to speak the language of the wild men," the bard remarked with a hint of displeasure. "Jeanette is not my maid. She is a good friend," Siegel replied, scratching his head, then patted Yarrell, noticing the bard still grimacing in pain that he then suggested. "This large tribe must have a herbalist or something. They should be able to provide you with some treatment." "You're right. I should seek one out." Yarrell stood up and said, "Since your friend can speak the local language, I should be fine stepping away for a bit. Remember not to wander around the Crow tribe. Although they are friendly, they show no mercy if you inadvertently breach their taboos. I'll stay right here." "Going nowhere," Siegel waved his hand. "Had I not been concerned about finding my way back, I would have accompanied you." "Absolutely not," the bard chuckled in response. "I recall the healer of the Crow tribe is quite a beauty, at least that's what I've heard. And I've always wanted to meet her. Your presence would only hinder my chances." With that, the bard rode off. Seizing the moment, Siegel opened his key space, retrieving the stored pastries, since the treasures had long been divided for their adventure's needs. He filled the space with food and drink, spare weapons, and emergency gear. He presented Cree with a cake from Deepwater City and a small jar of sugar as gifts, hoping to bless the arrival of his child. The giant embraced Siegel vigorously, exclaiming, "Good friend, this gift is too precious." At that moment, someone approached Cree, calling him away. Cree's wife explained that their father was seeking him and he would return shortly. Thus, the two women and the man began preparing dinner. They brought forth dark flatbreads, hard cheese, carrots, and a few hollow stalks, mashing them together in a pot with goat bones. Once the pot boiled, the hostess tossed in some dried meat chunks and aromatic flower stems. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the camp, followed by the rapid sound of hooves approaching. Siegel straightened up, noticing 5 horses racing through the gaps between the tents, charging towards them while brandishing spears, causing startled individuals to scatter. He quickly called for Jeanette, intending to evade these aggressive figures. However, their speed was evidently greater, and they blocked their path just outside the tent. 5 long, pointed spears aimed at Siegel and Jeanette, forming a semicircle around them. "This marks the second time today that I find myself surrounded," Siegel remarked with a touch of exasperation. "In both instances occurred in what I believe to be safe spaces." Jeanette appeared quite agitated, exclaiming, "Is this how you northern folk host guests?" Cree's wife hurried out to clarify, stating that these individuals were Cree's friends who had just arrived in the tribe, ready to host them. "Captain Gaka, please do not harm them," she urged. "There may be a misunderstanding here. We found this on one of their friends." The individual wielding the heaviest spear presented a small silver raven insignia. "You should recognize this and know its owner has been missing for over 10 days. If it were you, what would you do?" "Captain Gaka, I too would detain them." Cree's wife raised her head, gazing steadily at the mounted captain, and spoke slowly. "But I would not hastily draw any conclusions. Nor would I judge the truth based on preconceived notions. I will allow them to speak and hear their defense. Only when the spirit of nature calms my heart will I pass judgment on this matter." "As you wish." Misera, esteemed princess of the Black Wolf, conqueror of giants, Captain Gaka commanded the others to lower their spears, then addressed Siegel in the common tongue. "Come with us, do not attempt to flee." The two were escorted to a large shelter on the northern side of the encampment, where many long, slender poles were planted, adorned with flags of various colors and patterns. Some flags depicted fearsome animals, while others portrayed abstract shapes of clouds and winds, and some appeared to be mere scrawls. Beneath the flag stood 9 men in a crescent formation, all robust figures weathered by time, with a white-haired, white-bearded man at the center, glaring fiercely. He wore a bearskin cloak around his neck and held a spear nearly 2 meters long, crafted from straight, hard wood, with a tip made of obsidian. The others stood bare-chested and empty-handed, glaring at Siegel and his companions with anger. The bard Yarrell was bound, and stood to the side under the watchful gaze of 2 warriors, offering Siegel a helpless smile. "What have you gotten yourself into?" Jeanette shouted. "Why are they arresting us?" "My apologies. I took that dead man's belongings, not realizing he was someone of significance." The bard smacked his lips, appearing remorseful. Just leave it to fate. The man in the bearskin cloak stepped forward, his voice deep and resonant. I am Clav Kinko, son of Shep, chief of the Crow tribe, spokesperson for the northern clans, bearer of the ice goddess Spear, and the immortal white raven of the plains. I am Siegel, and the woman beside me is Jeanette. The one bound is Yerald. We have journeyed from Deepwater City to explore the northern lands and to stir some trouble with the orcs. What has become of my son? Clav stepped forward again, sorrow evident in his eyes, though his tone remained strong. We found this man's belongings, belonging to my son. What has happened to him? When we discovered him, he had been pierced through the throat by a spear, lying in a ravine. However, I believe his death was more likely the result of an assault from some beast from behind, that we buried him. Clav let out a pained swaying slightly before staggering back a step. Only regaining his balance with the support of his spear. He had already inquired about this matter with Yerl, and hearing the same account from Siegel solidified the grim truth of his son's demise in his heart. Nonsense! You are inextricably linked to the prince's death, one man shouted, prompting 3 or 4 others to echo him. Siegel shook his head, calmly asserting, No, we express our deepest condolences for your loss of the prince. But we are not the murderers. I have divulged to you the location of his buried body. Perhaps you will discover that the wound was not inflicted by our hands. Moreover, I hold a deeper belief that the remains found in the ravine were guided by a mysterious force. Thus, Siegel slowly recounted the miraculous flocks of birds in the heavens and the smoke that ascended as the corpse was disturbed. He also expressed his confusions, including the vanished entrails and the peculiar burns and curls near the wound. I command the left-wing brigade, led by Gaka, to retrieve my son's body, allow the shaman to examine it, and then inter his ashes beside those of his grandfather, declared Clav. Now, you are on trial for stealing the belongings of the deceased and for concealing the significant totem of the Cold Crow tribe. What punishment will be imposed if found guilty? Yerl hastily inquired. You shall be subjected to the torture of dragging, came the immediate response from the bard, whose complexion turned ashen, as if all his strength had been drained away, causing him to collapse limply to the ground. Siegel glanced at Janet, but the half-elf merely shook her head. She understood the term, but was unaware of the specifics of the punishment. It seems you have acknowledged your transgressions, and the spirits of our ancestors have confirmed this, so the execution shall commence. Chapter 53. The domain of the savages. 2 horses were brought forth, their tails bound with thick ropes. The 2 horsemen began to tie the ropes to Yerl's wrists. Siegel immediately grasped the nature of the dragging punishment and hurriedly inquired, How far must he be dragged? From dawn until dusk, or until the horses can no longer run, replied the chieftain. If he fails to endure, it shall signify he is unworthy of salvation. This is exceedingly cruel, chief. Siegel protested. Janet tugged at him, whispering a few words in his ear. Siegel frowned and said to the little cat, I believe in you, then stepped aside. Chief, this bard came to the northern plains without intent to offend the customs of the tribes. He merely made an unfortunate error, though he is of age, before the spirits of nature. He is but a mischievous child who ought to be educated rather than punished. Furthermore, Yerl was struck by lightning during the battle with the green-footed serpent, leaving him wounded and weakened, should he perish from the dragging punishment. It would not be a consequence laid down by our venerable ancestors, but rather a disgraceful act. You fought the green-footed serpent? Just the 3 of you? A man beside the chieftain laughed heartily. Aside from us 3, there is Kinko. I suspect he may be your other son. The crowd began to murmur until Klee burst from the tent, several people attempting to restrain him, but to no avail. Child, do not be agitated. I do not believe they are the murderers of your brother. Chief Clav placed a hand on his son's chest, trying to comfort him. Do not fear. We, the Cold Crow tribe, seek vengeance only upon the guilty and do not wrongfully punish the innocent, unlike the foul bears. But dragging him to death will achieve nothing, and that woman speaks the truth. I do not wish for a monster to tarnish the tribe's reputation. Klee lowered his voice. Especially before the harvest festival. Many other tribal leaders would gather for the festival. Thus it was imperative to maintain a facade of fairness and authority. This was what Klee intended to convey. The chieftain's expression shifted, and others exchanged glances. Following the death of the chieftain's eldest son, Klee had become the favored candidate to succeed him. He was celebrated for his robust physique and boisterous character. If he possessed the wisdom to discern the hearts of others, his position would be unassailable. You make a valid point. So I shall offer him an additional choice, the chieftain stated. Jarl, you may either immediately accept the dragging punishment or entrust your fate to the spirit of combat. Let us duel. The victor shall determine the fate of the vanquished. The flags fluttered in the wind, and all eyes were fixed upon the bard. Yet he remained collapsed on the ground, eyes shut, trembling incessantly. He could neither hear nor speak, merely resigned to await the outcome of being dragged by the horses. The chieftain furrowed his brow, then relaxed it. A coward afraid of death, dragged to his demise by horses, was hardly significant, as long as his son could establish his authority. Then he thought of his deceased eldest son. The memory of his voice and laughter, his grace while hunting, his elegance during visits to other tribes. Nothing is more despairing for a father than to witness his son perish. Thus his visage was filled with compassion and sorrow. He longed to resolve this matter swiftly and retreat to a corner unseen by anyone, to privately express his anguish. Thus, the chieftain raised his hand and declared, "Very well, since he cannot make a choice. We shall proceed with weight." Siegel stepped forward, standing before the chieftain amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Though I did not instruct him to steal the belongings of the dead, and though I was unaware of this matter until now, I cannot bear to watch him be dragged to death. As Jarl's employer, I shall speak on his behalf. I choose to contest in a duel, and I will fight in his stead. Janet comprehended Siegel's intentions the moment he began to speak, and she quickly reached out to cover his mouth. However, the octopus tightly embraced the little cat, preventing her from silencing him, and he continued. The crowd erupted into discussions, the scene momentarily descending into chaos. Can this be allowed? Someone questioned. Who will fight him? Others speculated. Several individuals cast scornful glances at the poet, deeming him a coward, fearful of both death and battle. Others shook their heads, considering Siegel reckless. Only a few regarded the youth with admiration. As the wind stilled, Clee approached his father, kneeling on one knee, and proclaimed, "Father, what they have taken are my brother's belongings. This matter should not be entrusted to outsiders. Therefore, I shall participate in the duel." The crowd erupted into applause, loudly cheering. They were well aware of Clee's strength and prowess in combat. No one doubted who the ultimate victor would be. Siegel furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated this outcome, as the decision had been made hastily. Janet nestled in Siegel's embrace, raising her head to ask, "Is it worth it?" Siegel smiled faintly, replying, "Reason tells me it is not, but I feel it is the right thing to do." "Then you cannot lose." Janet bit her lower lip, nodding vigorously. "Even against that behemoth, you must not lose." Siegel nodded and turned to face Clee. The giant towered over Siegel, significantly taller and broader, possessing an undeniable advantage in strength and size. Moreover, Siegel had only engaged in formal martial training for less than a year, while Clee had trained within the tribe since childhood, already an accomplished hunter and warrior. Clee looked at Siegel and loudly proclaimed to those around, "I am Clee Kinko, son of Chief Clav Kinko, the giant of the Cold Crow tribe. Please lend me your ears. Today my opponent is Siegel, who recently fought alongside me in a tempestuous storm to slay the green-footed serpent. For this, he bears a wound on his thigh from the serpent's bite, suffering from poison. Following our victory, we shared in the serpent's flesh and blood. Thus, in the presence of the spirit of combat, we are brothers in battle." The crowd fell silent, save for the giant's voice. "I now fight for the honor of another brother. And thus I must not allow any stain upon my dignity. I cannot take advantage of my opponent due to the battle wounds he bears." The crowd erupted in cheers, urging him to continue. "The only way to resolve this predicament is to summon a healer to tend to the wounds. I believe the spirits of nature will approve of my actions, and I trust that the spirits of our ancestors will grant my request. The battle shall take place in 7 days. On the eve of the harvest festival, witnessed by all, under the gaze of the spirit of combat. But until then, this man is my brother, and I shall host him." "Very well. Well said." The camp erupted in excitement. Countless arms raised, chanting, the giant shall prevail." The chieftain surveyed the elders on either side, all nodding in agreement, thus solidifying the decision. What could be accomplished in 7 days? Janet could not fathom. Perhaps a chance to escape. Yet that thought flickered briefly through her mind. Siegel would not flee with her. Regardless of the circumstances, he would confront the battle. The little cat pondered whether to use some harmless poison on Clee, perhaps to induce a bout of diarrhea. However, seeing Siegel and Clee dining together, both unfazed by their impending confrontation, she reconsidered. After weighing the risks of collateral damage against Clee's extraordinary physical constitution, she dismissed the idea of poisoning him. Clee treated Siegel to a hearty meal, and together they consumed an entire sheep. Shortly thereafter, the healer arrived, applying the finest salves, ensuring Siegel's wounds would heal in 2 days. The giant then laughed heartily. Seizing a large bundle and insisting on taking the octopus outside the camp, there lay a stretch of sand, barren and meticulously flattened. Moreover, it was conveniently separated from the camp by a small hill, ensuring no one would witness what transpired there. My brother often brought me here to train, using a spear to teach me, claiming I was utterly inept for relying solely on my fists. Cree let out a deep sigh, crouched down to scoop up a handful of sand, and watched it trickle through his fingers. The spear was a weapon belonging to chieftains, much like the frost lance wielded by my father. Hence, I have never used a spear. However, my brother never understood this. Each time, I could never best him, though he never harmed me. Now that my brother is deceased, I must take up the spear. Siegel, would you practice with me? After his lengthy discourse, he realized that Siegel's proficiency in the northern tongue was merely rudimentary, and Janet was not nearby to translate. He couldn't help but chuckle, patting his foolish head before unwrapping his bundle. Inside were various weapons. Cree picked up a spear and sat on the ground, wrapping its tip with cloth. Siegel glanced around, and, finding no curved blade he favored, chose a war hammer instead. The two engaged in a slow exchange, countering each other's moves with practiced precision. Cree, tall and robust, wielded the spear with ease, controlling it effortlessly with one hand, though his techniques were not yet refined. His physical advantage proved difficult to overcome. Cree was equally astonished by Siegel's martial prowess, perceiving him as the most formidable opponent he had ever encountered. When it came to weaponry maneuvers, Siegel employed various methods to disrupt, moving with swift footwork, evading with agility, deflecting with his weapon, and even managing to rattle the spear with his hammer. If he had executed such feats with a cleaver, Cree would have been less surprised, but he simply could not fathom how a blunt war hammer could achieve such results. He realized that to defeat Siegel, he must charge in and land powerful blows with sheer strength. Yet, that would not fulfill his objective. Cree aspired to fight in the manner of his brother, but found that goal increasingly elusive. Siegel seemed to grasp the giant's intentions and focused on learning his spear techniques. With the general knowledge of various weapons imparted by the dwarf island, Siegel quickly grasped some tricks and diligently memorized the spear routines of the Raven clan. The two practiced from dawn until noon, reserving the afternoon for recuperation and mutually learning each other's languages to facilitate normal conversation. Siegel also took time to read from his spellbook, hoping to master 1 or 2 significant combat spells. Meanwhile, Janet quietly accompanied Siegel, much like Misela did with Cree. Before the outcome of the battle was determined, the two women spoke little, their only topic being the impending arrival of a child. Misela expressed her certainty that the child would inherit his father's bravery, destined to become a fine young man, the most sought-after suitor for miles around, and the most respected warrior in all the North. Janet listened to her blissful musings, her heart brimming with envy. Yarrow gradually regained his spirits, becoming able to listen to others once more. However, the people of the Raven clan kept him confined in a cage, providing him with food and drink daily. Siegel visited him, but the bard merely managed a grim smile, saying nothing that on the day the prince's body was recovered, Cree did not train, instead participating in the ceremony for cremation and burial, grieving alongside his father. Siegel and Janet also attended, offering their condolences and support to the bereaved. This act garnered much admiration from the tribespeople. Nonetheless, no amount of praise could avert the impending battle, and 7 days swiftly passed, leading to the day of combat judgment. Nearly 30 tribal leaders, accompanied by their heirs and elders, arrived at the Raven camp, making the tents more plentiful and crowded. These tribes were not a monolithic entity, as various frictions existed among them, with some having previously engaged in tribal conflicts. Chief Clav attempted to mediate their disputes, urging them to witness the battle judgment between Cree and Siegel, proclaiming, "Let this become a means for tribes to resolve their conflicts. May all enjoy long lives, and may their tribes flourish." Thus, the majority gathered at the site of the combat judgment, surrounding the originally modest clearing to the point of being packed. The atmosphere was rife with noise, as those in the back sought to push forward while those at the front endeavored to maintain space in the arena, leaving the spectators in a state of discomfort, sustained only by their excitement to witness the fight. Even the chief's voice was drowned out, compelling him to shorten his address and simply shout, "Let the battle commence." The two duelists squeezed through the crowd, with Siegel initially accompanied by Janet, who was soon lost amidst the throng and took a while to reach the front. Siegel donned a breastplate, brandished a shield, wielded his curved blade, and wore boots conducive to movement. His ensemble elicited gasps from the onlookers, as several elders recognized it as the work of a dwarven master, remarkably fine and precious. Over his armor, Siegel wore a golden belt that shimmered brilliantly in the midday sun. The phrase "Hero of the Summit" was engraved on the belt, though only a select few leaders understood its significance. Kree approached clad in simple attire. Carrying a hefty bundle of spears, he stood opposite Siegel. Resembling a small mountain of muscle, oily grease coated his skin, enhancing his sleek and formidable appearance. Though he wore no clothing on his upper body, he sported 2 metallic rings on his wrists, adorned with raised hemispherical nodules and coated in bronze. Each spear appeared nearly identical, this time unwrapped. The two took their positions on either side of the arena, performing a final check of their gear. Siegel and Kree approached the center of the arena simultaneously, exchanging greetings and embracing briefly. They then returned to their respective sides, awaiting the commencement of the battle. Under the watch of the spirits of nature, the ancestors, and the spirit of combat, if anyone has objections to this duel, now is the time to voice them, the chief bellowed, met with a resounding chorus of fight, fight, fight. He then waved his hand, declaring the match officially begun. Siegel raised his shield, bending his body to minimize the target area presented to his foe. Since he could not hope for an advantage in distance or strength, he understood that he must not make any mistakes. Kree swung his spear horizontally, only for it to be deflected by the shield before he swiftly thrust forward, which was again blocked by the shield. The two probed each other, their weapons clashing repeatedly. Siegel sought to close the distance to exploit the strength of his curved blade, but Kree continually retreated, utilizing sudden lateral jumps to maintain his reach advantage. The scene appeared as though the diminutive Siegel were pursuing the towering Kree, weaving through the arena, both unwilling to reveal any vulnerabilities, thus avoiding any direct confrontation. "Knock him down, giant! Smash that turtle shell!" shouted a spectator. Yet, neither was swayed, remaining unhurried. Having sparred for 3 days, both had gained insight into each other's martial skills. Kree's strength and Siegel's feints were not easily overcome. Another critical factor was that neither wished for a fight to the death. Neither was eager to deliver a lethal blow. However, circumstances do not always unfold as one hopes. Whispers began to circulate among the observing leaders, and a few young men complained. "Is this the giant? Is this the one who took the Black Wolf Princess? Just a puffed-up facade, perhaps." This remark cut deep. The curved blade met the spear once more before they separated, standing 3 paces apart. "At this rate, we could fight all day without a victor, and the audience would grow weary," Siegel remarked. "Soon enough, we will all be hungry." Kree laughed heartily, thrusting his spear into the ground, then declared, "If we were to get serious, you would not stand a chance against me. Do not speak so soon. I have vanquished ogres, who are of similar size to you." Siegel flexed his neck, the curved blade spinning gracefully around his wrist, reflecting dazzling arcs of light under the sun. Siegel struck his shield with his weapon, adopting a defensive posture, and proclaimed, "Come on." Kree clenched his fists, muscles taut, and bellowed, launching himself into a powerful lunge. The audience gasped, feeling as if the giant's charge was aimed not at Siegel, but at themselves. Instinctively sidestepping to avoid the onslaught, Siegel swiftly pivoted to the right. Retreating backward, he did not swing his curved blade but awaited a more opportune moment to strike. The force of Kree's fist met the shield with a resounding clang, akin to the sound of a gong. A dent formed in the shield, and Siegel staggered back 2 steps before regaining his footing. The crowd drew a collective breath, witnessing the arc of the curved blade as it aimed for Kree's left side. The giant remained unfazed, blocking the strike with his steel wrist guards as sparks flew, creating a sharp clang. Kree reached out to seize him, but Siegel rolled away when the blade aimed for his ankle. He narrowly avoided being crushed underfoot. Kree's dual-footed assault was relentless, yet Siegel exhibited remarkable agility, deftly evading each attack while maintaining his position at the giant's side, facing only one hand and one foot at a time. Their gazes locked, each searching for the other's flaw, one that would allow victory without being fatal. The sounds of clashing metal filled the air, causing the spectators' ears to ache. Dust swirled in the arena as the 2 men found themselves at the eye of the storm, exhibiting their exceptional skills. Most onlookers held their breath, captivated by the battle, fearful of missing the pivotal moment that would determine the victor. However, several seasoned warriors discerned the underlying tension, realizing that the 2 were not engaged in a life-or-death duel. They furrowed their brows, remaining silent, lost in contemplation about how this confrontation would ultimately conclude. Suddenly, Klee pivoted sharply, launching a dual-fisted assault. His target was not Siegel, but rather the gleaming shield that shimmered and swayed incessantly before him. He even relinquished all defensive postures, fully prepared to exchange injury for the shield. Siegel hesitated momentarily, ultimately refraining from striking the giant's flank with his curved blade. This moment of indecision resulted in his shield shattering with a thunderous crash. Siegel was sent sprawling, yet fortuitously absorbed much of the impact. Klee advanced a step, when it suddenly struck him that he felt no sensation of having been struck. That he paused, casting a complex gaze upon Siegel. "I worked up quite a sweat," Siegel remarked, setting his curved blade aside to unfasten the remnants of his shattered shield from his arm, before removing his breastplate and handing it to the waiting cat at the edge of the arena. "Why is it so hot today? It wasn't tea like this a few days ago." "Isn't it already autumn?" "Indeed, the weather is somewhat unusual," Klee replied, standing still while rubbing his numbed fists. "Once this is over, I shall compensate you with a new shield." "No need," Siegel replied. "I'm not particularly skilled with shields. And it's much cooler without my armor that I've noticed that whether I wear armor or not, your fists hurt just the same, so I shan't waste good gear." Siegel continued, "Speaking of good things, I happen to have some spices for a delightful roast. I've been eagerly anticipating that." With that, the two charged at one another once more. It was uncertain what fine steel the giant's bracers were forged from, but they withstood repeated strikes from Siegel's curved blade. As sparks flew, Siegel realized that his weapon was beginning to chip, and it might soon become unusable. Unbeknownst to him, Siegel began to wield his weapon with greater caution, gradually placing himself at a disadvantage. Klee delivered a kick that struck Siegel's wrist, causing him excruciating pain. The giant lunged forward, reaching for Siegel's weapon. Forced to relinquish it, Siegel rolled away, narrowly evading Klee's assault. The curved blade was seized by the giant and casually tossed to the waiting cat. The spectators erupted in applause, sensing Klee's victory was all but assured. In an unarmed confrontation, how could the agile lad possibly contend with the giant? Klee seized the moment to pursue, using his feet as weapons, raining down heavy stomps. Siegel rolled and repositioned himself, kicking up clouds of dust as he evaded. He appeared utterly beleaguered, akin to a frantic chicken fleeing. Yet he managed to hold on. Janet's heart raced with anxiety. "I must find a way to alter this situation." Siegel surveyed the battlefield, calculating his evasion routes and seeking assistance from those around him. He braced himself for a kick, rolling toward the bundle of spears that Klee had discarded. Grasping a spear with both hands, he pivoted and, seizing the opportunity afforded by Klee's momentary distraction, managed to regain a sliver of advantage. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Siegel began to employ the very spear techniques that Klee had demonstrated, thrusting, sweeping, and smashing, each arc concealing a flash of speed. Klee quickly shed any underestimation, realizing that Siegel's spear skills were rapidly advancing, making it increasingly difficult for him to execute his own techniques. As the battle progressed, the giant Klee bore a multitude of wounds. Though these injuries were shallow, mostly mere abrasions, the outcome surprised all present, who marveled at the martial prowess of this outsider. Siegel circled continuously, maintaining distance with his spear, fortunate that the spears of the Cold Crow tribe were slightly longer than standard ones, granting him this edge. Yet, no matter how adept he was, or how well he mimicked, these were techniques Klee had witnessed for over a decade from his brother, each move familiar, and it wasn't long before he identified the flaws. The giant clapped his hands together, discerning the real spear among the phantoms. Then with brute force, he seized it, snapping it in two and discarding the remnants to the ground. Siegel brought the spear down with force, shattering it against Klee's shoulder, but it was to no avail. The giant swiftly grasped Siegel's arms, his claw-like hands securing him tightly before lifting him effortlessly. Siegel found that only his forearms remained mobile, just enough to reach the dagger at his belt. He hooked his fingers around it, and as Klee slammed him to the ground, he rolled and swung the dagger towards the giant's abdomen, intending to slice upwards through his ribs. A sudden alarm flared within Siegel, prompting him to reverse his wrist. The thin line of blood appeared on Klee's skin, merely grazing the surface without penetrating. Siegel crashed heavily to the ground, feeling as though his insides were about to shift, every bone creaking painfully. The dwarf's golden belt activated, channeling a force from the earth that fortified Siegel's resilience. Despite the agonizing pain coursing through him, he avoided broken bones that would render him incapacitated. "Your dagger is indeed sharp. My flesh cannot withstand it, even if I try to tense up," Klee remarked, observing his wounds, noting that the first cut was deep while subsequent ones were increasingly shallow. Have you decided to relent? You saved me with the snake's gall, so I cannot bring myself to strike you with full force. But you helped me slay the greenfoot snake. The gall was rightfully yours. You even pried open the snake's jaws. Incurring several bites in the process, Siegel shrugged, spreading his hands in concession. You also used your whip to pull me away, dodging the lightning. Had I fallen into the pond, even my earth dragon skin would have offered no protection against the thunder's might. Klee chuckled in response. Very well. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. You should be cautious in the battles to come. Know this. Relinquishing my spear will make me even more formidable. Siegel whispered an incantation, and his wand leapt into his palm. As he felt the familiar texture of the wood, his breath and heartbeat steadied. This is no ordinary wood. It is exceptionally hard and can serve as a dagger, so you must be wary of both my left and right hands. A mage. He is indeed a mage, the spectators exclaimed loudly. Sorcery. He is about to cast a curse, summon the high priest. Others shouted, this is dishonorable. This is child's play. How can a mage participate in a duel? In that instant, it seemed everyone had forgotten the fierce battle that had just transpired, the clash of spear against shield, fist against blade. The chieftains exchanged glances, unsure how to address the situation. Allowing a prince to duel with a warrior was one thing. Pitting him against a mage was another matter entirely. He would require additional weapons, such as bows, throwing spears, nets, and sturdy tower shields. Strip him of his magical powers. This is a contest of skill, not a duel of sorcery. Someone whispered into Chief Clave's ear. Otherwise, this will devolve into farce. No one wishes to see Prince Klee humiliated. The chieftain raised the ice god's spear high, the obsidian glinting with radiant light. The crowd swiftly quieted, knowing the chief had something to declare. Klee looked at his father, gently shaking his head and colliding his fists together. His message was clear. The duel must continue as it was. Siegel is capable of mastering sorcery while honing his martial skills. That is his talent, Klee thought simply. I have diligently practiced my martial arts. Let us see if he can indeed use magic to take me down. Chief Clave hesitated, realizing all eyes were upon him, and thus he had no choice but to announce, the duel shall proceed, without dissent. Siegel smiled, pointing his wand at himself. The instant Klee made his move, he intoned the incantation for a meteor step. Empowered by the spell, Siegel's speed surged to new heights, his body suddenly retreating just in time to evade the giant's punch. A chilling gust of wind erupted from Klee, transforming him into a frost giant emerging slowly from a frigid abyss. Commanding the deathly aura of frozen everything, radiating an air of infinite authority. This was the innate power of the Kink clan of the cold evil tribe, said to be derived from the ancestors of the frost giants. Their lineage had always been taller than others, and Klee was the epitome among them. From birth, he exhibited a more pronounced frost power, and upon reaching adulthood, he could wield cold for both offense and defense. Now this is splendid. Finally, a breath of fresh air. Siegel grew increasingly exhilarated, cheering as he circled the giant in search of an opportunity. He was aware of the sharpness of his dagger and aimed to seize fleeting chances to subdue his opponent. Amidst the fervor of battle, he retained a sliver of clarity, unwilling to take his opponent's life. Klee harbored the same sentiment. Thus, both fighters held back, resulting in a stalemate. After a time, Siegel found himself encrusted in frost. His speed diminishing. Just as Klee sought to capture him, he noticed 3 additional figures resembling Siegel materializing around him. Illusions. Klee paused briefly, then raised his right hand to sweep through the air, a gust of cold wind swirling around. He could discern through the wind whether the Siegel before him was real or a phantom. This was the opportunity Siegel had been waiting for. The octopus lurked to the right of the giant. And as Klee raised his arm, he sprang into action, swiftly closing the distance. He reversed his grip on the dagger, preparing to incapacitate his opponent and bring the battle to a close. Klee suddenly grasped Siegel's intent. But evasion was no longer an option. The instincts forged through prolonged combat compelled him to strike, and he descended upon Siegel with a powerful elbow smash. The dagger of Siegel pressed against the chest of Klee. While Klee's elbow grazed the crown of Siegel's head, the two swiftly parted ways, Klee feeling for a non-existent wound on his chest, releasing a long sigh. Siegel vigorously scratched his scalp, where his hair had already frozen into ice. They exchanged smiles, each giving the other a thumbs up. The onlookers ceased their one-sided cheers for Klee, instead shouting, "Warriors! Well done, everyone!" At that moment, a woman pushed through the crowd, making her way to the leader's position, an unusual act that drew everyone's attention. The guards recognized her as Klee's maid, a member of the Black Wolf tribe who had accompanied the princess to the wedding. She appeared flustered, her voice not loud, yet still audible to many. "It's time for the baby." Both combatants heard her words. Siegel noticed Klee's brow furrow slightly. Although he continued to gaze at Siegel, concern lingered in his eyes. Siegel then sheathed his dagger and wand, rising to his feet, declaring, "This cannot continue. I cannot impede a husband from attending to his wife in labor." He then turned to the chieftain, bowing before stating, "Great chieftain, if we persist in this battle, I shall win by unfair means." Chieftain Clav, eager to know the fate of his daughter-in-law and grandchild, feigned a consultation with the surrounding elders before announcing, "The trial by combat is sacred, and this one holds particular honor and justice. To uphold such honor and justice, the trial shall be temporarily suspended and resumed tomorrow." Is the Cold Crow tribe so careless in handling the trial by combat, ending it so abruptly without fearing the wrath of the spirit of battle? Protested Mohawk Black, the leader of the northern barbarian bear tribe. He was a formidable-looking man, speaking with a heavy nasal tone. Even on this sweltering autumn afternoon, he donned a black bear skin cloak, the massive bear head perched atop his own. His words caused the bear skin to quiver rhythmically, almost animatedly. Known for his temper, he preferred to assert dominance through strength, earning him the title of the Savage Bear, though he referred to himself as the Great Bear. The rights of the living surpass those of the dead, enabling all things to flourish. Chieftain Clav halted to fix his gaze upon Great Bear Mohat. "Moreover, I believe my grandson deserves the privilege of witnessing his father's valiant combat." The crowd expressed their agreement, showering blessings upon him. The Great Bear scoffed, a look of dismissal crossing his face. Janet, holding a breastplate and a curved blade, rushed over to check on Siegel, shooting several fierce glares at Klee. However, the giant remained oblivious to her expression. His thoughts consumed by his wife who was about to give birth. Amid the throng, Klee strode purposefully away from the arena, heading toward his family's tent. Only then did Siegel exhale in relief, quietly remarking to Janet, "I'm utterly exhausted. I feel as though I might soon collapse. Lend me your support." "You have done your utmost," Janet replied, steadying Siegel, who was radiating an immense heat that a robust aura enveloped him. Emanating from the point where they made contact, the little cat sensed the tremors of the squid's muscles, even hearing the sounds of fatigue. "Let that bard endure the punishment. After all, his wounds have healed over the past 3 days," Janet commented, observing Siegel's pallor. "At worst, we could quietly use your swift spell on him. If I were to be defeated, that would indeed be a splendid idea," Siegel chuckled. "But let us not dwell on that. Quickly, lead me to some food, for I am famished." Chapter 56. The domain of the savages. Outside Klee's towering tent stood a multitude of individuals, all eagerly awaiting the birth of the child. Klee's brother had left behind 2 daughters, and if Klee's son were to be born safely, he would undoubtedly ascend as the next chieftain of the Cold Crow tribe. The surroundings buzzed with unfamiliar faces, their chatter creating a cacophony that it wasn't until the tribe's shaman arrived, summoning a swarm of flying insects to disperse the crowd, that tranquility returned. Step aside, if you wish to witness childbirth, seek your own wives." The shaman, frail and bent with age, still spoke with a commanding voice. Accompanied by his apprentice, he was one of the few permitted to enter the tent. Aside from Masala's maid, that a fire pit had been dug outside, boiling water in a large cauldron, while a crude canopy woven from animal hides was propped up by wooden supports to shield against the sudden winds and rains of the prairie. Nearby, a fire pit without a canopy crackled, where several individuals turned large chunks of roasted meat, the aroma making Siegel salivate. With Janet's assistance, he made his way over, where a generous portion of hind leg meat was handed to him by an unfamiliar burly man. "Here, warrior, eat first." Then, 2 large jars were presented, one filled with light beer and the other with sheep's milk. Siegel settled beside the fire, and in no time, his surroundings were piled high with food: bread, cheese, curds, roasted mushrooms, and river fish. Siegel had earned the goodwill of the people through his valiant battles, and they were eager to share their culinary delights, showcasing the hospitality of the Cold Crow tribe. Siegel tugged at Janet, joyfully devouring the feast, before beckoning Klee over. The giant, now far more anxious than during the fight, found it difficult to enjoy his meal, gripping a bone that had long been gnawed clean. He continued to grind his teeth on it, even causing the dogs that had been scrounging to abandon their weight, barking as they scampered away. The labor persisted for an extended period, with the sounds of Masala's cries echoing from within the tent. The maids bustled in and out, frequently changing towels and basins. The mother encountered complications, heightening the tension among the gathered crowd, with Klee particularly restless. He was a hefty giant, having caused his mother considerable distress during his own birth. Leaving her frail, and she had succumbed to a minor illness 2 years later, the giant harbored an underlying fear that his child might also be a hefty one, potentially endangering the life of the Black Wolf Princess. Fortunately, the cries emanating from the tent remained strong and vigorous, while the shaman utilized protective spells to bless the birthing process. Delivering you, this hefty fellow, was no easy task. Your son is not as exaggerated as you. And your wife is far more resilient than you might imagine. This being her first delivery, it will naturally be more arduous. Do not fret. The shaman emerged briefly to reassure the onlookers before returning to his duties. From afternoon until midnight, the crowd remained restless. Siegel's jar of sweets proved invaluable, revitalizing the mother and granting her much-needed strength. That it was a night of the full moon, with the stars hidden beneath the bright moonlight, casting a silvery glow upon the earth. A refreshing breeze wafted from the east, causing the flames in the fire pit to flicker wildly, while Janet, wrapped in a blanket, succumbed to a deep slumber by the fire. Klee and Siegel sat nearby, anxiously awaiting. Masala's cries of pain resounded once more, and the shaman bellowed, "Push, you can do it. The baby is almost here." This was already the 5th time that evening. How difficult this is. Klee's face had paled multiple shades, this ordeal proving to be a true test for him. May the spirit of nature bless us, and the spirits of our ancestors protect us. Siegel, unsure how to comfort him, found his thoughts wandering elsewhere. The birth of a life was fraught with struggles, both mother and child enduring profound pain. So why would some mothers abandon their offspring? He had never wished to ponder this question deeply. But the current situation stirred latent doubts within him. Captain Marlin had clearly stated that when Siegel was discovered, he was merely a few days old, and during that voyage, there had been no female passengers, particularly no pregnant women. Thus, Siegel could only be a child of the gods, without a mother. Siegel had always been reluctant to accept this notion, yet he found himself unable to refute the old captain's words. At times, he even fervently wished to be the captain's illegitimate son, conjuring a tale to justify his upbringing aboard. However, his peculiar appearance bore no resemblance to the captain, shattering that last glimmer of hope. If I had a mother, I hope my birth did not cause her such pain. Perhaps that is the only thing I can do for her, Siegel contemplated. The moonlight flickered, and curious, Siegel glanced up, seeing nothing amiss. Clouds drifted from the east, gradually obscuring the moon's glow. Perhaps just a small patch of cloud. Siegel thought he had misjudged. Yet at that moment, a brief flash of fire appeared in the black night sky, just beyond the shadow cast by the towering mountains on the northern horizon. A sense of foreboding washed over him, reminiscent of the tension he felt as a sailor, standing in the crow's nest, spotting pirates in the distance. He nudged Klee, pointing towards the dark northern sky. "Look over there." "What do you see?" "A mass of darkness, nothing more." The giant squinted, scrutinizing intently, then remarked, "Perhaps you are merely fatigued. You should get some sleep." "No, there is definitely something there." Siegel's apprehension intensified, a nagging feeling of unease enveloping him. An indescribable aura of malevolence. Furrowing his brow, he silently prayed that his instincts were mistaken, until he suddenly discerned an anomaly. Why can't the distant mountains be discerned? Why do they appear as a formless mass of darkness? Where have the shadows gone? Suddenly, a blinding flash illuminated the scene, and a great fire ignited on the distant prairie, with elongated flames dancing amidst dark figures. Then, a horn sounded, urgent and tense. It was the warning call. The sound ceased abruptly, yet it resonated clearly within the tent. Something has happened. It is the Black Sheep tribe. Kelly urgently summoned a soldier to inform the leaders. We must hasten to their aid. First, consider our own survival. Siegel's keen eyes detected the change. The flames in the distance were still raging, but above the sky, a small flame was racing towards their location. The camp's horn blared 3 times. The highest alert signal, indicating an ambush and the need for all warriors to prepare for a fight to the death. However, with so many tribes gathered here, the meaning of the horn signals varied among them, quickly sowing confusion. Stand guard, prepare the horses." Kelly commanded his right wing, the giant brigade, continuously issuing orders. "Take the women and children to the burrows. Have all the men ready. Those without weapons should go to the well for water. Move swiftly. But time was too short for them to act. The flames were rapidly approaching the crow tribe that a pair of enormous red wings burst forth from the shadows, obscuring the moonlight and covering half the sky. Behind it trailed a long tail, elegantly tracing arcs in the at the end of its elongated neck was a massive head, its golden eyes shining with a terrifying glow. Flames roiled from its mouth, hissing out between sharp teeth. Its nostrils exhaled black smoke, claws dripped with blood, and its solid, tightly packed scales shimmered in the firelight. Siegel was certain it was a red dragon. A palpable wave of fear enveloped the entire tribe, silencing the ground in an instant, as if even the wind and flames had been frozen. Then, a deafening roar erupted, and searing flames engulfed everything. People cried out, screamed, and were soon consumed by the fire. The red dragon swept through the camp, leaving a trail of burning destruction, cleaving the camp in two, which greatly pleased it. Although it possessed dark vision, it could not see far in the darkness. It required sufficient flames as a source of light. Moreover, witnessing humans wail, struggle, and then die in agony amidst the inferno was its favorite spectacle, one it had not enjoyed in a long time. That moment, a scale on its back sent a sharp pain coursing through it, followed by a voice that clearly resonated in its mind. Hurry back, encircle the camp with flames, and leave no one to escape. Detestable Death Knight. The red dragon immediately reversed direction and flew back, lowering its altitude and bending its neck to extend the duration of its fiery breath as it circled the camp. By now, the warriors of the crow tribe had reacted, launching an assault against the beast. A barrage of arrows rained down upon the red dragon. Most fell short, while the remainder were deflected by its scales, tumbling back to the ground. The arrows, caught in the dragon's turbulent winds, were redirected, striking many who were fleeing in panic, bringing them to the ground in anguish. The dragon's flames continued unabated as it circled the camp. Some fortunate souls on the fringes managed to escape the fiery circle. Frantically racing across the prairie in a desperate bid to flee, the red dragon flapped its wings and pursued them. Prince, the flames cannot be extinguished. Pouring water does nothing. A soldier, covered in soot, rushed in, his arms and chest blackened. The smoke from the fire is toxic. Many have already fainted. We must trample it out, or we will all be burned alive. Kelly shouted, his voice resonating with urgency. Siegel seized his arm with force, quickly urging, do not be rash. The flames cannot be extinguished by mere stomping. Do you not have burrows? Quickly dig underground to avoid the surface. Yes. First, safeguard the women and children. The giant nodded, gradually regaining his composure, stating, except for the archers and spearmen, everyone else must maintain the safety and order of the tunnels. Gather digging tools and send them down. Let them save themselves. But the cellar cannot hold so many people. What shall we do? Then it falls upon us. We must prevent the fire ring from becoming a wildfire. Go. Act swiftly. Chapter 57. The wildman's domain. The soldier nodded and hurried out to convey the orders. Many warriors gathered, armed with longbows, javelins, and other ranged weapons, their expressions resolute, prepared for sacrifice. Meanwhile, the red dragon continued its gleeful hunt of the fleeing individuals. Explosions of light illuminating the area outside the camp. It believed those trapped within the fire circle were as good as caught, merely waiting for the moment to reap them. Siegel called upon Jeanette, assisting her in donning armor and arming herself. Take care of Kelly's wife and children. Find a chance to hide. Do not perish. He patted the small cat's hand. Imparting his instructions, Kelly cast a lingering glance at the tent. His child had yet to be born, and he had not seen the Black Wolf Princess for quite some time. Understanding the gravity of the situation, he refrained from entering, instead adorning himself in full battle gear, carrying a staggering 12 javelins on his back. These javelins were enormous, resembling siege bolts, transforming Kelly into a semblance of a lionfish. The two prepared to confront the dragon. Siegel noticed a knight atop the dragon's back, surmising that this creature had a purpose, specifically coming to annihilate the tribe, and would not simply vent its fury and depart at this point of life and death. All must fight with fervor. Can you make me fly? Kelly inquired. I'm afraid I have yet to master such complex spells, Siegel replied, shaking his head, feeling a twinge of inadequacy that he waved his wand, allowing the elemental air to envelop both of them. This will enhance our agility, but it will not last long. That will suffice. Let us determine the victor in this battle. Whoever slays the dragon shall emerge triumphant. A layer of frost enveloped Kelly's flesh and adhered to his javelins. I wonder if dragon meat is tastier than snake meat, Siegel remarked with a calm expression. Did you hear that? Do not let me embarrass myself in front of my brother. The giant Kelly raised his fist, bellowing at his men. Do you remember the hospitality of the Crow tribe? The warriors exchanged glances, murmuring amongst themselves until one hesitantly asked, as much as we can eat? Kill the dragon, and we shall feast. Kelly roared, kill the dragon, and we shall feast. The red dragon swooped back, igniting a row of tents, flames engulfing the cattle and horses, swiftly searing through flesh and bone, leaving behind charred remains upon the ground. What a waste, thought the red dragon. If only I could control the heat, I could enjoy a fine barbecue. I wonder if that Death Knight is lacking in wits, failing to recognize the importance of such matters. The Death Knight possessed neither intelligence nor the memory of what it felt like to eat. He merely issued commands for slaughter. Killing, killing, killing. Amidst the camp consumed by flames, Kelly's right wing continued its relentless assault on the red dragon. But with little success. The dragon's scales were exceptionally tough. Even arrows forged of fine steel could only snap helplessly. While only the giant's siege crossbow could inflict minor wounds upon its scales, the red dragon observed this group of archers with disdain, choosing not to attack them. That it wanted them to fully comprehend their insignificance, to realize their futility, and only after those they sought to protect were engulfed in flames would it return to relish their despair and suffering as the highlight of the evening's entertainment. We cannot slay this dragon, Prince. You must flee. Take the Black Wolf Princess with you, a soldier urged, only to be kicked down by Kelly. Yet he persisted. As long as you remain, the Crow tribe can endure. If we leave, the Crow tribe dies tonight. The giant grinned, revealing his teeth. Find a way to lure the dragon over, distract it, granting others a chance to escape. But I fear the dragon will pay us no mind, Siegler said, repeatedly trying to recall the descriptions of dragons from the books. Tough skin, magical resistance, elemental breath, flight, dark vision, and a variety of magical abilities. Not one text provided instructions on how to confront such a creature. I will attempt a spell that can sharpen your weapons, perhaps allowing them to pierce the dragon's scales. Siegler instructed Kelly to remove a javelin. Taking out his wand and slowly reciting the incantation, this spell was not one he was proficient in, requiring careful control of the magical energy. Fortunately, the spell succeeded. A pale blue glow enveloped the javelin, enhancing its durability, sharpness, and penetrative capability. What spell is this? The giant inquired curiously, but he quickly shook his head, aware that this was not his area of expertise. Quickly, see where the dragon has flown off to. They turned their gaze to the left, discovering the red dragon wreaking havoc at the far end of the camp, amidst thick smoke and flames that it would swoop low over the ground, using its claws to topple tents ablaze like torches. Then mockingly jeer at the weapons that shattered against its formidable form. That moment, a flash of light erupted on their right, revealing a swirling frost descending from the heavens, crashing upon the fiery perimeter of the camp. The icy snow met the searing flames, releasing a vast cloud of steam that enveloped the area in a dense fog. A gust of wind then swept through, dispersing the mist and shrouding a wide expanse of wilderness. By the spirits of our ancestors! That is the power of the frost lance. My father must be there. Klee cried out loudly, his excitement propelling him into a fervent dance. He witnessed figures on the right side of the camp galloping towards the breach in the fire ring, seeking refuge in the fog, poised to vanish into the vastness beyond. This scene did not escape the dragon's keen eyes. It roared in fury, its gaze turning blood-red, twisting in the air with alarming speed. And with a mighty beat of its wings, it plunged like a dart. Fiery rain descended, exploding upon the ground, yet a swirling cloud of ice persistently guarded the breach, covering the escape of those within. Be careful. The group hastened towards that direction. The dragon landed, sweeping away a multitude of tents with its wings and tail, sending bloody remnants flying, clearing a gruesome expanse. Then, it folded its wings, prowling on all fours, its tail raised high, reminiscent of a proud lion surveying its domain. The flames around it dimmed, cowering in its presence, burning with even greater ferocity and restraint. A magical weapon, and the detestable power of frost. You believe this will conquer me? The red dragon's voice was cruel and thunderous, laced with the crackling sound of combusting air. Flames, perhaps you can overcome, but what of my talents, my fangs, my immense and unparalleled strength? Claff brandished his spear, its tip radiating a brilliant light. He intently recited prayers, beseeching the aid of the three spirits to protect his people. He would sacrifice his life without hesitation. What a pity it is not to see my grandson, was the sole regret that lingered in his heart. Come forth. While dragon, taste the might of the sacred artifact of the crow tribe. Claff's thunderous roar resonated throughout the camp. Come forth. Let me witness your true strength. The red dragon revealed a cunning smile, its eyes narrowing into slits, then lifted its head, looking down upon him. Oh, how could you comprehend my might when you perceive nothing? An utterly dark environment, conjured by magic, spread from the dragon, extinguishing all light. Even the dragon fire burned without illumination. Only a powerful light spell could pierce through this darkness, and even dwarves, endowed with dark vision, would be rendered sightless in such conditions. Yet the dragon remained unaffected, relying on its other two senses, an extraordinarily keen sense of smell and the ability to detect tremors from afar, to gather all necessary information for attack and defense. After a few breaths, the darkness dissipated. Claff was nowhere to be found, save for the frost lance embedded in the ground, ice crystals shaking loose from its shaft, shattering upon impact. Clee and Siegel had arrived nearby. Witnessing this unfolding scene, the giant roared in a frenzy, hurling his javelin. The mixture of his bloodline power, muscular strength, and Siegel's magical force propelled the javelin across the battlefield like a bolt of lightning. Striking the dragon's form before the sound of its passage could alert the beast. Even the city walls would crumble under such a siege weapon's might, let alone the dragon's scales. The javelin penetrated directly, passing through the base of the dragon's right foreleg, and lodged itself in its chest. The vile dragon let out an earth-shattering roar, spreading its wings wide, sending everything around it flying. Even Clee was sent tumbling several meters back. The dragon's movements became clumsy, blood oozing from its wounds, trickling onto the grass and igniting that it sniffed the air, and besides the black smoke, its nostrils flared with sparks of flame. I can smell you. Insects, do not think you can hide. The red dragon scanned the surroundings, exuding a terrifying aura. What a peculiar scent. There is more than one. It lifted its head and spotted a tall tent standing conspicuously, a fresh, bloody aroma wafting from within. Oh, is that your kind, insects? The dragon's eyes narrowed as it turned and charged forward, the ground trembling beneath its weight, everything around it shattering under the force of its tail. Let us see how the flames roast little bugs. It uttered words that filled Clee with despair. The dragon inhaled deeply, then unleashed a torrent of dragon fire, engulfing the giant Clee's tent in an instant, igniting a fierce blaze. Clee cast aside his weapon and charged in frantically, consumed by the flames. Siegel, witnessing this, fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face, trembling uncontrollably. His curved blade and wand fell to the ground. He was utterly devoid of the will to resist, completely overtaken by anguish. The shadow of the dragon loomed over the sky, the behemoth slowly and ferociously advancing towards him, its maw agape, aligned perfectly with the fiery orb of flame within its throat. Insect, the dragon declared. Then it turned and walked away. Siegel had witnessed the agonizing deaths of tormented slaves, and had once bestowed death upon foes with his own hands. These were but fleeting impressions left in his heart. He had experienced the death of his most cherished old captain, a sorrow so profound that he buried it deep within, too fearful to recall. Yet, before the raging inferno, the buried grief of death erupted anew, filling his being and engulfing his soul entirely. It is said that death carries great terror and wisdom, yet Siegel had no time for such thoughts. After enduring suffering, all he desired now was vengeance. Even if it meant perishing on the path of revenge, it was preferable to confronting the blazing tent. That a figure glided to Siegel's side, clad in garments woven from fishing nets and leaves. With darkened nails and disheveled hair, tilting its head, its lips did not move, yet a voice resonated clearly in Siegel's mind. Come with me, leave this place, your fate should not end here. Siegel glanced at the shapeshifter. Observing its outstretched palm laid flat before him, he felt a sudden clarity. If he placed his hand upon it, he could safely escape the inferno to a secure place. Yet at the shapeshifter's feet, half buried in ashes and blood-soaked soil, lay the dull, lifeless frost lance. If I leave, my heart shall die tonight. What fate remains? Siegel extended his hand, grasping the frost lance from the ground, pulling it free and clutching it tightly. Frost coalesced along his arm, swirling around him, yet he felt no chill. Rather, he was ablaze, as warm as his blood, as rhythmic as his heartbeat. How about we vanquish that beast together, or accompany me to death on the path of battle? Siegel inquired. I cannot contend with both the dragon and the Death Knight simultaneously. A Death Knight? You say? Very well. You only need to hold the dragon at bay while I eliminate it, then return to assist you. Where do you find such confidence and courage? The shapeshifter laughed softly. To be frank, Siegel hefted the spear, adjusting to its feel, seeking its balance. Then, with a serious expression, he addressed the shapeshifter. Fear of death. He intoned a spell, casting a recently learned incantation for combat judgment upon himself, aptly named Unerring Strike. This spell, though fleeting, granted the user a brief glimpse into the future of battle, allowing them to swiftly predict the enemy's movements and identify the optimal attack route. The dragon sword passed Siegel, surveying its domain like a king admiring its fiery handiwork. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Siegel hurled the frost lance that a silver lightning bolt streaked across the night sky, shining brighter than the dragon's flames. The frost lance penetrated the wound previously inflicted by Klee, tearing it further, shattering scales, and sending flesh flying. One of the dragon's wings twisted grotesquely. Unable to maintain flight, it crashed clumsily to the ground, its claws flailing wildly, its tail whipping like a lash, sending nearby tents and corpses soaring into the air. The dragon's wound exuded a pungent scent of blood, further igniting Siegel's fighting spirit. However, his target remained the Death Knight, and Siegel noted that the knight had been thrown from the dragon's back as it fell, landing amidst the nearby flames. Just fall and burn. Do not rise again. Siegel silently prayed to the gods, yet his prayers, as always, bore no fruit. The dark and menacing figure emerged from the flames. Clad in heavy armor, its face concealed within a tall, sharp helmet, leaving only a narrow slit for sight. This figure towered nearly 2 meters high, wielding a massive, curved, two-handed sword, its reflective surface gleaming with a red hue amidst the flames. Black smoke seeped from the joints of its armor, swirling forth like the ashes of decaying wood, an omen of death, a manifestation of souls under the moonlight. Do not carelessly discard your weapons, only that gun poses a threat, the shapeshifter shouted in a fit of fury. Apart from magic, only divine weapons can vanquish Death Knights, and I must find a way to retrieve it for you. With that, he charged forth, his form rapidly enlarging, transforming amidst a haze of indistinct shadows into a green dragon, one that wielded venom and acid. Though its size remained considerably smaller than that of the red dragon, it fiercely clamped down on the red dragon's wing, preventing it from taking flight and forcing a battle on the ground. The two dragons clashed, shaking the earth beneath them and filling the air with swirling smoke. At that moment, the icy spear was swept up by the green dragon's tail and fell beside Siegel. This maneuver provided the red dragon with an opportunity, sinking its teeth deep into the green dragon's shoulder and tearing away a large chunk of flesh. Siegel, now armed once more, he twirled the spear in a flourish, swiftly locating its center of balance, as taught by the dwarven professor, Alan T. He fixed his gaze on the Death Knight, declaring, "Come, let me bring your end." A jest, came the Death Knight's voice, chilling and unsettling. Siegel lunged with his spear, but the Death Knight disregarded him entirely, swinging his curved blade in a horizontal arc. Siegel hesitated, realizing the Death Knight intended to trade injury for life. A mortal body could not withstand the endurance of the undead. He rapidly adjusted his strategy, employing the elven technique of sidestepping, taking advantage of the Death Knight's momentarily unbalanced state from the swing of his sword to thrust again with his spear. The Death Knight spun, deflecting the spear's tip with an iron fist. The spearhead, enveloped in icy power, skidded off the armor with a jarring metallic screech, sending a wave of frost crystals radiating from the gash. Yet failing to penetrate, the Death Knight's body beneath the armor remained unscathed. The Death Knight stepped forward, causing the ground to tremble. His great blade descended towards Siegel's head, narrowly avoided by a crouch, leaving Siegel's spear strike ineffective. After exchanging a few tentative blows, Siegel quickly accelerated his pace, circling, thrusting, blocking, then gauging the trajectory of the Death Knight's blade to evade counterattacks. The Death Knight, a master of combat, rendered Siegel's feints ineffective, forcing him to rely solely on strength, impact, and a head-on clash. Fortunately, the agility bestowed by his light-footed spell granted Siegel a speed advantage, compelling him to continuously chant incantations to maintain and enhance the spell's effects. Given that the undead bore no vital organs, Siegel redirected his attacks toward the Death Knight's head, aiming to pierce through the narrow gaps in the helmet, where the soul fire of many undead resided. Possibly representing the Death Knight's soul vulnerability, this perceived threat indeed captured the Death Knight's attention. He began to block more frequently, unwilling to sacrifice his head for Siegel's life. "You shall meet your end here," Siegel proclaimed. A declaration meant as much for the Death Knight as to embolden himself. "A jest," the Death Knight retorted, parrying the spear and launching a counterattack. The survivors within the camp bore witness to the two fierce battles, the red dragon against the green. The Death Knight against Siegel. They observed Siegel evade blow after blow, using relentless thrusts to force his adversary back. Though the Death Knight possessed greater height and reach, the icy spear's length exceeded that of the sword by a full 2 feet, allowing the mage to maintain a critical half-foot advantage in reach. The difference between life and death. Siegel, composed, meticulously managed his movements within this limited space. The Death Knight noticed this, and, during one of Siegel's thrusts, repeatedly attempted to cleave the spear shaft, seeking to shorten its reach. Yet the icy spear proved remarkably sturdy, showing no signs of damage thus far. The Death Knight defended his helmet with one arm while wielding his great sword with the other, spinning it like a windmill in a diagonal slash. Trading injury for injury, Siegel's evasion skills were pushed to their limits. The elven footwork was no longer sufficient to avoid every strike, compelling him to employ dwarven techniques as well. Siegel could meet the blows with the sturdier parts of his armor, utilizing angles and curves to dissipate the force of the attacks. His armor bore numerous scars. The craftsmanship of the dwarves tested to its utmost, yet thus far it continued to shield its master. Siegel's spear extended and retracted, striking the Death Knight's chest, waist, and knees repeatedly. He now managed to hit the foe almost every time, piercing the armor, yet as long as he failed to strike the soul fire, these blows were of no consequence to the Death Knight. "Death is my essence. How could you possibly kill me?" the Death Knight proclaimed mid-attack. "You are but a powerless little wretch." Siegel remained silent, focusing on evading a strike aimed at his wrist, retreating a half-step before lunging forward with a thrust. A little wretch, the spear found its mark in the Death Knight's armpit, awkwardly shifting the armor on his shoulder. "I lack strength," Siegel maneuvered to the side of his foe, feeling the blade slice a gash in his breastplate, blood seeping from the wound. "But I wield the icy spear, which counters your weapon." He leapt lightly, his full weight driving into this thrust. The spear struck the Death Knight behind the knee, penetrating all movable parts and twisting together. "Thus, I shall bring your end," Siegel bellowed. The Death Knight's knee armor became ensnared, rendering it immobile and clumsy. This granted Siegel a significant speed advantage as the great sword swept toward him. He withdrew the spear and swiftly evaded the blow. Shards scattered as the spear retracted, and the Death Knight's leg grew stiff, becoming increasingly difficult to maneuver. Seizing the opportunity, Siegel distanced himself and hurled his throwing axes. Alas, these weapons shattered upon contact with the Death Knight's form, proving utterly ineffective. Thus, Siegel gripped the icy spear once more. Range tactics hold no merit. "These weapons are futile. That I must rely solely on the icy spear," Siegel mused. "The obsidian dagger shares a similar material. Perhaps it may prove useful." "Do you believe you can defeat me?" "Such foolish delusions, little spearman," the Death Knight snarled, grasping the damaged knee armor and crushing it entirely before discarding it on the ground. The thigh and calf armor had already come loose, the void between filled with a noxious gray-green mist. Beneath the Death Knight's armor lay no flesh, no bones, only this eerie vapor. "Your martial prowess is but a jest, and your magic is inconsequential. Your own power is negligible, merely that of a child wielding an adult's weapon." With sudden ferocity, the Death Knight surged forward, initiating a direct charge even in the face of the spear. His blade moved with newfound speed, far quicker than before, and with greater force, effortlessly deflecting the spear's tip, then pressing his iron palm against Siegel's breastplate. The violent impact erupted in a deafening explosion, sending Siegel careening backward, blood spilling from his mouth, splattering the surrounding grass. His breastplate bore an imprint of 5 fingers, punctured at the tips, revealing the bleeding skin beneath. The Death Knight closed the distance, his blade becoming a blur, launching a rapid and lethal assault. Siegel stumbled, using the spear for support, making abrupt turns yet failing to find a safe distance, resulting in further wounds. In the most perilous moment, the Death Knight's blade came mere inches from his throat, nearly achieving a decisive victory. Emboldened by Siegel's struggle, the warriors of the Crow tribe began to converge, eager to join the fray. However, Siegel recognized that their weapons could inflict no harm upon the Death Knight, shattering against his armor instead. Moreover, their weapons would be utterly ineffective against the dragon. Such a battle was beyond their capability. As more people gathered, the space for Siegel to maneuver diminished, and he feared that he might soon falter, exposing a weakness for his enemy to exploit. Thus, Siegel shouted, "Do not approach. Quickly aid the villagers, while the fire circle has yet to close. Flee as far as you can. I've had my fun. It is time to end this." The Death Knight suddenly retreated, wielding his blade one-handed, Raising his other hand, finger pointed at his opponent. Die, he commanded. In that moment, a gray-green beam struck Siegel. The Death Knight watched as the light faded from Siegel's eyes. Breath ceased, heart stilled, blood no longer flowed, and his form stood rigid in place, devoid of life. Satisfied with the efficacy of his spell, the Death Knight turned to assist his steed, to set fire, to relish the spectacle. Yet, the Death Knight's plans unraveled as he suddenly heard a fierce intake of breath from behind, followed by the sound of a heart resuming its beat. How could this be? It pondered, in the next instant. A violent force struck its back, the armor breached, and a frigid wave of energy erupted from within, brutally assaulting its source of power, the soul fire. Enraged, the Death Knight unleashed a piercing shriek, causing blood to flow from the ears of all who heard, Siegel included. Dizziness overwhelmed him as the world spun around, making it difficult to maintain his balance. In the peripheral vision of his eye, he perceived a cleaver hurtling towards him. If he did not react swiftly, it would soon cleave him in two. Thus, Siegel relinquished his halberd and executed a deft maneuver to narrowly evade the horizontal slash of the blade. Once again, he found himself disarmed, yet fear was a stranger to Siegel. He had already faced the specter of death, and nothing could further break him. In a flash, he concentrated all his magical energy, channeling it into his wand to unleash an energy burst sphere. The violet orb struck precisely at the gap in the Death Knight's visor, and after a resounding explosion, the knight staggered back several paces, albeit with little harm done. The spell had been suppressed by the soul fire of the Death Knight, failing to inflict substantial damage. Do you fancy yourself a powerful mage capable of wounding me, despite the icy spear embedded in his back? The knight's voice remained chilling and menacing. Your abilities are merely sufficient to tickle me. Your verbosity is tiresome, Siegel retorted, his bloodlust and spirit unwavering. Seizing the moment, he summoned all his strength to hurl a dagger. The energy burst sphere had once shattered the neck of an ogre. How could it possibly lack effect? Against the Death Knight, it did not succeed, but it did create a fissure in the helm, allowing the dagger to penetrate. The obsidian dagger pierced into the darkness of the helmet, striking true at the core of the soul fire. With a thunderous explosion, the helmet shattered into fragments, releasing a spray of gray-green venom. The venom and remnants of the helmet ignited mid-air, billowing black smoke and emitting a sound akin to sizzling. Subsequently, the Death Knight's armor clattered as it collapsed to the ground, with portions of his arms falling from his shoulders, followed by the chest plate, still impaled by the icy spear, rolling to the earth. A final plume of black smoke ascended from the hollow armor, dissipating into the night sky. Siegel swayed unsteadily, struggling to remain upright. He had barely escaped the clutches of death, thanks to the magical resistance of 20 dice, yet it had drained every ounce of his energy. He felt akin to a wretched soul who had gone 3 days and nights without sustenance or rest. On the brink of losing consciousness, with great effort, he fumbled through his pouch for a bottle of dwarven healing elixir and hastily consumed it, revitalizing his nearly parched body. The dwarven golden belt also played its part, extending the duration of Siegel's survival despite his injuries, granting him a fleeting chance for recovery. While the exhaustion of his body could be overcome and wounds could heal, the anguish of his spirit was far more challenging to mend. Siegel gazed upon the burning encampment, where the tallest tent still blazed with fierce flames, and for the first time, tears streamed down his face. Through the veil of moisture, he perceived the flames flickering, swaying as if a giant were beckoning him. A giant? Siegel blinked in disbelief, squeezing his eyes to hasten the departure of tears, and then he beheld clearly. He saw Kree, encrusted in ice crystals, tearing through the tent, flames licking at his head and shoulders, emitting acrid smoke. Though Kree grimaced in agony from the burns, he endured, for beneath his arm, he shielded 3 souls: the hunchbacked wizard, the kitten Janet, and the black wolf princess, Misila. Upon closer inspection, Siegel discerned a tiny arm and leg of an infant nestled in Misila's embrace. Beyond this, his vision blurred as tears continued to flow unabated. The battle between dragons had reached its conclusion. The red dragon, wounded from the outset, soon succumbed to the onslaught of the shapeshifter. Its neck was twisted, its skull pierced, and its lifeless body lay crushed beneath the green dragon, breathing its last. The green dragon approached Siegel, its wings, shoulders, and belly dripping with blood inflicted by the red dragon's claws and tail. A sudden realization struck Siegel. If he followed the shapeshifter from the encampment, Kree would also be engulfed by the inferno upon emerging, perishing at the jaws of the red dragon. Only by fighting to the bitter end could he seize this slender thread of survival. The green dragon halted before Siegel, lowering its head to convey telepathically, "Remember, you owe me one. Let us call it half, considering you nearly devoured me just days ago," Siegel replied, allowing himself a rare jest amidst the tension of battle. "You owe me one," the shapeshifter reiterated. Its tone grave. Siegel nodded, and then the green dragon took flight. The inferno raged throughout the night, black smoke spiraling into the sky, obscuring the sun's rays. Fortunately, a deluge soon descended upon the plains. Quelling the wrath of the dragon as the last ember flickered out, the rain ceased abruptly, clouds parted, and a rainbow arched across the sky. The lost horses gradually returned, accompanied by a few familiar cattle and sheep. The clan of the Cold Crows vowed to express their gratitude to the livestock that had shared their plight, pledging to treat them kindly, taking only milk and wool, not their flesh. Perhaps this vow earned the favor of the spirits of nature. For they discovered an untouched cellar, its grains largely soaked but still sufficient for their winter needs. After all, with so many lives lost, they would not require as much food. Survivors mourned their fallen kin, weeping for their devastated homes and fields. They had narrowly escaped extinction, and to have retained their lives was a profound blessing. Women and children who had hidden in the cellar gradually returned to the surface, searching for traces of their loved ones. Upon spotting familiar figures, they would embrace one another in tears. The corpse of the dragon now lay sprawled in the center of the encampment, as a few bold crows, overcoming the intimidation of the fearsome beast, landed upon its remains. They futilely pecked at the dragon's scales, producing hollow sounds. Beside the red dragon's carcass lay the fragmented armor left by the Death Knight, now scattered and askew on the ground. The surrounding grass, tainted by lingering necromantic energy, had withered and decayed into gray dust. The icy spear stood nearby, continuously emanating a chilling aura, deterring anyone from approaching. Siegel lay not far off, resting his head upon Janet's lap, deep in slumber. His body bore numerous superficial wounds, and a hand-shaped dent marred his chest plate. Yet, none of this disturbed his sleep. He was utterly exhausted, disinclined to move, even his breathing soft and measured. The kitten propped a section of the tent to shield him from the rain. Reflecting on the harrowing events, Janet remained unnerved. The cries of anguish mingled with the crackling of flames. But none could rival Mesela's piercing scream. Her child chose this moment to enter the world, plunging the scene into utter chaos. The wizard assisted the mother with potions and incantations, while Janet clutched a blanket, poised to catch the infant. "Hang in there, Mesela," Janet encouraged. "You will be a wonderful mother, and this will be a fine child." Just then, flames enveloped the entire tent, but the wizard reacted swiftly, conjuring a magical barrier to shield them from the initial wave of dragon fire. However, the red dragon's flames were not so easily resisted. They found themselves trapped within the tent, the barrier wavering. With the risk of searing heat and asphyxiation looming over them, in that moment, Kree burst in. The bloodline of the frost giant surged forth in response to the giant's fervent emotions, imbuing the magical barrier with a freezing power that provided them a moment of respite. At last, Kree beheld Mesela, and the Black Wolf Princess recognized the giant. Then, with a wail, their love's fruit was finally born. Janet was the first to cradle the infant, and the wizard took the child, severing the umbilical cord and examining the ears and limbs. "All is well, this is a fine lad," the wizard declared, handing the child back to his mother before turning to Kree. "I require your blood to facilitate our escape." The giant extended his arm, his gaze fixed upon the mother and child. This was his sole focus. Blood flowed from his wrist, caught by the wizard, who flung it into the air, transforming it into a swirling tempest of ice and snow. However, events transpired contrary to the wizard's expectations. The flames continued to descend, even consuming the magical barrier as fuel, vowing to reduce those within to ashes. Thus, Kree gambled everything, using his body as a battering ram to shield the others and led them out of the inferno. His scalp and shoulders ignited, flesh crackling under the heat. He successfully protected everyone, but his head and arms bore burns. Receiving the wizard's healing ministrations, Mesela attempted to extinguish the flames with her hands, only to burn her own arms. Forced to obey like her husband, the child, oblivious to the chaos around, peacefully slept between them. Warriors had been dispatched to scour the battlefield, striving to identify the deceased. Yet, too many had been reduced to char by the flames, their belongings melted and deformed, rendering identification impossible. No one knew the whereabouts of Chief Clove, and so all eyes turned to the giant Cree. For according to the laws and traditions of the land, he would be the next chief. Now, the people require a leader, Miss Seela told her husband. In the aftermath of calamity, they need a steadfast figure, someone who can shoulder their suffering. Someone who can offer them hope. This person must be you, my chief. Cree nodded and approached the icy spear, drawing it forth and raising it high. The halberd fell silent, submitting and ceasing to unleash its chilling aura. The crowd erupted in chants of Chief Cree, King of Giants, repeated thrice. Chapter 60. The territory of the savages. Siegel tilted his head, attempting to turn but failing, prompting Janet to tenderly assist him in adjusting his position. Let the big fellow be king. I shall simply watch over Siegel. The little cat lowered her head, gazing proudly at the wounds upon the octopus. Those injuries were sustained in pursuit of me, to avenge me. Truly a display of valor. She was quite pleased with Siegel's demeanor, believing him to be a man who truly embraced responsibility. She could find solace in hiding behind Siegel, evading danger and resting peacefully, no longer fearful of the blades lurking in the shadows. I am now Janet, no longer that espionage kitten. Janet longed for time to stand still in this moment. Despite having witnessed the majesty and pride of the royal court, the opulence and extravagance, she was perpetually surrounded by endless tasks: disguise, surveillance, espionage, and poisoning. Everyone lived behind masks, many donning more than one, but she had never encountered genuine friends or family. Only naked interests and exploitation filled that space. Aside from striving to maintain the technical proficiency required to fulfill her missions and ensuring her utility, Janet found nothing that could grant her peace of mind. She felt utterly insecure. The mages of the Nox Consortium were madmen, albeit methodical madmen, capable of astutely analyzing their own shortcomings. They could not hide like a kitten out of sight, long-term infiltrators relying on false identities to gather intelligence. Spells always left traces and were easily countered. But skills did not. This was the kitten's survival strategy. Upon learning that Master Leal, an advisor in the scholarly city, had prophesied for His Highness's expedition, she sold this information for a handsome sum. Subsequently, she was dispatched to the New World to continue serving the organization. The remuneration provided by her handler was quite generous, thus she pilfered the secret will of the Stark family at the Nexus Fortress. There, she masqueraded as a young boy, deceiving Siegel into trusting her at that time. Siegel was merely an inexperienced adventurer, easily duped. This was one of Janet's proudest accomplishments. Yet, she resolved never to let him know. Content to forever remain his rescued little slave for uncovering the true identities of the lords of Deepwater City. Let that task go to hell. I am well now. Janet mustered courage to reassure herself. I only wish to lead the life of a normal person. What is happening outside? Siegel opened his eyes, meeting Janet's gentle gaze. Cree has become the new chieftain. He is addressing the crowd with the ice spear and organizing disaster relief. The little cat placed her hands upon Siegel's shoulders, guiding him to rest comfortably on her lap. Do not move. The wizard said you are too fatigued and must lie still to recuperate. She uttered a kind lie, concealing any hint of her true feelings. Several groups have already come by, calling you the Dragon Slayer and the Ender of Death Knights. If you were not resting, they would have roused you long ago. Let Cree handle his clan's affairs. This is the time for leaders. And warriors ought to recuperate. Janet, I noticed something different about you, Siegel suddenly remarked, fixing his gaze upon Janet's handsome visage. A wave of panic washed over Janet, yet she concealed it well. Did I speak too much just now? Have I become too relaxed, forgetting to play the role of a slave? Am I too impatient, speaking philosophically before completing my act of studying? Such thoughts raced through her mind, but her face betrayed none of her turmoil as she smiled and replied, What is different? Is it because I am resting my head upon your lap that I am inclined to speak sweet nothings? Siegel blinked, swallowing hard. The words he had nearly uttered swallowed back down. At that moment, his stomach growled audibly, masking his embarrassment. Janet, you are a fool. The little cat chastised herself internally. Why did you not let him speak? Janet, I apologize for putting you in danger. Siegel shifted slightly before continuing, when the tent was set ablaze. I was terrified, yet I lacked the power to extinguish the flames of the Red Dragon. Later, I battled the Death Knight, barely defeating him through the power of the ice spear. However, had I not fortified myself with magic beforehand, I would not even have been worthy to engage him. You vanquished him, escaping from his spell, Janet said. I heard them say you are the only warrior who withstood the death curse. allowing you to persevere to victory. But the power to resist spells came from the die upon my chest. Which is still not mine, Siegel thought, but did not voice. He recalled the entire battle, whether through the spear, dice, dagger, or skills. Ultimately, his victory stemmed from his opponent's underestimation. Though he was robust, his youthful appearance made him seem merely an overgrown boy, a fact that dulled the enemy's judgment. Such fortunate occurrences could not be repeated ad infinitum. He could not rely on the complacency of his foes for continual triumph. He needed to grow stronger. Siegel contemplated. I shall become a powerful mage. Janet, I require spells to protect you and everything else. He gazed at the rainbow in the sky, envisioning the view from that celestial bridge. I have learned martial techniques. Yet no amount of practice can challenge those dragons. Their might is formidable, and only divine weapons can pose a threat. Those weapons are crafted by mages, and I must learn such skills. He pondered for a moment before adding, I have read that certain spells can defeat dragons, subjugating them. In truth, mages possess the means to vanquish all enemies. They wield enough knowledge to discern the identities and weaknesses of their foes that I must acquire this knowledge. Will it be arduous? Janet truly wished to inquire. Will I see little of you? I hope you will accompany me, Siegel replied. It will undoubtedly be exceedingly challenging. Mastering magic requires vast sums of wealth. Even a merchant's fortune would struggle to sustain it. Thus, I need a stable income, preferably a domain, and to seek out hidden treasures, such as gold mines. This is precisely why I have come to the north. Deepwater City will appoint some pioneering knights, granting them territories. I aim to seize the opportunity. So that is it. I have been curious about your purpose in the north, Janet said. You desire both land and treasure. I have an idea. Have you heard of the Mad King's treasury? Siegel shook his head, prompting Janet to elaborate. The Mad King, known as Belrose Dog, was born 300 years ago in the northern wastelands. His father was an orc, and his mother a tiefling. He inherited the strengths of both bloodlines, becoming both strong and cunning. He quickly ascended through a series of murders to become a centurion in the orc territories. He led numerous raids southward against dwarves and elves, exchanging countless corpses for vast treasures, even equipping a magical 100-man unit as his personal guard. With his formidable achievements and terrifying reign, he demanded all orcs to swear fealty to him. Declaring himself king and organizing an army capable of annihilating all other races. To achieve this, he collaborated with various malevolent spellcasters, including demons and undead. To enhance the power of his forces. He grew increasingly powerful. Yet his mind gradually deteriorated. He commanded his blasphemous priests to transform orcs, tainting them with devilish blood, constructing black portals leading to the old world. However, he was soon crowned the Mad King by other orc leaders and was slain during a military council. Yet, only a small fraction of the treasures he plundered from the south have been recovered. Many remain unaccounted for. It must be quite challenging to find those treasures, Siegel mused. If it were simple, they would have been unearthed long ago. Indeed, I think so too, Janet pondered, attempting to devise a suitable excuse to divulge the information she possessed. After all, who would believe that a slave could be privy to such secrets? Even the Nox Consortium expended considerable efforts scouring historical records, folk songs, and travelogues for clues before pinpointing potential treasure locations in the New World, dwarves, elves, wildlings, and the subterranean caverns of Deepwater City. Janet was less concerned with their motives than with enabling Siegel to fulfill his wishes. Perhaps we shall be fortunate. Janet smiled, saying, in addition to the Mad King, there could be a fat king, a fool king, and a farting king. They all share a common trait. They came south to plunder, bringing away vast supplies, weapons, and treasures. Then they consumed the provisions, wield poor weaponry, leaving behind heaps of unspendable treasures to meet their end. If we could find one, we would strike it rich. Indeed, Siegel, inspired by Janet's smile, chuckled softly. Let us venture northward. Observing the situation while devising a plan, striving to earn merit and attain the title of pioneering knight, simultaneously we shall search for treasure. I have a feeling we shall uncover riches. Janet nodded, thinking to herself, there are several potential sites. Searching through them gradually will surely increase our chances of success. At that moment, the horn sounded, long and short, signaling the approach of outsiders, uncertain whether friend or foe. The surrounding crowd stirred, still reeling from recent calamity, immersed in grief, physically and mentally exhausted, unable to fight again. The prairie fell silent as everyone turned their gaze towards the giant Cree. Prepare for battle. All warriors who wish to protect their kin, arm yourselves. The giant spoke calmly, his voice resonating clearly in the ears of everyone present. Yesterday was not our day of reckoning, and neither shall today be. Chapter 61. The domain of the savages. Siegler gestured for Janet to assist him in rising. And together they beheld a cavalry emerging on the horizon. 100 steeds, bearing 100 robust riders, each wielding a curved blade. They traced an arc in the distance before charging straight towards the camp. Clee ventured forth with the warriors of his tribe, comprising 70 infantry and over 30 cavalry. The losses among their mounts had been grievous, and most of their equipment had been reduced to ashes in the inferno. Even their customary throwing spears were insufficient for each warrior. Standing resolutely at the forefront, Clee gripped the frost lance, hoping that the weapon's legendary reputation would deter their foes, though he fervently wished that no enemies would come at all. Whether they were foes or allies would be determined in the final 200 meters. Should they fail to halt and continue their advance, the Crow tribe would have to send their cavalry from the flank, preparing their warriors to meet the charge of the horsemen with their flesh and blood. The cavalry drew ever closer before beginning to decelerate, ultimately coming to a stop at a distance of just over 200 meters. It was at this moment that they unfurled their banner, a square flag depicting the plains and the sun. This belonged to the Red Sun tribe, distinct from the Crow tribe, as they had always lived a wholly nomadic existence. Pillaging other tribes during times of scarcity and even in moments of boredom, they had sent only the second son of their chieftain to partake in the harvest festival of the Crow tribe. Yet the following day arrived with a fully armed contingent. Clee felt an intense anxiety, pondering how his father would have responded in this situation, and what his brother might have done. He was far from prepared to assume the mantle of chieftain, and had never received the necessary instruction. That he had always identified himself as merely a warrior, a pure warrior. As the cavalry of the Red Sun tribe came to a halt, two riders detached from the formation and slowly advanced. One was elderly, the other youthful, both diminutive in stature yet sitting upright upon their steeds. Their skin was tanned to a reddish brown, and the beards adorning their chins were intricately braided, 7 strands for the elder and 6 for the younger. According to the traditions of their tribe, only those who had slain enemies could braid their beards, with the number of braids increasing as they achieved new victories. However, only a chieftain could possess 7 braids, and only a general could boast 6. Yet the youth appeared no older than his 20s, making it improbable for him to be a general. Thus, Clee speculated that he was a prince. Much like himself, the two halted at a distance not far from Clee, precisely within the reach of the giant's outstretched arm plus the length of the frost lance, adding 3 paces. Clee had not yet attuned himself to the battlefield. But Siegler, seasoned in the combat training of dwarves, accurately gauged this distance and understood its implications. The two riders had undoubtedly endured numerous battles and possessed keen combat instincts. Perhaps they had yet to relinquish their hostile intentions. Thus, Siegler held his wand in one hand while hastily accepting rations from Janet with the other, shoving them into his mouth to regain strength and energy. The giant, tall and imposing, was able to meet the gaze of the chieftain seated upon his horse, which rendered the two from the Red Sun tribe quite uncomfortable. According to the customs of the northern plains, when equals met, one party standing on the ground should not bow from horseback. Otherwise, it would be seen as an affront. However, once dismounted, the chieftains would only be able to look up at the giant, and the chieftain of the Red Sun tribe, not wishing to appear diminished, feigned ignorance, remaining mounted. The giant indeed lives up to his name, resembling a great bear. The chieftain of the Red Sun, Sana, bellowed, laughing heartily. Clee's head was bandaged, as were his shoulders and arms, the skin beneath marred by burns and further exacerbated by a simmering rage. Yet he held himself in check, recalling his father's counsel to his brother. A ruler must not succumb to anger, only exude majesty. Clee had overheard this advice. Thus, he extended his massive hand and tore away the bandages, exposing his wounds anew. As the bandages fell, some of the adhering skin accompanied them, and the salve applied by the shaman slid down the giant's powerful chest, leaving a deep crimson trail. Clee struck the ground with the frost lance, summoning the bloodline of the frost giant, instantly cloaking himself in a layer of crystalline ice that sealed his wounds anew. The frost lance resonated in harmony, snowflakes swirling around its tip. Clee took 2 steps forward, letting out a soft hum, akin to a titan standing resolute upon the earth. The legs of 2 horses buckled, and with a cry, they knelt, causing their riders to leap from their saddles to avoid an undignified fall. To cover one's head in the presence of others is exceedingly impolite. We cannot allow the distant riders to discern our features, Clee stated once they had regained their composure. His size alone was enough to dwarf the combined stature of the two before him, granting him an undeniable advantage in discourse. Now, everyone can see, I am Klee the Giant, the new chieftain of the Crow tribe. I witnessed the flames on the horizon last night, which compelled me to investigate, and I did not expect such a damn thing to be found within your camp, the chieftain of the Red Sun proclaimed, directing his whip towards the corpse of the red dragon. Let us strike a deal. You relinquish that dragon's carcass to me, and my cavalry will seek out your enemies and bring them to you for slaughter. How does that sound? I welcome such an arrangement, Klee replied, gazing into the chieftain's eyes. Speaking slowly, but who is deemed an enemy and who an innocent shall be determined by us. Damn it, does that not make us mercenaries, mere errand boys for you? Sana exclaimed, throwing down his whip and spitting on the ground, unleashing a torrent of curses. You, a mere whelp, tall though you may be, are not a camel. This plain requires only wolves that feast on meat and blood. Those who graze or scavenge must obey. Klee advanced another step, enveloping all present within his threatening range. He raised the long lance and thrust it, piercing the head of Sana's horse, nailing it to the ground. The two riders were taken aback, swiftly leaping aside, drawing their curved blades with a swift sound, their edges glinting menacingly. The soldiers on both sides watched the three in the center with bated breath, gripping their weapons tightly. The giant strode forth, ripping open the flesh of the horse's neck, blood gushing forth like a stream. Come now, Sana, chieftain of the Red Sun tribe. I thank you for delivering blood and flesh. You see, I have just fought and sustained injuries. My appetite is particularly keen. With that, he bent down to drink deeply. His throat quivered as blood trickled from the corners of his mouth and down his neck. The two from the Red Sun tribe stood just a step away, weapons in hand. Noting the lack of any substantial protection around his neck, not entirely absent, there was a layer of charred flesh beneath a coating of crystalline ice armor. In that moment of distraction, Klee raised his head, his mouth stained with blood. He bit into a piece of raw horse flesh, chewing twice before swallowing. Cradling the horse's neck in both hands, his blue eyes locked onto the chieftain of the Red Sun. Would you care to join me in feasting upon this meat? The chieftain of the Red Sun burst into hearty laughter, brandishing his curved blade as he approached. He sliced open the belly of the horse, reaching inside to extract the heart, which he presented to Klee. This is the true gift I offer you. Klee the Giant, chieftain of the Crow tribe, you are so tall and strong. You deserve to partake of something truly worthy. Klee swallowed the heart in a few bites, and thereafter, the two shared a vigorous embrace. Henceforth, the Red Sun tribe became unwavering allies of the Crow tribe, and through intermarriage, this bond was further solidified. At tribal councils, when one would jest about Sana's height, questioning his valor, he would retort, damn it. If you think you're tall, go measure yourself against Klee. We shared the ground, feasting on horse flesh together. Damn it, it was my own horse. The Red Sun tribe left behind 12 cavalry to protect their chieftain, while the prince and the remaining riders turned back to their tribe to prepare tents to assist the Crow tribe in rebuilding. Klee's wife, Misela, dispatched a messenger, urging the Black Wolf tribe's father and brother to lend their aid. Though only 2 years had passed since her marriage, she retained a significant reputation within her original tribe. Finally, they could all dedicate themselves to the arduous task of reconstruction amidst the ruins. Klee, somewhat unsteadily, made his way to Siegler's resting area. The giant had already arranged for a warrior to assist in caring for his brother, having kindled a fire and was boiling meat cut from a deceased horse while roasting several potatoes. Klee dismissed the warrior and took it upon himself to serve. Janet sensed that Klee had something to express, so she excused herself to gather some wild herbs for soup. Once they were alone, Siegler noticed Klee's pallor and trembling. I thought today would be the end. I was terrified, Klee admitted, when I witnessed my father consumed by darkness. I felt as though I too would meet a grim fate, and when I saw the tents ablaze, thinking Misela was still within, I was overcome with despair, only wishing to retrieve her body and perish together in the flames. It was only you who fought outside, so I thank you for saving me, for saving the entire tribe. You saved Janet, did you not? Siegler smiled and replied, we are all survivors, so let us refrain from excessive lamentation. Survivors, what a weighty term. Kelly lowered his gaze towards the fire, then shook his head, stating, the living surpass the dead. My father once imparted this wisdom to me. I had always believed it referred to the supremacy of the right to exist above all else. Only now do I comprehend that it signifies the greater responsibilities and burdens that rest upon the shoulders of the living, akin to a towering mountain, thus rendering them superior to the deceased. Not long ago, I feared I would perish beneath the onslaught of the cavalry from the Red Sun tribe, and I thought the only course of action was to slay as many foes as possible. Do you perceive the disparity between our weaponry and theirs? I glimpsed short bows beside their steeds. They could annihilate us merely through their archery. In truth, The Red Sun tribe is not our most pressing concern. Tribes like the barbaric bears, bone breakers, and rushing waters, which we have kept suppressed, may now be seeking opportunities to trouble us. You still have allies, nonetheless, Siegel remarked. I observe that many from other tribes have also survived this calamity. They were friends of your father and remain your friends still. Indeed, a few chieftains from the harvest festival have survived, while the majority have perished in the flames. This matter necessitates an explanation to their tribes. However, we must not appear overly feeble as the Crow tried. Now is not the time to incite the covetousness of the wolves. Siegel, you are a clever man. Devise a strategy for me.